And to me, what this telegraphs, Joe, is that his plan is going to be put down that Mega Mawile and start attaching energy to it.
I have to agree with you, Freya. I feel like with 3 prize cards taken, it's a really useful attacker. But Edwin will have plenty of time to accumulate some key resources whilst continuing a clutch trap. Still can fix the ball position. It's passing action over.
Okay.
Poison tick over on Edwin's side on the eval toll. And looking at a Lily's determination right now, could simply retreat first. Yep, it's going to be a run errand before any other action here.
Finds Jumbo Ice Cream, not going to be very useful now that there's not much energy on the board. Yep, just going to be straight back into that eval toll with the subjugating chains. Poison coming in.
And with the hand size so large, you don't even really want to use this Lily's determination. You're just going to rely on run errand to get you towards a Penny Monkey Dory combination. So it will just be another turn of clutch here and another turn of poison racking up.
Actually, the more I think about it, this Turo on the Genesets from Drew was really, really heads up, especially thinking about how many turns of clutch that Edwin has to work with before he has to use it on something that can attack. I think Drew might have just found the path to win this game, even under this retreat lock, just picking up the right target and recognizing that 3 turns of clutch, or 3 more turns of clutch, is not enough for Edwin to win.
A calm and patient approach then from Drew Stevenson, who has, by the looks of things, oh, there's the penny pickup for Edwin. Does that change things? Can he start making full use of the subjugating chains poison, as he did so well in that game number 1? I have to feel he wants to clean up this board in any way possible. We'll begin with subjugating chains, once again poisoning this eval toll.
Is the Monkey Dory ready to go in the hand? Yes, it is. So is the Dark Energy. So that would then finally be a way to start moving some of this damage over.
But do you pick up the Pheasantipity EX here, Freya? Do you pick up the Toad School? Yeah, that's going to be the claim. Getting that out as an easy prize card option for the opponent. Here comes Monkey Dory, Darkness Energy attachment, and we can start to fling some damage. I think you want to start prepping this Mawile if we can. Yes, we are.
I think, again, just the problem is, sure, you can start putting damage on this Mawile, but you still have 6 prize cards left to take, and you have 2 more turns of clutch to work with. That poison damage is ticking up, but 1 Adrenaline Brain each turn, I don't think it's going to get you there before Drew can take the last 3 prizes. Unless
well, what you can do is prep the Mega Mawile and be the first to hit it. If you can use Energy Switch attach, Kangaskhan can knock out the Mawile before any attack. You've still got the Slime Mold Colony. Edwin's still creeping closer here. Might just have enough time to do it.
The Adrenaline Brain combo plus Mega Kangaskhan would do the trick, absolutely.
Only 270 hit points on that Mega Mawile at full hit points. Already down to 240. Drew is forced to pass here, not even using the coin bonus at this stage. Edwin, however, will continue to draw with the run errand. Has that free 3 damage to float with the Monkey Dory once again, and will almost definitely continue to target down that Mega Mawile EX. That 6 damage counter threshold would allow you a terminal period play as well, so you wouldn't have to rely on Kangaskhan. So again, you could try and clean up your board in that regard. With those energy switch within the list, it's all possible for Edwin.
Does find just a Pokegear off of that Arven, just wanting to find as many options for supporters as possible, knowing again there's no hand disruption in Drew's deck. There's another Adrenaline Brain coming in, putting 3 more damage onto this Mega Mawile. Now only...
Yeah, I love to see it. Mist energy coming onto the Mega Kangaskhan. Edwin recognizing that a boss's orders play next turn would allow him to take 3 prize cards back at Drew, who once again has commit at least 1 energy resource onto this Mega Evolution Pokemon. It's boss's orders on Drew's side of things. Here's that little bit of action, trying to bring up the Toad Scroll, trying to find a turn. Is this where the action happens? Of course, we can always subjugate back into our eval toll, but we're denying the run errand.
Hold on, that's a Bravery Charm onto that Mega Mawile. Suddenly you're out of range, even with an Adrenaline Brain from this attack from the Rapid Fire combo.
And that little bit of hit point difference might make all the difference here. 260 hit points remain. You can still clutch and poison here, but crucially, because you pushed that eval toll out the way, it didn't take an additional tick of poison damage.
And that additional tick of poison damage that has been reduced, combined with the Bravery Charm, suddenly this Mega Mawile is not in range of a guaranteed KO, and we might have to see a coin flip to do it instead.
Well, at some point, you have 1 more clutch turn here, but it might come down to a rapid fire combo heads flip. I know I'm commentating to try and make things as exciting as possible, but I know I want to see it.
1 more clutch. 10 HP away from being knocked out on this Lunatone. Drew playing it very, very patiently, recognizing exactly what Edwin is doing and recognizing exactly what he needs to do to secure his future besides that.
I can't help but laugh, Freya, because I saw Edwin already flicking the boss's orders in hand, thinking, is my tournament going to be decided by Kangaskhan rapid-fire combo flips? He's just had to sit through the seniors division final backstage, collecting his thoughts for the match himself. He's just seen Kangaskhan win on the stage. Will it happen one more time? Drew Stevenson, all of these plays have been to get himself in the position of maybe a 50-50 as well. He's done so well to recognize the Bravery Charm plus the boss's orders was exact math here to protect himself for a turn. He's been so patient at this stage. Mega Morwali EX, of course, the card that he has been backing to the hilt. Many other pilots of the Golden Go deck not opting for this card, but this could be the turn.
Pass it over. This is going to be the crucial turn. Yveltal will knock out this Lunar Zone if it goes for the attack again. So now Edwin has to make this crucial decision. What is the move? Do you just slam it all down? You do boss, retreat, rapid fire combo, and leave it all to a coin flip? I think you kind of have to, right?
Coin flip gaming here, potentially. It's going to be Monkey Dory first. You can still put the Morwal down a little bit in damage, but it's just going to be knocking out the active here, mid-turn with Adrenabrain.
Okay.
Prize pickup for Edwin. Going to be an Arven. I don't think that changes too much, but it does give Drew a decision here. Drew has spent already, I think, at least one air balloon and some of those Professor Terra scenarios. So has to be careful about what Pokemon is brought into the active here.
I think I do like Golden Go with the Metal Energy most out of the options. But
it's one of those things where it's not actually that threatening of a Pokemon with the slime mold colony still established.
No, which is exactly one of the issues. But with
headache for Drew Stevenson here. I guess time is also ticking down, by the way. I was not expecting the finals to go this long, but it has flown by. 7
minutes and 5 seconds left on the clock. A crucial decision. It is going to be that Golden Go with the Metal Energy already on it. Or maybe it isn't. Oh, he's just as unsure as we are. No, he's actually just going to send up Mega Morwile.
Wow. Well, here we go, folks. Mega Kangaskhan EX coming into the active position. Run errand for a couple of cards. Darkness Energy commitment to the Petron EX.
Great finisher. The more prize cards your opponent's taken can do some big damage. Gonna do a quick count of the amount of cards in deck.
Deck remaining for Edwin. He's gonna use an Arven here. We'll grab the Night Stretcher. Just another resource coming out. Use the Arven while you can. Edwin in full confidence that Drew will never disrupt this hand. So you're basically giving yourself access to close the game out here. And it's time, folks. The dice is coming into the hand. Edwin Mesman, rapid fire combo.
It's a tails! The Mega Morwile survives the rapid fire combo! Oh my God, indeed, Drew Stevenson. And with that, does he have enough to close the game here and now? I think he's going through it. That's the Earthen Vessel. He's checking how many energy he has left in deck. There's the other energy coming in. It's still not quite a KO.
Yeah, the gobble down attack with only 3 prize cards taken. 240 damage. But Drew already shaking his head. Relief.
Yeah.
It could have been all over.
But that's the thing, right? It's not all over, but it's also not one for Drew yet either. There's still some decisions here for him.
The game is still a long way away. Drew making sure 50 hit points remain thanks to that Bravery Charm. Such a great call out earlier on in this game as he's had to patiently sit and let Edwin unleash that trap. Drew Stevenson had to be so clever and careful with that one use of Professor Toro scenario. Edwin's so quick to cherry pick that one with his only use of Claw of Darkness in this game, number 3.
Is the play now, if you have it, just attach the energy and then boss's orders, bring this up?
Oh, there's Petron. Oh, there's Petron EX.
No, just to KO it, so you can get the energy back.
But I mean, you can't leave this Morwile active, can you?
But the whole reason why
then you can still get enough damage with the Golden Go later.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, right? I mean, how do you navigate this? Because you only need to take 3 more prize cards.
Yeah.
Like, if you can get energy back, you can use another boss to bring up a Petron and then just win the game that way.
But would Edwin once again unleash a clutch lock
then
the Soul Rock?
Yeah, the clutch lock is the one fear that is there in that case.
I mean, Edwin actually has a few cards remaining in the deck. Would have to INO at some point to stop themselves decking out. But I don't think that's too big of an issue. Drew, I mean, is already fist pumping at the fact that they're still in the game, but they still have so many challenges here.
I'll tell you what, no matter who wins at this point, both these players would have absolutely earned it. This is one of the best finals that we've had in a very, very long time. Both these players, just such a great matchup with the back and forth. They had so many key moments already, but it's all coming down to this as we just take these last few turns of the game. And Drew goes for a coin bonus, does have the boss's orders ready in hand, but does go for another coin bonus. It is just going to be this decision now. What do you do? Do you hit into this Mega Kangaskhan? Do you pass? Do you deal with this Toad Scroll? It's a really, really tough call for Drew.
Metal energy commitment for Drew Stevenson then. Another big decision. It is going to go on to the Mega Morwal, so we can gobble down this turn. 80 times the amount of prize cards you have taken. Talk about a win more card. The closer you get to ending the game, the more powerful this attack becomes.
I mean, if it wins more games to the point where Drew wins enough to win the International Championships.
One more, that wouldn't be bad.
4 cards left in the deck. It's a great point you made about the Iron Joe, because it will have to come down eventually. The boss's orders comes down. What is the target, Drew?
Drew knows he can't simply punch this Mega Kangaskhan EX. It's too easy for Edwin to get 2 attacks in to close the game here. Yeah. So has to use the boss's orders and has to choose the correct target. It's going to be the Petulant EX in this instance. It would be a clean knockout. Drew Stevenson going down to 1 prize card remaining. Action back over to Edwin, who takes the Super Rod from prize cards as well. That's a big pickup.
Super Rod might just be enough to help Drew close out this game, recognizing that's probably why he went for the KO there, the 2 prize cards, to give himself the maximum odds of picking up that Super Rod. That's huge. Yeah,
there is 1 energy on that benched Golden Go EX, so Super Rod allows Drew to have a final knockout of a single prize Pokemon. It is going to be boss's orders. Here comes the clutch trap once again, though. Edwin going to initiate that lock, and this is where the fear once again becomes that he can continue to clutch away the game here.
But there is a very big problem and difference now. That Soul Rock, if you can just get a Lunatone down, you can just attack for 70 damage, and then you force Edwin to have another Gusting card to stall the Lunatone.
Well, it's down to resources at this stage. It has been so much of the equation during this game. Mega Morwal EX stands at 40 remaining hit points. If Drew announces an attack with the Soul Rock here, it would give Monkey Dory even more damage to play with.
But not enough to KO it. Well, no, would it be enough to KO it?
Again, with Penny, there's the option. You could Penny use another Monkey Dory.
Brain twice, the Taunt Special.
Yeah. You always have to think about those pennies. They can end up being damage modifiers in this situation. Drew having a good look at those resources.
1 boss's orders left. In fact, picked up from the prizes, I believe, along with that Super Rod. So 2 huge prizes for Drew.
And it's only 1 minute and 30 left on the clock here, Freya. With Edwin trying to win on board state, that could also come into effect.
Yeah.
Drew will be benching that Lunatone. Well, I actually think there may have been an announcement of Cosmic Beam, so we'll just get, no, it's just going to be the pass then.
Yeah.
No Lunatone in play.
Forgot to put it down.
Yeah, so just a Poison Tick coming over. Edwin straight away going to be Adrenabraining over to that Morwal, and once again a clutch. In quick time as well. Edwin very aware of the remaining time on this clock, and that's going to be really influential towards the end game here.
Yeah, 1 minute left on the clock. Drew is by far having the prize lead. Maybe he can just about do enough to hold Edwin back to win on time.
Would be huge. We have +3 turns after the mammoth 75-minute treat that we have just witnessed. Here's the Super Rod plucked from the prize cards. 3 fighting energy coming back into the deck here for Drew Stevenson.
Vital pickup from the prize cards. Without that, I'm not sure if you have a way to fully close out this game. It's at this point, Lunatone coming down. Do you just go for the Cosmic Beam? Yeah, I think or no, is it actually just give me a pass?
Wiggling the hand, it's a pass over to Edwin. 25 seconds remain. Oh, it is going to be an attack. Okay, so we are announcing the Cosmic Beam. A Poison Tick as well.
Yeah.
So 90 total damage.
2 poisons plus 70, that's 90.
Yep, happy there. Of course, we're hitting through resistance with Cosmic Beam. And now another challenge for Edwin. Here we go. Let's finish off this Mega Morwal EX first with Adrenabrain.
Is that?
We're just making sure.
They're doing the count together. I do believe it's enough. Yeah, it is.
Getting to 330 damage, I think it was, after the 3 heal from Adrenabrain. 3 prize cards for Edwin. 2 remain here.
If you have Energy Switch plus Petulant plus Boss, won't that be the game there?
2 copies of Energy Switch within the deck. Also just kind of look to see, there it is, the Night Stretcher coming to hand, Freya.
Night Stretcher, Dark Energy. Is the boss's orders in the hand? There it is. That's going to be enough steal on the contender. Edwin Mesman is your EUIC champion! Wait. No, that's 300.
What's happened?
Drew doesn't realize. I mean, Drew thought that it was the opponent's prize cards, but no, it does 300 damage. That will be enough. Edwin Mesman taking down hometown hero Drew Stevenson in a slugfest of the finals here at the London XL. And he's got to be feeling mega proud of himself right now.
And then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Welcome in, you beautiful people. Thank you so much for joining us for this weekend's regional championship in Seattle, Washington. I'm so looking forward to this weekend. It's going to be an amazing event in one amazing city. All the players are here, gathered around, ready to play, ready to throw down for your viewing pleasure. But we're going to set the stage at the top of the show. My name is Adam Watson in the lounge with my co-hosts here, Ethan Heggie, Piper Lapine, and Pablo Meza. Big names here in the lounge. And how you all feeling?
Good. It's been almost 10 years plus since we've been in Seattle. Great location on the West Coast. West Coast always loves to show out for these events, and we've got over 2,000 players here. So I'm really excited to see how things are going to shape up. We're getting towards the end of this format before the inclusion of Ascended Heroes into the competitive pool. So how will players, really leave their mark on this expansion before we get towards the end of the G regulation? Lots to tell here this weekend.
It's been a mature format, as we like to say. Players have a lot of experience playing these decks, playing in this metagame. But Piper, I know that you're a big fan of Gardevoir, so maybe it's not all bad.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if Henry Chow decides to adapt his list more or go back to those luxurious cape builds and see maybe Jellicent. He played Elgim at UIC. A lot of interesting places to go with Gardevoir, see if there's any new innovations.
And Pablo, of course, joining us as our analyst once again, going to be breaking down these plays. Any matchups or decks you're looking forward to this weekend?
I mean, I'm really looking forward to see GO, how it adapts. I think it really fell short at EUIC in terms of the representation it keeps having, but the results it ends up with. So I'm really hoping to see more Megalopony. I really want to see more true answers to the counters to GO so that it can actually succeed this time around.
We'll see if that does come to pass. But for just this moment, I want to take a quick look at the schedule for the 2026 Pokemon competitive season. We've got a lot of cities already knocked out. We're in Seattle currently, and we're slowly moving our way towards the World Championships.
Yeah, time has really flown. It feels like just yesterday we were, crowning our world champions in Anaheim, and now we're already 2 international championships down. Of course, just finished that, so still a little bit time left in the season for the North American International Championships and the plethora of regional championships we've got going on. And this next couple of months, there's really going to be a lot of events through this next couple month period. Lots of Pokemon. If you're a big fan, you're going to want to stay tuned.
And for the fans of the current competitive scene, you've certainly seen EUIC. But in case you missed it or you want to refresh your memory, let's take a quick look at that recap video.
On Valentine's weekend, thousands of Pokémon TCG fans, including a record-breaking 3,988 Masters Division players, descended on London for the European International Championships. Entering the weekend, the discussion was about the format being dominated by the 4 decks we've been seeing for the past few events. Golden Go, Gardevoir, Charizard, and Dragapult. And the metagames for both Phase 1 and Phase 2 looked like it was business as usual. Moving into Top Cut, however, it was a different story, with 3 Mega Absol Box and 2 End Zoroark decks, proving there's still plenty of other decks that you can take through a huge international championships. After 3 intense days of action, though, it was time to crown our champions. In the Junior Division Finals, it was an all-Japan affair as Hotaru Matsudaira defeated their friend Rail Atake, but not before they both confirmed their Worlds invites. In the Senior Division Finals, Jacob Lee took the victory with a Mega Kangaskhan X deck that nobody saw coming, using Food Block to prevent damage and Jumbo Ice Cream after Jumbo Ice Cream to heal any damage that was dealt. Finally, in the Master Division, Edwin Mesman took the lesser-played Mega Absol Box into a matchup which looked unfavored on paper, but was able to play carefully, using Poison, Monkey Dory, and all his other tricks to take home the crown. Thousands of players, thousands of matches, 3 champions, one fantastic weekend of fun. Don't forget to head to Pokemon.com/compete to see how you can join in for future events.
And a big congratulations to our champion and finalist at EUIC. It was a massive tournament, pretty diverse metagame, and Golden Go, its rise to prominence, especially for a big event, countered by Mega Absol Box, a deck that seems to be strong but also hard to play. Any thoughts on this one, Piper?
Yeah, I mean, we saw Tord popularize it at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, getting top 8 there, then later winning the Las Vegas Regional Championships with the deck. And Tord even got top 16 at EUIC with the same list as Las Vegas. It's really just such a skillful deck. I mean, we see great players from Japan and Tord playing it, and the deck keeps doing well. It's been adapted in many ways to tech for Goldengo. We've seen Cornerstone, Toadskrull, Frillish, lots of different options to build the deck. Even Lucas Zing playing the Erica's Invitation and Genesect, kind of trying to trap those Pokemon like Genesect or Lunatone. Lots of different ways to take the deck, and it really rewards skill, not only in playing the deck, but also deck building.
That is a very strong point. A lot of decks in this metagame are more flexible than people might realize. And if we zoom out a little bit and look at the EUIC Phase 2 metagame, Pablo, does this surprise you at all, any of these numbers?
Honestly, no. I mean, Dragapult over in Europe has seen a bit more success overall than over in North America, for example. Now, this was the International Championship, so you'd expect a lot more Gardevoir representation overall. And because the Gardevoir variants are split, that's why we're seeing them a little bit lower. But I think the format, it has always been Gardevoir versus Dragapult. It comes down to that, and them being within the top 3 or top 4 decks every single time. No surprise at all here.
And I think that if you are sufficiently versed, we were talking about this a little bit before the show started, that if you're comfortable on these decks, if you put in a lot of time, any of the lists you see here are viable to play in this metagame and do incredibly well. And as we transition back to the NA champion leaderboard, we can see some of the top players across the pond here in North America that have been seeing some success.
Yeah, here are our champions so far, and this is really, you know, the showcase of how the game has evolved over the years. All 4 of these players notable, and from different regions. You know, Tord making his way over from Europe. We had Giovanni Sasso come over from Brazil. So, look, you know, these are North American regional championships, but we may as well just call these global championships at this point because players are coming from all over to show that they have what it takes to be the best.
I do agree. I remember last season we had a lot of banter with players from all over the place, just trying to snipe each other's regional tournaments, get those wins wherever they thought that they were able. And as we jump over to EU and look at their regional champions, we can see if we've managed to maybe go over there and get some wins for ourselves.
Yeah, I know we've got maybe a person or two on the couch who's gone over to some Europe events and played a little bit over there. So, you know, it really showcases yet again how the game is international. And I guess for you, Piper, you know, have you seen, you know, an influx of, you know, players from your testing group come over, and, you know, what has sort of driven you, you know, looking from their perspective to come to events outside of North America? You know, something that's more recent, you know, in the last couple of years, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd love to definitely hear your thoughts. And in the meantime, we'll show the NA leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is just everyone loves playing the game, and playing more Pokemon wherever you want is really an amazing opportunity. And not only do you get to play Pokemon, you get to explore so many cool cities.
And that is true. traveling is a huge part, I believe, of enjoying Pokemon competitively at this point. Whenever we see players kind of collaborating to test a deck and travel to a city, they're also like, okay, but where's the good food at? But now, turning my attention to the North American leaderboard, of course, Abonamed actually at the top. He was stealing Henry Chao's thunder for a little bit there on Gardevoir, a deck that everybody kind of agrees is strong, and maybe we aren't as surprised to see that it has been doing well for so long, and maybe we want to see those play and representation numbers go up. Any names sticking out to you, Pablo? I see you kind of leaning in to take a look at the small print.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to figure out if there was any player on this graphic right now that hadn't already top caught an event. I think it might just be the 15th and 16th players. Everyone else has either top caught or won an event so far in this season, so no surprise there. Plenty of talent, of course, especially player number 14, I think, is very special.
Viper, there you go, keeping it fresh, playing whatever you like. We were talking about this as well beforehand. If you were competing in this tournament, is there a deck that you think you might want to play for this one?
I would be playing Enzork EX. I think Liam and Christian have a really strong list at EUIC, and I'm excited to see what they're playing this weekend.
Yeah, EU does tend to have a very different metagame. If we look at the champions that they've had for their regionals, we can see, especially as Pablo had talked about, where Dragapult has a little bit more representation. But, I mean, some big names going from Frankfurt all the way up to Birmingham.
Yeah, it really just showcases, how the innovation of decks and metagames are super important for these events, regardless of where your region is. Of course, we saw with Nikolai the, introduction, so to say, of this Dawn Charizard deck that's, kind of popping in and out. It's got some good matchups towards the top end of the format. It's got some things that it's very scared of, like Dragapult. So that Dragapult deck always kind of existing around number 1, number 2. Does kind of hold that deck back from, really seeing success, but we've seen at regional championships, sometimes it just takes a really good run, a nice streak of matchups, and, players who are unknown or not as popular can rise to the top and have a really deep run, just like Nikolai did.
Especially if you are consistently going to tournaments and consistently doing well, you'll find yourself on the leaderboard, just accumulating those points and going for that grind set of playing Pokemon competitively. We see some players that are I just want to win an event and get my invite directly, and other players aren't afraid to get their name up on the leaderboard, accumulate those championship points, and get the invite that way.
Yeah, speaking of which, look at how many championship points Europe has at this point. They have, on paper, a little bit less regional championships and events than North America, hence you see why that bottom top is not as high, so to say. But, I mean, look at that. Almost 1,000 championship points for almost every player on this leaderboard, and so many top names as well. You could just go on and on about how talented EU has been this year, whether it be at their own home turf events or traveling over to other regional championships in other regions.
That is a very solid point. We can actually contrast this with the LATAM leaderboard. This is another region that has been doing well so consistently on the international scene and cannot be understated.
Yeah, I mean, look at these events right here. See these players that are doing well so far. Of course, Giovanni Sasso, a name that pops out right away. He's got over 1,100 championship points, mainly thanks to that regional victory just a few weeks back with that Jellicent Gardevoir deck. Yurko, another player who has been traveling a lot to events outside of Latin America. And then the Cifuenteses, you've always got to keep your eye on the Cifuentes family. The clan, they're always doing solid, traveling to events. Fernando this year having a really solid season. Shows really that strong Pokemon play does run in the family.
Yeah, this is a global competitive phenomenon at this point. The growth of the scene has been perfectly mirrored by each individual region, and what I like so much is, well, the players that have been the OGs and the veterans are still consistently doing well to this day, but it's opened up so much room for newer competitors to show up on the scene, especially as we're getting juniors becoming seniors, seniors becoming masters, so much coaching and talent going on, cultivating that new generation. And Piper, do you have any students? I feel like almost everybody as part of the larger competitive scene has been talking about coaching these days, teaching decks. Have you been experiencing a little bit of that since you've seen so much success recently?
Yeah, I definitely saw an influx after Worlds. That run, I played a lot of different decks from Portland to Worlds and did pretty well. So kind of that variance attracted a lot of people to want to get coaching, just getting different decks versus like some people are really strong on one deck, but there are other things than just knowing how to play a deck well in the Pokemon trading card game, like deck building, skills like sequencing, prize mapping. So a lot of different skills to work on. And the juniors and seniors now, I feel like they're a lot stronger than back when I was in juniors and seniors because of the coaching.
And that does make it a little bit more difficult to see success in the Pokemon TCG, but because the community, especially in those age divisions, is so strong, whenever I talk to some of the younger players, they're always so happy to just find that community and have fun playing the game. But that's enough about the youngins. We got to talk about the tournament here in Seattle because we're primarily focusing on the Masters division, and I want to take a look at that metagame. This is our Phase 1 breakdown for this tournament, and we'll see if this is what people are expecting to see regarding the deck representation numbers for the Seattle Regional Championship. Let's take a look. Dragapult at the top. Once again, I don't think there's any surprise there with Golden Go bringing up second place.
So, I mean, I'm very surprised not to see Gardevoir Jellicent in the graphic. I'm guessing the variants are still split, right? We're keeping consistent with that. So we're seeing Zorg, after its success at EUIC, come up in numbers. Mega Absol, of course, after winning the whole thing. But no surprise, the big four, right? The big scary four decks of the tournament. The big scary four decks that, like, if you're testing for a tournament, you're definitely focusing on those four, right? No surprises here, honestly. Golden Go and Dragapult are always trying to fight for that #1 spot. They're very much tied almost this time around, so nothing too surprising. I'd love to see how many of those Charizards are like pure Charizard versions or the more Terra version of the deck.
That is a good point. I wonder if that'll eventually become its own split the way we've done with Jellygardy. And focusing on the bottom decks of the graphic, right, the Enzoark EX has had this reputation as a kind of a dark horse build and has been quietly building up steam in the metagame. Is this a part of the meta fluctuation where it's become more and more favored, or is it just that players are getting better at playing it? Is there mass adoption there? What do you think, Piper?
I think there's a lot of things that factor into that. The build right now with the Darmanitan is really strong into Goldengo, Dragapult, and Gardevoir. One of the scarier things for Zoroark heading into this format was the Mega DNC and the Jellicent Gardevoirs. However, the Darmanitan being able to get rid of multiple Monkey Dories each turn can make it so that the Diancie isn't as threatening as it is capped at 240 damage. And with cards like Budu, like we saw Liam and Christian playing in EUIC, you can slow down Goldengo and Charizard to a point where the Darmanitan can kind of take multiple knockouts and really hinder their setup. And then you are pretty naturally favored into the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck with the Team Rocket's Watchtower and Iono. You kind of just shut their deck down. And Zork is just so flexible in how you build it that you can't really expect anything from it. Sometimes they have Darmanitan and one Reshiram, other times they're playing two Reshiram, the Janine Secret Arts and E-Switch, maybe even a Mega Absol of their own. There's just so many ways the deck can be built that you don't know what's coming from it, and that flexibility rewards, similarly to Mega Absol, both deck building and in-game playing.
Yeah, that tricky nature is very thematic for Zoroark as a Pokemon. It's shared beautifully with the deck build, and I think that brings us right over into our players to watch. These are the top players that we want everybody in our audience to pay attention to. These are big names we're going to hopefully be seeing on stream today. If not today, certainly tomorrow, certainly in top 16. I think that would certainly be a same bet. I'm getting my caster curse out of the way right now. Does it count if I'm just the host?
Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. So we'll have to see how these players perform. All sporting those sitting cuties. Love to see, the players bring a little bit of their Pokemon spirit and fandom into their photo shots here. I mean, these are players we've seen on and off the stage. Of course, Liam, already a regional champion this season. Henry Chow, what more can we say about H. Chow? He is just the Gardevoir GOAT, enjoying his last, few months in the sun before he'll have to figure out what deck comes next. And Bodhi's been on and off, an asymmetrical cut or two this season so far. He's doing pretty well. I know he's still looking for that big major finish. He's had a top 4 regional championship. But, that finals that he's had at the seniors division, that, of course, international championship, it's eluded him so far here in the Masters division. It just takes one tournament for you to really cement yourself in a division. We'll have to see if that's his tournament this time.
Seattle Regional Championships is going to be big, not just for the TCG, but for other games as well. So make sure you follow at Pokemon.com/broadcast. It's a nice hub website to find information, and you can view all of our broadcasts all at the same time. Jump around if you'd like, but definitely come back to TCG because this is where the real action is, the real cerebral, cultured players play our card game. But that's going to be it for us. We're going to kick things over to the casting desk soon, so I cannot wait to get this regional underway. Let's go.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
And welcome into the Seattle Regional Championships. Chip Ritchie here at the desk, joined for the weekend by Azul GG, Azul Garcia Griego. Welcome, my friend. Hope you're excited for the tournament we have at hand. What are you looking forward to the most?
Honestly, when they were breaking down the metagraphic there, the bottom 2 decks, Absol and Zoroark, I feel like finally the reason we're seeing the increase in the percentage is because there's kind of been like a standardized way to play those decks, and we're going to get to see them hopefully pop up a lot more this tournament after they kind of had their moment at EUIC.
And I think we're going to get to see one of them right now, and I do think our players are getting ready down on the table as well for Swiss Round 4. They've gotten to 3-0 at this point, the best you could start at a tournament, so got to be feeling nice, but there is still a lot of work to do. We got Hassan Kanukchu on the left up against Ryan Antonucci on the right. Hassan rocking the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan, of course the deck that just won the European International Championships, and Ryan playing Dragapult Dusknoir, something he has a lot of experience with. He actually just played it last weekend at EUIC, a couple weekends ago, excuse me.
Yeah, so this is definitely one of those matchups where it is favored for one side. You know, I think Absol has the edge here, but it's not overwhelmingly slow. A lot of routes to take in this matchup. And of course, one of the questions Ryan is probably going to have as soon as he figures out Hassan is playing the Mega Absol deck is what build of Mega Absol is it? Because we saw at EUIC quite a few different builds in Top Cut. Toad School is like the standardized way to play the deck, but there's a bunch of different routes you can go.
Prize cards going out, and there is cause for concern, I would say, on both of these players' boards. For Hassan on the left, 3 Darkness Energy prize. That is definitely awkward. Having an energy in your opening hand is so important to use that Technical Machine Turbo Energize. And over for Ryan, 2 copies of Counter Catcher in the prizes.
Yeah, I think for the counter catchers, it won't be as big of a deal for Ryan. The Absol is usually going to be the initiator, and Ryan usually wants to attack into the Absol. It might take away some plays in the mid-late game from Ryan, but I don't think that'll be too big of an hindrance. The energy, though, that could make things awkward for Hassan for sure. Just being able to draw into energy throughout the game once you've used your vessel, or if you're being item locked from that Badoo early on, Hassan might just struggle to set up.
Yeah, absolutely. And if there's awkward hands where there's maybe a couple energy in the hand and then you turbo energize just for 1.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how these things play out. He does play 8 Darkness Energy in his list this weekend, 2 Mist Energy as well. So plenty of things to work through.
Yeah,
opening hands will be important here, and also the player going second. Both players really do want to go second in this matchup.
Yeah, it is a really big deal. I would say it makes up a decent amount of the win percentage on each side, or I guess more so for the Dragapult side, being able to get off that turn 1 Badoo attack and shut down that trolley for the Absol player. Although we have seen quite a few Absol players open the trolley, kind of circumventing that Badoo. We saw that a decent amount at EUIC, actually.
And here we go into the game, and Hassan will be the player going first on the left. Drawing for turn, and also a mulligan, I do believe. Will bench that Evil Tall right away. Gets a Darkness Energy attached to it. Petron EX as his starter. The question will be, how many item cards is he able to play this turn? I do not see that trolley, and he's going to hold off on the Pokegear 3.0s that he has in his hand. Ryan Antonucci kicks off his opening turn with a Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice there from Hassan, especially because I don't think he has a supporter besides Arven in the hand. Now he is playing that more control style build with the Yveltals and doesn't play a high count of Lilies that we usually see in a lot of other builds. So Cypher Maniac code breaking still probably would have been better than Arven on the next turn.
Ryan is off to a blazing start here. A pair of Buddy Buddy Poffin brings down 2 Dreepy, a Badoo, and a Duskull. Also a Nest Ball to go into the mix here, so he will be able to fill his board. No need for Precious Trolley on this side of the table. He is able to get the full 5 benched Pokemon. Looking at his deck here, he did prize that 4th Dreepy, so he won't be able to get that in play. He could go with a second Duskull here if he wants, and that is going to be his choice.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for more than from Ryan in this situation. This is almost like, not too much, but like he doesn't even need this good of a setup to feel comfortable for going second, no turn 1 Trolley, or even Kangaskhan getting in the active. It can be a little bit scary as well.
And that could be a big card as well as the Jamming Tower comes into play. That, of course, will limit Hassan's access to his Technical Machine Turbo Energize. He now needs to find that card and also find a replacement stadium. Ryan also has Professor's Research, that one-of copy in his list to ditch the hand and draw 7 new cards. He can retreat now into that Badoo. And here goes the Itchy Pollen. No item cards on Hassan's side of the table on this next turn.
Yeah, good read from Ryan there to just get rid of the hand instead of even contemplating the Iono. You saw Hassan did not have a great following turn, but that's a good top deck.
Yeah, Mega Kangaskhan was found from the top of the deck there for Hassan. He can, of course, use that Pecharunt to Subjugating Chains the Yveltal into the active, and then he can retreat into Kangaskhan, which he does choose to do. Use Run Errands, drawing himself 2 cards. There is an Energy card, and he does have Arven, so he can Turbo Energize, but he does not have a Mega Absol to put energy onto.
Yeah, so not exactly what you're looking here from Hassan. Is item locked, of course, so that Trolley that he is lining up is going to be not be able to be played right now. Does have access to the Turbo Energize. There's Jamming Tower in play, though, so you won't even be able to utilize it. You could put it in play, though, to play around a potential Iono from Ryan on the next turn. It would be stuck in play, and if you can find a counter stadium, that would lead to being able to access it. And, of course, like you said, though, you want to really be setting up the Absol with it. And this is why I would have liked to have seen Hassan maybe play 1 or 2 of the Pokegears on that first turn to look for the Cypher Maniac or even one of the Ionos, because, I mean, it's a little bit better than Arven, I feel like, in this situation.
He is going to choose to find that Trolley and the Technical Machine Turbo Energize. Yeah, funny interaction there. The TMs, of course, get discarded at the end of the turn that they are attached, but with Jamming Tower in play, as you noted, Azul, they will stay in play until that stadium is replaced. So Hassan can always get that down and be ready to utilize it on a future turn. He will do just that and pass it now over to Ryan. Top deck of turn of the Dusclops. He's got himself an Ultra Ball. I don't see a supporter, though, at least a draw supporter. It looks like Boss's Orders will likely be going down. I think Dragapult players very much wishing for Pokepad to come into the format for reasons just like this. Ultra Balling for Dracloak always feels a little awkward.
Yeah, it never feels good. Things are going to slow down here a little bit as Ryan starts to develop towards the Dragapult, and Hassan hopes to top deck a Stadium Bump plus another attacker to set up with that Turbo Energize. Yveltal and Pecharunt. Yveltal needs the 1 Dark Energy. Pecharunt's a good attacker in the late game, but we're not there quite yet, so you want to get that Absol set up, or even some Monkey Dories. And this is where it'll be interesting to see how Ryan approaches this and how much information Ryan maybe just gets from this game. If we assume Ryan maybe walks away with this one with the already board state advantage he has developed, how much information he's going to have on the build that Hassan is playing. Because that's very important moving forward if stuff like Pheasantipity or Latias are going to be contemplated from Ryan coming into play in the future games. That is what Hassan's build of the Mega Absol deck is built to do, is to abuse those bench Pokemon that are not great to get trapped in the active.
Another Ultra Ball coming down, able to get another Dracloak established. There is an energy card. Of course, Dragapult's powerful Phantom Dive attack does cost 2 energy, so getting those attachments into play quickly is pretty nice. Does have a Night Stretcher to bring back another Dusclops. I think that is now 2 Night Stretcher in the discard pile, so that is certainly something worth tracking. Ryan is playing 3 this week, and he's got that Neo Upper Energy in his hand, and he will choose to preemptively attach it to this Dracloak. Always feels a little worrisome to get that in play before it becomes a Dragapult, but he knows Hassan is not putting on any pressure right now.
Yeah, no pressure, and goes into the Kangaskhan draw just to find another Yveltal. And I do like the Neo Upper here from Ryan. There's no threat, and you kind of just want to get aggressive as soon as possible, take advantage of this slow start from Hassan before Hassan can kind of break free from it, which Now we see Hassan trying to lay the game with the Yveltal, same way Ryan was trying to do it with the Badoo. And because of the Neo Upper in play, now that active Dreepy can become a Dracloak, and we can retreat and attack on the same turn.
And that Dracloak can be found from the Hilda if he would like it off of this Recon Directive. Looks like that will be the choice, but not before using another Recon Directive. An Iono or an Energy could be added now to the mix. Doesn't really have any other supporters in the hand. The Energy would be nice to retreat the basic as opposed to retreating the Luminous, perhaps. You could always grab it, though, off the Hilda and save the Iono for next turn, right?
Yeah, with the Hilda getting us access to an Energy, I kind of like the option of the Iono just for later. You don't know what Hassan is going to be able to put together on that next turn, especially if we're breaking item lock. So just kind of having the panic card, I guess, if something crazy happens. And we see Ryan is a little bit indecisive here between the Energy and does end up on that Iono. I like that choice there.
And we'll certainly go with the Hilda here this turn. Of course, Clutch, the attack from Yveltal, makes it so your opponent's active Pokemon cannot retreat on this next turn. So Dreepy unable to retreat, but that effect is cleared upon evolution. So once this Dreepy becomes a Dracloak, Ryan will be free to attach an Energy to it and retreat it and start getting into attacking now. He does not have a Dragapult just yet. If he could find a Dragapult here, he could start getting even more aggressive, and another Ultra Ball is found. But at what cost would this card be played?
Yeah, we see that's what Ryan is debating here. Of course, he'd have to discard 2 cards. The hand is pretty high value at this point, it seems like, as well. I think there's even a Dusknoir. And now it's going for the counter catcher over the Ultra Ball, but is setting up for a play where Ryan could even like KO the Kangaskhan before anything else when he wants to initiate. And we do see that retreat going into the Badoo, continuing to keep things slow, building up some more cards for the next turn.
Yeah, trying to play towards, I have to imagine, that gusting play, KOing the Kangaskhan in one turn before Hassan is able to get anything set up. Of course, poison damage from that Petron's subjugating chains will continue to tick up here on this Yveltal alongside the Itchy Pollen's 10 damage. Hassan is going to be pressured to find something here pretty quick. He can, of course, retreat this Yveltal into the Kangaskhan, use Run Errand, and then always subjugating chains Yveltal back to the active should he want it.
Yeah, he did top deck an Iono there, did not opt to play it immediately. Instead went with the Kangaskhan draw. I'm curious what play he might be looking for here, because you can't really Yveltal trap anything on Ryan's side of the field. So it feels like maybe starting with the Iono there to like, the big card I think here at this point for Hassan is to find the Psyduck. Because what you're really scared of is the potential of the Dusknoirs.
Oh,
and
that's, you know, he didn't get Psyduck, but he got Rocket's Watchtower, a replacement stadium, and a Mega Absol. So Turbo Energize is now on the table.
And a couple Monkey Dory as well. So he's going to be able to build up basically the board you're looking for in this matchup besides the Psyduck. And that's probably the most important card to establish as soon as possible, besides actually getting an attacker set up. So we'll still have the option on Ryan's side of the field to potentially go for an aggressive Dusknoir into... Oh?
He's not going to Turbo Energize here, so he's holding off for one more turn.
Yeah, holding off, going for the clutch, or maybe utilizing the Yveltal. Oh no, the Turbo Energize is already on the Kangaskhan. We don't have a choice here. But yeah, just going to go for the clutch, going to slow things down a little bit further.
20 more damage. Badoo now cannot retreat, and also worth noting, Badoo here cannot evolve. No option to get a Roselia on top of that thing, and retreat the same way we saw in the last turn from Ryan. So this will guarantee a turn here for Hassan, but I don't think Ryan minds it too much.
Yeah, I have to imagine Hassan is playing it this way to try and find that Psyduck. There's no Cypher Maniac in hand, so it's not guaranteed, but it would be a little scary to give Ryan full access to a potential Dusknoir and Dusclops on that next turn. But if we don't find the Psyduck next turn, you can't clutch the Badoo again. So that's when you have to prepare, and you have to go in with the Turbo Energize anyways, probably.
Ryan does have a Dragapult, so he could get that in play to play around maybe a potential Iono from Hassan's side if he would like. He's got energy as well, thinking through all of his options. Not yet played a supporter card either, though he doesn't really need anything on this specific turn. His options are limited due to the Badoo being unable to retreat, and he will just attach an energy and use that Itchy Pollen. Draw for turn now from Hassan is that second Mega Kangaskhan. We will see that Yveltal move to the bench and run errands, drawing a couple of cards. Wise to choose to do that before the Rocket's Watchtower comes into play, and even finds himself another stadium card should he want it.
Yeah, and that could have been one of the things that Hassan was debating on the last turn. It would have been a Watchtower that was put into play, meaning you limit your own access to your Kangaskhan, which can be a little bit scary.
Kind of interesting with the way the energy are spread. Yeah, Hassan is going to try to force Ryan to find even more on the next turn by using this boss's orders, bringing up this Dracloak. It will be able to retreat. There's no... Oh, no, it won't. He is going for a clutch. He's still keeping it slow here.
Yeah, continuing the clutch. This feels, I don't know what the, it feels like this is like not leading towards a win condition for Hassan. It feels like you're just waiting for Ryan to combo you, but, and then I don't know what his response is. I imagine he's building up towards something because he knows it's pretty likely Ryan is actually able to pull off the combo this turn. And we do see Ryan lining up the cards for it, did top deck that energy. So we could see Ryan continue to just go back to Badoo and Itchy Pollen and wait for Hassan to KO it with the Yveltal or commit to a Turbo Energize. But I don't see a reason for Ryan to not just get aggressive here. Take out the Kangaskhan, you can take out the Absol, you can now KO the Yveltal off the bench with the spread damage from the Phantom Dive of Dragapult because it's built up so much poison damage at this point. So you can have like a 4-prize turn if you want as Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan is going to be super aggressive here, it seems like. He's got the Dusknoir lined up off the Ultra Ball. He's got a pair of Dragapult in hand, so he can retreat this active one. Now, something to maybe be keeping track of, you know, we've talked about this Yveltal lock on Hassan's side. Ryan is down quite a few energy at this point in the game. He's also down a couple of his Night Stretchers. He does not play Professor Turo's Scenario in his list, so maybe that's what Hassan is keying in on, trying to lock something active later in the game.
Yeah, we could definitely see that be a factor. As we see, Ryan is committing to the big play. I think has a Night Stretcher in hand as well, so could double Dusknoir this turn if I'm not mistaken. That would be all the Night Stretchers gone. But you do really want to get these Dusknoirs off the bench before the Psyduck has a chance to hit the field. So I think I would like to see Ryan utilize the Dusclops and the Dusknoir, or potentially 2 Dusknoirs. Oh, maybe there's not a Night Stretcher. Oh, no, there is.
Could there be a cause for concern, though, Azul, if that third and final Night Stretcher is played about access to resources later?
Maybe we're looking at 2, 3 energy in the discard pile, 2 in play. Still has 2 energy left. I think that would be enough to close out this game. This is going to be like a 4-prize turn here, so Ryan does not have to do much more to close this one out.
There we go. Cursed Blast, 130 damage onto the active Mega Kangaskhan EX. Hassan will be awarded a prize card for the use of that ability, and he is indeed, Azul, going to go with the double Dusknoir play. Night Stretcher brings it back. Cursed Blast once again. He can take a knockout on that Monkey Dory on the bench if he would like it, or just put a bunch of damage onto the Mega Absol EX.
There's even an argument to set it up on the Pecharunt, because then that can get KO'd by a Phantom Dive if there's not a missed energy or a penny found from Hassan, and does go for that Pecharunt setup. And I imagine the Yveltal will be getting KO'd here from Ryan as well.
He can knock out the Pecharunt right now, can't he?
True. Yeah. That is true, yeah. Then you leave the Yveltal in play. But thankfully for Ryan, the way this game has played out, he has not had to commit any of those major liabilities for Yveltal. No Latias, no Pheasantipity. There's the Dracloak and the Badoo, but those will get KO'd so quickly. If you want to just like sacrifice them, it wouldn't be that big of a deal.
5-prize turn for Ryan Antonucci. Down goes the Mega Kangaskhan. Down goes the Pecharunt for Hassan, and he is left now with just an Yveltal. A Mega Absol EX with no energy. Monkey Dory with no Darkness energy on it either. He is going to be riding on the back of this clutch here. That is going to have to be his strategy to try to win this game, and I'm not sure if it's quite going to be enough. He will use the Town Store, searching the deck for any tool card and adding it to the hand. Hey, he could still technically get off a Turbo Energize here onto an Absol and try to go from there, but it feels unlikely he'd be able to close out the game from this point if he was to go that way.
Yeah, like you mentioned, there's a lot of energy and Night Stretcher gone. You could boss up the Dragapult EX with no energy on it. Turbo Energized your Absol. Now, we do see the energy in Ryan's hand there, so it wouldn't be a winning play, but Hassan has to do something. We do see the Turbo Energized get searched out here. Not something like maybe a Bravery Charm to protect the Yveltal on the bench, so that might be the route he's going for. Just hopefully the Dragapult gets stuck, and still needed like a little bit of a miracle from there, I think, but it's a start.
Yeah, it all starts here. I think Hassan knows he's either going to get something established here, or he will likely just lose the game on the next turn, so may as well just try to make something happen. We do see a run errand, and finds himself that Erica's Invitation, an interesting card we saw pop up in this archetype at EUIC a couple weeks ago. Hassan choosing to play 1 copy this weekend. He is going to attach an energy for turn to the Monkey Dory. Can use now Adrenabrain to bounce some damage over. He will take out this Badoo on Ryan's bench, take himself a prize card here, is awarded, it looks like an Arven now to his arsenal.
Yeah, still some stuff to debate. Hasn't played that supporter for turn yet, and it looks like he's going to go for the Erica's Invitation, but I don't think...
Oh, he caught the Blood Moon!
He did catch the Blood Moon.
But can he get the Yveltal active?
I don't think so. And actually, I was going to say, I really actually don't like this play from Hassan, because now you're giving the information fully over to Ryan. Now Ryan's going to play Game 2 and Game 3 completely differently. And I don't think the Latias was in the discard pile, unless I'm mistaken. So if Ryan can just find that this turn, he should be good.
Yeah, all Ryan needs now is Latias with its Skyliner ability, and he'll be able to move this Blood Moon Ursaluna to the bench, and Phantom Dive can deal 6 damage counters to that benched Yveltal to take his final prize card. Now, worth noting, Ryan has played quite a few of his Ultra Ball up to this point. I think maybe all of them are gone, in fact. So his ways to find Latias could be limited. No, he does still have one, but he does not have a full board of Dracloaks. He does have an Iono in the hand, but he'll only get himself 1 card. There's a chance that this could work for Hassan. Is Ryan's only draw option going to be this Iono, or will Lily be the better choice? And looks like that will be what he lands on.
Yeah, the Iono, it would have been pretty effective at disrupting Hassan's hand there. Hassan has like a 7-8 card hand, so would have put it down to 3. But yeah, putting himself down to 1, I think better to dig with the Lily here to try and there's the Latias.
Yeah, revealed right away. Latias comes down. Skyliner gives that Ursaluna free retreat. And Ryan Antonucci takes a very convincing game number 1.
Yeah, definitely very convincing there. And I mean, everything kind of lined up how he wanted to on his side of the field with the Dragapult. Going second, no turn 1 trolley, which, you know, it's about a 50-50 for the Absol player to open trolley on their opening hand going first.
Those are the real stats right there.
Yeah, dodged that. The Badoo got established. It was hard for Hassan to find options. But I think on Hassan's side, there was definitely a couple plays there where there were definitely some questions. Things maybe could have been played differently. Is it for sure better? It's hard to tell in the moment, of course, but had some other options to go for. Ended up leaning really heavily into that clutch line.
Yeah, really tried to play super hard to that and try to figure out a way to close out an end game with retreat locking Ryan, but just was not quite able to do it. And that was the huge turn here for Ryan. A 5-prize turn, KOing Mega Kangaskhan and KOing Petron EX off the bench. And Yveltal, even after the use of an Adrena Brain to move some damage counters over to the Badoo, was not going to be enough to save it, as a Phantom Dive would still be able to KO it on the bench.
Yeah, and then Hassan had a couple choices to choose from there. Went with that Erica's Invitation, did find the Ursaluna, but the odds were pretty high that Ryan could move it this turn, or if not, attack with it on that following turn as well. Yeah. And now, Ryan's got that full information to work with, knows about the Erica's Invitation.
Oh, and an interesting start here, Azul, as we do get into our second game. Ryan, I have to imagine, will be forced to go first. He's got a Buddy Poffin in the hand, so it's not bad news for him necessarily, but he has started that Blood Moon Ursaluna, and look at the prize cards. Latias EX is prized. He does not play Professor Turo's scenario. There's nothing like Switch in this deck. There is no way to move this Ursaluna from the active spot besides hard retreating it, and it has a retreat cost of 3.
Yeah, and that's like a big part. I mean, this is a big part of opening Ursaluna. A big part about this specific matchup, not just Mega Absol versus Dragapult, but the list that Ryan's playing versus the list that Hassan is playing. No Turo in the build for Ryan, which means, you know, another big way to potentially move the Ursaluna, but a big deal for when you have something like Ursaluna in play as a liability to get out of play against the clutch of Yveltal.
And Hassan has opened up the Yveltal, so clutch is on the table for him. He, of course, doesn't know that Latias is in the prizes. Also, we did kind of glaze over the fact that there are also 2 Dragapult EX in the prize cards for Ryan. And on Hassan's side here, the Petron EX, a little annoying. Of course, he does still have Latias to work with, so he can work around having one of those 2 retreat option pieces prized. And oh, Hassan had a very quick turn. Absolutely nothing. No supporter played, no item cards, just an attachment of an energy to this active Yveltal and the use of clutch. And now Ryan off to the races here, uses his first recon directive to find a card. He's got Ultra Ball to go get himself that second Dracloak established. And this third Dragapult hits the discard pile here. He's going to have to play a Night Stretcher now if he wants to get his main attacker in play.
Yeah, Ryan maybe doesn't know exactly everything as prized. I don't know how thorough his prize check was.
Did not look the most thorough.
I know he likes to play pretty fast, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that. It's interesting to see him give up the Monkey Dory so early on. Of course, it's pretty easy for Hassan to out-Monkey Dory the Dragapult because they only ever have 1 or 0. Ryan is playing that 1, of course. And we see Ryan is playing pretty aggressively here. I'm pretty sure he's aware his Latias is prized, so I wouldn't be shocked to just see him start attaching to the Ursaluna and start to make that a threat.
And Hassan needs to find something very, very quickly, as Duskull has hit the bench, so now just a couple turns away from a theoretical Dusknoir coming into play, which would be enough to clear the Yveltal on its own. We do see Ryan attaching energy for turn to his active Blood Moon. Gonna have to move this guy somehow. Start getting him powered up, but Hassan finds himself Mega Absol EX.
Yeah, finds the Mega Well, the Mega Absol was actually in the hand. He top decked the Erica's Invitation that turn. He also had the Turbo Energize in hand, but of course, Jamming Tower, slowing things down, wasn't going to be able to utilize that. So opt for the clutch. no reason to show Ryan more than you need to.
Yeah.
An Iono from Ryan would have been great for you, so you don't really care if your Mega Absol goes to the bottom of the deck. Is going to start to establish it, though. Could have sat under this Yveltal for a little while here. Of course, one thing Hassan needs to figure out is, does Ryan play Turo?
Now, Hassan actually does have Bravery Charm and Genesect in his hand currently. Could potentially shut off Ryan's use of getting that Neo Upper Energy into play. What do you think?
Yeah, it's one of those things where we're so early in the game, it's hard to want to commit that to your bench. Depending on how things develop, you lose access for bench space for the Psyduck, the Monkey Dory, because you still need stuff like a mobility card. You need a Latias for the Petch. Kangaskhan is your draw engine. Pheasantipity sometimes needs to be your follow-up draw engine, so I kind of like Hassan holding off on that. It's not like a pressing threat right now, and now that Ryan has filled his bench, you're just a Psyduck away from bench locking Ryan, and this Ursaluna needing 5 energy to do anything. Or I guess 3, I guess you could retreat it.
We do see the Monkey Dory come down to the bench off of the Night Stretcher being utilized. There is a Dusknoir for Ryan, and also an Ultra Ball so he can get himself, or he already has Dusclops, excuse me. He is playing so quickly.
Yeah.
He's got all of these cards in play already, so Dusknoir is threatening a lot of potential on the next turn.
Yeah, and I guess
having to manually retreat this Ursaluna is going to be an issue, and let's not forget, he can't even retreat it as long as Clutch is being utilized.
Yeah, and I think Ryan probably is not playing to retreat this the Ursaluna, excuse me. Probably looking to utilize Dusknoir and just start attacking with the Ursaluna. Even maybe looking for a KO on the Absol.
A little 5 energy Blood Moon action as well.
Yeah, we're 2 turns away from Ursaluna being able to KO the Absol off the bench, or maybe Dusknoir KOs the Yveltal, then Ursaluna can attack into the Absol. We're a little ways away from that, but Hassan's not really putting on any real pressure and giving Ryan plenty of time to get there.
Now a pass from Ryan over to Hassan. He's got Earthen Vessel, so he can use that to continue to get energy cards attached to this Mega Absol. Is going to give up on the Turbo Energize here, committing to a slower game plan. I assume knowing that based off of Ryan's board, the way he has built it, that Latias is prized. He will not be able to move this Blood Moon as long as Clutch is utilized. I guess, yeah, not relevant as long as Clutch is being utilized anyway. So he knows he's got time to manually build up this Absol.
Yeah, and I guess it doesn't fully give that information over to Ryan, because you would really not want to put the Latias in play even if it wasn't prized. Because once again, you lean into that Clutch line from Hassan, which can be so powerful, not just in this matchup, but for the lists we have that both players are choosing to bring as well. And now we see the Genesect getting set up, which, yeah, it is going to be annoying, but I feel like Ryan's doesn't care too much about that, because I think Ursaluna is going to be his attacker moving forward here.
I mean, if he puts 5 energy cards onto this Ursaluna, he only has 7 in the list.
Well, you can utilize a Dusknoir that leads to... Well, we can also Dusknoir the Genesect to get access to our Neo Upper once again, right?
Sure, there's a possibility. Yeah, with Jamming Tower in play, of course, the Bravery Charm not boosting the HP of the Genesect at the moment. Here comes the Dusknoir and a Boss's Orders in the hand currently.
Could bring up that Genesect, actually. Try and trap that in the active, force some more resources out of Hassan. I guess the Absol is a threat on this Ursaluna at this point. So, yeah, we could just see Hassan get aggressive, take out the Ursaluna. And with the Genesect backing up the attack and no other energy established on Dracloaks, without the Neo Upper, you actually wouldn't be able to follow up with an attack from Ryan.
Ryan will attach to this Blood Moon Ursaluna in the active spot. He's got Boss's Orders and will try to do just that. Azul slow the pace of the game down. He said, Hassan, you've stuck my Pokemon in the active spot for a few turns. I'm going to try to do the same for you. And actually on this next turn, you know, if Hassan cannot get this Genesect out of the active spot, Ryan would be able to use Dusknoir to knock it out, and then he would gain access to attaching a Neo Upper Energy. He'd be able to attack with a Dragapult on the next turn.
Yeah, we know the energy's in the hand there for Hassan, so it's just a question of what is Hassan going to retreat to. We could see the terminal period KO on the Ursaluna. There's actually 6 damage counters on it from the 3 clutches, or we could see him go back into the clutch, continue to slow things down. But with the Genesect established, is going to commit to the Yveltal. I was going to say, with the Genesect established and no energy on the bench Dracloaks, you probably wouldn't feel terrible as Hassan there, but is going to choose to play it a little bit slower still. But now this gives Ryan the opportunity to actually utilize the Ursaluna as attacker if he wants to on the next turn.
Here comes the Yveltal. There is the clutch. Now Ryan draws again. Of course, yeah, Blood Moon will decrease the attack cost of, or season skill, excuse me, the ability will decrease the attack cost of Blood Moon once that Dusknoir is utilized. So that would be a way for him to attack this turn, should he want to. He does need an energy to put in play, though, and the only one he has right now is Neo Upper. Can't play it thanks to Genesect.
Yeah, and I think here as Ryan, you'd actually like to KO the Absol if you can get there, but currently we need another energy card. You're right. You can't attach a Neo Upper. If we use the Dusknoir onto the Genesect, we don't have enough damage to KO the Absol.
I don't think he has a way to KO Absol this turn, right? Because he has to...
Yeah, because the Dusknoir would have to be committed to the Genesect.
Right.
One last Drakloak.
Debating it, it's Lily's Determination or Boss's orders will hang on to the boss here.
Yeah, I think he has multiple of both in the hand. I don't think Ryan is short of those options. He's just short of the option of energy, I think. And we might even see him...
Ooh, he's going with the Dusknoir here. Azul Curse Blast announced, and he will place those damage counters onto the Mega Absol EX. Buddy Poffin can find him a replacement Duskull. Put that into play if he wants it.
Yeah, and I think I would like to see him grab something just to play around the potential of the Erica's Invitation, but it looks like he is going to go play the second one to burn the first one effectively, less cards in the deck to draw back into.
You love to see maximum thinning happen.
Yeah, and then we do see that counter catcher come down, and I do like trying to utilize the Dusknoir as soon as possible, because if Hassan just top decks a Nest Ball or the Trolley or an Arven or the Psyduck itself, all of a sudden that gets trapped in play until you deal with the Psyduck. So getting it out of play as soon as possible is a big deal.
Azul Ryan's all in on this Liz Determination. He's going to get 8 cards, but he's already used all of his recon directives. He needs to find himself an energy card to attach, and the final card is the Psychic Energy Season Skill, reducing the cost of Blood Moon to 4, 240 damage laid into this active Mega Absol EX. That is 3 prize cards for Ryan Antonucci with the Blood Moon Ursaluna as his opener.
Yeah, when you said Season Skill, I thought you were talking about... Oh, the Psyduck was just top deck there for Hassan.
Just a card short of having that powerful Pokemon in play. Of course, that would have totally eliminated the Dusknoir option for Ryan on the last turn, that damp ability, meaning that Pokemon with abilities that knock themselves out cannot use those abilities.
Yeah, a turn late there, but the game's not over yet. I believe that Arven was taken off the prize cards. And now we'll be able to finally see a Trolley get use here from Hassan in the second game, as we're already about halfway through. And now the question for Hassan is, like, how do you approach the situation? The Ursaluna is not going to be a threat next turn. Can't attack 2 turns in a row. The Neo Upper Energy is still being prevented by the Genesect. So you have at least a full turn here from Hassan, where you're not going to be under any pressure. The Dusknoir, of course, is going to start to get developed again from Ryan. I could see a situation actually where Hassan doesn't put the Psyduck in play this turn to hopefully bait Ryan into evolving the Duskull to the Dusclops and leaving that as a liability where you don't even need to clutch it to trap it in the active. It has 2 retreat costs. Simply bossing it or counter-catching it up will do the work.
Precious Trolley is being used. Down comes Fezandipity EX. Here comes Latias EX as well. Debating Mega Kangaskhan and a Blood Moon Ursaluna for the last 2 bench spots. Now, it looks like Ursaluna at least will join the party.
Ooh, no Kangaskhan. Definitely interesting. That is, I mean, Fezandipity's good. Draws you cards, but it can only draw you cards when your opponent takes KOs. Kangaskhan is kind of your constant draw power with the deck. And of course, we need that last bench space open. I mean, Monkey Dory might still be something that comes up, but the Psyduck definitely still needs to be a player in this game, I feel like.
We may see that be established on this turn, perhaps, but not before a Flip the Script is used. There is a Night Stretcher, so Mega Absol could come back should Hassan want it. Energy cards as well, now live in the discard pile. Got himself a counter catcher, which he now will be able to utilize. He will choose to bring up the Monkey Dory, and he's now going to try to stick this Pokemon active, and now down comes the Psyduck.
Yeah, so it looks like Hassan's playing for a pretty long-term... The counter catcher here from Hassan almost feels a little bit wasted because the Ursaluna just couldn't attack on the next turn anyways. And attacking this Monkey Dory actually a turn sooner is not great because now you can only trap the Monkey Dory in the active for 2 more turns, as opposed to doing it next turn, you can trap it in the active for 3 turns total. And we don't actually even have any counter Monkey Dories down on the side of the field for Hassan either. So Ryan could just find a Luminous and start using Monkey Dory this turn if he wanted to.
It does only have 1 Luminous left in the deck. There's 2 there on the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. He's got 3 in his list. And yeah, worth calling out there, that Blood Moon attack cannot be used in subsequent turns. So perhaps a turn early on the trigger of this counter catcher. Ryan will go for the Lily's Determination, sending his hand into the deck. He will now only get 6 cards as he has taken a prize card, 3 of them to be precise. Now he'll still get 6 to refresh his hand and has a full suite of Dracloaks to utilize still. And there is that Luminous Energy Azul, wow.
Yeah, so we'll see what Ryan decides to do with it. Doesn't have a ton of energy left and still is being limited out of that Neo Upper Energy thanks to the Genesect on the bench there from Hassan. No major threat, though, from Hassan coming up anytime soon. The Ursaluna is still 2 energy from being able to attack. So just like how Hassan's not under any pressure, Ryan is also not under a ton of pressure and is actually going to commit to that Monkey Dory here.
Yeah, no Monkey Dory on Hassan's side, so Hassan would have to play Penny to clean up his bench a little bit if he wants to get his own Monkey Dory to try to bounce this damage back over to Ryan's side. Pretty interesting board state, I'd say, we found ourselves with here. And Ryan actually will choose to use the Adrenaline Brain to move the damage off of the Blood Moon from his bench and send it now over to the active Evil Tall. And, you know, Ryan is actually threatening an attack with the Monkey Dory to KO the Evil Tall next turn with another Adrenaline Brain use if he wants.
Yeah, the Mind Bend is maybe a little bit scary here. And this is what I was talking about kind of on that last turn. No draw power on the bench here from Hassan. No Kangaskhan. The Petron was prized, but it made it a little bit awkward to pivot in and out of the Yveltal. So that's kind of unfortunate for Hassan for the way the board state developed. And, I mean, is it just going to be clutch on the Monkey Dory?
Looks like that is the move. Dark Weakness boosts it up to 80. Ryan finds himself a Dragapult TX. There's Neo Upper. Can't play that. Sends that straight to the bottom. Here comes the Recon Directive number 2. Recon Directive now number 3. Finds himself a Night Stretcher. He's got Boss's Orders in his hand. He's got the Night Stretcher. Is there a energy in his discard pile? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah. So once again, things have slowed down. Be interesting to maybe see Ryan go out of his way to preemptively get some damage on the Ursaluna by bossing it up and mind-bending it, taking away the option of an Ursaluna attack next turn. Because Hassan could just go retreat to Ursaluna, attach, boss, KO Ryan's Ursaluna, which is the only threat on Ryan's side of the field. So by bossing it and mind-bending it, it kind of limits Hassan for a turn. But it's just going to go for move 3 over and then pass.
Yeah, moves it over to the Genesect as well, choosing to put a little pressure on that Pokemon, now only 80 HP for it, setting it up to Baby B. Mind-bend KO'd if he'd like. Now Hassan, with the Yveltal still in his active position, has successfully bought himself a couple turns now with this strategy. How is he going to navigate this end game? How is he going to get himself back into this game facing a 5-3 card prize card deficit?
I mean, I think it has to start with dealing with Ryan's Ursaluna. It was also interesting to see Ryan not build up some damage on Hassan's Ursaluna, because Hassan could theoretically actually just KO the Monkey Dory with the Ursaluna this turn, and his Ursaluna would theoretically be safe, or maybe guaranteed to be safe. You probably know Ryan is playing the 3 Luminous from Ryan's Ursaluna, but we do have the boss play. I'm just going to remove the only threat in play.
And that is what he will do. Down goes Ryan's Blood Moon Ursaluna. Ryan draws for turn, promoting the Monkey Dory straight back to the active spot. Cannot play that Neo Upper Energy. He's running pretty low on resources. There's a basic Psychic. He now can get back the basic Fire that was in the discard pile from the Ursaluna, so he can get that back with a Night Stretcher should he want.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple different options here from Ryan. You could go after that Genesect on the bench and actually KO it this turn. The Jamming Tower's shutting off the Bravery Charm. And it only has that 110 HP, so a Mind Bend plus another Adrenaline Brain would get there. That would give you access to the Neo Upper. And you did just see a Night Stretcher get used from Hassan, which is one of the only form of recovery is 2 Night Stretchers. So there's only one of those remaining, and hasn't done very much over the last couple turns. So
something interesting though here, Azul, a little bit of levels to this game is Ryan does have his Hawlucha in the hand, and that's a way he could win the game on the next turn should he knock out the Genesect here, but Hassan has that Erica's Invitation, right? And could pull that Hawlucha to the active spot. So maybe Ryan is a little wary of the fact that Hawlucha has made its way into his hand here. That is probably his line to try to take 2 prize on the next turn should he take a 1 prize KO right now.
Yeah, I think Ryan's turn would look really, really good if he had a counter catcher. If you go counter catcher plus Iona or something like that, that would feel really, really good. And we see he's debating an Iono and maybe just mind-bending the Ursaluna. I guess similarly, Hassan's Ursaluna can't attack.
And counter catcher not live right now either, Azul.
Yeah, counter catcher's not live. So yeah, for Ryan here,
he's going to put that Dusclops in play.
I'm not sure how I feel about that. A Gus card, a Boss's Order, I guess specifically, once again, they're tied on 3, so no counter catchers. But a Boss bring up Dusclops is like good enough here from Hassan to slow things down once again.
Now Hassan is down 1 Boss's Orders already. He does play the full 4. Pretty standard for these Absol decks to play lots of aggressive gusting cards. He's going to use that last Recon Directive now on Ryan's side. He adds Research to his hand. Does have that Neo Upper Energy that he cannot play, and Azul, it does look like Mind Bend is going to be his option. Not before Adrenaline Brain is used. Get a couple damage counters off of this, and perhaps something to think about. Where should these be placed?
Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see some get built up on the Ursaluna this turn, to be honest, just so you could counter the Ursaluna with your own Ursaluna, potentially. And it looks like he's debating getting it onto the Genesect. And does commit to the Genesect to set up for the Mind Bend. But if your Monkey Dory, your way to KO the Genesect is the Monkey Dory. And if the Monkey Dory survives, you could KO it anyways next turn. So, oh, I guess the Mind Bend is getting the damage on the Ursaluna to set that up, though.
So if Hassan can find himself a penny, he could reset this Ursaluna. You know, it can't attack even though it is confused, thanks to Blood Moon being used on the last turn. So he needs to retreat and penny, or penny and retreat, some order of those two things in order to attack here anyway.
Yeah, and no prize cards drawn on the last turn, so no Pheasantipity draw. It does have a penny in hand. Honestly, pennying up the Genesect and resetting that seems pretty decent here.
Could be an option. Retreat the Ursaluna into the Genesect and then penny it, reset it. Looks like he's going to go for the Eviltal, though. Thinking about it. No, into the Pheasantipity. Now Ursaluna no longer confused. Penny picks up the Fez.
I guess this works as well. It gives you that bench space opening for a Monkey Dory. You still want to keep the Genesect in play, but this keeps the Genesect in play. There's also no threat on the Genesect here as well, right? Should be safe. I don't think Ryan has a way to do... Oh, that's not true, though. I guess Ryan could get an Energy Up Boss and a Dragapult and KO the Genesect to open up Neo Upper for the following turn.
And that may be what he has to do. Jet Headbutt may be Ryan Antonucci's option. He will send up Dracloak. He does draw for turn. He is really limited on resources, though. He is really going to need to find himself an energy here to pull that off, and he has very, very few left. He's got quite a few in his discard pile now. 3 Luminous, 2 Psychic, and 1 Fire. That's actually all of his energy that are not Neo Upper Energy are currently in his discard pile. He does have 1 Night Stretcher in the discard pile, so still has a couple of those available. And he's going to go for a research, and he gives up on the potential of the Neo Upper for the future.
Yeah, he might just be looking to attack into the Ursaluna this turn for 70 damage, or I guess you have access to Counter Catcher now as Ryan, right? So you could maybe bring up something off the bench, not KO it, but like resetting the Ursaluna seems a little weird as well. So yeah, some big options, some big decisions here to make for Ryan, and we'll see what he commits to.
Yeah, I think he knows that his Dragapult won't be in threat of, being KO'd at all.
Yeah.
So if he can just manually power up a Dragapult over the course of 2 turns, that will likely be enough for him. He is going to use Night Stretcher #1 to get himself back a Fire Energy. Every resource here being utilized for Ryan, really coming down to the wire. He has only got a few cards remaining in deck at the moment.
Yeah, and actually I kind of like the attack into the Ursaluna here. It plays around Monkey Dory healing or Bravery Charm making its way into the Ursaluna with a Stadium.
Just a pass, Azul.
And this plays heavily into Penny from Hassan, though.
And he has a Pokegear 3.0. Hassan is playing 3 Penny in his list, only 1 in the discard pile right now, so he has a decent amount of dig to try to find that supporter.
He also has a Watchtower and an Arven, so if this doesn't find a Penny, which I'm sure you're looking for.
7 cards, doesn't find it yet. Last card, 7th one. Is it a Penny? No. He's got Boss's Orders. Honestly, with the use of resources at this point, bossing even like a Dracloak here.
I mean, boss Dusclops, that's what we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Putting the Dusclops in play was a pretty big liability from Ryan. But with how many energy he had left, I don't know if it would matter because he has access to 1 remaining energy. So even if it was a Duskull, using that last energy on a Duskull is almost just as bad as using it on a Dusclops, to be honest. But this should be pretty tough. I mean, I think Ryan's just going to deck out, maybe.
He does not play Professor Turo's Scenario. He's got no other switch cards. He, of course, cannot use Curse Blast to get this Pokemon out of the active spot, thanks to the Psyduck on Hassan's bench. And with only 2 cards left in his deck, Ryan just passes the turn. He's not scooping it up just yet, Azul, but I think there probably is an argument to move on to a 3rd game.
Yeah, I don't see a win condition for Ryan. Maybe he sees something we don't. Of course, you can always hope that your opponent just makes a big mistake. That's still available for Hassan to do, of course. No one's going to stop him from making misplays. So, but yeah, if I was Ryan here, I wouldn't hate to see you pack it up. Go into game 3, you're going to get to go second. Hope to get that Badoo before they find the trolley, which is pretty likely, and kind of see how we could see maybe how game 1 played out, where he's able to take it over. But he's going to opt to stick this one out. And yeah, we're not too far away from Hassan being able to close it out, though, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, Hassan, I think, could just pass for a few more turns. I mean, Ryan does have Iono, so he can refresh his deck here if he wants to, but it's just kind of delaying the inevitable. I think that Ryan is going to deck out in this game. He's got 2 more Iono in his hand, it looks like. Oh, and the Eerie from Hassan. That's more information, perhaps, for Ryan.
Night Stretcher.
He is going to hit that 3rd and final Night Stretcher. Also gets rid of one of those 2 Counter Catcher in hand. Down goes the Night Stretcher. Ryan draws for turn. It is another Iono, and Yeah, Ryan cannot win this game. Says, let's move it on to game number 3. Hassan, without even taking any prize cards. The only prize card he took was from Ryan's Dusknoir. He finds a way to win the second game.
Yeah, Ryan had to invest so many resources into that Ursaluna in the early game. Once you dealt with that, things kind of collapsed from Ryan. Yeah, once that was dealt with, the Genesect, I think, was a big player in that one as well. Limiting that Neo upper energy. I wasn't sure how effective it was going to be, but it did make a big, that was like maybe the biggest difference was the Genesect in that one.
What a game. So what an interesting spot. Have to wonder there at the last couple turns, maybe there's something Ryan could have done a little differently with his resource use, maybe with what he chose to KO, perhaps.
Yeah, we see he was
try to close this out, but yeah, I mean, he was really obviously handcuffed by the fact that the Bloodwind Ursaluna was his starter.
Yeah, it was a starter. Also, the Latias being prized, like I mentioned, Yveltal heavy build here from Hassan. You don't really want to put it in play, but you had to. And there we see Hassan got the Ursaluna, KO with the Ursaluna, and then from there, it was just the player with the Ursaluna in play was able to close it out. Of course, Hassan just trapping the Dusclops in the active, and Ryan eventually conceding. Honestly, if Ryan was going to like stick it out to that point, though, I would like to have seen Ryan just like stick it out the whole way. Play the Iono, force Hassan to take 6 prize cards. A little bit of a half measure there, I guess, from Ryan. Sticking out for a little bit with obviously no win condition. And now we have that much less time for game 3.
We are going into our game 3 here. Prize cards going out for both of these players. Ryan has, of course, chosen to go second, so Hassan will kick off the opening turn here of this game number 3. He's going to be looking to play as many item cards as he can. No Precious Trolley in the opening hand, but hey, Nest Ball's not a bad consolation.
Yeah, this is like the second best thing is turn 1 Kangaskhan in the active, and really cleanly here as well. You opened a Pokemon you actually still want in play. The Yveltal, you didn't open something like the Pheasantipity early on or anything like that, so it's not going to mess up your board, and you're going to get into that Kangaskhan, which you could still find the Trolley, but I think Hassan here would settle for any Pokemon, or even just an energy attachment for turn, and not going to get locked out as hard as he did in that game 1.
Prize cards for Hassan does yield a couple of penny. Also that Team Rocket's Watchtower, not useful to shut down any of Ryan's Pokemon's abilities, but importantly, a bump for the Jamming Tower, worth noting. And he finds the Trolley Azul, turn 1 Trolley, still able to happen. Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh, yeah. And now we get to see that clean start from Hassan, but is he gonna have enough time to utilize this? This is where you wanna be as the Absol player. If you're not going second to Arvin for your Trolley, you wanna have your Trolley, and there is the Trolley, and we get to see that perfect board state. Kangaskhan, Absol, Yveltal, Double Monkey Dory, and probably the Pecharunt EX. Or the Latias, need one of them to get involved. I'm actually kind of surprised to not see the Pecharunt DX with the Yveltal already in play. If Yveltal wasn't in play, it'd maybe make a little more sense. So that one is the only thing that stands out to me. But yeah, this is what you're looking for.
Yeah, no bench space for the side up. We talked about how important that is. Where does he want to get that in the mix?
That is a good point. And with 2 penny prized, you might not be able to get into the mix. Yeah, I didn't actually take note of that initially, but the second Monkey Dory might be a little bit of a misstep here from Hassan. And the only way Ryan's going to be able to win this game is if he gets aggressive. And if he is now has the opportunity to use Dusknoirs, that's how you can get aggressive with Dragapult.
Brian is already a player who plays pretty quickly. And here, on his opening turn, he does not have a supporter. He's got Buddy Poffin. He gets himself a couple of Dreepy, but yeah, no Lily's Determination, no Iono to refresh the hand. Just a pass back over to Hassan, who uses that Cypher Maniac's code breaking. The first one we've seen of the game. This will allow him to stack any 2 cards he wants. And he's like, yeah, I'm just going to draw these things. Let me just go ahead and put them in my hand. And sure enough, he will utilize them and turbo energize these into play. I think both of these players playing quickly here. They both want to win. Only 6 minutes left. And Ryan does find himself a Lily's Determination here off of his first Recon Directive.
Yeah, the hand wasn't terrible there for Ryan, despite the lack of the Badoo. Although, how much was Badoo going to help you anyways? Right. Not that much. But has a couple Dracloaks, and now with that Lily, going to start to get set up. And I really want to see Ryan commit to the Duskulls. The only way you win this game at this point, I think, as Ryan, is if you commit to the Duskulls. And as long as he reads the board, takes note of the fact there's no Psyduck on the board, which all he has to do is, look across the field. Sure, you can play in Fear of Penny and all that, but we don't have enough time to play in Fear of Penny to the Psyduck. And retreat locking isn't a real win condition for Hassan either. Hassan is not going to be able to bring up your Duskull or Dusclops and actually beat you in 5 minutes the way he did in game 2.
So off this Ultra Ball, he actually is still going to eye up the Badoo, so not going to go that aggressive route. I don't know that there's enough time for this strategy.
Yeah, I don't love the Badoo, and
Okay.
I don't think Ryan loves it either. Instinctually, as the Dragon Ball player, you probably look at your bench and you're like, there's no Badoo. I need the Badoo. But then realizes, we don't got time for Badoo, and what is it really going to prevent on my opponent's side of the field anyways after they play the trolley? That's the big card to try and prevent, but it's already been done.
So he just chooses to get himself 2 Dracloak off the pair of Ultra Ball he played, and then uses Lily's Determination, sending his hand into the deck. He gets himself 8 cards here, and he still has 2 Recon Directives to work with. There's number 1. Does get himself an energy to attach for turn. He already has a basic Psychic in the hand as well. Also has Dusknoir, which is a 1 of his list. He's going to send it to the bottom. And second Recon Directive does find a Night Stretcher.
Yeah, it does have 1 Duskull in hand, but you'd love to see a second.
Yeah, and I think there might be a pause of play here. It looked like when Ryan was using his second Recon Directive, he's trying to play quickly. Azul, I think he might have seen the 3rd card. I think he might have picked up more than just 2 cards off of his Recon Directive.
Yeah, it definitely looked like that was possible. It's hard to tell for sure from our angle. We see sometimes a little bit more or a little bit less than the players see, but definitely possible he saw that next card, which would be really unfortunate.
Oh, man. That would be really, really unfortunate and would likely lead to a penalty at this situation, which would mean Hassan would only need to take 4 prizes in 4 minutes, and that is much more feasible than 6.
Yeah, definitely. What's actually interesting about this matchup, though, is it's all about dealing with the first Absol quickly. If Ryan can do that, even if Hassan, you know, does receive, or if Ryan receives a 2 prize penalty, means Hassan only needs to draw 4 prize cards. But I could still see Ryan winning this game. Because once you deal with that Absol, you have control over how many prize cards you draw from there. You don't have to give the Ursaluna play over to Hassan aggressively. So I definitely wouldn't count him out yet, but we'll have to see what happens here.
And I think our judges here are also going to make sure that the deck is in the correct order. A little interesting since certain cards were sent to the bottom, right, off the Recon Directive. So those cards need to stay on the bottom. Standard procedure here will be to count those cards out, send them to the bottom, and then give the rest of the deck a shuffle so that re-randomizes the deck here. Since more information is gained, you know, Ryan could theoretically change what he does on his next turn based on knowing what he's going to top deck, right? You know, if there was a KO between turns, something like that. So, yeah, a bit of an unfortunate situation. Obviously, I don't think there's anything malicious here going on from Ryan.
No.
He's trying to play quickly. He wants to try to win, and it just leads to this mistake that's going to hurt him a little bit here.
Yeah, definitely going to hurt him a little bit. Like I said, there's still potential. In a lot of matchups, it kind of feels like it's over once the 2 prize penalty hits. But this is one of the matchups where it's all about that Absol. So if we can still isolate it, deal with it, there is hope for Ryan despite a potential 2 prize penalty. We haven't gotten an official word on that yet, but it is to be expected, of course. Like you mentioned, they're randomizing the deck, so it looks like they definitely know a card was seen at this point. Get that all corrected, and then we'll get back into it. Ryan does have that energy in hand, though, and he does have a Duskull with potential for another Duskull off of the 3rd Recon Directive, which hasn't been used, I believe. So
I think it was that was his 3rd one.
Oh, was that the 3rd one?
Card, yeah.
Okay.
He used one before the Lilies.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that should be the 3rd. So that's actually pretty big because I think what he needs this turn is basically double Duskull to threaten the potential of KOing the Absol on the next turn. 1 Duskull this turn might be a little bit too slow.
Saw a little bit of a smirk out to the crowd, knowing that this is a good situation for him to find himself in. Obviously, I don't think anyone wants to see this happen across the table, but also at the same time, a lot on the line, right? Starting 3-0, moving to 4-0 would feel really, really nice. So, I mean, we take those, is what we say, right?
Yeah, you take it. It's one of those things where it's going to come back to you eventually, anyways.
You'll be the one making a mistake, and
it kind of evens out. And for Ryan, though, you know, it's still good to see him play fast. Like, he's playing to win the match is what you love to see. He's aware. You know, a lot of players are always playing to win the match, but aren't executing in the correct manner to win the match. And we do see Ryan playing fast, of course. Your accuracy of play is going to drop. You're going to make more mistakes. And sometimes the mistakes aren't just attaching the energy on the wrong Pokemon. It's breaking the game state, which unfortunately leads to that prize penalty. But I think at the end of it, though, you still like seeing Ryan play for the win as far as just playing quickly.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Ryan, a very experienced player. Yeah, it's pretty normal at the end of a day 1 of any given tournament to see Ryan Antonucci's name up at the top of the standings, 8-0-1, 8-1. I feel like pretty regular occurrences for him at the end of day number 1. He, of course, won the Knoxville Regional Championships last year. Or a couple seasons ago now, actually.
Yeah, I heard someone say recently, I think he has the most fumbled 8-1 starts, starting 8-1 and then not making top cut.
You said it, not me.
Is a stat that I've heard. So he gets there pretty consistently where he's close to the winning in or maybe 2 wins out and has some pretty good day 1 records at ICs.
Yeah, Son, experienced player as well. He's actually made a couple of deep tournament runs with Control. Pidgeot Control Enjoyer over on the left side of the table. I think 2 top cuts with that deck in the last couple of years.
Yep.
Control is not super strong in this current format, but if you're someone who enjoys Control, I mean, Absol Kangaskhan's got some of those elements in it, right?
Especially this build with the retreat locking. You have an Erica's Invitation in there.
Eerie.
He's got the Eerie as well, so playing a lot of Control-esque cards. And these are 2 names for these players where I don't think they're household names quite yet, but like if you've been in the scene, if you've watched for a little while, all the top players in the game know both of these players, are very familiar with them.
Very good players indeed. So looks like we're just getting that last little bit resolved with the ordering of the deck. And that is not Ryan's deck right there. That is his hand. That is what happens after Lowe's Determination plus a couple recon directives.
At first I thought that was the bottom half of his deck, but I was like, there was no Iono,
nope.
so it shouldn't be
that is just 10
big.
cards in his hand currently.
Yeah, Lily and a couple recons will get you there for sure. And yeah, it looks like they're still just like finalizing the situation. Maybe have to go get someone else involved to make it official.
Looks like Head Judge is going to come up to the stage. Don't know if there's some sort of appeal. Of course, that is always an option for a player. If a penalty's been issued, they have the opportunity to appeal to the Head Judge. You know, of course, I think it did look like on our screen that Ryan like picked up and that 3rd card was perhaps revealed, but from the angle he's sitting, maybe he didn't see the card, and he's saying, oh, I didn't see the card, so which is certainly possible. Very unfortunate situation, though. I think if you watch it back, though, you can definitely see that a 3rd card was at least picked up from the deck. Whether or not it was seen, who's to say?
That is going to be the question for sure, and that's what they're going to have to decide here. Looks like we've maybe got it resolved. The judges are getting their headsets back on.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get that sorted here very, very quickly. It does look like they're just giving all the information to our players. Perhaps a reveal of what the card scene was, and then a shuffle. That's, I think, been the standard procedure in this type of situation has changed a bit over the years. I think that's where we're at right now, though, in the game.
Yeah, I think we've gone, definitely gone back and forth a few times, and
Yeah, and there's the reveal of the card to both players. And now the deck will be shuffled. We did see our judge leave the cards that were recon directive to the bottom, off to the side, so they will be in the correct order. The rest of the deck will be randomized. Kind of a funny situation we see come up now with cards like Iono and Dracloak in the format where it's like we know the bottom order, but the rest of the deck is still random. And even though the order is changing, you know, random is random. So still a fully adequately randomized deck. We got to make sure, make sure those cards are put back on the bottom as they should be. And I think looks like our players are thinking here, and Ryan is going to get right back into his game and benches a Duskull, it looks like, and now a pass. No, it's a Dreepy coming down.
Yeah, Dreepy. Only the 1 Duskull. Does have plenty of Dusclops and Dusknoir in the hand, though, so it was almost lining up very well for that line, but didn't get that second Duskull to work with. And there is the 2-prize penalty, of course.
Yeah, 2-prize penalty and a boss's orders from Hassan. He'll be able to chase this Dracloak with the energy on it. 4.5 minutes remaining. He's going to move quickly here as he is going to be the player with the advantage.
Yeah, honestly, another card worth mentioning that Hassan didn't put on the bench. There was the Psyduck, of course, but also Genesect. When you're trying to be more aggressive, and if you think you have the ability to pick off energy in the early game, which does happen, the way to come back into it is initially the Neo Upper and then followed by the Ursaluna as the Dragapult player. Genesect over one of the Monkey Doors also could have been a good grab to completely limit Ryan.
We actually do see Hassan discards the Pheasantipity. He just wants to limit Ryan's draw as much as possible here. And I do think Ryan is probably going to need to go all in for the Neo Upper on this turn. He needs to start attacking in. Azul, unfortunately, Neo Upper is in his prize cards.
Oh, that's tough. Honestly, depending on what Ryan is aware of, he is playing fast. I don't know how thorough his prize check was. If he's aware of all the things he has to overcome currently, like the Neo Upper energy, Ursaluna plus energy on the bench, I don't hate as maybe what you have to build up towards here, but we'll see how he handles this turn.
Would still be quite a few turns away from attacking if that was to be loaded up, I feel like, right?
Yeah, get a Dust, well, no, knock out
with his own Dusclops.
Yeah, get the Dusclops. Yeah, he'd be able to KO it next turn. So yeah, Ursaluna plus energy here. And we do see him shuffle Loomis to the bottom of the deck, so I think Ryan is maybe aware of that line. Did not attach it to a Dracloak.
Gonna make sure he gets himself the correct number of cards here. It is 6, and there is a recon directive. I think he had his Ursaluna in his hand and didn't bench it, so he's maybe not quite keyed in on that line as well.
Oh, maybe he is looking for that Neo Upper, which is prized.
Yeah, not gonna be able to do it. He does find himself a Dragapult EX and can at least get a Jet Headbutt and set up for something here. I don't even know if you want to give Hassan the damage, though. That would lead to an energy switch, like terminal period play, potentially, right?
It would, but if you're in the situation as Ryan, I don't think you care. I think you just got to go. So 70 damage is 70 damage. That's good. That's good work for the turn, I feel like, for what he has available.
So this is an opening here for Hassan. If he can find a Darkness Energy and Energy Switch, which he plays 2 of, he would be able to pull off the terminal period and KO this Dragapult EX in the active spot. Earthen Vessel will be used to ditch a Mist Energy. He finds himself a couple of Darkness Energy, and it looks like his only supporter in hand was Iono, so it'll be off of 5 cards for him to find an Energy Switch to get this KO. Regardless, though, still laying a bunch of damage into this Dragapult with with Claw of Darkness, excuse me, is not too bad, but have to imagine if he could KO it here, he would.
Yeah, you definitely like to get the KO. I actually wonder if on Hassan's side of the field, you maybe protect this Absol and retreat to the bench. I'm a little wary of attacking into the Dragapult with the Absol on this next turn if we're not able to find that E-Switch. Getting the E-Switch, of course, lines everything up great, but the lack of Psyduck on the bench, the lack of Genesect on the bench means there'll be quite a few options here for Ryan on that next turn.
6 cards to do it. There's 4, 5, actually only 5 cards drawn as he has taken a prize card, and that is not a very strong hand, and he is going to swing Azul, not protecting the Absol. No, has not swung yet. Excuse me, just use of the Adrenabrain. And he will choose to swing here. Uses Claw of Darkness. Now, what does this open up?
I mean, this is pretty big for Ryan. Ryan can KO this Absol next turn with the Dragapult, actually. And there'll be no prize cards drawn from Hassan. Of course, Hassan is only a Dragapult to KO from winning at that point because of the double prize penalty. As we see, Ryan just throw a bunch of damage onto the Dragapult. Hassan helps him out. Both players very aware there's not that much time left, so they're working together here.
Here, you do the damage. I'm going to play my turn.
And they're getting it going. There's only 30 seconds left.
If he can finish off his turn here, he would get himself 2 more turns to try to win this game. So he needs to play quickly. If he can finish his turn and attack here before these next 20 seconds are up, there's a Fire Energy. That would be really strong. He's already used the Cursed Blast on the active, so he's going as quick as he can. There's 1 Recon Directive. There is 1 more to be used, I do believe. No, not even going to use it. Values the time even more, and I think Azul, he has finished off his turn here before time has expired completely. The question is going to be, when is time called versus when Hassan promotes and draws. He has promoted, he has drawn. We'll get confirmation on which player is turn 0, but that could be a massive deal here.
Yeah, I didn't even see, usually you see the players react when time is drawn.
Looks like that reaction is happening right now.
Yeah, but
so a weird quirk here with the rules, right? Whichever player it is currently becomes turn 0 when time is called.
Yeah.
But if a knockout has happened and let's say Hassan, for example, is waiting to promote and draw and hasn't quite gone through all those actions yet, his turn has not started. He would not be turn 0 in that instance. Ryan would have been the player that was turn 0. So really kind of key here, down to the seconds almost, as to which player will be turn 0. And it's a huge deal here. It's the difference between Ryan getting 1 more turn and 2 more turns.
Yeah, definitely a big deal.
Confirmation, by the way, Hassan is turn 0. So his card was drawn before time was called at the table.
And Hassan is actually really close to, I believe, winning. Just needs an E-Switch. And does have a Cypher Maniac in hand, actually. So
as long as the E-Switch is in the deck, it is not in the prize cards. He has only played 1. He's not used his run errand just yet.
And that might be what he's thinking about here, is unsure.
Is that E-Switch prized?
Yeah, because has the Cypher Maniac. And he's just kind of debating whether or not to play it. I mean, you can't lose next turn here as, oh, that's not true. I guess Halucha plus Gus could get involved. And yeah.
Oh, he's not going to use the Cypher.
Oh, he draws the E-Switch.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh.
He draws the E-Switch to move the energy to the active, and he has Night Stretcher in the hand to get back another energy card.
Yep.
And Rapid Fire combo will KO Ryan's Dragapult. Hassan takes the last 2 prize cards he needs and comes away with a 2-1 victory.
Yeah, wow, that was intense. And once again, both players playing fast, not being thorough with their prize check. Hassan was definitely not confident in the E-Switch being in the deck. So tries to open up more options potentially with the Kangaskhan draw, and then draws into the energy switch anyways. Yeah, that was a very exciting conclusion to a pretty exciting series overall.
He doesn't even bother with the Cypher and just draws into it. Incredible. What a sequence. Got a feel for Ryan. You know, he was in a great spot, it felt like, really in game 2. I mean, he had a dominant win in game number 1, and game 2 just kind of gets away from him. And then game 3, the extra card, definitely a feels bad moment.
Yeah, we definitely could have seen Ryan approach that one a little bit differently. I mean, just take a flashback here. from all the way back into game number 1. Ryan had that dominant opening with the Badoo shutting down the trolley, was able to scale up into the Dragapult pretty cleanly and get the first attack off, which is the big deal. Usually Absol wants to be the initiator, but not able to happen in that game 1. Ryan took it pretty handily after that Latias pull on the Lily.
And then in game number 2, the opening of Blood Moon Ursaluna was a certain cause of concern for Ryan. Had to manually power that Pokemon up, put 4 energy, 4 of his 7 energy had to go onto that Pokemon in order to make something happen here. And he tried his hardest, but ultimately it was not enough. Hassan able to get through Ryan's board with his own Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, the Battle of the Ursalunas in that one. Big shout out to the Genesect shutting down the Neo Upper. And they've gone to game number 3. And honestly, it does feel like it happens once a set, where the Absol player going first or going second just opens that trolley, and we did see that here in game number 3. Hassan had a really aggressive start, but despite of the 2 prize penalty, it almost got away from him at the end.
What's it supposed to be, like 11% to open up a 1-of in your opening hand, something like that? Sound right?
I think it's like a 33% chance for trolley. I'm pretty sure, like once, if you play 3 games, you open it once out of the
those
3.
are the real odds there.
Yeah, the real odds on that one.
And then off of the energy switch being found from Run Aaron, Hassan pulls out the Kangaskhan attack, and there it is, a 2-1 victory. He moves to 4-0 here at the Seattle Regional Championships.
Yeah, great start, and I'm kind of excited to see the Absol deck come out on top. I'm not going to lie, I'm a big fan of the gameplay of the Absol decks and the Zoroark deck specifically, kind of the 2, not new decks, but up-and-comers in the format with this last event of the format. So, I'm not disappointed to see some more Absol potential in the future from Hassan.
Yeah, and, played, had a lot of interesting lines, it feels like, right? I think played it maybe a little differently than we both thought he would have in the first game, and does end up losing that one, and even playing a little differently maybe in even that second game, really leaning into Yveltal and really leaning into the slow game plan. You can tell he's got that control player mindset about his decision-making.
Yeah, that opening liability of the Ursaluna immediately went all in on the Yveltal. Of course, he was limited in options as well to go with that, so, but then got to feel it out a little bit from there, and then it just kind of became a battle of the Ursalunas, which he's able to come out on top in.
Yeah, well, Zul, you mentioned a couple of decks that you're excited to see more of. Let's take a look at the meta here for this event that ends Zoroark EX and Mega Absol Kangaskhan. We just saw the Mega Absol on the big stage. Worth noting here, the Gardevoir Jellicent just outside of the top 6 decks. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I don't think it's too big of a surprise. I think Gardevoir players, they kind of shift back and forth from the Jellicent inclusion to not including Jellicent. We're a little bit more hype on the non-Jellicent builds right now. I think Gardevoir's just off screen at around 4%, so it's not too far gone. That's still a total of 12-13% Gardevoir, which it means it's right up there with the Dragapults and the Golden Goes. So not too big of a surprise, especially because Henry Chow, has been playing the non-Jellicent build. A lot of players gravitate towards what Henry is playing.
He is the driver of the Gardevoir meta within the meta.
A little bit. And
we also have the best of the rest here, the rest of the decks featured here in Phase 1. Your favorite, Marnie's Grimmsnarl, just pushed off the top 6 graphic there. Just about tied with Raging Bolt, 111 players versus 110. And there is that Gardevoir Jellicent and a few more decks that we've seen pop up. Of course, Dragapult Charizard has increased a little bit in popularity. It was never that popular of a deck, so up to 3% there after Oscar Madsen's top 8 run at EUIC.
Yeah, nothing too crazy in the best of the rest here. Although, if I had to pick a deck that I'm looking for to have a performance besides Gardevoir Jellicent, it would be the Raging Bolt. I actually kind of like Raging Bolt right now, and it's up there. This is like the highs in this format for Raging Bolt at the 5%. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Raging Bolt have a decent performance here.
Yeah, really excited to see a lot of this action. I've always been an enjoyer of Ceruledge EX, so I wouldn't hate to see Ceruledge have a moment to shine here this weekend. I don't know if it's quite going to work out, but there's dozens of believers out there, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, if Ross showed up, I wouldn't be surprised to see it have a potential for a top cut contention. I don't know if he's here or not, but yeah, we know he's tried and true with that one.
Well, it was a great kickoff to the day here for us. Swiss Round 4 is done. Swiss Round 5 coming up very soon. We're going to take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
And welcome into the lounge, everyone. Adam Watson here, and I've got a special interview with the 30th anniversary of Pokemon already passed. Everyone's reminiscing about their history with the game and with Pokemon in general. And I've got a couple OG players here that have extensive histories and multiple experiences with Pokemon, and we're just going to talk about it. So, Nathan Lassen and Zach Lesage, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I am really excited to be here and get to talk about kind of Pokemon. Like, I've been playing the game since I was a kid, and I've got to attend a few regionals playing and got to spend a couple regionals as well, and it's always a good time, so I'm really excited.
And yeah, I feel like I've been a lifer in this thing. I was a little kid, and now I'm kind of grown. I somehow grew up in the game and met my wife through the game. We have a child now, and we're still out here.
Yeah,
34 like a month ago.
Yeah, that must be really exciting. I know that it's been so long. It really jarred me, especially when the 30th anniversary came up, to think that there's so many people out there who got into Pokemon and now they're sort of raising the next generation. And I don't know about you. You seem pretty young to me.
Yeah, I'm still a little young, but you know, it's been crazy, like growing up with it basically like since I was born, and it always been a thing that like I'd play on my DS or whatever when I was younger, and yeah. Really
and now, Zach, when you had first gotten into Pokemon way back when, how old would you say you were? Was it right at Gen 1, or was it maybe a little bit later?
So I definitely, I couldn't afford the red and blue when it first came out. I remember being so jealous of those kids.
Got to save up that allowance.
Right, and I mean, I don't know what the Canadian dollar was back then, but we weren't getting those games, fam. But I definitely like watched the show and was kind of like involved with like the cards as a collector. And I think I really started getting into Pokemon when Gold and Silver came out.
Oh, Gen 2, my favorite.
Same. And I got the Game Boy Color Turquoise, and I got one of the games, and I remember getting in trouble so much for staying up. I had this inflatable like 90s chair, and I just like with my little light back on then, because they didn't have the backlights.
Oh my goodness, the attachable Game Boy light.
I may have got yelled at in English and French for that one. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and young boy Zach was out there trying to catch red Gyarados. So.
And Nathan, what was it like for you, your starting journey with Pokemon?
Yeah, I got a DS when I was a kid. I got like a 3DS. The first gen I ever played was Gen 5, so I played Black and White.
I hear that a lot, like the sort of newer generation. Pokemon Black and White is a great way to jump into, I think, a gen with a really good story.
Yeah, I think like Gen 5 was really what got me into it, and like yeah, like I had the same as Zach. Like I would stay up under my blanket with my little DS, and like if I hear my dad coming down the hall, I would be like, okay, gotta turn it off and pretend like I'm sleeping.
His dad's cool. He'd probably let him play.
He probably would have, but you know, I was trying to be like, you know, I had school in the morning, and yeah, I played so much of that game. Like I think I'd beat it so many times through and collected like basically almost every Pokemon that you could get. Like it was a blast. Like I really do enjoy it a lot. So.
And when you started to think about getting into the competitive side of Pokemon, what was that kind of crossover? What was that journey like? Were you always competitive?
So when I was younger, I like played like video games a lot, really competitively, and so during the pandemic, we started like doing Pokemon at the store. And like when we kind of got more and more into it, I met actually 2 of my coworkers, Taylor and Caitlin, and they were super into playing, and they got me into playing. I was playing a bunch with them. We would like close the store and then stay after for like 4 hours and play Pokemon and get ready for regionals, everything like that. And like playing the TCG has always been something that's been so enjoyable, especially because of the people that I have around me that I get to play with. So
yeah, and a community that brings you into the hobby even deeper, I think, is a story that a lot of people in the audience definitely experience themselves. And what about you, Zach? Like when you were getting into competitive Pokemon, what was that like for you at the very beginning?
Okay, I remember I've always like been a little bit of a bigger kid, so I would try out for the soccer practice and not make the team. This boy was not meant for sports. But one of my buddies on the schoolyard, that after trading some cards, he's like, have you ever gone to Pokemon League? So I remember it was like 2005 or 2006. And I remember going to League and hearing that there's a tournament in Toronto. We lived like 45 minutes north of Toronto at the time, and they're like, there's a gym challenge. And we don't have those no more. But kind of similar to our regional championships, first place got a paid trip to Worlds and an invite to the World Championships.
Wow.
I dragged my dad, and I remember I'm going to date myself here. I put MapQuest on my iPod Nano, the directions to get to the Toronto Convention Center.
Grandpa, what's MapQuest?
Yeah, what's MapQuest? We only have Apple Maps here. But I dragged him there, and I actually ended up winning the tournament. So I got a trip to Worlds to Anaheim.
Congratulations.
Thank
Do you remember what deck you played?
Oh, that's a story for my villain arc. There was some financial troubles that year with the family and some other politics, so I actually, with the paid trip, wasn't able to go.
Oh, man,
so
that is unfortunate.
It's okay. I mean, character building arc, but I ended up going to Worlds a few years later in 2010 when I was finally an adult with my own money, because I was 18 at the time. And that was actually, I didn't particularly do well. I think I went like 4-2-1 or 4-3-1, something like that. Like not bad, but like okay.
That's respectable.
My brother ended up winning in seniors, but that's okay. And ever since then, I feel like outside of a couple of years for college, I've definitely been pretty much at almost every single world championships at that point.
I mean, that's killer, right? Being so dedicated to the game, finding something that really resonated with you.
I love it.
And here you are, right? You, like you said earlier, that you're a lifer.
Yeah, you're gonna see like Grandpa Zach being pushed down an old chair, and I'm gonna be like static seating table number 1. I'm sure Ross Cawthon and Michael Pramawat might be judging still, but it's one of those things where I'm like, you start seeing some of the old heads fall off a little bit, and I'm just like, I'm still here.
Yeah,
I might look like a youngin' sometimes, but I'm still here. We're fighting.
And there's a lot of people that, you know, have been with the game seemingly the entire time.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't imagine them ever stopping.
Kind of an addiction, right?
Absolutely.
Like, it's one of those things where I'm like, out of anything in my life, Pokemon's been my biggest addiction. It's just like, I love it. Like, even when I don't love it, it's always there.
And Nathan, does that resonate with you as well? Is that a similar story to how you've experienced Pokemon, like addiction and sticking with it and just being obsessed with Pokemon throughout your life?
Yeah, it's been one of those things where, like, I mean, I've had phases up and down where I'm a lot more into it and a little bit less into it, but like, especially like recently, the last like almost like 6 years now, like it's been so deep into my life and like playing Pokemon, doing like that, and like even like if I played at a bunch of regionals and then like I started working them, so I wasn't playing. Like I know that like even if I was not working these regionals, I'd still be coming and playing and competing, and I just love being here and the environment and like what Pokemon does at these regionals. Like I've dabbled into like a couple other trading card games and everything like that, and like what Pokemon does is just so much vast and better compared to like everything I've seen and everywhere I've been when it comes to these events. And like, yeah, I think I would always be showing up. Like I can't see a time in my future where I would choose like not to be at the regionals if I could. And like, it's so crazy to me because Zach was talking, he was like, he started playing in 2005 and I was born in 2004. So like, yeah, he's literally been playing since I was alive, which is kind of wild to me. But
I've actually coached some kids and I'm like, oh, when did you start? And they're like, I'm born in 2010. And I'm like, you're telling me that I got my first Worlds invite before you were even thought of, before your parents were even together? What are we talking about here?
And it's only going to get crazier from here as Pokemon keeps going and our love for Pokemon keeps going. And I guess to wrap it up, especially in honor of the 30th anniversary, I want to ask you what your favorite Pokemon is, if there's any stories there or just a reason why it is your favorite. Nathan, if you want to get started.
So my favorite Pokemon is actually Snivy, which makes sense. I played Black when I was a kid, but actually when I first played the games, I picked Tepig as my starter and not Snivy. But over recently, like 4 or 5 years ago, I decided that, yeah, I liked Snivy a lot more. And I remember watching the anime, and like I always liked Snivy a lot watching in the anime. And so, yeah, that's been my favorite for a good while now.
All right. And what about you, Zach?
Can I have two? Can I have two favorites, or we got to choose one?
Give me the top one, and we'll see if we can squeeze in a second.
Okay, cool. So my favorite as of late, I'm sorry, other ones, is Blacephalon. I went on an absolute tear in like the 2018-2019 season. I won 2 major tournaments, the Mexico City special event, Collinsville Regionals, which was the biggest regionals of all time at the time. And I was one of the only people who was really like putting that deck on my back. And a lot of people were like, Zach, why do you keep on playing this deck? And I'm like, have you won 2 tournaments this year? Ian Robb won 2 tournaments that year and also played that deck. I think y'all are wrong. And it's hard to argue. Maybe you could argue Zach Lesage. We're not arguing Ian Robb. That guy's kind of the goat of cards. But no, Blacephalon's always been kind of cool. I always, I kind of like the clownish nature of it, the jester, the colors that's popping off. I really like the color pink. tell. So Blacephalon just kind of that guy, and on top of all of the memories that I made with it, kind of in the stratosphere of professional Pokemonisms, I feel like Blacephalon put me on the map at a level that allows me to kind of be here, or be with Kayfabe, or continue to have the career that I do.
That's a really strong point. You know, like Pokemon can resonate with different people for different reasons, and you never know where you might end up when you're a fan of Pokemon. So I want to thank you, of course, for joining me, kind of reflecting on the past and the history as we move forward beyond the 30th anniversary. We're going to kick things back to a quick break and then some more Pokemon action.
It may be windy, but the action, nothing more than exciting here in Seattle. Things are heating up, and we'll see how these players continue to traverse through the tournament. Welcome back. My name is Ethan Hecke. Piper Lapine is joining me this time as we are through the 4th Swiss round, heading into round number 5. Players are really looking to get as many match points as possible in this first phase as they progress through into phase 2, and then tomorrow as we crown a champion.
Yeah, we have a really exciting matchup for us. Slowking Box against Dragapult Dusknoir. Pultnor is kind of known for its ability to beat whatever it plays against with the Itchy Pollen from Budew and the Curse Blast from Dusknoir and Dusclops, but Slowking has that power from the Kyurem, so we'll see if Pultnor can survive that.
Yeah, not a deck we get to feature very often, so very excited to see how this will traverse one of the most popular and existing threats in the metagame in Dragapult EX. We're ready to throw things down to the stage, so let's take a look at our 2 players and get into this 5th Swiss round. See, it is Christopher Caro up against Zach Elliott. Zach playing the Dragapult Dusknoir deck, but we will, of course, take a bit of a spotlight and seek some more information on this Slowking and how it uses Academy at Night to power up a little bit of a combination attack here with Seek Inspiration.
Yeah, Slowking needs whatever Pokemon attack you want to use on top of the deck to reveal it, and there's a lot of powerful options like Haxorus, Annihilate to get different knockouts, and the Academy at Night not only sets up the Slowking's attack, but if you already have information from like Cypher Maniacs, you can potentially, or if you're not using a Slowking attack, you can potentially use the Academy at Night to prepare for Ionos, which the Dragapult Dusknoir deck is notorious for using.
So just copy that attack from the top of the deck, so using Academy at Night to stack that card on top, and then, of course, discarding the card. So, you know, it does require a little bit more maintenance, not just to power up that attack, but also to get all of these cards into play. You mentioned, of course, that Haxorus, that Kyurem, another very scary attack, since a lot of these Dragapult decks, including Zach's, are not playing something like Shaman to protect the bench.
For sure. And interestingly enough, as we'll see, what used to be played in Slowking was the Xatu engine to attach those Psychic Energies and draw cards. However, with the release of Phantasmal Flames, now the deck has shifted to a more aggressive turbo build, utilizing Wondrous Patch to accelerate those Psychic Energies from the discard pile. And looking at the prize cards, we do see that one of Annihilate prize. That's a way to knock out those big EX Pokemon like the Dragapult. And the Technical Machine Devolution is prized, so you can't play for a Kyurem to knock out those Dracloaks and put 110 on the Dragapult and then Devo that Dragapult later.
Yeah, another interesting non-inclusion in this deck. We see a lot of these lists, I mean, I guess it's hard to say a lot since this is not a super popular variant by any means, but one thing that, you know, has always struck my mind with this deck is the ability to use something like Regigigas a little bit easier, to use that attack, Jewel Breaker, you know, hit for 320 plus damage, take KOs onto these terrestrial Pokemon. But Christopher is not playing that in his list, so it may be a little bit more difficult if these Dragapult EX can get set up into play to be able to take KOs later on once Phantom Dive starts being used.
Absolutely, and looking at Zach's side, 3 basic energies prize. He is playing 4, which is 1 extra than we typically see, only playing 2 Luminous, but that is going to make it really awkward for Zach to be able to attach to those Dracloaks, which could be under a lot of pressure from a potential Kyurem really early on.
Stage is set, Piper. We are ready to get into what is one of the more interesting Swiss matchups that we have seen in recent time for the tournament. It feels like everything is kind of becoming the, you know, the sort of standard, so to say, right? We're playing with the same decks, the same matchups. We've seen a lot of Dragapult versus Gardevoir last event, and, you know, that was kind of my expectation going in. Okay, you know, we'll cast another 4 Dragapult versus Gardevoir matchups, but we are really getting thrown for a curveball right away. I hope you all at home are ready to see what is hopefully a treat of a matchup between, you know, 2 players who are not super known, And more importantly, big spotlight on Christopher. Can he step up to the stage, step up to the spotlight, and really put on a show with this deck featuring Slowking?
Yeah, absolutely. Now that we're at the end of the Phantasmal Flames format, we kind of see people getting a little tired of those normal decks and switching it up a little, playing Slowking, for example. So it'll be exciting to see if it can get through that early game of Dragapult Dusknoir using Itchy Pollen and setting up those Dusclopses, Dusknoirs for a big Phantom Dive, as with Slowking and Slowpokes, those are pretty fragile Pokemon, and Dragapult does really well against those typically.
Just a little bit of a jump scare on the camera here. We see you, Zach. We see you. No worries. And we are ready to get into things here. Swiss, round number 5 between Zach Elliott and Christopher Caro. As Christopher does go first and starts things off with the Kangaskhan, and immediately a pretty big sequencing decision is going to actually choose to play Nest Ball here before using that Run Errand ability.
Yeah, one of the things this signifies is Christopher with the Squawk ability in the deck may just be wanting to use that aggressively and save the Run Errand for later. However, in a lot of scenarios, it could be you already have all the Pokemon you want for your turn, so you don't want to Run Errand and draw into those Pokemon. But here, since getting the Squawk ability, we're probably going to see that Squawk and Seize, see 6 new cards, get 2 more with the Errand running, and really just set up.
So deck does get shuffled with Ultra Ball. 2 Pokemon found. It does also find the Academy at night, and we'll go ahead and preserve what appears to be, we'll see what this card discarded. So it looks like Cypher Maniac is going to be saved here from the top of the deck. We'll just draw into that with the Squawk and Seize, so finds that and a couple more cards. Does find Nest Ball and has yet to use that Mega Kangaskhan EX's ability just quite yet. So super solid start here for Christopher. He's going to have the Latias down. It's going to allow free pivot between these basic Pokemon thanks to that Skyliner ability. And with this Psychic Energy attachment already, Christopher could be threatening a huge Trifrost on the following turn if he can really get all those pieces into play, and more importantly, if the Stadium card also stays into play.
Absolutely. We see that Cypher Maniacs has really been doing a lot in these Mega Kangaskhan decks, especially in the Absol, as it just synergizes so well. It makes it so you almost have 2 quick searches, and that ability is restricted to 1 per turn. But now moving over to Zach's side, already has a Buddy Poffin, a great start, looking to get that Budew, another Dreepy or 2, and a Duskull to start making big threats. But Zach does have to be a little bit worried of that Trifrost knocking out all those Dreepies.
Yeah, I mean, it's already guaranteed here for Christopher in the hand. Cypher Maniac just grabs the pieces. So if you're Zach, you've got to wonder, is it worth going into something like Budew to slow the pace down? That is usually the MO of this Dragapult deck, but it really will depend on how strong the hand is, because by getting Budew down, you're also getting 1 less Dreepy into play, which could also just get completely wiped off the board with that Kyurem's attack.
What is interesting is Kyurem does force Christopher to discard all those energies from the Slowking, and without the Xatu engine that I mentioned earlier, only relying on the Wonders patches, another Itchy Pollen from Zach would prevent Christopher from attacking back-to-back. So by using an Itchy Pollen this turn, Christopher can't start to set up a second Slowpoke on the bench with a Wonders patch, and then Zach will eventually get a free turn in a couple turns.
Yeah, and this was interesting here. I was wondering if Zach was actually going to stagger benching these Dreepy in this spot, and only bench 2 here. And it actually does have a research, so look at this. It's actually going to preserve the Latias EX. You can always just kind of put that into play, and I kind of wonder, maybe if saving something like Pheasantipity for the following turn may have been just slightly a little bit better, since you're almost expecting, or okay, rather, to just put that into play so that in future turns you can pivot in and out of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and, well, I think we also could have benched that Latias that you mentioned, as Zach does have a ton of energies prized, so it's going to be pretty unlikely that you're going to be able to find one to retreat, and even if you do, you want to preserve those for later attachments when your Dreepies aren't under pressure. But here, getting a second Duskull, really trying to make threatening plays. I mean, if Christopher does go for the Trifrost next turn, and Zach wants to, he could use a Curse Blast and potentially attack with Blood Moon or Saloon immediately. But here we see a huge Jamming Tower, getting rid of that Academy at night, meaning Christopher now needs an extra piece, which, if he doesn't have it yet, won't be able to Cypher for it.
Would only be able to find 2 of those pieces, does not have that Kyurem in hand. We did also see one of them get discarded off of that Squawk and Seize, so does play the 2 copies of Kyurem. It is, still a possibility. It is not in the prizes as well, so always got to keep note of what pieces are available here for Christopher. So we'll play this Lily's Determination, and with there being no Stadium in play and no Slowking, did not get item luck with Itchy Pollen, still going to have to find just a couple of pieces here to make things worth. there is the Ultra Ball. Does have Nest Ball as well, so could get down another Slowpoke. I think that will almost certainly be what we see. And now really just relying off the run errand ability, as I don't think we have an Academy at Night in the hand, and it looks like we do not.
Yeah, it looks like with the Ultra Ball, playing the Ultra Ball first is interesting because you could use the run errand first to try to draw into that Kyurem or that Slowking, then Ultra Ball for the other, and draw the Academy at Night. But Christopher, realizing that's just fairly low odds, settling with just getting a Slowking into play and thinning the deck to run errand, and just getting the board as set up as possible, presuming that Zach is going to Itchy Pollen on the next turn, which is pretty likely. It's unlikely that Dragapult Wisp for 2 turns, it feels.
Yeah, and it's also okay to not have to Trifrost this turn, right? You know, most of these Dragapult lists are not playing something like Rare Candy, so there's really not the threat of, you know, a Phantom Dive next turn, or even just putting Dragapult EX into play to protect it. So you're okay with your opponent evolving into Dracloak. If anything, it's just going to be more resources hitting the discard pile if a Trifrost is to be fired off on the following turn.
Absolutely, and a lot of Poltnor lists lately have been going down to 2 Night Stretchers, so a Trifrost could just completely wipe Zach's board, and it's going to be super hard to build it back up, since, as you mentioned, Zach could have staggered the benching of the Dreepies, only going for like 2 Dracloaks at first, so then you can start to set up 2 more Dreepies later. But with 3 on board, a Trifrost could be really bad for him.
First Recon Directive does find that Luminous Energy. Like you mentioned, with there being 3 energy in the prize cards, very precious resources here, and is even considering just having to retreat this energy off. We'll see the Ultra Ball plus the attachment to the active. Night Stretcher also hitting the discard pile. This is just going to be a lot of resources at the disposal gone if Christopher can find that Trifrost attack on the following turn.
Yeah, 1 Night Stretcher discarded, and that 4th Dreepy is prized. Along with all his energies, it's going to be really difficult for Zach to be able to get an attack off. And Christopher just needs a Cypher Maniacs, an Academy at Night, and a Kyurem. All these ways just to Trifrost and decimate Zach's board.
Will be the Lily's Determination played, so it's going to just go ahead and shuffle back in these players yet to take prize cards, so we'll get those bonus 2 cards off of this powerful staple supporter we'll be seeing for a while in the Pokemon TCG standard format. 8 cards used, yet to use one of these Recon Directives, and yeah, looking at this list, there is no Rare Candy. Kind of wondering, you know, initially by, you know, not evolving this active, if it's ever worth, you know, leaving energy either or. Doesn't really matter if you're going to retreat off either way, but I guess you do give yourself that potential. There is that 3rd Dracloak coming into play, but yeah, it's really just still opening the doors prime wide open for a Trifrost to just absolutely decimate Zach's board on this following turn.
Yeah, and you have to think, with Christopher playing 4 Academy at Night and 4 Cypher Maniacs, it's pretty easy for him to get it. He's been building up such a big hand with the Lilies last turn, the errand running, or run errand, and another run errand on the next turn. Pretty likely that he's going to have it, so we'll see what Zach's going to be able to do to restabilize after the Trifrost.
Yeah, and even if you Itchy Pollen here, you're discarding this Luminous Energy. In the best case scenario, you've got to find your 1 copy of Neo Upper if you want to attack on the following turn.
Yeah.
Zach's still going to just prepare for the worst case scenario, getting 2 Dusclops into play. Does have that 1 copy of Blood Moon Ursaluna, but, you know, even as a way to respond, it's just not a great attacking Pokemon into this 1 prizer that is Slowking.
For sure, but I mean, with the 2 Dusclopses, if Christopher opts to just knock out the triple Dracloak, Zach could have a way where he's using 2 Dusknoirs on the turn and the Blood Moon with an Iono to 1 and just getting rid of all these Slowpokes and Slowkings from Christopher's board.
And look at that, top decks the Academy of Night, so even more ease to pull off this attack. Can grab the Kyurem, and even looking at something like the Power Glass, a way to, like you mentioned, with those energies being forced to be discarded with the Trifrost attack, you can kind of start to reestablish a built-in attack and regeneration thanks to that tool card.
Absolutely, and Christopher having that Lana Zade in the deck means that even if both Kyurems hit the discard pile and Zach Itchy Pollens, he's still going to be able to pressure another Trifrost, and if Christopher takes 3 prizes with Trifrost this turn and 3 prizes with a Trifrost next turn, he just wins the game.
Well, Slowking is coming in with an absolute bang.
Yeah.
We're going to see the Kyurem get copied thanks to that Seek Inspiration and just takes down triple Dracloak, all hitting the discard pile. And Christopher is going to take a 3 prize card lead and shut Phantom Dive off from potentially ever happening in this first game.
Yeah, Zach now has no Pokemon to attack with besides Blood Moon or Ursaluna, and no draw either. I mean, Pheasantipity hit the discard pile earlier, now 3 Dracloaks, and we're already down a Night Stretcher. I don't think Zach's going to be able to find the pieces necessary, but with 2 Dusclopses, Dragapult Dusknoir, it feels like it always has a win condition, So we'll see if it's enough.
Yeah, definitely some liabilities on the board to look at. That Mega Kangaskhan EX can give up 3 prize cards. Squawkabilly EX and Latios, both easy prize cards to be taken from that Blood Moon Ursaluna, so don't count him out just yet. However, this hand is really just not looking strong enough, it feels like, to respond. It's going to be potentially a Hilda? Are we going to see that as the supporter? I don't think we'll see Dusknor get an attack. Don't tell me we're seeing that world.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Zach could get like a Blood Moon, knock it on the Kangaskhan with an Iono and get all the draw off Christopher's board, but with a Hilda, it's just not going to be doing enough. I mean, Christopher's been building this hand up turn after turn, lilies, a bunch of run errands, and Zach is using this Hilda isn't going to present any meaningful threat to Christopher.
Yeah, even just considering not grabbing the Neo Upper Energy out, it's just going to be a basic Fire Energy instead. So you have to ask yourself, you get Dusknor into play, it's not going to be necessarily threatened on the following turn, but on the adverse, what are you as a player threatening here with this play? And it feels like, the Dusknor grab, while it is threatening in a sense, Curse Blast is a strong ability, it's really not doing much for you when it comes to trying to close out this first game.
Yeah, we do a Jamming Tower, but that's just getting rid of that Academy Knight. There's still 2 more left in Christopher's deck, and Zach using his... He does play 3 Jamming Tower, but still going to be losing that Stadium War eventually. And as I keep mentioning, Christopher has just been building up this hand, having all these options available. Maybe another Cypher Maniacs, another Lilies, just so many options. And Zach hasn't been able to play those Ionos, one of those big parts of the Dragapult Dusknor deck.
And wow, he's actually just going to go ahead and take the knockout, make a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah.
And does find Lily's Determination. Can't play that, though, this turn. We'll see the Kangaskhan get promoted.
Yeah, I mean...
Prize cards taken for both players, and now Christopher down to just 2 prize cards. There's going to be an Itchy Pollen, but if Christopher can somehow play something like the Lana's Aid and the Stadium card, that would be the end of the game here.
Yeah.
However, it looks like the pieces just aren't in the cards for this turn, but, Christopher's got all but time in this position.
Absolutely, just using Lilies here, not having the greatest hand, just going for a reset, getting 6 new cards, and having that run errand to get 2 more, looking for some Slow Kings, and that Lana's Aid eventually to use a Trifrost, but even if you don't use Trifrost, you can use basically any attack to knock out this Budu, and then there's just Dusclops on the board that, when Christopher's at 1 prize, can't even use Curse Blast.
It could even just tackle this turn and take it down without having to copy a Pokemon. There's already that Psychic Energy onto the Slowpoke on the bench. Does find Slowking, but I would like to see him hold off from attacking here if he can find that energy card. Finds the Academy at night, but no energy. However, with that Lana's Aid for next turn, assuming Christopher can keep this hand, he is threatening game on the following turn with another Trifrost copy.
Absolutely, and with the Stadium bump on the Jamming Tower, can even prep his deck for an Iono if Zach's able to draw one.
Yeah, and I think it's just debating if there's a world where you can promote Slowking at the end of the turn to get the additional energy off Power Glass. Is just going to preserve it on the bench. Does pass the turn over, and a nice top deck there with the Ultra Ball means that if Zach does want to now, with the combination of Counter Catcher, could actually start to chase down either these 2 prize Pokemon on the bench or that Slowking with the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, but that Blood Moon Ursaluna can't attack consecutive turns, and with the 4th 3P prize, 3 in the discard, and a Night Stretcher in the discard, Zach just isn't going to be able to threaten a Dragapult anytime soon, and it's going to give Christopher just so much time, and can potentially use that Haxorus to just one-shot the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, bring down the axe, a throwback to an international championship winning card in that Reggie Drago deck. It's making an appearance back in this Slowpoke deck, or Slowking deck rather. Will still be the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and getting rid of that energy card as well. Just more resources hitting the discard pile. It seems like it's bear or bust here for Zach in this game.
Absolutely, and still looking for that last Night Stretcher to try to get the Dreepy, get the Dracloak, because there's still no draw on Zach's board. Christopher didn't take a knockout last turn, so even though the Pheasantipiti's in the discard, it wouldn't be active anyway.
So excuse me, it's actually not the Bring Down the Axe, it's the Axe Blast Haxorus in this list. So 2 different Haxorus with the one-shotting capability here, knocking out any basic Pokemon if it comes into play. We'll see this Hawlucha come into play, speaking of. We'll go ahead and ping this Latios for a non-existent Phantom Dive probably this game, setting it up for math, as well as putting a damage counter onto the Slowpoke. So, who knows down the line, maybe could be some world where that 10 matters, and it will be the Counter Catcher onto Slowking. So not going after prize cards this game, really just trying to take care of all the threatening attackers, and an Iono will disrupt the hand, force Christopher down to just 2 cards as Zach will knock out this attacking threat and force Christopher to have to put something together with this limited draw he has available.
Yeah, and this is really what I mean when like Poltmore always has a win condition. I mean, you just have this ability to pick the weaknesses in your opponent's board and keep Ionoing, pressuring their hand size, and eventually they get to a point where they just don't have what they need to make a threatening play, and you get to overwhelm them. But usually you have some Dracloaks on the board when you get to that point, and a threatening Phantom Dive, not Blood Moon over and over and over again, which you can't do in consecutive turns.
So here comes Blood Moon up into the active spot. Thanks to that seasoned skill ability, taking the knockout, Kangaskhan immediately promoted as the Fire Energy is drawn. What is the top deck here for Christopher? Does find the Psychic Patch, or the Wondrous Patch, excuse me. And there is a Cypher Maniac from the top of the deck, so can sort of use this to preemptively prepare cards on top, and will be the choice. Have to think about what the attack choice for Zach is going to be on the following turn, and if Christopher's got to be careful of potentially pivoting back and forth into something like Badu on the following turn, thanks to that Latias's Skyliner ability.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing, I don't know if Christopher has enough Cypher Maniacs left, but one of my favorite plays, it looks like there's one more in the deck, is just using Cypher Maniacs to get a Cypher Maniacs for the next turn, and plus one more card that you want, and then you kind of have 3 cards that you have access to on the next turn. And with this Academy on at night, could prep for another Iono from Zach's side, having 3 cards on the top of the deck to progress his board, and with a Wondrous Patch in hand, that could be a great card to add on top of the deck.
So we'll just go ahead and think about those 2 cards, prepping it onto the top. There is the Wondrous Patch, so we'll go on to the Slowpoke with 10 onto it, and does decide to actually split the energies up. So it technically is 1 more piece that's needed, but with Alana's aid, it would still grab you those exact 3 cards you need. So a little bit of a smart heads-up play here from Christopher. Just wants to cover most of his bases. You really don't know what crazy cards your opponent could have in their list. It will be the Night Stretcher number 2 being played, so there is still 1 more, or that is only the actual second Night Stretcher. So it looks like Zach only playing 2 in this deck, and now means that with this Dreepy being prized, we are not going to see a Phantom Dive this game, most likely.
Yeah, we see Zach getting this Dusknoir here, and I think what he's playing for is counter-catching one of these Slowpokes and retreating. Oh, going to Curse Blast now. I was thinking that he could bench the Latias, retreat into the Dusknoir, use Curse Blast, and reset the Blood Moon, but just taking a prize here. Takes the Dreepy, but it may just be too little too late.
The energy comes down, does have Counter Catcher, but there is no way to reset this Blood Moon's attack. I kind of wonder if, you play the Counter Catcher first, evolved, and then Iono'd. Sure, it's the opposite effect, but like you mentioned, if you find that Latias, you could reset that attack and prevent a Slowking attack on the following turn, and potentially later on in the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Christopher would be down to no Slowpokes left in deck. I think 2 have been knocked out already, and then 2 are in play, so he'd have to find those recovery cards with 2 Night Stretcher and the Lana's Aid, but...
Yeah, and we're playing Counter Catcher here, but this Blood Moon cannot attack, so this is kind of not really doing anything. You do shut off the Kangaskhan at minimum from using Run Errands, so take that back slightly, but still, it doesn't feel like it's enough in this spot. Zach is going to take a look at the discard pile, see what attackers are down. Like you mentioned, double Kyurem in the discard pile. Haven't seen anything like the Haxorus just yet. Does he also find that 3rd copy of Jamming Tower? Christopher was keen to play that Stadium down right away because it is sort of the norm for this Dragapult deck to only be playing 2 of those Stadium cards.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of an influx in 3 lately, just with Mega Absol becoming more popular, shutting down the Turbo Energize, and Technical Machine Evolution getting a bit more popular in Gardevoir, so shutting that down as well just really slows down those decks.
We'll be hitting the board there, and Pheasantipity can be used thanks to Dusknoir taking a KO. Does find the Secret Box. Okay, is that enough here? Secret Box away the Gen-Energy, but does find the Lana's Aid as well. I have to wonder here for Christopher, are you okay maybe taking things just a little bit slower this turn? And it seems like that might be the case. But actually, with this Run Errand, there may be enough cards to make this happen. Let's see.
And with the Gen-Energy, can move the Slowking up to the active. Secret Box and Lana's Aid, if the 4th Academy at Night is in the deck, which I believe it is, should be enough to win the game this turn.
So let's see Christopher sequence through everything here. Secret Box will get rid of that one Jet Energy, keeping the other and the Lana's Aid in the hand. And assuming there is that Academy at Night, that's actually going to be the only pieces that are needed here to win this game. Academy at Night will bump the Jamming Tower, meaning that a card can be put onto the top of the deck, and we'll see how he wants to style out here. It looks like it may be just the Kyurem styling out once more. So this is all that Christopher needs, just Trifrost and a Dream, using the Lana's Aid to bring back those Pokemon, and thanks to Academy at Night, making sure that top card is always an ideal attacker, and Christopher, riding off the back of the absolute ice monster that is Kyurem, will take this first game.
Absolutely, and while this game has taken such a long time, Christopher is only going to have used 2 attacks to win the game, and imagine if he just draws a little better next game. 2 Trifrost can just end the game so quickly against these stage 2 decks.
And there it is, putting it out in style. Trifrost, 3 prize cards taken twice in the game, and thanks to Dusknor as well, more than enough to close things out. Let's go Slowking. I know there's some fans out there at home that are happy to see this rogue deck take a victory on the stream.
Absolutely, and the build with Squawkabilly and Kangaskhan is really interesting. I feel like Squawkabilly is such a powerful card, and it's really fallen out of the meta recently. So it's good to see people using it before it rotates out. I mean, the Professor's research-like effect, just so powerful at setting up, and especially when you start the Mega Kangaskhan, you're just discarding your hand and drawing 8 cards when you're not supposed to be able to play support on your first turn, and you're doing something better than Professor's research.
Yeah, and plenty of bench space now that you don't need something like the Xatu that was played with this deck before the Wondrous patch was introduced. Means that you have the space to play a lot of these supporting Pokemon and keep plenty of space to make sure that your Slowpokes and Slowking are healthy and ready to go. So, you know, Christopher pretty much dominated that first game. Zach was not able to put off any Phantom Dives, and I think that has to be the one thing to touch on going into the second game. If Zach can't counter Trifrost, which he really can't, right? There's no Shaman. You know, you can play Stadiums down to annoy, but that's really the most you can do. If that's the case, is there an argument for trying to stagger these Dreepies a little bit more, you know, intentionally, only benching 2 at a time, for example, so that when the Trifrost comes down, you can Iono and then play down another pair to at least make it so that you can have some recon directive assistance in the following turns?
Yeah, I think that's a good approach. I think another interesting approach that's a little unintuitive is choosing to go first, which Zach chooses to do, because you get to bench these Dreepies, immediately evolve into Dracloaks on the next turn, and then Ichipollen on your second turn. So if Christopher isn't able to get a turn 2 Kyurem under Ichipollen, which we saw he wasn't able to last game, getting a turn 3 Trifrost, then you're able to get into those Dragapults in time before your board just gets completely wiped.
The amount of supporter cards and the prize cards here for Zach could definitely be a little bit detrimental in terms of setting up, but does have the Buddy Puffin and an Ultra Ball this turn. He's also going to preemptively play that. You know, you never know if this deck has something like a Badoo as a first attack. It is always a potential. Don't think we saw Christopher show it. He is playing the 1 copy, so it is in the deck for him. So smart play here from Zach, a bit heads up, is going to go ahead and yet again approach this game with the 3 Dreepies in mind, all hitting the bench, and does have a solid follow-up for next turn. The Lily's Determination and a Dracloak already in the hand.
Yeah, it is a little scary discarding that Iono because there are 2 prize, so now you have 1 Iono left if you ever want to disrupt Christopher. And with the Mega Kangaskhan, the hand just keeps growing and growing if you give him Pheasantipity. But now Christopher is showing the Haxorus, and it looks like Zach is going to read it.
Yeah, it's time to read, class. Got to take a look and make sure we understand what that card does. It is only basic Pokemon that are knocked out from that effect, so really only comes into play on something like the Blood Moon early on. And Christopher's actually going to get the bad news here that one of Squawkabilly is in the prize cards for him. So this Ultra Ball really means that there's not going to be much going on this turn. Is actually going to have to, it looks like, preemptively stack the deck for the following turn with Cypher Maniac, but your options are just going to be so limited, and it looks like pretty much just grabbing a Lily's Determination for next turn, accepting that none of these item cards are going to be able to be played.
Yeah, it always feels bad ciphering a Lily's on top because you're only getting 1 card of value effectively since you're immediately shuffling that deck. And, I mean, Christopher just needed that hand reset from the Squawkabilly and just didn't get it. I mean, we could have seen Squawkabilly for the 2 Cypher cards, but yep, now onto Zach going with that Dracloak evolution, and Lily's looking for a couple more Dracloaks because Christopher has no energies in play, which means with this Ichipollen, there's going to be no Trifrost next turn. So just a complete flip of the script from last game. Zach just dominating Christopher's board in this game.
Yeah, and just getting Dragapult into play is just such an advantage already when your opponent just has so many more limited options to take out that 320 HP beast of a Pokemon EX. So there is second Dracloak coming into play and does already have the energy card as well. So big check marks already being hit here for Zach on this turn, and we've yet to see Recon Directive be used either.
Yep, benching that Duskull, having a Dusclops in hand for next turn means we could see a board wipe potentially. And an Ultra Ball in hand means that third Dracloak will probably hit the board this turn if it's not drawn off these recons. And Zach's board is just, it's the best you can ask for from Poltnor, especially going first, not even using a supporter on that first turn.
Yeah, just when you open Buddy Poffin, it's just such a solid time, especially when you've got supporters and Recon Directives to back yourself up. The choice will now be what this last bench spot wants to be. Ultra Ball will be played for that Dracloak, so we'll get to see a little bit more information from the deck before we have to make that decision. For now, though, just deciding what this discard is going to be. And I was wondering, Piper, if that second Duskull was going to come down in this spot. It actually would have been a pretty solid opportunity if we could see a powerful Phantom Dive on the following turn.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely could make a board wipe more possible. And with a Night Stretcher prize from Zach, it is a little weird discarding those basic Pokemon. Like, just makes everything a little awkward, especially when you're discarding the Duskulls and Dusclopses when using Curse Blast. But at this point, the board for Christopher is so weak. You're itching Palling again, and or for the first time, I guess, since he went first. But you're threatening that Phantom Dive next turn, and Christopher's board is just not strong enough. Going for Lilies for 8, but without items, you just have to draw into those Pokemon. No Kangaskhan yet to draw. I mean, one's prized, so you have to find your one of Kangaskhan in deck.
Yeah, and no Latios either to be able to pivot out. So it's going to be a big 8 cards here for Christopher. Items shut off. Options are dwindling. Really needs to find a way to first avoid getting board wiped, and wow, there is nothing here. Zach is going to be able to threaten game on this following turn. You can evolve up both of these Pokemon, but especially if there's a counter catcher as well, because of that 10 damage from Itchy Pollen, you're actually going to be threatening a game with just a single Dusclops this turn.
Yep, Zach either needs a counter catcher here or the Hawlucha to Curse Blast one of these Slowkings and make sure it has an extra 10 damage to get to 60 damage, then use Phantom Dive and just knock out both of them. And Zach already has the energy, finds an Ultra Ball.
And that's game, has everything in hand. The Dusclops and Hawlucha and Counter Catcher plus Fire and Ultra Ball means that as long as Zach sequences this correct, it's all over. So we'll go through the pieces here. Ultra Ball for Dragapult EX. The Fire Energy allows Phantom Dive to be used, and then using this Cursed Blast and then Counter Catcher, since you're giving your opponent a prize card, means that Phantom Dive is going to wipe out both of these Pokemon and allow Zach to take us to a third game. What an absolutely strong start, even just styling with the boss's orders. Zach showing that when Dragapult EX gets into play and when Itchy Pollen is used, there's no more games and no more playing around for Dragapult EX.
Yeah, this is such an interesting matchup. I mean, game 1, we just saw the Slowking wipe Zach's board with the Trifrost, and then game 2, we see Zach wipe the Slowking's board with Phantom Dive. I mean, these two decks, they look very different. I mean, you have the Kangaskhan's, Wondrous Patch, Squawkabilly kind of turbo versus the Budew, Dracloak, methodical setup, but they're kind of playing for the same goal of just wiping your opponent's board of all those threats.
We saw how big of an advantage it was to go first in this matchup. I'm very curious to see, with the ball in Slowking's court, so to say, going first, if that will be the decision maker, the deciding factor in this third game. Piper, we've got plenty of time left on the clock. Christopher is going first. If you're Zach, you're feeling a bit better now that you brought this to a game 3.
Yeah.
But are you still sort of, shivering in your boots a little bit now that you've got to go second up against this Slowking deck?
Yeah, I mean, you are playing a Budew deck, and Zach is playing 3 Budew, so has really high odds of starting it, and that can just win so many games, it feels. I mean, think of like the Mega Absol deck, so reliant on Trolley. If they just get their item shut off, they're kind of out of it. And we saw last game, Christopher didn't have items and also got shut down, so only having one turn of items with no supporter could mean that Zach is able to win really quickly by just shutting out the items and Christopher not having a board. And the interesting thing, though, is if Poltnor goes first and doesn't have as strong of a start as Zach did last game, it can also kind of fall behind a little quickly.
Zach also going to get some mulligan cards, very crucial in these opening turns to not only leave a lasting impression with that Itchy Pollen, but also build up your board to, like you said, build towards Dragapult EX. See if you can stabilize through the early turns of this important matchup. So here we go, and big start there for Christopher is going to be the Kangaskhan start. Super solid, and it's got some Ultra Balls to play with as well. Discarding that Psychic Energy, does have to get rid of the Kyurem, but getting that Psychic Energy super important if he can draw into one of those Wondrous Patch on this first turn.
Absolutely, and already eyeing up that Squawkabilly. I mean, we saw it prized last game, and that was just such a big impact, and already just immediately getting it. just to reset that hand, start prepping for the next few turns, and going with that second Ultra Ball, looking for the Slowpoke. Just trying to get energies in play, prep yourself for the likely Itchy Pollen, and have as threatening of a turn as possible, maybe even getting that turn 2 Trifrost.
It had to make an interesting decision there on which last card to keep in hand. Either the Latias EX or the Academy of Night. Both cards super solid, but having information now that Zach does play 3 copies of that stadium, it's something you've really got to consider maybe needing to keep in that spot because of how important the stadium war is in this matchup.
Yeah, something interesting Christopher could have done was use the Academy at Night to put the Ultra Ball on top and then use Squawkabilly, so he could have kept all those cards and then Ultra Balled after, but then you're also gambling a bit that you don't draw like 5 really good cards that you don't want to discard off there, but you still have to run Aaron, so it's kind of just an interesting sequencing decision if you want to play that Ultra Ball now or save it for a bit later.
No energy card yet, though. This would be a big find if Christopher can. And no, does not find an energy card, using the Ultra Ball in hopes of finding a Wondrous Patch, discarding that Psychic Energy, and missing that now means that Christopher is going to be put into a lot of pressure on this following turn under item lock to find one of those energy cards if he wants to threaten an attack because of Badoo shutting down that Wondrous Patch from being played.
Yeah, with a Kierman, the discard and no energies in play, and Zach is just going to prioritize this Badoo, try to make it as hard as possible for Christopher to get off that Trifrost so Zach can evolve up into those Dracloaks, evolve up into Dragapult, and start to use Phantom Dive, because it feels like this matchup kind of comes down to does the Dragapult get to use Phantom Dive from what we've seen.
Does start that Duskull. It will be a little bit more annoying to move out of the active spot, requiring either that Latias' Skyliner ability or an energy card to retreat off, and immediately we see the buddy friend Badoo coming down into play thanks to Ultra Ball, and this is step number 1, Badoo down into play. Number 2 will be how strong is the rest of the hand in combination with something like Setup, and I'm not sure there's a supporter card in hand. No, just a single Dracloak for next turn. Zach not having a huge start here, and it looks like potentially we're going to see Badoo come back into play and potentially put on even more pressure, and this sequencing choice here could have actually committed the energy card for turn and is now going to be taking a little bit of a risk playing this Lily now instead of attaching the energy card before, just to optimize a bit of this draw after using that supporter card.
Yeah, it's like you don't want to draw those cards and then Lily's them back into the deck, and using the Jet Energy, saving the Jet Energy is also good for just being able to move back into the Kangaskhan and draw on turns where you may not be able to attack, especially if you're getting Itchy Pond after discarding those energies. But looking at these 8 cards, there's no energies yet. Gonna use Run Errand and look for one, and I didn't see one there. Just 2 more trainers.
Yeah, that was the risk, right? Drawing into non-energies means you're not able to threaten much on this turn. And yeah, while you are slowing things down with this Badoo, it means that Dracloak is essentially safe this turn, meaning Dragapult can get into play. And that's a huge milestone that Zach is gonna pretty much be able to guarantee in this spot, but the rest of the hand is just doing absolutely nothing, can't even play the Buddy Poffins that are in hand from the top deck and that Recon Directive.
Yeah, I will say Christopher does have the Annihilate in deck this time, so he will be able to deal with the Dragapult, and Zach's board is just really weak, only having that Dracloak. I mean, Christopher going for this Badoo, it was a little risky not getting that energy in play, but the Badoo, the Itchy Pollen is just shutting down Zach so much.
Yeah, we are going to see the Cypher Maniac be played, but the big question is also going to be, can we draw onto these cards and Itchy Pollen on the same turn? And I'm not sure we can, but we've at least got to get an energy card down to the Slowking this turn. That's got to be the bare minimum at least.
Absolutely. It looks like Christopher got a Lily's Determination and a Psychic Energy. Probably going to retreat into Kangaskhan, run Aaron, draw 2 of those, but that means there's not going to be an Itchy Pollen this turn? Or maybe just using Itchy Pollen here, not even getting an energy. I mean, Zach's got to be feeling good. No Trifrost set. Top deck's the Lily's Determination. I mean, that's 8 new cards. Has a Recon right now. Wants to use the Recon first so he can evolve into that Dragapult and then use the Lilies, because you don't want to take the risk of not drawing into a Dragapult in over a couple turns and then that Dracloak getting Trifrosted.
Yeah, and there is still the risk now if you do decide to Phantom Dive of Slowking being able to attack thanks to the Wondrous Patch, but I mean, are you even threatened this turn to do much? I mean, the Badoo is shutting off your counter catcher from being played, but is going to just assess and see what these 8 cards bring off the Lily's Determination. Are there more treaties to put into play? Can you find Dusclops and Dusknoir? Those are going to be key pieces to see, as well as Boss's Orders potentially being able to start to pick off some of these Pokemon on the bench. It looks like none of those pieces actually found. Does find an energy card, though. That means Phantom Dive could be used in the upcoming turns. But with your opponent just stacking the deck and passing, do you feel confident enough to throw out a Phantom Dive this turn with your opponent just having so many resources in their hand? Even though they didn't play cards last turn, they could be sitting on powerful item cards instead.
Yeah, I would expect to just see an Itchy Paw in here, and Zach goes with that. I mean, using a Phantom Dive here, you're just knocking out this Badoo and putting some damage on the bench. That's such low value from a Phantom Dive. You really want to be knocking out those key Pokemon like the Slowking Slowpokes. But Christopher putting the Lilies on top of the deck instead of Psychic Energy last turn now just is shuffling the deck, drawing 8, trying to find an energy again, but doesn't get to use Kangaskhan this turn again.
Could have just kept the energy and then maybe the Lily for the following turn. Instead is kind of just running in circles, right? All those items that weren't able to be played, you shovel them back into the deck and just give yourself a chance to draw them yet again. So here we go, 8 cards and
no
energy again here. Is going to be able to take a knockout with this Itchy Pollen, so winning the Badoo war back and forth. But now Zach here, if he can re-establish a Badoo this turn and take a KO with Itchy Pollen, would be in an absolutely incredible spot. It's going to be hard without Night Stretcher, though. He's going to have to find just that one copy without a way to search it. Oh, it has it in the hand. Wow, look at that. Huge find here for Zach, and even has the extra energy to retreat off. Badoo coming in clutch here in this mirror match of Badoo. Badoo on Badoo power.
Yeah, I wonder if Zach had the Badoo last turn or top decked it, because we could have benched it and then not had to discard this energy from the Dragapult, or maybe attach to a Dreepy off if we find one off of a supporter. And yeah, here's the Lilies for 8. Still looking for more of those basic Pokemon. Can't play Buddy Poffin though with under the Itchy Pollen. But yeah, no energies means this Itchy Pollen knocking out the Badoo means that Christopher, if he wants to continue item locking, has to find his one of Lana's Aid, or just is giving all the tempo to Zach. I mean, giving Zach items with this board doesn't feel good for Christopher. I mean, 2 Duskull now, and a Dreepy with a Drifloak in the hand for the next turn.
Yeah, huge finds, especially under item lock, not being able to play any of those Buddy Poffins. Here we go. Badoo comes in, takes the KO with Itchy Pollen. It can disrupt and it can take prizes. This Badoo card, it really does everything here, Piper.
Yeah, and we do see an enhanced hammer from Christopher, usually for those missed energies when you're using those knockout effects, but it could be really relevant against the Dragapult since you can get rid of those luminous energies, the Neo Upper, but obviously under item lock, can't use that now.
So we'll finally be able to guarantee an energy attachment here thanks to the Cypher Maniac, but the question in this third game, Piper, now becomes, is it just too little too late? Your opponent's going to have access to item cards, potentially Recon Directive, and if they can find a combination of Hawlucha plus Dusclops, they would be able to just wipe your entire board of all attacking threats. That's not going to be the case now thanks to that third Slowpoke being benched.
Yeah, I mean, Zach discarded the Hawlucha really early, so that will come at the cost of a Night Stretcher, but clearing your board of these Dusclopses, using them immediately, actually feels pretty good because they're going to get knocked out pretty quickly from Trifrost, but Christopher didn't have an energy?
Did he not attach?
Chose not to attach?
Card?
I guess just predicting that Zach would countercatcher or boss the energy and just deciding to save it seems a little risky in case Zach has like some combination of using his Dusclops first and Ionoing you to like 4 or 3.
Yeah, but all this really does is just give Zach an extra turn to thin through the deck with the Recon Directive, and while you are risking your energy getting cleared off, you would get item cards in return. So we've really got to think about that decision here for Christopher, and more importantly, if Zach decides to capitalize on this and just take another turn off with Itchy Pollen. Not sure about the stadium drop, though. You really want to be using that to bump the academies at night, but at least does shut off something like Power Glass potentially coming into effect on the following turns.
Yeah, also kind of talking on not attaching the energy. I mean, this Kangaskhan inactive is worth 3 prizes, and you don't really see Slowkings playing like Turo or Penny, so Zach could just Phantom Dive this Kangaskhan and set it up to take 3 prizes on it later in the game. Maybe set up the Squawk ability to get, with 3 damage, to get Cursed Blast with Dusknoir for 2 prizes, and those are Zach's last 5 prizes. I mean, that's one of the downsides of not playing the Xatu build is you have all these liabilities in play. So if your opponent is able to get set up, they have a lot of avenues to win the game.
Yeah, and Neo Upper has not been played yet, so that's really going to be the question here. I mean, Zach is doing a lot this turn. He's putting these Pokemon into play. He just used he just used the Recon Directive. He disrupted the hand, and Yeah, he's going to try and take advantage of just this 3-prize Pokemon being able to take damage this turn. So will be a Phantom Dive into this active Kangaskhan. It will go down to just 90 HP remaining, so getting close to being able to be KO'd on the bench thanks to Phantom Dive. We'll have to now see where these 6 damage counters go. I've got to imagine it may be onto some combination of these EX Pokemon, and it is.
Yeah, prepping that Latias, he got knocked out from a Phantom Dive. Having 5 damage on the Squawk ability gives you some math of like using 2 Dusclopses and then another Phantom Dive to put, or I guess you only need 1 Dusclops, sorry. It's at 50, yeah. 1 Dusclops and then the Phantom Dive, 6 damage to the bench will knock it out. So a lot of good math here. I mean, what does Christopher do? Annihilate knocks out this Dragapult, but there's just so many threats on Zach's board. I mean,
yeah, using the Jet Energy right away, and it's just going to be the Motivate for 20, and this is just game on board here for Zach. Can just draw for turn, pop the Dusclops on the bench, and Zach is going to take 5 prize cards. Christopher has just handed him the game. Zach Elliott is going to advance to 5-0 with Dragapult, dethroning the king in Slowking.
Yeah, I mean, we really just saw Dragapult. It looks, in the first game, we just saw those Trifrosts really decimate their board, but I mean, through the power of Budu and slowly getting those Dragapults into play, I mean, once the Dragapults were into play, it just felt so hard for the Slowking to come back.
Yeah, it's really Trifrost or bust in this matchup.
Yeah.
We saw how important that was. And, of course, the disruptive power of Budu to just stop Christopher in his tracks. Just could only draw so hot for so long. And there came a time where, you know, expectations met reality. That was it. Zach Elliott showing that, you know, no matter how creative you get, Dragapult is sometimes the end of the line for all of these rogue decks.
Yep, the combination of Item Lock and the Dusknoir and Phantom Dive, it just really gets rid of all these these little Pokemon. It's just so easy to knock them all out and leave you with no threats on the board to attack with. But
it felt like this set was the definition of 3 non-back-and-forth games.
Yeah.
This first game was all Christopher using Trifrost effectively to wipe out 3 Dracloak on the board, and thanks to Zach having some energies prized and some Pokemon, it was just almost impossible to come back. You know, went through some cool tricks, used Dusknoir and Budu to try and slow the game down, but it just wasn't enough, unfortunately. That last Slowking came into play and was able to use Trifrost to win this first game. As we went into the second game here, it was really all Zach, right? You know, Christopher closed things out in style, and just the early Phantom Dive pressure we saw when that got set up just was too much here for Christopher to be able to come back from as we went into this third game.
yeah, the big difference in these games was also that Christopher was able to find a ton of energies in game 1, but games 2 and 3 just couldn't find enough to keep sustaining these attacks, and Zach was just able to take the game with the Dragapults.
It was Phantom Dive at the end of the day, being as strong as Phantom Dive is. Zach is going to go ahead and advance to 5-0. So as we sort of progress through Swiss phase number 1, this is exactly the spot you want to be at, right? You're at 15 match points. You're essentially guaranteed a spot in the second phase, right? We've got 8 rounds in this first phase, and then in a combined 6 rounds in phase number 2. So 14 rounds total means that you're really going to want to try and get as many match points in that first phase towards phase number 2. A lot of the times, if you're looking to get into the top cut, you're going to want to have those strong finishes. 7 wins, 1 loss. 8 wins, 0 losses, you know, towards that top echelon, because once you enter phase 2, things are going to get a lot more tough.
Yeah, you can choose to intentionally draw, get that guaranteed day 2 finish, but yeah, if you really want those bigger finishes, you got to play it out, go for those wins, have such a strong record to start with, so then when you hit the stronger players in day 2 as you get to the top tables, or if you get a bit unfortunate, you have the extra match points to kind of compensate for that.
Yeah, we'll have to see how everybody else is doing out in the field. Of course, the tournament has been going on for a little bit longer than the stream, so we've gotten to sort of take a look at some of the decks that have been featured so far. Piper, is there any players or decks you've, been scouting so far through this event that have caught your eye a little bit and have got your attention?
Yeah, I'm always excited to see what Liam and Christian have for Zorak. I mean, I love playing Zorak, and I also love seeing some Guardy. Henry's list is a bit different than what we've been seeing, so excited to see how he does and all his friends playing that list as well.
Yeah, sounds about what I would say as well. You know, Zoroark is one of the more, on the bubble sort of decks between, that tier 2, tier 1.5-esque style of, or rather ranking system, so to say. So how players decide to adapt to the meta, especially with the increase in some disruptive effects. I think a lot of the lists gravitating more towards Toadscroll over Cornerstone is generally really good for Zoroark right now.
Absolutely. I mean, Zoroark is just so flexible. It really shows how great players are at deck building too, it feels. I mean, the switches from Toadscroll to Darmanitan to just the relying on Reshiram, and I mean in the future, and Zekrom. There's just so many ways to build the deck, and it's going to be really exciting to see how it does this event.
Well, it was exciting to see that last match as well. Zach Elliott showing that even up against more obscure decks, there's always a will and there's always a way. Let's hear from him after his win.
Welcome to the lounge, everybody. Zach Elliott is here with me, and I wanted to kind of dig in and hear some of your thoughts about the matchup you just played on stream. Slowking, not a very common deck, certainly, but it seems like you navigated the matchup well. Have you tested against this? Like, what was your thoughts going into playing against Slowking?
Yeah, it's definitely something that's way out there. We were talking earlier before the match, Chris and I, and he was like, I wonder why they picked us. And I think I know why. Once he started discarding cards and I saw Kyrium hit the board, I was like, okay, you're the reason why we're on stream here. You're playing Slowking. Very, strange matchup. Not something that you typically test because it's so out there, right? But I have happened to play against it one time a couple weekends back at EUIC in day 2 and learned a lot about how the deck works with Kangaskhan and all of that. And sometimes you just have to, in this matchup, accept that all your Dracloaks are going to disappear because you don't play Shaman to protect them. So you have to go a heavy Dusknoir and Ursaluna route. I tried that game 1, but he had enough gas in the tank to kind of beat me out. So that's basically that's what I found is the only way to kind of get through the matchup, or you just kind of hope that he never really gets going. And luckily game 2 and 3, I was able to slow him down enough with Itchy Pollen that he wasn't able to ever get an attack off with Slowking.
Yeah, with the deck that requires a lot of setup, has a lot of moving parts, you can kind of brick there. And you could argue that a lot of those points actually apply to Dragapult Dusknoir, but Dracloak really smooths that out, and it seems with Dragapult Dusknoir in the current metagame, people consider the deck to be very strong, very intricate. Has that been your experience so far? Is it just a comfort deck, or do you think it's really solid for this particular metagame?
It's a little bit of both. It's not super comfortable for me. I usually play something a little bit more off. I mean, I love spreading damage counters and hitting things on the bench, so the deck definitely plays well into that strength of the playstyle that I tend to play, but I'm a big fan of Greninja EX and Miraging things on the bench.
Okay.
And I was struggling a little bit with that earlier in the season, so I decided maybe I'd pivot to something that a little bit more mainstream, tried and true, but still kind of has that same flavor of Dusknoir and Sprinkle. So it's a little bit comfortable, but I'm still learning how to play the deck well into all of the matchups, but I know it's super popular here in the metagame today. There's a reason why Dragapult does not ever go away, it seems. So yeah. I would say that, yeah, I mean, it's got to be one of the top 3 decks that is going to stick with us throughout the rest of the format into the next format as just one of the strongest decks that no matter what, it always has a way to come back and win a game, even when things look really dire.
And I think that that's something that competitive players certainly really enjoy, feeling that every single game you play, you have some agency, you have some comeback potential. You're 5-0 now. Tell me about some of the other matchups you've played against today. I know this is probably the most silly one, perhaps, but has everything else you played against today been pretty expected, pretty common?
Yes and no. I haven't hit any of the super big decks except for one mirror match where I just happened to draw a little bit better in the mirror. So was able to win that, I believe, in round 3. But, I played against a Grimmsnarl. I played against, eluding me what was in round 2. Round 1 was Ogerpon box. Turbo Wellspring Ogerpon, which was really scary. Plays a lot similarly, actually, as the Slowking matchup, because they can just go turbo and knock out all your Dracloaks before you even get set up.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah, so that was kind of scary. Had to really play some weird games there. So I think I've just kind of gotten lucky in some of my games in order to pull them through. And the matchup spread has been, I wouldn't say, if you asked me at the start of the tournament, what do you think decks you're going to play? It's not what I've played against so far, certainly, but nothing that I hadn't heard of existing at one point in time.
Okay, yeah, and that's the thing. When you're going into a tournament, especially one of this size, you have to expect a more mixed bag with your matchups, and it seems that you've been learning the deck, as you said, adapting on the fly, getting better and finding these lines. And is there anybody that you want to give a shout out, maybe that helped you pick up and practice the deck? Because Dragapult Dusknoir, it seems it has endless possibilities when it comes to the lines with Dusknoir and assigning these damage counters.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, I'm just going to shout out the local Georgia, Atlanta crew, everyone that has traveled here with me, been hanging out, and we've played a lot of good testing games together. you know, talking through all of the deck decisions and lines and stuff like that. I'm not going to try and name names because I would hate to be the person that leaves somebody out. But the whole crew, you know, we've really been giving it our all this season. This is the hardest we've ever gone for the invites, and I'm really excited to see that it seems like the work is paying off. It's definitely the best season that we collectively as a crew have had together. So shout out to the Georgia crew. I appreciate you guys for cheering me on and all the support, and hopefully we can keep it rolling.
When a competitive player and a batch of players certainly recommit themselves to the grind, it's always heartwarming to hear that it's paying off, especially, as you said, as a player that was playing something a bit more off-meta with Greninja and then shifting to somewhere mainstream. I definitely got to take my hat off to you because I get pretty stubborn myself when it comes to playing some nonsense that I really get attached to.
Right.
And if you weren't on Dragapult, was there anything else that was maybe capturing your attention, something else like Gardevoir that's assigning damage counters with Monkey Dory that you had on your radar?
Yeah, I've played around with Gardevoir a bit. Played it a lot locally. That deck is very difficult to play. Dusknoir and Dragapult can be as well, but Gardevoir is just on a different level, man. So I realized maybe I need to try something a little bit different because Gardevoir is just, it makes my brain melt when I play it. But I do love having a bunch of Monkey Dories on the board and, you know, moving all that damage and setting up big knockouts. So I played around a little bit with that, and otherwise I have like a soft spot for Frostlass, like Monkey Dory, just like have a bunch of Frostlass in play. When Greninja EX first came out, I played that at NAIC when Twilight Masquerade was first legal, and played that with Frostlass, just spread a ton of damage. So placing damage counters everywhere, and then I get to do 120 to 2 things. It was a dream come true. So I'm excited for Frostlass going into the next format. I have always considered trying to play it, but I was like, no, I'm going to be on my best behavior. Dragapult is just very good. Let's stick to what's been working, and so far, so good.
I love that. Again, just sticking to the metagame, recognizing this deck is good for a reason. When you, again, to bring it back to you and your crew, and you started to rethink your approach to the metagame and preparing and chasing this World's Invite, what major other changes would you say that you and your group made to find success now?
Yeah, a lot of it has just been trying to be really regular with going to local events and not even just like your league challenges or your league cups, but just your weekly league night, just get in those extra reps. I mean, there's no better teacher than pain. And when sometimes you lose a game in person practicing, you learn so much more than what I found than when I play a game online and I'm just by myself playing on like Pokemon trading card game live. It's a different teacher to lose those kinds of games. So we've just been putting in more time going to those events and, you know, putting in a lot more hustle on that. And I think that's definitely been working out compared to, you know, years prior where none of us have been super serious about going for an invite. We just go to an event here and there, and occasionally someone will spike and do well, but, you know, there hasn't been a whole lot of grind really. But this year it's been about that grind, and I think it is really paying off, and we've all really been enjoying it.
Do you think the current metagame has been a factor in your willingness to shift and grind, that maybe you and everybody in your crew has a deck that you've gravitated towards? I know that some players, if they don't like the metagame, they kind of step back. Has the metagame been enjoyable for you during this process?
Yeah, it's been all right. I've had metas that I prefer more. You know, a couple years back, I loved the Rapid Strike VMAX deck. That was one of my favorite metagames to ever play in because I felt like I always had a really creative way to win certain games with that deck. And, you know, thinking like way back, I've been playing for over 15 years. There are some metagames that have a special place in my heart. I would say this one, I certainly don't dislike it. There are, you know, clearly the top decks that are the top decks. Yeah. And so you are able to practice against those decks a lot because you know, okay, well, at least 50% of the room is likely, you know, your Dragapult, your Charizard, your Golden Go, and then your Gardevoir. So you can apply that grind mindset of showing up, playing a lot of extra games because you know what to target in those matchups, whereas there have been some metagames that have been a lot more wide open and it's a little bit harder to do that. So I've really appreciated being able to almost like map out and solve matchups because you know which ones to expect. Now, of course, I haven't played against a lot of those, but, you know, that's a good mindset to at least learn your deck.
The theory certainly will pay off, hopefully, down the road. And that is a really great point, that when the metagame is very narrow and a bit more mature, your practice goes a lot further. But looks like we have another interview actually slated here to take over the lounge, but this is a perfect time for us to kick things over to Pablo Mesa for some deeper insights about the match we just saw on stream. Thank you so much, Zach, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adam. Great to hear from Zach, all that input from his match, from his testing, right? His journey to becoming a more competitive player and clearly paying off. So really cool to see. just as we saw a very cool match, I mean, watching Slowking actually perform and do its thing is always very pleasing to the eye, right? Now, just as fun as it is to play Slowking, I think this set that we just watched is the perfect example of how, on paper, Slowking is a fantastic deck, right? It can threaten the bench with Kyurem. It can one-hit KO anything in the active with potential Haxor's attacks, or even the Annihilate as well. So it has plenty of options, right? Its own attack, Seek Inspiration, whatever you're inspired to do in the moment, you can accomplish with the right tool cards such as Hypermaniac or the Stadium. However, that's the thing. Like, in theory, it works great. But as we saw in Games 2 and Game 3 in practice, it's not always straightforward to pull off. And with so little energies in the deck, susceptible to item lock, I think that's the main thing holding Slowking back, at least for now, from being a true top contender. But obviously, a very strong start for the tournament so far. And we did see a couple of very interesting situations, especially Game 1, where we actually got to see Slowking in its full power, right? We started off with the amazing turn 2, or turn 3 rather, snipe of every Dracloak can play, right? And this gives you a lot of confidence after you use Kyurem, take down all of the Dracloaks. It really, like, you're up against a Dragapult deck that doesn't have any Dracloaks. That's always going to feel very, very good. Now, after that happened though, Zach, this is usually a decent situation to be like, okay, you know what, scoop it up, let's try next game. But Zach did extend the game, did decide to play it out despite not having a single Dreepy. His last Dreepy was also prized, so that was another problem for him. However, afterwards, we saw a huge opening, all right? And here I'm gonna pause the match so that we can take a look fully at the full board, all right? So Zach is still playing in this game. There is a Dusclops right here that is about, or it's a Dusknoir already. The Night Stretcher got played. Dusknoir is right there. And I do believe we have a counter catcher in the hand. So this is not the play that Zach went for, but I do think there was an opportunity here to really cement yourself in that, sure, I have no Dracloak or I have no access to Dragapult, but as he himself said, if I'm able to get back into the game with this Blood Moon or Saluna, then there is something there, right? He was familiar with this sort of situation where your Dracloaks get wiped and then you have to sort of improvise. And so this is the situation. We did see with the counter catcher available, we can use this Dusknoir to take down one of the Slowpokes, which is what happened. However, the problem remains in how do we reset the Blood Moon Saluna that just attacked, right? Blood Moon's attack does not allow you to attack twice. However, because Dusknoir brings itself out of play when it knocks itself out, if we had been able to find Latias EX, right? That's the missing piece right here. We can retreat the Blood Moon onto the Dusknoir and then use the Dusknoir's ability in order to take down one of the Slowpokes, and with the counter catcher, we can bring the other one to the active, and then we can bring our own Blood Moon back into active, having reset the Blood Moon effect, and we are able to leave our opponent with no Slowpoke in play. Now, that's the ideal situation, right? I don't know if that crossed Zach's mind. I thought it was a very interesting spot to showcase, and there's an argument. I think what happened, let's watch the play or the clip play out. There was an Iono in Zach's hand, right? So usually you don't want to use Dusknoir or Dusclops ability because you give your opponent prizes after the Iono, right? Because then they will have extra cards, right? And so we are seeing the Dusknoir, we find a Dreepy from the prize card we just took off onto a Slowpoke. Then I do believe we do play the counter catcher. Let's fast forward a little bit. We do have the counter catcher in hand, which does get played, I do believe. Yeah, that's a card we're contemplating to play right now. And whatever gets brought up, there is a Latias in play. It's the Latias itself, so that's not really gonna affect. But if we had risked it, right? If we had gone for the Iono that we are about to play right now, yeah, there's the Iono. If we play the Iono before popping the Dusknoir and we see what we draw, not only are we drawing more cards, right? We're drawing an extra card. We found the Ultra Ball. There's the Ultra Ball right there in the hand somewhere here. There's an Ultra Ball right there. That could have found us the Latias, yeah? I think it was available. I'm not sure if it was in the discard pile, but if the Latias was available, then sure, we give our opponent an extra card, right? Which is not ideal after the Iono. But it doesn't matter if your opponent has a 5-card hand after the Iono, or a 3-card hand, or a 20-card hand, if they don't have any copies of their main attacker in play. And that's exactly what could have happened, right? If we had been able to go counter catcher, bring up this guy, have the Latias here, and use the Dusknoir to KO one of the Slowpokes, then we leave our opponent Slowpoke less. And as low king deck, just as it is very difficult for Dragapult to win without any Dracloaks or Dreepies in play, Slowking has a very difficult time winning if it doesn't have any Slowpokes or Slowkings to attack with. There's no alternate attackers, there's no backup game plan, there isn't even a copy of Blood Moon Ursaluna in the deck to be able to close out the game. So sure, I understand the logic between trying to use Iono to bring your opponent down to the least amount of cards, not using Cursed Blast in order to give your opponent a prize after you played the Iono. However, there's a counter argument, and this is what I like. My main point after this monologue is, yes, almost always you want to play Iono after using Cursed Blast to bring your opponent down to less cards in hand. However, it's important to step out of that like automatic thinking into the golden rule of Iono and be like, okay, sure, I will give my opponent extra resources, but I will also eliminate and put myself in a much better board position, in a much more likely situation where I could potentially win the match. Now, of course, the match wasn't guaranteed to end afterwards, even if Zach was able to deal and knock out both Slowpokes at the time. He still needed to take 2 more prize cards, so it wasn't a perfect situation, but what ended up happening, right, was the Slowpoke survived, and all we saw was eventually Christopher was able to draw the right resources despite having a 1-card hand because the Kangaskhan was available, right? They drew enough cards and they were able to pull off the Kyurem to eliminate the bench and win the game from that point. So I don't want to say it was a mistake or anything like that. It's just a different type of mindset, or a different type of approach, if you will, in terms of, sure, the idea behind using Iono to bring your opponent down to less cards in hand, take away the resources, and also using Curse Blast to favor you in accomplishing that is fantastic. And most of the time, that is the right approach, and that will be the right situation. But I think in this particular spot, in this particular situation, with how the game had played out, with the resources available for both players, if you just take that risk, right, you're already against the ropes, you're already in a bad situation, take the risk, and perhaps it'll pay off. And if it doesn't, you were probably going to lose the game anyway. So just an interesting situation that I thought watching that game. Like I said, Slowking, fantastic deck, but on paper, right? The issue continues to be whether you use Xatu, whether you use Mega Kangaskhan, getting to the point where you can continually attack back to back and have all the combo pieces to really pull off and get the best out of your Slowking deck. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. We have Swiss Round 6 coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Pokemon action.
I freaked out, you know, prizes are always on the left side, and I played Lilies and checked to make sure I'm drawing 8, right? And there were no prizes there. I was like, no way, I forgot my prizes on the stream match. No, I just top decked Poffin. Ah!
It's all going according to plan.
Recon. Curse Blast the Kang for 5, and then attack swing onto the
Good
Kang.
job. Good game, good game.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. Adam Watson here with Gotham. who is competing in the senior division and has a really interesting story about his journey with Pokemon. So, Gautam, why don't you just introduce yourself to the people?
Hey, I'm Gautam. I'm a senior division player. This is my 4th year playing competitively, and I've qualified for 1 World Championship so far.
That's pretty good. And with all the regionals that you've competed at, is it still exciting? Are you still nervous? What does it feel like to be a competitor right now?
Oh yeah, every move, every decision is nerve-wracking, but in the end, it's all just really fun to hang out with your friends, be a part of this ginormous community.
Mm-hmm. And as you're preparing and trying to overcome those nerves and just feeling that excitement, what do you do personally to prepare for a big tournament?
I go onto Discord. I message my friends about my decks, of course. We all message about the decks. We go and we test at Tabletop Village, at other establishments.
Yeah.
And we just play Pokemon. I log on to Live a lot. I play a lot of Live. I play a lot of Pocket. Play a lot of Scarlet and Violet, a lot of Legends ZA.
Yeah, it sounds like Pokemon is just a huge part of your life. Some competitors are all about competing and don't really indulge in a lot of other Pokemon products. We're, of course, right here in the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, and you don't seem that young. You don't seem that old, I mean to say. So how did you first get into Pokemon? Where was that first step in the journey?
I started with the Pokemon Sword and Shield. I started with Pokemon Shield. I went and bought it at a local retailer. I brought it home. I also bought a Switch with it, and then I just started playing, and I've been hooked ever since.
Okay, so you started with the video games, and then you transitioned over to playing the TCG.
Yeah, for sure.
And how does that feel, where you got into the card game? Where did that happen?
So it started, I was on a trip to California, and we were looking at antique stores, and I found a pack of Pokemon cards.
In an antique store?
Yep, and I opened it, and I got absolutely nothing, but I've been, again, hooked ever since. I've opened packs after packs, and then eventually I thought, hey, what can I do with these cards other than collect them? Because keeping a binder of cards isn't as exciting as, reading the cards, reading the text, seeing what they actually do. So I was curious, like, what do these things actually do? What's the point of these energy cards? So I went to one of the local shops here in Seattle, and then Jeff Lynn, shout out to Jeff, taught me how to play at one of the shops, and I've played tournament after tournament. My first regional was Vancouver that year. I played my own deck, my own creation, and it didn't go well.
Yeah, usually the first attempts at homebrewing don't go too well, but...
Yeah, but I had a lot of fun. I played, it was one of the smallest regionals I've ever played, 5 rounds in juniors. And
it's not too shabby though.
Yeah, it was really fun. So I just kept on going to more regionals. I kept on getting better at the game, and eventually I got to where I am now.
So you started competing in juniors. You're playing now in senior. How long before you hit Masters division?
Next year is my last year in seniors.
Okay, that's really exciting.
Yeah.
And as you've improved at the game and played so much, studied so much, like you were talking about with your friends and your community, what other steps have you taken to improve at the game and bring it to this level now at this regional championship?
A lot of coaching. I've coached with a few different people, Pablo, Tord, Jackson, Cameron Shinoy. I've coached
some
with
big
all of
names
them.
the audience definitely recognizes.
Oh yeah, and then eventually they've helped me become the player who I am. There's a lot of testing with my local players and friends. Shout out to James, shout out to Leo, shout out to all of you in the server. It's great to have you.
Yeah, that's a lot of work put in, not just by you, but also your coaches and your community to get the best out of your Pokemon career maybe at this point. Looking to the future, have you thought about how long you want to try to compete? Is this just something you're doing for fun right now? What's your future looking like, Gautam?
I'm pretty competitive. Next year, I'm definitely going to compete competitively, wherever it may be. But next year may be my last year, considering I'm going into Masters and, high school, college.
Oh,
Pressure's going to go. Balancing everything with everything else is going to be really difficult, but I'm going to try my best to stay competitive as long as I can and hopefully come back by the time I'm a Masters. So
yeah, we never know what the future may hold, but for now, I know you're going to be playing your heart out And the deck that you've selected, is this another homebrew? Don't give away too much now, but is it another homebrew? Is it something your coaches helped you build?
Me and a couple of friends have worked on it.
Okay.
I'm not going to reveal anything. I'm really 50-50 between Dango and this sort of homebrewed deck. I've played Dango to the last few majors. But this deck that I'm playing, it's really fun for me. It features a Pokemon that I really enjoy. So hopefully it's going to work out.
Yeah, a lot of, competitive players and certainly coaches that we've spoken with on the broadcast have said that if you can find a deck that you love, a deck that you enjoy, personally, it goes a long way towards letting you make those deep runs, making day two, having that comfort level. Has that been your experience overall with the different decks that you've played throughout your history as a player?
Yeah, for sure. So when I started playing again, I played basically just whatever my coaches recommended. I didn't really do too much research. As on my second or third year, I did start making these decisions for myself. I'm going to play Regidrago to this event. I'm going to play Archaludon to that next event.
Yep.
I've played, again, Dango to the last 4 majors. It just felt like the best pick. Most recently being EUIC. I might switch it up tomorrow. Again, it's really 50-50.
You still got a little bit of time to change it.
But, yeah, whatever decks that I pick, I'm always... The 3 things that I'm looking for are that I'm confident with it, it's fun, and that I haven't lost to it at a win it in ever. So that, yeah.
And it seems like you've got the pillars, right, of a competitive player. What we always talk about, these factors of what it takes to win, what it takes to improve, and hopefully things work out. You said that you aren't sure if you'll be able to continue competing with trying to maintain your balance with the other things going on in life, but this was a great interview, Gautam, and gives perhaps a lot of people at home something to look forward to, and a lot of other players in your division something to be inspired by. So thank you once more for your time, and we'll see you all after this quick break.
To be the very best, you've got to win now, in the future, and of course, down the line for the regional championships here this weekend in Seattle. 5 rounds gone, but still plenty more Pokemon left to play. Welcome back into the broadcast. Ethan Heggie here with Piper Lapine. As we mentioned, plenty more Pokemon left. 5-0 is a great start for many of these players, 2 of which will be featuring on the stream, but these matches are ever more crucial and important.
Absolutely, looking to climb up the rankings, get to a nice 8-0, 9-0 after today, and put yourself in a great spot for top 8 is what a lot of these players are looking to do. Some other great records, 7-0-1 feels pretty comfortable. 7-1, have to go like 3-1-1, 4-1-1 in phase 2. Puts yourself in a great spot, but can be a little bit shakier.
Yeah, shaky indeed. We saw sort of, the shaky nature of matchups during that last round. Both decks sort of having games where they had everything they wanted and then games where they had nothing that they wanted. And that does sort of feel a little bit indicative of the format sometimes, especially in the matchups up against the top tier decks. It does feel like that early control really can determine how these matchups play a lot through these top tier decks.
Absolutely, a lot of decks playing that Budu card, shutting down your opponent so easily. I mean, Dragapult's playing them. I know a lot of Guardies are statting them this weekend, which we haven't seen in a while. Zoroark's playing it now. And then other decks have stuff like Yveltal, all these ways to kind of just buy time and set up and kind of scam your opponent out of games, it feels.
But whether you're here in the hall with us in Seattle this weekend or viewing at home, we want to hear what you guys have to say on social media on x.com. Make sure to use that hashtag PlayPokemon, and like these tweets we're about to feature, you could be next up on the broadcast. So, of course, head of Global Esports, Chris Brown, shout out to Chris, who just was featured on the broadcast yesterday for Pokemon Day, is making an appearance locally here in Seattle. We've got lots of action as over 3,000 players are here for TCG, VGC, and GO. The support has been incredible, like Chris mentioned, and it is just insane to see how much this has grown. For context, we are in 2 separate halls this weekend. We've got the hall here where we're streaming with, which has VGC, and Pokemon GO. And then there's a completely separate hall just for TCG. Really shows the scope and how these games have really evolved over time throughout the last couple of years.
Yeah, I was here for the last Seattle Regional Championships in 2017, and I think we only had one of these halls, and I was in senior division at the time, and it was under 100 players, if I remember correctly. And it's just crazy to see the growth in the TCG, and it's just awesome to see. I mean, especially the internationalness of the regionals with so many players coming from across the globe. I mean, we have Giovanni Sasso, the Toronto regional champion, coming up to Seattle to try to win again.
Yeah, and the local events also super important, whether you are playing to enjoy the game or trying to grind through to get the World Championship invite, playing a bit of an obscure deck. So shout out to this little concoction here, Mega Gengar with the Grimmsnarl. Great to just flood your board with those darkness energies. Like to see that. Top 8 at an event for Pokemon Day. Glad to see that Liam and lots of other players are coming out to, show their love for the IP and also try and compete for some of those Pokemon Day rewards that are being happened at local game stores across the country.
Yeah, I love Grimmsnarl, and I think Mega Gengar is pretty interesting. It's one of those cards I really wanted to work out of Phantasmal, but it hasn't really seen its success on the big stage. So awesome to see the top 8 at the Pokemon Day event.
Got more tweets from other players. This person I may know, I may not know. Pokemon is too much fun. Is that a city championship? Oh, that's a regional champion. Wow, okay. I didn't know you were moving like that. Okay, that is a Northwest Pikachu. Team Northwest Pikachu, if I have seen one somewhere. That is the OG little Pika in the background here. Wow, this is a throwback. What year was this from?
2015. It was the Portland Regional Championships. This was the first one I won in juniors. It was like my second fully competitive year playing. I played Seismitoad Slurpuff, which was a really evil deck. I mean, you just drew so many cards through those annoying Hypnotoxic Lasers, Crushing Hammers, Super Scoop-Ups with the tasting ability, just like Goldango's coin bonus. And then you had Lysander's trump card to shuffle them all back into your deck while you're item locking your opponent with Quaking Punch. It was really fun. I definitely ruined some people's days, though.
Yeah, fun for you, not so fun for your opponents. Speaking of having fun as your opponent, this is a great way to get involved, teaching new trainers how to play the Pokemon TCG with Battle Academy at a local game store. What a good night for Pokemon Day. Glad to see we're spreading the love, not just for enjoyment for ourselves, but getting new people involved. And it really is these local game stores that get you involved. I know you have your stories and I have mine, but if it is the same, at least for me, I started out with a local game store, learning the rules and getting involved to play the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, I started out with just the first theme deck that I saw and got taught at a game store. I mean, it's nice to see these more products geared for teaching, like with 2 decks to play against, and a bit more like introductory it feels. I mean, there were some pretty good cards in the deck I played, like Electric at the time, and that was a little bit of a jump to competitive at first.
Sure. Yeah, that Dynamotor ability making a return in the TCG now in the standard format. So some concepts that we grew up with kind of making a full circle. We see Seismitoad now is kind of evolved into Badoo's Itchy Pollen. So, some concepts just kind of get recycled over time, and that is the fun with playing Pokemon TCG for a long time. So shout out to William for showing us how to, get involved in the community and teach some of these newer players. We'll see if we have any other tweets to showcase on here. I think we are pretty much at them here. Oh, that's it for tweets, but that's not it. If you want to have some action, if you're inspired by this or the stream, make sure you guys scan that QR code to find some Pokemon events that are near you. Using that event locator is such a helpful tool to see not just local events, but also events that happen within championship points, including regional championship events. So make sure to scan that QR code, get involved, and play Pokemon.
Yeah, those League Cups and League Challenges are great introductory events to the competitive scene, and you really get to dip your toes in, have some more competitive games than the local League nights, play against some of those more competitive decks, and yeah, just really fun overall. Nice to hang out with people, go to your local game store, play the event, and then go get like a nice meal after and just hang out with everyone.
Truly is a good time, cannot recommend it enough. Now, circling back to the tournament as we get back into what is essentially a global stage here, round number 6 here in Seattle. We've got plenty of notable matches happening out in the field. Another Piper up against Grant Manley. Grant's a name that we haven't featured too much this season. Has been off to a little bit of a rocky start, but strong so far at this tournament here at 5-0. Hassan, who we featured earlier, is up against Adrian. We've seen Carson Washer, a newer aged up Masters Division player. Bodie Robinson, one of our players to watch. Kevin Kruger, a player who had some success online during the, pandemic era, so to say. And it all kind of tunnel necks up towards our feature match, and it's going to be Lewis Coy up against Liam Halliburton.
Yeah, Liam's had an incredible season, winning the first regionals we had in North America, Pittsburgh, with that Zoroark Toadscruel. Then a couple of months later, playing an awesome 4 Lilies, Darmanitan kind of turbo build at Las Vegas, getting second place, only losing to Tord in what looked like was going to just be a super easy match for Tord, but coming back with Blood Moon Ursa Luna and Team Rocket's Watchtower, getting through those cornerstones, and then most recently, just a couple weekends ago, top 4 at the European International Championships. And this has all been with different builds of Zoroark EX, which he's playing again. And we'll see if he's made any adaptations since EUIC. And his opponent playing Goldengo, one of those more important matchups for Zoroark to figure out, as Goldengo's been just so popular. And we saw Liam losing to Drew Stephenson at EUIC, and the Dango list looks really similar to Drew's, so we'll see if Liam can get his revenge.
Well, Piper, the stage is set for our 6th Swiss round of the day. Here at Seattle, let's throw it down, see our players, and get into this match with an absolute blaze. That was a clean transition for Pansear of all Pokemon. I didn't know Pansear could move like that. We'll see if these players have that fire in them to win this 6th Swiss round.
Yeah, I know Reshiram has that fire.
Yeah.
Needing fire to choose attack. Of course, you're going to be copying it with Night Choker most of the time, but Darmanitan in Liam's list, another Unova fire type just like Pansear, but we'll see if that's going to be enough to get through the Goldengos.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of context for this match. Lewis actually took down another Zoroark player in the previous down in Aiden Koos, someone who has been on the bubble a couple of times when it comes to cuts, an asymmetrical top cut earlier in Milwaukee this year. So has had a solid season, you know, a very seasoned player, regional champion himself. So is coming into this matchup not only off of some experience, but a little bit of momentum, right? You just took down at 4-0 a Zoroark variant, and now you're playing against another. That confidence is super crucial when you're going up against such a talented player like Liam Halliburton.
Yeah, playing against those rogue decks is really important, as you don't find them in tournaments super often, but when you do, you want to be prepared, as especially Zoroark, it's gotten a lot of popularity recently, but hasn't really been that high in percentage in tournaments, so having that bit of experience will help, as it can be a pretty tricky matchup. I mean, there's a lot of tricks with the Darmanitan, the Budew, that you have to kind of be cognizant of to make sure you don't fall prey to any of those, but we see the Mega Mawile early in the prizes, can be a pretty efficient attacker in the late game without having energies in your discard pile for the Darmanitan to abuse. And Liam, nothing crazy in the prizes. The Air Balloon may just be a little awkward for mobility, but still having something like Petron EX should be fine overall.
Looks like we're going to have a good game between both of these players. Nothing too much of a hindrance in the prizes. We'll see who is going first. That is always, you know, a big advantage here, especially blind between both these players. Yeah. Now, Liam does definitely, you know, have a bit of an option, but as a Zoroark player, is the standard still to go first with this deck, in your opinion?
I feel like we really want to go second now. Just with the Budew, you kind of just get to scam so many games, and you don't want to get Itchy Pollen. I think the big difference right now is Lily's Determination gives you so many good supporters to play going second. Sure. But Liam here is going first, likely forced to go first, but having this Zorua in the active, it could get knocked out by a Solrock this turn. But Liam does have this Darumaka on the bench, which could, with a Reversal Energy and Darmanitan, make a big comeback.
Yeah, but there is nothing really going on in Liam's hand right now. Just some energies and Pheasantipity. And with Lewis starting with Pheasantipity himself is kind of masking what deck he's exactly playing. So that bit of questionability could come into effect here. And already here, Lewis has got a turn 1 KO onto this Zorua thanks to this Arven and the double Fighting Gong to start off the turn.
Yeah, it looked like Lewis had 3 Fighting Gongs in his hand. So we'll even have the option to Lunar Cycle here and draw 3 cards on top of the knocking out the Zorua. And Liam's going to be reliant on this top deck and Pheasantipity to get a Buddy Poffin against some Zoruas, maybe a Darmanitan, Reversal Energy, and Countercatcher to knock out both these Gimme Ghouls, but looking at the hand, that's a little unrealistic at this point.
So here we go, using that, Lunar Cycle ability, does have a Earthen Vessel as well, and a picture-perfect start here for Lewis is going to have the turn 1 KO, even getting rid of the Artisan, something that would be more beneficial to Liam at this point. Absolutely picture-perfect start, the knockout, plus fighting energies for next turn, and Liam all of a sudden is going to have to figure out if he can put together an attack this turn. If he falls behind 2 prize cards in this matchup, it's super hard to come back.
Yeah, especially if the Goldengo player is really like careful with the energies they have in their discard pile. It's very hard for the Darmanitan to get those knockouts, and with the Pheasantipity on Liam's bench, he can't ever really flex into that 1 prize board state because you really need the extra draw in play of like the Zoroarks, and sometimes you can like get to a 1 Zoroark board state, then Turo it. But with the Fez, you need the Zoroark and the Fez at a point, and then you can't Turo both in one turn. But
and Flip the Script just has absolutely nothing. He's going to have to use this boss's orders to hopefully try and stall out the Gimme Ghoul. And top deck Secret Box here for Lewis means essentially this is almost a completely wrapped up game with Liam being down this Darumaka almost guaranteed at the end of this turn. he really is going to have no realistic way to come back in this game, it seems.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to if Lewis goes for a Vitality Band knocking out the Darumaka or a Boss's Orders knocking out the Zorua. And also, then it puts on Liam. Does Liam think that he can win 2 games? Should he just scoop immediately, save some time? Or will he play it out, maybe thinking that this matchup is a little unfavored and just play for the tie? But
yeah, actually just going to use the secret box this turn. So could have just actually preserved that and just used the Earthen Vessel. Instead, just going to grab out more Pokemon tool cards, it seems like. And this may signal the Soul Rock KO actually here, thanks to that Vitality Band, preserving this Goldengo EX as well.
Yeah, or it could be a knockout on that Zorua, just trying to keep the energies out of the discard since Lewis is leaving that Darumaka in play. Liam has not had the chance to evolve into a Zoroark. Yep, here's the knockout on that Zorua. So Lewis just trying to limit that draw because Liam hasn't had a chance to evolve into Zoroark, so he may have one in hand and just hasn't gotten to play it yet. But we know that Liam didn't have one last turn, so this is actually a little bit better for Liam.
Yeah, a bit better for Liam. He's going to get to draw 3 cards off flip the script. Can he find anything?
Secret box.
Does find the secret box.
Could potentially lead to something, but this hand is just full of energies. I think there's already 2 in Liam's discard and a Night Stretcher. Like, that's so many energies gone that you have to wonder. Yeah, there's 2 discard off the secret box. I think 3 or 4 in discard now, really just limiting the resources in the future.
Yeah, no way to search out reversal energy. So with this secret box, it may have to just be some sort of, you know, Lily and Prey at this point. How many energy cards are in the discard pile here for Lewis? If there are 6 energy cards, you could, or 4 energy cards rather, you could take the KO with that first attack on the Darmanitan. That way you at least sort of stay in the prize race at some point, but it really does just feel a little bit too little too late when this Goldengo deck takes a 2-prize lead.
Yeah, especially with the Pheasantipity on Lewis's board. Knocking out the Solrock is just going to give him so much draw to be able to knock out that Pheasantipity, and then it'll be like 2 to 5 prizes. And Liam, it's just going to be too far gone at that point, it feels.
I think is really going to have to hope he can find the Darmanitan, and the reversal energy off of this does already have Counter Catcher. So he's going to go ahead and use this Artisan, thanks to Secret Box, to bench another Darumaka. Buddy Poffin is going to grab 2 Zorua, and we've got to find those 2 exact cards here off of this. We've got to find ourselves the Darmanitan, and we've got to find ourselves Reversal Energy. If not, it feels like we're just too far behind. We've got to take a risk somewhere here. We'll see if Liam decides to go for that position here.
Yeah, it could also be a time where if Liam doesn't find enough pieces off this Lilies, he could just decide to go to the next game and try again. Maybe going second, get a Budew, and really slow down Lewis's start, because Lewis just had such a great hand, getting that Solrock and Lunatone immediately, Arven for the Buddy Poffin, and just setting up so well. But Liam here going for a counter catcher on this Goldengo, likely playing for some, using 2 Darmanitan attacks over a couple turns to knock out all the Goldengos in play. Because you could do 180 to the Dengo here, and then knock out that Gimme Ghoul, and then next turn, do something similar with either a Zoroark or a Darmanitan, and try to just wipe the board of all the big threats.
Last card, does he find it? No, does not. Finds the reversal energy, but just cannot find the Darmanitan. And with this miss here, it does feel like the doors are just shutting on Liam. You see that smirk just debating, is there a world? Can't even play the End's Castle down to pivot into Budew, and it's just going to be a pass. So Liam's still playing things out here, but with Lewis already having that Earthen Vessel in hand, it's going to be a guaranteed knockout onto this Darumaka, and really just a huge hill for Liam to climb, almost a near impossible one.
Yeah, typically the Darmanitan builds can actually come back from a 2-prize loss just by forcing the 1-prizers in the active and taking 2-prize knockouts, but down 3 prizes, it means Lewis just has to find 1 boss plus knock out a 2-prizer over a couple turns instead of having to do it twice.
Yeah.
Which just makes it so difficult for Liam to get back into this game. He's going to need to get a bit lucky off some Ionos, but as we've mentioned, Lewis's board is just so good. It has his Pheasantipity already ready since he started it, and the Lunatone and Solrock. It's hard to get rid of those and the Goldengo draw.
Yeah, could even use Artisan here to just put another Gimme Ghoul into play, but instead it's just going to use this first and does find Nest Ball, so maybe wanting to get that Genesect instead to guarantee Goldengo EX, and it will be exactly that choice. So finding the Goldengo and now protecting this Gimme Ghoul from a Flame Body Cannon down the line like you mentioned.
Yeah, this is going to be really awkward for Liam to find a way to map himself back into the game, especially because all the kind of lines you have when they have 2 Dengos in play rely on damage sticking, and Dengos typically play Picnic Basket, a couple Turos, and it can all get the damage can get messed up really easily. And Lewis with the Vitality Band in hand, looking to probably take a knockout with this Soul Rock as going into another Dengo. Just to draw 2.
Luis will go ahead and use this coin bonus, drawing to 2 more cards. Does find the Vitality Band and is going to put this on. Doesn't really necessarily fix too much math, and we will see the first Superior Energy Retrieval hit the board. Just going to bring back 4 basic energy cards from the discard pile. So Make It Rain will take the KO onto Darumaka.
May have Boss's orders for the Pheasantipity, right?
Oh, wow. Yeah, Boss's orders Pheasantipity, and this just means next turn, Lewis can just use a huge Make It Rain and take the KO on whatever Liam has in the active
Lewis
spot.
needs to attach... Oh, no energy on the...
Oh, wow. All right, well, this is a little bit of an awkward spot now since we announced an attack when we did not have energy cards on our Pokemon. So we've got to see how this is going to play through. Since we technically announced an attack without this existing. All right, we're good.
Yeah,
all
okay.
Right. Everything's okay at this spot. So a little bit of a mishap here, but Lewis are able to find exactly what's happening. Goes down to just 2 prize cards remaining and is now just a single 2 prize KO away from winning this game.
Yeah, it's just going to be so difficult for Liam. Already rebenching that Pheasantipity. Luis just a boss away on that Pheasantipity, or just 2 1-prize knockouts. I mean, Liam is not threatening to win in 2 turns, it feels. So Luis can just go knock out Darmanitan.
Yeah.
Liam's going to have to really get Luis with those Ionos, and he's going to have to draw some really unfortunate cards, but that deck is just so thin. So many Lunar Cycles been used, so many coin bonuses. And Luis used 2 coin bonuses for 2 last turn, and there's just not many. That's kind of the strength of this Dengo deck. You just get to a point where Ionos become ineffective. You just draw your entire deck and always have the pieces you need.
Yeah, especially with Pheasantipity as well, to just always be able to flip the script and draw a few cards. That's a potential as well. Just such a strong version.
And
yet,
Liam just scoops.
Liam just understands that there is no coming back from this game. Picks things up. We are going to game number 2, and yeah, really here, Luis is just riding the momentum from beating a Zoroark on the previous round, going into this, and is now just a game away from advancing to 6-0 and taking down a regional champion this season.
Absolutely, yeah, this matchup's really on the Zoroark player drawing well, it feels. Especially the Darmanitan build, you really need to find the Darmanitan and the Reversal Energy, which there is an Ultra Ball, I believe, to find that Darmanitan, but there's no search option for the Reversal Energy, so you kind of have to get a little lucky off those lilies, the trades, and flip the scripts to find all those pieces.
Let's look back at that first game and see sort of what went right for Luis and what went wrong for Liam. You know, the going wrong was really just this poor start, and an excellent start for Luis. Just had everything here. Just the turn 1 KO with Soul Rock, taking out Zorua, shutting trade off always, and there was this one opportunity here for Liam. If he could have found that Reversal Energy Darmanitan KO, could have changed the course of the game, or at least forced Luis to find a couple of Boss's orders to close things out, but Liam just understood there were no resources available to close things out, picked his cards up, and went to game number 2.
Yeah, and looking at it quickly now, Liam's hand looks so much better. I saw Buddy pop in. He'll finally get a Zoroark into play, it's looking like. Use some trade, because we saw no trades in the last game, and you never want to see that as a Zoroark player.
Here we go. Luis will be starting things off, going first. Liam opting to go second in this position. Like you mentioned, is advantageous with something like the Badoo as a potential option. So we'll see what the start is. It is actually that Mega Mawile as the starter. And this hand here for Luis is got a Fighting Energy and 2 ways to search out the pair of Lunatone and Solrock. So on paper here, you know, has got pretty much everything down that he wants to. Just a little bit of an annoying starter in that Mega Mawile.
Yeah, I also saw Buddy pop in to get those extra gimme ghouls to get more draw, but the Mega Mawile, it's 3 prize cards, it's weak to fire. Liam has those Darmanitans. If you overextend a little bit with a Make It Rain knockout, it could just get gusted up and knocked out at any point, and Liam's up 3 prize cards, which makes his prize map just so much easier. And looking at these prize cards, there's that one Professor Turo scenario, which just makes it a bit harder to find it on an impactful turn. And the 2 Arvins means you may not find Arvins as often, but overall not too bad for Goldengo. Only 1 energy means it'll be pretty easy to find enough energies to take your knockouts.
So big Lunar Cycle here. Really not a lot else going on in the hand. And not a lot else going on from the top of the deck. You know, Fighting Energy for next turn to try again, but missing an energy attachment means could be a little bit annoying to move the Mawile and attack next turn. As Liam starts things off going first, we'll play the Buddy Poffin and is going to get the bad news right away that a very small but powerful friend, that Badoo, is unavailable in the prize cards, as well as that Pheasantipity EX.
Yeah, we saw Pheasantipity become really important in the last game since Liam was drawing so poorly, but even in games where you draw better, that draw 3 every time anytime one of your Darmanitans or Zoruas get knocked out, it's just super efficient. I mean, you can just draw so many extra cards each turn. And Liam really wanted to Itchy Paw in this turn, it feels. I mean, no energies on Luis's board, but...
Yeah, no supporter card either. Just going to use this flip the script, or rather not using that, using this Lunar Cycle to draw, and finds Arven plus Goldengo EX. Absolutely huge finds here. Now Lewis has just got to decide how he wants to go about sequencing this turn. It's going to be the Arven as a supporter for choice, can grab the Air Balloon and an item card of choice. Now what that item is going to be seems to be that Earthen Vessel, and it makes a lot of sense with how things are playing out here.
Yeah, the Earthen Vessel gets the fighting energy for the Solrock this turn and a fighting energy for the Lunatone next turn, because while Luis has this Goldengo coin bonus for 1, his hand is pretty weak otherwise, no other supporters, so this just helps establish the hand for the next coming turns and gets that knockout, which really just pressures Liam.
Yeah, it's going to be the Earthen Vessel before using coin bonus. I feel like you wouldn't hate to draw into more energy cards, but you've also got, not super too many left in the deck. There's a decent portion, so don't hate the sequencing here for Luis. And Luis is actually going to grab double fighting, so it seems like just leaning towards the Solrock KO just to protect Goldengo, it seems.
Yeah, I think Luis is trying to protect the Goldengo, just do the most efficient KO, because when you're attacking with Dengo, you're putting those energies in discard, and if you have too many in discard, then the Darmanitan can either knock out the Goldengo or that Mega Mawile that is on the board.
1 card coin bonus, finding Nest Ball. That can grab Genesect if he so chooses to, and just put this other Goldengo into play, getting more card draw, protecting the board. Is going to just be thinning those 2 out, the 1 to evolve, and just 1 more going to the hand, a card you're not going to draw into off of a coin bonus. So things, again, picture perfect here for Luis. We'll have to see, if Liam has a bit of a better start this game, how the mid to end game is going to play out when both of these decks clash at full power.
Yeah, it looks like Liam has his Zoroark in hand, but other than that, not a lot. So we'll see what he can do. Draws a Petron, just discarding that immediately.
Yeah, saving the Buddy Pollen and finds another one, as well as a Lily's Determination. So huge grab here. Is now going to decide how he wants to go about this turn. He's going to now use this Buddy Poffin, finding a Zorua, playing the second one to fail it, and just playing the Lily. So holding off on benching Petron, understands it's a little bit of a liable Pokemon to play down, but with that Pheasantipity and the prize cards and the Zorua active, is going to need to find some help off these 8 cards.
Absolutely. Having that extra Zorua on the bench now means that Luis is just a boss away from taking another prize card. Liam needs to find a lot to put pressure on this turn, and you don't really want to attack with Zoroark because facing such a strong board, I mean, the Zoroark's just going to get knocked out almost immediately, it feels. And finding Darmanitan Reversal ends Castle just is so... Wow, this is a crazy hand. 4 Dark Energy, 2 Boss's Orders.
Yeah, and a Nest Ball. So Liam can't even take a KO on the Solrock. Could find Pecharunt and be able to pivot out, but it really just feels like it wouldn't be doing much at this point, and you just kind of leave yourself to almost certainly get return KO'd from a Make It Rain. So with this sort of being, worst case scenario, or at least suboptimal, how do you approach the rest of this turn, Piper, as a Zoroark player?
Yeah, Liam's in this weird spot where if he doesn't take a knockout and Luis has boss on this Zoroark, he's in an almost unwinnable position. But if he does take a knockout, then the Zoroark's already in the active, and Luis doesn't even need a boss. But Liam could also be hoping for Luis to overextend and discard too many energies, and Liam draws that Budu off the prizes and potentially gets that lock with the Budu, since the Solrock with the energy will be getting knocked out. There may be too many energies in this card, and Budu could potentially win the game for Liam, but there also may not be enough time for that. So we'll see what he goes for. Just taking that knockout makes a lot of sense, since the Pheasantipity's in the prizes. There's another Zoroark, a Cyrano, a lot of good cards to kind of bail out this hand. And there is also just a chance Luis doesn't hit the knockout. I mean, his board is actually a little locked with that Mega Mawile and the Genesect. There's only room for a Solrock or Pheasantipity if he wants extra draw or needs that extra draw.
Does have plenty of energy recovery. The question now, how many energies are in the discard pile here for Luis?
Looks like 3.
3 fighting energy, needs 1 for the active, has Arven for Vessel, so I think the pieces are there. Can find, I believe, a total of 7 energy cards, so 1 for the active and then 5 for Make It Rain. And if that is the case here, Luis is going to be able to take a KO on the Zoroark, go down to just 3 prize cards left, and leave Liam with a board with no Darmanitan and no Zoroark, and even going to find that secret box for good measure off of this Arven.
Yeah, Liam prizing that Pheasantipity is just showing how bad it is. I mean, he had that Nest Ball last turn to try to see some more cards, but with the Pheasantipity prize, had to get this Fresh Arm and go for this knockout and hope for the bailout. And it's just such a rough spot for Liam to be in.
Is there a 4th energy in the discard pile. If not, you could kind of just free roll, discard one instead, but looks like just going to keep these energies in play, in the hand rather. Does find that Artisan as well. I wonder what this last bench spot Piper is going to go towards.
Yeah, I'd imagine it'd be trying to reestablish that Solrock, just in case Liam goes for an Iono, that you have that extra draw available. Especially because Liam kind of showed that there's no Pheasantipity in deck. So it's going to be really difficult to draw like the Reversal Energy and Darmanitan to actually knock out the Dingo. So having Pheasantipity isn't very good. And then, so having that Solrock, yep, there's the Solrock off the Artisan. Just setting up for a potential Iono because Luis is so far ahead, just wants to make sure that he can stay ahead. And that's kind of just the whole idea of the Dingo deck. You're super aggressive, have an unlimited damage cap, get ahead, stay ahead.
Yeah, and this will be the 4th energy right off of this Lunar Cycle hitting the discard pile. So Luis really thinking through every decision, which really is the trademark of a good Gholdengo player. Just maximizing efficiency, not getting rid of too many resources on purpose. Is waiting to play this Earthen Vessel, so maybe the energies aren't quite there, but it looks like with this and there being 4 in the discard pile, it's actually going to be just enough here as long as there is just 1 energy in the hand. So we'll see Luis use this. Earthen Vessel is going to grab the fighting and the metal energy, and now just has to keep track of how many energy cards are gone just to play around that Badoo in case it does become a factor.
Yeah, with the Superior getting all the energies from the discard pile, that means, and the attachment for turn, Luis will be down 7 energies, still having 4 left, because Dengos typically play around 11 energies. So it should be enough to get through enough Badoos, since Luis is going to 3 prizes. And Liam doesn't have any like Bravery Charm or Luxurious Cape, and with the Solrock in play, can always just take knockouts with that, so don't need to worry about it too much here.
Yeah, it does find that other energy card as well. It's going to use the Superior Energy Retrieval to discard Gholdengo, interestingly enough. So with there being, I believe, 1 to 2 in the discard pile. Have to see what got shuffled back. It looks like a Gholdengo EX did get shuffled back from that Super Rod, so can kind of just free roll discard 1. And a bit of an interesting discard is actually going to get rid of that Professor Turo. Now that he's down both of those Air Balloon, you've always got to maybe think about that Yveltal as a scary option later on in the game. Maybe knows Liam's list from EUIC and has a potential to know it might not be in the deck.
Yeah, Zorks have typically been cutting the Yveltal lately, as it doesn't provide too much value, especially with so many Dengos still playing Prime Catcher. But notably, Luis did prize that second Professor Turo scenario. I don't know if he forgot or just didn't check it, but he draws off the prizes. So not in too sticky of a spot, but Liam could definitely still play for it with 2 balloons and a Turo down. Can really try to mess with the mobility issues that Dengo sometimes runs into.
Speaking of mobility, Liam's got to get something going at this point. He is really going to be relying off of a single trade ability, and that's pretty much it. Thanks to that Pheasantipity still being prized. Ultra Ball away, double Darkness energy. Really just cannot catch a break with this variance in these first 2 games. It's going to be a big trade. Has Boss's Orders as a potential to maybe try and buy some time, seeing the double Air Balloon and the Turo gone. But really, that would be the last case scenario, since if your opponent does have an out, they could just go down to 2 prizes and leave you in a world of hurt.
Yeah, I mean, Liam really wants to Iono this turn, it feels, but discarding a 5th Dark Energy this turn, finds a Stretcher for another Zorak to trade again.
It's going to trade again, but really looking for a Reversal Energy, some way to do something.
Found a Reversal.
Find the Reversal, so can just go for a Boss's Orders, and here Liam actually has a combination thanks to that backdraft to take a KO on Mega Mawile. So despite the poor draws in this spot and having a Darmanitan in the active plus Darumaka on the bench, Liam can threaten a game on the following turn.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways he can do it. I mean, if Luis is careful of what the amount of energies he has in discard, Liam can just Black Belt and Flame Body Cannon to knock out, or can try to knock out this Genesect. There's a lot of ways that Liam can potentially win this game, but he is going to probably have to find another Darmanitan, because Luis can't really boss a Zorak this turn, because then 6 energies will be in the discard pile, and this Darmanitan will come up and backdraft and knock out. So he has to knock out this Darmanitan this turn, and then you have to be wary of the Darmok on the bench and not have too many energies in the discard pile.
Yeah, could Superior Energy Reveal, and did still hold on to that Vitality Band. So is there a world to KO the Darumaka on the bench with Solrock and then keep the energies available? That way you play around the Flame Body Cannon, the backdraft. That seems like maybe the most realistic option. Otherwise, if you just take a straight up KO into this Darmanitan, you're pretty much leaving yourself exposed to losing to a Evolution plus some ends PP up as well.
Yeah, just knocking out the
wow.
Darmanitan here with 3 energies. I don't know how many energies were in the discard. Looks like Liam is checking. Oh.
Okay, well, this is an issue now,
Yeah.
unfortunately, because we did not attach an energy card before taking a prize card, and now with the prize card being taken, there is not a guarantee for being able to take KO. So this is now devolved into a pretty tricky situation here. So we're going to take a pause and make sure we can, get everything figured out in this game state. But yeah, twice now where Luis has forgotten to attach an energy card. And in this case here, especially that he'd taken a prize card too, could devolve into a bit of an interesting judge situation as we are nearing the final turns of this game.
Yeah, I think it's just with the Goldengos having air balloons, you're moving them around a bunch, trying to draw 2 off the coin bonus with them in the active, just forgetting which one has the energy, the nerves of being on stream. All that kind of combined led to the mistake. And looking at the board state, though, Luis knocking out this Darmanitan, it puts Liam on finding another reversal, most likely, and another Darmanitan. So we'll see if he's going to be able to put it together. It is, like, a little scary leaving the Goldengo in the active because then Liam doesn't need to find a Gust at all. But if you promote the Solrock and knock out the bench Darumaka, then Liam just needs that Secret Box for Countercatcher and Black Belt's training to be able to knock out the Goldengos on the bench.
Yeah, if there is 5 energy in the discard pile, which I believe there is after that knockout, then you can just use an ends PP up in energy. You don't even need the reversal energy. And the reversal energy wouldn't even work in this spot, right? Since both players are at 2 prize cards.
Oh, true.
So, it would essentially still act as a colorless energy.
Yeah. Well, there could just be a dark energy attached and then Countercatcher Black Belt's trained to backdraft if there's less than 5 energies at this point.
Yeah, that would work as well. You would also need to find the pivot. There's 2 issues, right? Number 1 is finding the pivot, right? You've got to find either the Pecharunt EX or the Ends Castle. We did see the Ends Castle, I believe, get bumped, though, earlier in the game.
And I think the Pecharunt was discarded, too. So the mobility could be a big issue for Liam.
There's a couple of things that could be an issue. And then let's not forget how many of those dark energy have hit the discard pile so far. I believe 5 dark energy in the discard pile so far. Taking a look at this list here for Liam, is playing just 2 copies of Ends PP up and hasn't played any yet.
Yeah.
So we need to find one of the 2 remaining Dark Energy plus an Ends PP up. And then there also needs to be 5 energy in the discard pile, plus needs to find the Darmanitan as well, which the best way to search that is going to be with one of those Night Stretcher, which may be needed for a Dark Energy. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can kind of see how these end games can get pretty tricky for the Zoroark deck, even in the matchup against Goldengo.
Yeah, I mean, it is nice to see that Liam has a route, though, for what looked like such a bad game with those prizes. I mean, no Budu, no Pheasantipede, kind of just giving Luis a free turn, only taking a 1 prize knockout. Liam needs to hit a lot in these last few turns, but with all the draw from trades, Zoroark is the deck that can do it the best.
Yeah, still that Pheasantipede being one of those last 2 prize cards. It's gotta hurt when every single card is gonna matter in spots like these. But you can only control what you can. There's no way to get this Pheasantipede out. No Hisuian Heavy Ball anymore in the standard format. So we'll see the judge kind of coming back and will give a ruling, and we'll have to see how this plays out given penalties potentially in this spot. So looks like we'll get confirmation. You've got to assume this is the second time this has happened this game. The prize card was taken already. If this is a spot where it is reversible or not, it definitely, does matter. And if there is a prize card penalty, then it would change the entire outcome of the end of this game for Liam.
Yeah, I mean, even if Liam were to whiff the Darmanitan, he did draw that Budu off the prizes, though, so could potentially stall a turn with that Budu since Luis would be at 2 prize cards. Likely wouldn't be able to boss and knock out an End Zoroark in the same turn, so could buy an extra turn to find all those Darmanitan pieces.
This looks like judges are discussing with the players the circumstance of what has happened. Of course, regardless of the ruling that is given, players are allowed to appeal to head judges. And I know, the appeal process is something that is super important, to make sure that everybody is getting a fair ruling. Some of these judges haven't been, judging for too long, or, the rules are flexible sometimes. So, we'll have to see how things play out. And it looks like there will be a penalty assessed, a double prize card penalty here for Luis. And that's going to mean Liam does not need to find that combination and is going to get essentially a free roll on this final turn and go to game number 3.
Yeah, definitely. Liam's definitely breathing a sigh of relief. And after those 2 games, hopefully he's drawing a bit better. I mean, has found like 1 Zoroark on turn 2 each game, or 0 the first game and 1 the second game, just not digging through his deck as much as he wants to be. But, I mean, Luis is probably going to be choosing second, also could be scared of getting donked. I mean, we've seen it happen a lot with Dengo in the past. That Solrock and Lunatone combo is so powerful.
lots of things going into game number 3. I want to actually bring our analyst in, Pablo Mesa. Pablo, thanks for joining us here. If you, I believe we can bring you in. Where, oh, here you are. What's going on, Pablo? Yeah, bringing you in here into this game number 3. And yeah, what a, kind of crazy end, or rather middle end game that game number 2 brought us.
Yeah, I mean, the motto is always play to your outs, right? I think in this sort of spot, like, you're hoping for a misplay, right? This is a pretty crucial misplay. It is the second time that Luis has tried to attack with an energy-less Pokemon, so I think that factored into the double price penalty. But yeah, I mean, pretty unfortunate draws for Liam. Like, I think as Liam, if you're heading into a tournament, you know the metagame, right? You're very well versed. You have a game plan against Golden-Go. I don't think we've been able to see him fully execute that just because of its very awkward starts, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And the prize cards, I think, are going to be a big deal here going into this last match. Thank you so much, Pablo. As we sort of get into the last pieces here, we'll see, those have always sort of hindered Liam. Will it be on the opposite side here for Luis? And more importantly, going first versus going second. Luis is going to get to go second in this third game. Could be a super huge impact. And I'm not sure Liam did anything on this first turn, just passed. Yeah. I think we're going to see the game end right here. Let's cut to it and see. There it is. The Arven just going to double check Earthen Vessel, plus if there's either an air balloon in the hand or a Vitality Band. The Vitality Band's prized. Oh no, Vitality Band unavailable. Luis is not going to be able to take the turn 1 KO, and that one copy card being unavailable shifts us from a game 1 ender to a series.
Yeah, Liam is going to be shocked to see that the Darumaka survived the turn, and he's going to be able to play supporter like a Lily's Determination and hopefully set up a board. I mean, draw passing it into Dengo is like the scariest thing ever. I mean, especially when they start Lunatone and Solrock. I don't know what's running through Liam's mind right now, but he's going to be very happy with the end of this turn for sure.
And you see Liam just be like, all right, we've got ourselves a match, ladies and gentlemen. We've got ourselves a match by the skin of his teeth in game 2, and now game 3 has been given a birth in this set, as Buddy Poffin is instead just going to grab Pokemon instead of grabbing another piece. So wow, here for Luis, not having that piece means that we're going to see a match, and we'll have to figure out even what the end of this turn is going to look like, since you're really not gaining that much value by poking a Darumaka here for 70 damage.
Yeah, and we were so taken aback by the Vitality Band being prized, but there's also 2 superior energy retrievals, which if Luis has to get aggressive with knockouts early, has a lot of energies in the discard, could make it awkward to play around the Darmanitan or even find those superiors to take knockouts on Zoroark EX. So Liam goes from potentially losing the game on the first turn to having a decent shot in this game.
Yeah, really will depend on the other cards in Liam's hand, right? Without having Zoroark,
really painful turn 1.
It really is going to get interesting. So yeah, we're just going to see the 70 damage, so 10 damage short without that Vitality Band. What does Liam have? It's it's an Ultra Ball off the top of the deck. What is this hand? There is absolutely nothing going on. What do you even Ultra Ball for? Do you grab Pheasantipity and prepare to flip the script next turn? Do you risk it and just grab a single Zorua? And this is going to be that Pheasantipity. So all 3 games here for Liam, just struggling heavily in this early game, and is just going to try and buy some time with this boss's orders on the Genesect EX.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Luis Arven for an Air Balloon last turn, so and discard another Arven, so it may be difficult to find an Arven or an Air Balloon this turn for the Genesect.
Just has another Arven in hand, though, Piper.
Oh, wow.
So it's going to be guaranteed. You see that sort of little stutter as you look at the deck and make sure that it is in there. Going to start by just thinning out the deck. We'll see how Luis wants to go ahead and sequence this here. He could just play the Arven, since he's going to be your guaranteed supporter for turn, to just grab that Air Balloon out so you don't double grab it. Could see what he wants to do here.
Could also get something like the Secret Box for future turns and not even take a knockout this turn, not give Liam those 3 cards off Pheasantipity, and just try to get a boss's orders knockout on that Pheasantipity as the first KO of the game.
It even finds Professor Turo's scenario, so depending on how he wants to go about this here, could just do exactly that, right? Play the Turo, leave the Goldengo active, and not take a KO. It is always risky, if your opponent has some sort of combination. We're going to actually just go ahead and see this happen right away. So we'll see the Turo, and the Solrock is going to come up. But yeah, I would agree kind of with what you were saying, Piper, of maybe not taking a KO being a better route in this spot.
Yeah, I think Liam's board is weak enough that it's not too significant taking this knockout. I mean, you get rid of the only Darumaka, which is the only threat. This Pheasantipity is doing nothing.
3 cards here does find Iono. If there was nothing drawn, this would be almost all curtains. So Liam not out of it yet, does have that Badoo as a potential option and the counter catcher in the hand. So you know, small decisions like taking early knockouts can be crucial in this game, especially when this Iono is going to shuffle both of these Goldengo EX and the Genesect to the bottom of the deck.
For sure, and that Arven that you mentioned. So that's 3 Arvens that Luis isn't going to have access to, making that air balloon fairly difficult to find.
And all of a sudden, the doors open for Liam, finds Buddy Poffin for Zorua, and this is the time where Badu, which was not showed at all in Game 1 or Game 2, could catch Luis by surprise here in this final game.
Yeah, and bringing up the Gimme Ghoul instead of that Goldengo means that Luis doesn't have any guaranteed draw on board since the Genesect got Turo'd last turn. Liam puts himself in a spot where he can potentially start to rebuild that board and get himself back into this game, especially if Luis misses the knockout this turn. He's only behind by 1 prize. It's actually a fairly good spot, all things considered, after such an awful start.
Does need to get a Darumaka down, or at least 1. That's definitely, you know, piece number 1 that is missing. Does he have something like a stretcher? No, no stretcher. It's just going to be Itchy Pollen for 10 damage, it seems like, into this Gimme Ghoul. So here we go. Big turn for Luis. Did also discard the Turo because it was played the turn before, so really going to have to hopefully try and find that 1 copy of Air Balloon. Finds the other Turo as well. Are you kidding me here? But there's no energy cards. It's just going to have to rely off of the Soul Rock to take a KO, but Piper, it feels like you've got to go in aggressive and take more prize cards here, and that will be the choice for Luis, playing this second copy. Not even going to bench the other Gimme Ghoul, just going to take the knockout with Soul Rock and hope that this 2 prize card lead is enough for him to jump off the back and win the rest of this game.
Yeah, but Liam with 2 Zorks in his hand now and that Flip the Script active, he may be able to go back into that Badu, maybe the Dengo with no energies. I mean, Luis is down 1 Air Balloon, 2 Professor Turo scenario, and 2 Arven. I mean, it's going to be so difficult to find this Air Balloon and move the Goldengo. No energies in hand, no access to Fighting Gong or Earthen Vessel under an Itchy Pollen means it's also not easy to find those 2 energies to attack with and knock out the Badu.
All right, we're going to see the ends PP up and the Lily's Determination. So shuffling the hand in, going to actually not play that counter catcher that was in the hand. So we'll see what Liam is looking for. Even just a KO on the Soul Rock. Doesn't know what resources are available or unavailable, but as of right now, Liam does still need to find, of course, those ends Pokemon to copy that attack with that Zoroark EX as well.
For sure, looking for that Reshiram here as it's going to knock out the Soul Rock. Liam potentially just aiming for that knockout on the Soul Rock. I mean, take away the draw from Luis's side. And Luis had a pretty weak hand last turn.
Yeah, finds the Reshiram, but no Darumaka. That's a big piece that was missing here. Saw 8 cards, couldn't find the Artisan, or even a Night Stretcher would have done it as well. That big piece missed is going to have to change how Liam wants to approach this turn.
For sure. I just retreated into that Reshiram and passing.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't take a KO because what is your response on the following turn?
Yeah, I mean, if you give Luis Pheasantipity and items, and that Zoroark's probably just getting knocked out, and Luis is going to 2 prizes. So just trying to buy some time behind this Reshiram and finally put some pieces together. I mean, everything just seems to be going wrong for Liam this set.
Yeah, absolutely. What seemed like an opportunity has now faltered, and that 1 misstep after being given a second chance, a second life in this game, is potentially not going to be enough. You see how just missing a single step can throw everything out of place, as Luis is going to have access to Lunar Cycle, 2 coin bonus abilities, and potentially a boss's orders on this Zoroark could shut down any hope of Liam in this game.
Yeah. Luis here just drawing as many cards as possible, looking for that boss's orders.
Finds the secret box, an absolutely insane rip off of this Lunar Cycle, and hasn't even used a single coin bonus ability yet.
Yeah, I'm sure Liam is not going to be happy to see his opponent finding secret box when he could have used one on his turn to get some Darumakas into play. And the doors are just slowly closing on Liam. Like, every opportunity, he just doesn't find it. And that's kind of the issue with Zoroark. It's like, all the draws are put on you drawing well. Like, Goldengo is expected to find all these pieces. It's built to do that. But Zoroark, you have to piece together these combos. You don't have the targeted search. You're just drawing off the top and hoping for the best sometimes.
Can even just save this potential, well, it's weird, you could save this energy on the Soul Rock. And this is the last question here. Do you want to commit this Air Balloon? And it feels like saving that resource may just be better in this spot.
Yeah, I think being down 2 Turo and an Air Balloon already
That card does not work that way. You can't play that card. You got 2 items. 2 items doesn't work that way. All right, let's make sure everything is going right. Let's see energies on the Pokemon that are attacking, the proper cards that are grabbed. We want, you know, regulations happening here in this third game.
Absolutely.
So here we go. Every single beat being hit here for Luis, and on the contrary, Liam just struggling to find anything to keep up with this perfect, almost picture perfect at that start here for Luis in this third game. We'll see the retreat. Going into this Goldengo EX, the coin bonus can be used on the active to draw additional cards, and there it is, Boss's Orders onto Zoroark. It will fall at the end of this turn, and Luis will be 2 prize cards away from advancing to 6-0.
Yeah, and Liam with no Darumakas, no energy in play, what does he even do? He can't knock out a Dengo this turn, and like it's just, he's already down and ends PP up too.
Yeah, it does get rid of the energy off of the superior energy retrieval. There were a couple other choices I was thinking maybe would have been slightly better in this spot. He's going to use the coin bonus as well to find a piece. Does find the Pheasantipity. I feel like that's probably a fine card to maybe put down into play just to give yourself some protection off of, you know, being Iono'd and KO'd potentially, but that's not really even an option with how this board is looking for Liam, right? With there not being that Zekrom available yet, you can't KO the Goldengo EX without having a Darmanitan in play. 6 energy, KO make it rain, and Liam's back is absolutely up against the wall. He's going to have to really reach into a bag of tricks here if he wants to pull out this victory.
Yeah, it looks like he's probably going to be checking the energies here, see if Badu can maybe manage a miracle here, but it looks like there's only 8 energies gone between the discard and board, so that's 3 left.
And still the air balloon being available as well means that as long as there's a single fighting energy,
yep,
that
the Soul Rock.
all you could write, and a knockout on the Soul Rock. But I mean, what else can you do here? We'll see the Zoroark get powered up if he wants to, thanks to that ends PP up. I believe there is one in the hand.
Yeah, it looks like Liam may need to try to find that second counter catcher, but just using Iono here.
Yeah, so we'll put Luis down to just a 2-card hand. You see Liam's body language. He can really, you know, feel that his options are running out. He's going to get the 6 cards here. He's got the trade ability still available. Does find counter catcher plus some Night Stretchers. So, okay. We're getting a couple pieces here. Still access to trade. He's going to get rid of that Serrano that has not seen any play. And does find another Zorua. So, what will be the option here for Liam if he wants to try and come back in this game? It seems like it may be on the back of Badu.
Yep.
It's going to be that buddy right there trying to make something happen in this game to buy some time to maybe put together a KO later on in the future with something like Darmanitan. Do we see the second stretcher get played? And we do. So Darumaka will come down. Really going to have to rely off of that in the end of the game to try and win.
Yeah, I mean, Liam does have a Reversal Energy and Darmanitan in hand already for next turn. So if Luis isn't able to knock out the Buddy this turn, which, I mean, down a lot of energies, may not be able to find it with only the 2 coin bonuses, could potentially keep Luis at 2 prizes, use the Darmanitan, take a knockout, and just get rid of a ton of draw from Luis's board.
Yeah,
countercatching the
just
Dengo.
debating having to play this countercatcher.
Yeah.
If you don't play it, you give your opponent the out to just win with a single energy card. So here we go, Itchy Pollen, 0 damage. We'll see this Goldengo EX be able to draw 2 cards thanks to coin bonus in the active spot. Can't play the superior energy retrieval. That Gimme Ghoul just kind of a liability at this spot. Does still have access to 1 more coin bonus. I'm going to count the energy cards here. So it looks like we've got 5 fighting energy in the discard pile, 1 metal. So we've still got a metal energy left. We still have an air balloon as well. Does find Genesect. And with that Genesect being found, there is an argument to actually being able to bench the Gimme Ghoul here if you've got a Genesect available, since you do still have air balloon at this point.
Yeah, but then you're benching that Genesect, which gets boss for a turn, and Luis does have that air balloon left, but then he's only going to 1 prize, and then now you have 2 Goldengos that can get bossed, since now you're out of pivoting options, and if you don't have enough energies left at that point.
Yeah, I mean, you would save the air balloon until you had boss and energy, right? So, you know, with the EX Pokemon being in play, it isn't necessarily...
Well, with Itchy Pollen, there won't be enough energies to knock out those EX Pokemon.
True, that is true. So Luis being at 2 prize cards here, a big factor. You know, if this was 1 prize card, a completely different game in this spot. So how will Liam go about approaching this? It's going to be getting rid of this Lily's Determination. Has the the black belt in the hand, plus the reversal energy, also has the boss's orders as well. Is this the opportunity to get aggressive here and go after this? If Liam wants to here, he could actually take a KO onto this active with that Flame Body Cannon and damage a Pokemon on the bench. Is that the choice here for Liam?
Yeah, I think it has to be. Oh, just going with the backdraft here, take a knockout.
Backdraft. So backdraft means that items are available again for Luis. Liam's going to go down to 4 prize cards, but in this spot here, can Luis find a KO with boss's orders now that items are available? If he has superior energy retrieval plus 5 energy cards, he could take this KO, and I think it's here. If there's a fighting energy in the hand, has boss's orders, and I believe that's superior energy retrieval as well. Let's see if Luis has the pieces to win this game.
Yeah, giving Luis items, it's just, this Goldengo deck just has the ability to draw everything so easily. It feels that once you get too far behind, it's hard to feel like leaving off the pressure of the Itchy Pollen is a viable option. But yep, there's the boss on the Pheasantipity, probably just getting knocked out. Yep,
there's the pieces. There's the superior energy retrieval, the energy as well. Liam Halliburton falls, and Luis Coy takes the victory and advances to 6-0 here in Seattle.
Yeah, definitely rough for Liam. I mean, he had so many ways to get back into the game, but at every opportunity just didn't find the cards he needed, had such rough starts all 3 games. I mean, he's probably somewhat happy that he made it to 3 games, but just such a rough end. I mean, almost got donked game 3. Luckily, his opponent had the Vitality Band prize, but just a rough set overall for Liam.
That is variance, ladies and gentlemen. That's just how the Pokemon TCG works sometimes. Liam didn't make any mistakes in that set, but you know, sometimes you play as perfectly as you can, but you know, it's the cards that are given to you that really limit what is available and what are options. We saw sort of some semblance of game plans try and come into place, but as we look back on the replay in this match, it was just the struggles of these early turns for Liam that defined how the set played out.
Yeah, the Solrock and Lunatone just put so much pressure on. I mean, you're drawing cards and taking those quick knockouts, especially on the Zeruas, limiting Liam's draw in the future and getting yourself super far ahead.
Yeah, game 1 was all Luis. Really nothing that Liam could do. Picked up his cards after understanding there was really no way out of this situation he found himself in. And in this game number 2, it was a back and forth game. It was really going to come down to that last turn, but that double prize card penalty, paved the way for Liam to just be able to win. And that Mega Mawile was the key to open up this game to allow Liam to win.
Yeah, starting the Mawile feels really bad in like a lot of matchups, but it's just such a necessary card for those pesky Toad Scrolls and Frillish game plans.
So thanks to that double prize card penalty, it was, the opening that Liam needed, but just needed a slightly better start. Really had nothing in that game. Almost lost on the first turn thanks to that Vitality Band, but it wasn't the prize cards. Found a way to try and claw back, but it was really missing that Darumaka on that one turn with the Ends Reshiram that I think was the small but big at the same time difference maker in this set.
Yeah, it's just you have no response if your Zoroark gets knocked out, so you can't push it in the active, and then having on the bench, if Luis hits the knockout, you still kind of fall super far behind, and that's just what happened, and Liam just was never able to get all the pieces together.
Found exactly what he needed on that last turn. Superior energy retrieval with Boss's Orders, a powerful combination that Goldengo players across the hall, I'm sure, will be saying multiple times throughout the day. So Luis is one of our players to advance to 6 wins and 0 losses, securing himself a spot into Phase 2, but as we keep mentioning on the stream, you've still got a long way to go. You've still got, 7 more rounds to play at this point. You've got a lot more Pokemon TCG ahead of you.
Yeah, 7 rounds, potential asymmetrical cut, top 8, top 4. Then you're finally in finals. Just so much Pokemon to be played, and it's fun, but can be exhausting sometimes.
Yeah, 100%. And I guess that's a quick question to, ask you. You've played in a lot of these tournaments, very seasoned, used to long days of competition. A lot of players, taking that step up from local events to going to their first regional, I'm sure understand the feeling of tiredness and feeling exhausted. What do you do to kind of keep yourself, focused and grounded during these tournaments, especially on longer days?
Yeah, I always try to play a deck that I enjoy because I feel like that just makes my day so much easier. I'm always excited to go play my round, and that lightens up the mood a lot. And then also just having a snack, like making sure you always have like a granola bar or something, just to make sure you have energy throughout the day. I mean, Pokemon taxes, it's very mentally taxing, so gotta be energized, water, a good night's sleep, all the classics. Very important, but sometimes understated.
Yeah, Ash Ketchum didn't win those gym battles on an empty stomach. I'll say that for sure. So take some advice from him, and of course, a seasoned trainer like Piper. Make sure you eat up and rest up before a tournament. Something that I'm sure Luis has done plenty of, getting into this spot. He's really showed his prowess with Goldengo EX, and that is really the big question of, decks that, I like to call concept of fraud watch sometimes, whether decks are kind of, in and out. Goldengo is, definitely towards the lower end of the cusp off of a fraud watch. I mean, you can't really say it's necessarily a fraudulent deck since just got second at an international championship, but the deck has notoriously found ways to, at being like number 1 or number 2 on the meta share, choke games. Or choke, performances in top 8. So this is, coming up on the end of the G regulation, kind of its last stand to show us that it's still got what it takes to win a tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Goldengo's kind of had a weird lifetime where it kind of struggled at first, then it got Energy Surge Pro, got a little bit better, then kind of fell out of favor. Then people were playing it again with Dracloak, and then it got Genesect and Air Balloon, which would significantly boosted its power level for the World Championships. Then it got Solrock and Lunatone. So it seems really good, especially because it's the first played deck in a lot of events. But in North America, it's kind of struggled to convert those finishes to top 8s and victories. While it's done quite well in EU, it hasn't really had the same presence here.
Well, it's had a presence on our stream from that last round. Took down a regional champion in Liam Halliburton. Luis Coy is standing by with Adam Watson. Let's hear from our round 6 winner.
Welcome into the lounge, everybody. Adam Watson here, and I just want to give you a heads up. Our winner has a little bit of a vocal strain. He's losing his voice, but I did convince him to sit down and just give a couple quick thoughts on that match we just saw on stream and his experience at the regional before we let him go on his way and prepare for the next round. So, Luis, how are you feeling about that win?
Oh, very nervous. I don't think I should have won that. I misplayed so much. Liam is a great competitor, though. He allowed me to take back a couple things that I messed up on.
There was a lot that you can certainly just be thankful for and learn from, and I think for a lot of players, it's a constant journey of learning. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to that you've been practicing with or has your back here at the regional?
I want to give a shout out to my boys that are with me today. Junior, Ryan, Yuli, all came out from Lancaster, California. AV Pop Shop, what's up, guys? Hopefully they're watching. Yeah, that's all the shout outs.
I'm glad that you still have people in your corner helping you out. This is something we hear consistently, just the community of Pokemon, of course. And this will hopefully give you a little bit of time to reflect, reset, take a deep breath. I was watching the match with Azul backstage, and he was, hoping that you could also recenter yourself. Is that something that you have focused on in the past? Just trying to stay calm, especially playing on stream, right? It can make you very nervous.
Oh, yeah, 100%. My main thing there was looking at the crowd. I saw the crowd, saw a familiar face, and I was like, I'm here, 5-0, playing against one of the best, and honestly playing a deck that I don't know too well. Came in with it.
Okay, yeah. You pick up a deck that you know is going to be decent, going to be good, something you can just focus on, especially for a tournament this big. Having a deck that just has a decent matchup spread. We've talked about Golden Go a lot on this broadcast, and I can only imagine being in your shoes, being up on the stage, looking out at the crowd, and that's going to be a moment a lot of other players following in your footsteps will be experiencing as we move throughout the day. So thank you so much for your brief thoughts. I'm doing most of the yapping this time around, folks. Again, Luis, he's got a little bit of vocal thing going on, but stay healthy, stay calm, and good luck to you throughout the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much.
We're going to kick things back to the casting desk, and we'll keep the tournament going, so stay tuned, folks.
Thank you, Adam. I like that. Keeping it going, keeping it running. I am more than in favor of that. And yeah, Luis just ran away with that game here, really just showcasing how you give Goldengo an inch, it gives you a mile, almost as long as, that gold stack of coins that makes up its body. That's kind of how I measure, the distance that it wins games by sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking it one round at a time is always what I say to people asking how to approach tournaments. It's really important to not think about a round where you make some mistakes. You obviously want to reflect after the tournament, but you don't want it to get in your head for the future rounds.
Yeah, and these rounds really do matter as you work through your tournament, especially when it comes to earning championship points. Now, the winner does walk away with a lot, but of course it does break down to players all the way up into the 1,000+ places. So, can still walk away with a little bit of championship points. Does matter for those ace trainer qualifications as we take a look at the placement breakdown. So 350 championship points, and you really see that large increase of points when it comes to that top 8 compared to top 16. It's a little bit less drastic than it was last year, but still almost a 100-point increase. It's just so massive when it comes to not only qualification, but also the top 16 leaderboards.
Yeah, it really just shows how important it is to make it to that top 8. And once you get to the top cut, it kind of feels a little bit more luck-based on whether when you win, you just kind of have to hit the good matchups and the good bracket. So it's nice to see that it rewards getting to the single elimination bracket, but not too super punishing if you lose in the earlier rounds of that.
Yeah, and that big placement as well, that top 32, which we'll talk about as we kind of segue into the next section. Of course, the prizes that are happening between the players, that is where the cash breakdown happens. So big milestone for a lot of TCG competitors, or at least for the top echelon of players, the bottom level where they would like to be at for tournaments. You walk away with some booster packs as well. 36 packs in a booster box. I can do math, trust me, I got this, all right? Times 2 is 72, so that's 2 boxes. Hey, look, walking away with 2 boxes of the most recent expansion, not a bad takeaway as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Many players are aiming for their first cash too. Once you get that first day 2, you start to aim for your first cash, and then to the top 8 finishes. And that's kind of just the stepping stones of being a more competitive player.
Yeah, and up top, $10,000 for first place. is an absolutely huge accomplishment, a case of booster boxes as well. And then for the juniors and seniors players, you know, Cash only breaking down to the top 8, but still walking away with a nice solid 2,500 up top for winning a regional championship, 2,000 for second place, so not too shabby whatsoever. Plenty on the line for all of these trainers here this weekend.
Yeah, and looking at the travel pricing, this is something that the top players really play for by going to those out-of-region events, trying to get as many points in a quarter as possible, because Pokemon pays trainers to go to the international championships when they perform well in a certain quarter. And while those local points are pretty important, it's really the regionals and international championships that make up the bulk of the points for stipends.
Yeah, and you know that huge difference between 1st to 4th and then tier 2 as well.
Yeah.
You know, from 5th to 16th, it's $1,000, you know, still $1,000 towards travel expenses. Of course, a great accomplishment and incentivizes the top-level competitors to travel, like you mentioned, out of region. But really being in that top 4, $2,500 for the upcoming, or rather $2,000 for our Masters Division players for NAIC is a huge boost that allows them to just travel to even more events and really put in their best effort for this quarter.
Yeah, and $3,500 for all those out-of-region, the EUIC and LAIC, two of the pretty fun events. I've had the honor to go to both this year, and just a great time at all the international championships as they get bigger and bigger each year. I mean, we had over 4,000 people at UIC this year. It's crazy. I mean, I think just 3 or 4 years ago back in Frankfurt, it was only a couple hundred of players.
Yeah, saw the day 2 of the first international championship. The day 1 of the first international championship was like 580 players, which was less than day 2 of this EUIC. So we really have come a long way. It's crazy to see, you know, how decks have changed from now to then. Speaking of which, we of course made some predictions at the start of the stream of what cards we thought would succeed this weekend. Piper, take me through yours, and we'll kind of run through ours, and then some of the other casters as well as Pablo's picks as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you couldn't tell from earlier in the stream, I'm a big believer in Enzork, and unfortunately it did just lose on stream, but that was at 5-0. I mean, Liam's still in a great spot to have a good day 1 finish, and go into day 2, maybe make another top 8 run. And I know Christian Labella is out there with a great record as well. I also chose Mega Kangaskhan, you know, sees a lot of play in Pidgeot control, the Mega Kangaskhan Absol, which I have a lot of friends playing. So just kind of going for those fun decks that I enjoy to watch.
Yeah, Kangaskhan's had a great glow up so far since its release in the Mega Evolutions expansion. That card is, you know, finding its way in all sorts of decks. So 100% agree with your sentiment. I went with Goldengo EX really just to see if this deck is going to, you know, finally step up to the table in NA. It's really struggled to do well in this region, and it is on Fraud Watch in my opinion. So you got to make sure that guy is able to do what he can. And then Gardevoir EX, my beloved. That's all I have to say about Gardevoir. I love Gardevoir, and I want to see it succeed in its last few months of rotation. As we kind of bank off of that, Pablo went with that Mega Diancie. It's curious to see if that card will see more play in the Ascended Heroes format, if things like Zoroark get more popular, if things like the Mega Toolbox deck get more popular with the Kangaskhan and the Absol. That card, you know, not being weak to Dark and, you know, being able to hit pretty hard is solid, as well as that Mega Lopunny EX. So 2 Mega Pokemon here for Pablo. That Mega Lopunny's Gale Thrust really seeing some play in Goldengo, but I think with the Cornerstone kind of falling out of favor more, it seems like the Mawile is kind of a little bit more of a balance of an inclusion to kind of deal with the Toedscruel and deal with the Cornerstone well.
For sure, but the Mega Lopunny could also be played with Dusknoirs, and that deck is crazy. Sometimes it just hits a bunch of Dusknoirs on turn 2 and then attacks the Mega Lopunny and just wipes your board. I mean, maybe one makes a deep run if it just draws well enough. Chip over there also choosing Mega Kangaskhan, kind of copied me there, but that's all right. Also Dragapult EX, you know, Pultnor is a pretty classic deck. It's consistent, does what it wants to do, wins a lot of games off Budu, and just kind of wipes people's boards a lot. Really strong deck. We always see a ton in top 8, but it can kind of struggle to close out the wins, it feels.
And Azul GG picked the 2 most generic cards in the entire format in every single deck. We've got Boss's Orders and Pheasantipity EX. You know, I would love to say what is going on in Azul's mind, but these cards are so generic that I cannot even come up with a reason that he would include these cards. Azul, you've been playing the game for 15 plus years. Yes, Boss's Orders is good. Yes, Pheasantipity is good. Come on, man. We got to get this guy to lock in.
Well, I mean, maybe there's 8 Gardevoirs in top 8 without Boss's Orders, but they all have Pheasantipity. So it's like, it's definitely some interesting picks.
two of the picks of all time, as we like to say sometimes. So we'll see if his bold predictions do stand up to the test of time, if we'll see Pheasantipity and Boss's Orders be played throughout the rest of the weekend. Of course, we are still very early on into this tournament. We're about a third of the way through the entire process, coming up on about halfway through the Swiss round. So you'll want to make sure you stay tuned today and tomorrow when we return for the broadcast as well, to see if your picks at home, which are similar or different from ours, hold up to the test of time. And wow, 6 rounds through already. We'll have to see how the rest of the day progresses.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully more Zoroark. I just love watching trade. It's so fun. Maybe a bit of Gardevoir. I don't think we've seen any Gardevoir yet, which is shocking. I mean, so many great players in North America playing it, and one of the most played decks this weekend. So we'll see how it fares. I mean, the reason we may not be seeing it is it's not doing as well as we'd hope, but no buys though.
Yeah, my Gardevoir is hiding in the shadows. It is never out. Never count Gardevoir out, and never count out our competitors. There's still plenty playing out in the field, and round 7 is just around the corner. So make sure you guys stay tuned, grab a beverage if you need to, and we'll be back with some more Pokemon TCG action right after this break.
Hey Pokemon trainers, I'm Pablo Mesa and I'm going to share with you a bit of history on powerful 3-prize Pokemon from the past. In September of 2025, the Mega Evolution set hit the TCG scene, marking the highly anticipated return of Mega Evolution Pokemon to the TCG meta. These new cards feature increased HP and attack damage compared to regular Pokemon EX and give up 3 prize cards when knocked out. In addition, Mega Evolution Pokemon EX appear as basic Pokemon, Stage 1 Pokemon or Stage 2 Pokemon and do not require an extra evolution step. However, the first Pokemon to give up 3 prize cards were introduced in February of 2019, with a Tag Team Pokemon GX mechanic which combined 2 Pokemon into one powerful basic Pokemon card, and each one had a once per game GX attack. Pikachu and Zekrom GX was the first to dominate tournaments thanks to its solid attacks, high HP, and excellent support of Electro Power and Tapu Koko Prism Star. This Pokemon went on to become the European International Champion in 2019.
Gustavo Wada has taken down the Europe International Championship.
The following set, Unbroken Bonds, gave trainers an even more powerful tag team in Reshiram and Charizard GX. With higher HP, a 300 damage dealing attack, as well as key supporting cards to power it up faster such as Welder and Kiawe, the card immediately became Pikachu and Zekrom GX's main rival. Tord Reklev, one of the world's best trainers, got his first ever top cut at the World Championships in 2019 with it. By then, there was already a new set with even more tag team Pokemon, Unified Minds, and that is where Mewtwo and Mew GX came into the scene as a strong new archetype. With its Perfection ability, it could copy any attack of any other Pokemon GX in the discard pile, and that included other tag team Pokemon. And so, by copying powerful attacks like Solgaleo GX's Turbo Strike or Warcargo GX's Lava Flow, it was this tag team that was crowned the 2019 Pokemon TCG World Champion, played by Henry Brand.
That is gonna do it! Your 2019 Pokemon Trading Card Game Masters Division World Champion from Australia, it's Henry Brand.
No one was ready for what came next though. In the final set of the tag team era, Cosmic Eclipse, one of the most powerful cards ever to exist was released, Arceus and Dialga and Palkia GX. Its Altered Creation GX attack increased the damage dealt by your Pokemon throughout a game. But if you also covered the extra cost of it, you took an additional prize card when knocking out an opposing Pokemon. This Pokemon quickly became one of the most powerful in the Pokemon TCG in combination with Zacian V. However, because world events cancelled tournaments around the globe in 2020, we only caught a glimpse of the true power of this archetype when it got 3 placements in top 8 at the 2020 Oceania International Championship. This tag team Pokemon is considered amongst the best cards ever printed in the game's history. Afterwards came the Sword and Shield era, which introduced new 3-prize Pokemon VMAX. These Pokemon evolved from basic Pokemon V, a big difference from the basic tag team Pokemon, but were just as powerful. Most of these were released during the online era of the Players' Cup tournaments, where we had the best tag team Pokemon battling it out against some of the strongest Pokemon VMAX. Dragapult VMAX, Eternatus VMAX, and Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX all were popular archetypes in the Players' Cup tournaments.
But it was ultimately Lucario and Melmetal GX, piloted by Natalie Miller, that won the Players' Cup Finals in a 60-card mirror match. By the time events in person resumed, tag team Pokemon were no longer part of the standard format, and one Pokemon VMAX stood out amongst all of them as the most powerful, Mew VMAX. Mew VMAX became so strong that, for a period of time, the whole metagame revolved around either playing it or playing Dark-type Pokemon such as Galarian Moltres V or Malamar VMAX to try to counter it. And while there were other viable Pokemon VMAX which had presence in the metagame like Flying Pikachu VMAX, Duraludon VMAX, and even Gyarados VMAX, Mew VMAX was considered the best one, and it ultimately won the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Championship in Yokohama, where Vance Kelly defeated Tor Draclef and his Gardevoir EX deck.
Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V, Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
All the remaining Pokemon VMAX rotated out of Standard in April 2024, but now Mega Pokemon EX will bring back 3 prized Pokemon to the Standard format, which is sure to bring exciting new gameplay and strategies as they clash against the best Pokemon EX from the Scarlet and Violet era. Make sure you follow the broadcasts of major tournaments to see which Mega Pokemon EX are the most powerful and what new strategies unfold. Let us know which one you think will be the most successful by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
We are back, Pokemon fans, here at the Seattle Regional Championships. Trading card game competition still well underway. We've got ourselves 6 Swiss rounds done. Still 2 more to go here in Phase 1, and we've got that first round of Phase 2 that will be happening tonight as well. 9 rounds of action today. Still more to determine who will become our regional champion. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here in the booth once again by Azul Garcia Griego. Azul GG in the house. Great start to the day so far. We've seen some exciting Pokemon action. Still plenty more yet to come.
Yeah, we're getting into round 7 here. Second to last round before the end of Phase 1. And these are some important rounds coming up. This is where you can lock in your spot for Phase number 2. And I'm blanking on our current players' records that are going into this round. I don't know if this one, I think this round should
5-0-1, I do believe.
Okay, so this round, they're already locked in for Phase 2. Yes. They're just trying to get...
No, excuse me, they are 5-1.
5-1. Okay, so they need 1 more match point to get into Phase 2. So even a tie here, would allow them to move along. But I'm sure both players trying to get that extra edge, which is such a big deal. Even going into Phase 2 at 5-2-1, it doesn't feel very comfortable to give yourself a shot to top cut or win the tournament.
No room for error at that point, right?
Yeah.
If you come in at 5-2-1, you have to win the rest of your rounds, and then sometimes that's not even enough to make it into top cut necessarily. But many players, just aiming to do as well as they can, right? You can only play the round that's in front of you, right? The player that's in front of you. So win or lose a round, tie a round, whatever it may be, you just got to move on and go to the next. That was something Piper was mentioning there as things were closing out. You got to kind of put any of those past rounds out of your mind, reflect on them after the tournament, just focus on the round at hand.
Yeah, definitely. Got to do the best you can. And I think that speaks a little bit to the round that they were just casting. Liam seemed a little frustrated after the loss there. He had some rough prize cards and wasn't fully able to take advantage of the mistakes from Luis. So hopefully puts that one out of his mind, though. Definitely one of the top contenders to win the whole thing, in my opinion. I think Liam is the most confident. Whenever I talk to him, he's not very confident, but his play is the most confident, I think, in the game right now. He's like...
Yeah, I feel like he's always confident in his play and his abilities, but he's maybe not always as confident in his deck choice.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, he's kind of like, you know, pigeonholed himself onto just playing Zoroark, so when he feels like it's maybe not the best play, he's still bringing Zoroark, and he tries to do the best that he can, which is, I mean, pretty good so far this season, so I think he should probably be a little bit more confident in that.
Well, and I think that we've seen the benefits and also the downsides of those things, right? Players who kind of just pigeonhole themselves into one deck. You know, obviously Henry Chow's been one of the great stories the last couple of seasons, where comes out of nowhere, wins 3 regional championships, all with Gardevoir, EX, and just sticking to an archetype gives you an edge whenever you're moving forward into future tournaments where you just have so much experience to pull back from.
Yeah, I know a couple players who wish they had pigeonholed themselves into Gardevoir sooner in its cycle. Now we're kind of getting to the end here, and you know, we've seen that many more top players pick it up, kind of make it their deck as well, although it feels like everyone is lagging a little bit behind Henry Chow usually.
He's always the one leading the charge and changing that Gardevoir meta. Well, Azul, let's take a moment and look at those caster predictions. Piper and Ethan, of course, just talked about them a moment ago, but want to give ourselves a chance to give our thoughts. We also get Adam's picks in here, the Mega Absol EX and Rocket's Watchtower, and I do just gotta, you know, say, man, like, the goal here is to kind of like pick an archetype or something like that, or card or two that can maybe go into 1 or 2 archetypes. You just pick 2 of the best cards in the format. What are you doing?
I mean, you know, I've been playing a lot of Pokemon recently on PTCG Live. It has been the Ascended Heroes format, of course, but I've been finding myself winning and losing a lot of games based on Boss and Fez, so I just felt like it was pretty comfortable, even though this is a different format. You know, I'm just confident that these cards will come out on top across the board.
I mean, should I have picked Ultra Ball and Nest Ball for mine? Maybe I'll pick Buddy Buddy Poffin next time, you know? Like,
those have been okay picks. Buddy Buddy Poffin not played in all decks. You know, Gardevoir usually doesn't play it, so I'm not sure about that one. But
Gardevoir doesn't play Boss, They
got Fez. Sometimes they have Boss. You know, we saw a couple of them at EUIC, a couple of Guardies rocking the Boss, so maybe they'll show up here today.
Okay. Or I've got my eye on you here, buddy.
What about your picks, Chip? The Kangaskhan, are we thinking Tank Kangaskhan, or just the Draw Engine and Mega Absol?
With this pick, it's kind of both, right? You get to kind of bounce I think Kangaskhan just in general is such a powerful card and has lots of options. It's great in other decks as well, other Noctowl Engine decks. You know, the Terrabox has been using it. We've seen Raging Bolt using Mega Kangaskhan EX to success. When that card first got revealed over in Japan, I was really excited about it. That run errand ability is just such a strong, consistent draw option, and the rapid fire combo, it can get in there. And honestly,
we already saw that
after seeing Jacob get the win over in the seniors division at EUIC, I did expect Tank Kangaskhan to pick up a little bit in popularity. That Kangaskhan Bouffalant deck didn't quite make it into the best of the rest, so I'm sure it's not the most popular of decks, but there's still some out there.
Yeah, definitely. I kind of agree with you. I feel like the Golden Go players have been figured out a little bit more into what they're playing, so you can kind of isolate that with some counters. That's really Tank Kangaskhan's and Mega Absol's like big dilemma. How do I tech for Golden Go for this tournament? And then you also have the Dragapult there as well, which, I mean, if you're talking about like highly played cards that you expect to just easily do well, I mean, you're ragging on my Boss's Ors and Pheasant Dip, but you have Dragapult there.
I do, but it's more so like, I mean, I think this is a tournament where I could see Dragapult definitely win. I think we're in a meta shift where it feels like Dragapult could certainly win this event. Absol just won the last tournament. You know, we've got players who are still thinking Charizard is a reasonable deck to play for some reason, and Dragapult just loves, I think, playing both of those matchups. The Gardevoir matchup, of course, is close, but depending on how the Gardevoir builds are looking, Dragapult feels solid into those. Dragapult's a little bit of a boring pick, sure, but I think that Dragapult could definitely go the distance this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure there's some Gardevoir players out there who would argue otherwise, but I think so far your prediction's been coming true. Looking at the top tables, there's a lot of Dragapults up there right now, so I would expect a couple in cut, especially for the Caliber players that are choosing to bring it at this event.
Definitely. Yeah, there's still plenty of tournament yet to play, though.
Of course.
Let's, of course, take a look at the standings heading into this Swiss round number 7. Quite a few 6-0 players still out there. Zach Elliott, who we saw earlier on in the day, he is leading that charge as the #1 seed at the moment. And then Carson Washer and Andrew Hedrick there at the 2 and 3, both playing Nor. They're actually playing off against each other this round in that mirror match. They are two players who I know work together and have tested together plenty, so interested to see how that one comes out. And then Callie White, the name I always love to see doing well, 6-0 as well.
Yeah, honestly, maybe it has something to do with the event that I cast, because last time I casted, Carson got his first top cut with Dragapult Dusknoir. Hedrick also had a really good start at Milwaukee. So maybe whenever I make my way to the booth, the Dragapults show up on the day.
It's just a cycle, you know. Yeah. Got a lot of other notable names up here, and here are the matches we'll be keeping our eye on out on the floor. And our feature match here, we're gonna have Hunter Butler up against Pedro Tura. Very excited to see this one play out. Hunter is a former regional champion.
Yep. Always
someone who likes to play more unique decks. I do think for this one he's on a bit of a standard Gardevoir deck, but you know, he's someone who I've enjoyed watching over the years.
Yeah, and his regional win does come in the expanded format where you can get pretty wild.
Yes.
And the deck that he played for that event, by far the best deck, I think, at that tournament. Him and his crew had it figured out. Yeah, this time around, like you mentioned, little bit more vanilla in terms of the archetype, but he's kind of bringing the wide range of options here as far as Gardevoir goes. And I think, despite it being a Charizard deck that he's up against here from Pedro, I think he'll have an okay time.
And on the right side of the table, we see Pedro Tura with that Dragapult EX with Charizard EX. Azul, I know this is a deck you've not been the biggest of fans of, but it's had some solid finishes. Of course, Oscar Madsen just got top 8 at the European International Championships. Jesper Eriksson earlier in the year with a second place finish at regionals. And Pedro actually in the last round, I do believe, lost to Andrew Hedrick. It was a really close match. I was watching it out there on the floor play out where it came down to an INO and Pedro whiffed the boss. Andrew was able to clean things up. He finds himself with his first loss on the day, and now here he is on the big stage up against Hunter Butler.
Yeah, and this is going to be a pretty interesting matchup for the list that Hunter has. We'll take a look at Hunter's list prior to it. I didn't realize Pedro was playing Pult Zard. I knew it was something Zard. So I was thinking the Watchtower would maybe have some impact in this one, but the Watchtower is not going to be the impact card.
No.
But does still have the Mega Diancie EX, which is tough for Dragapult or tough for Charizard to deal with if it gets online early. And then, of course, Dragapult can easily be cleaned up with the Clefairy. So, yeah, Hunter has all the tools for this matchup. Usually, without something like the Diancie, the Charizard part of the Dragapult Charizard deck can kind of run over Gardevoir. But we should be able to see some decent back and forth in this one with the Diancie.
At Pedro's last couple tournaments, he's actually played Pult Nor, Dragapult with Dusknoir, but he did get a top 16 finish at NAIC last year with Pult Zard. So he's got some experience with this deck.
So he's been Pulting for a while then and staying true to it in this one. Of course, the last time you'll be able to play the Pult Zard as well. This is the the last tournament of this format, so going back to his tried and true possibly.
I think there was just a mulligan there from Pedro. Yeah. Hunter getting some info on what he is up against in this round. It does look like Hunter has won the flip and chosen to go second, which is pretty standard when you're playing Gardevoir. Know what your opponent is playing.
Blind second does feel safer, and the right call in this situation as well. Pedro does play that Badoo, of course, which can put a lot of pressure early on. And honestly, just the ability to play Lily's Determination possibly on that first turn going second to get all your basics in play, get them going, is always nice.
We do see another mulligan and the reveal of that Acerola. Acerola's Mischief, of course, a card that was played by Oscar Madsen in that top 8 EUIC run. A very unique one. What do you think of that Acerola in this deck?
I think it's pretty good, actually. You can create a lot of interesting board states as the Charizard Dragapult player, where you have very few multi-prize Pokemon in play, and you can protect your lone Charizard or your lone Dragapult from the potential of big one-hit KOs, which comes up mostly in the Golden Go matchup, and actually the Gardevoir matchup, the matchup in front of us right here. So we'll see if Pedro will be able to put that to use. Of course, the constant Iono pressure can be tough to deal with.
Oh, prize cards going out for both of these players. There's 2 Dreepy in Pedro's prizes. That's definitely the biggest deal, but that lose Clefairy in the prizes for Hunter, that's a really big deal as well, Azul.
Yeah, the Clefairy probably won't be too big of an impact because Pedro is going to just kind of, by default, play around Clefairy the whole game. So mostly going to be looking to attack with Charizard, which means it being prized for Hunter might not come up at all until he can access it. But if Pedro is forced into an early Dragapult attack to just put on pressure and play the game, could be a big deal.
Here we go, the fist bump. And we are on to this game number 1. Opening turn here for Pedro on the right. See how many item cards he will be able to play as Hunter Butler has started his Frillish, a one-of in his deck, Azul.
Yeah, one of in the deck, doesn't play Air Balloon, doesn't play Latias. So if you're going to get the Frillish attack turn 1 going second, you have to start it. And
nice.
Hunter started it. Yeah, that's about as good as it gets. No Buddy Poffin here for Pedro is also worth noting. The Buddy Poffin will be something to kind of offset the potential from the Frillish. And also with 2 GP prize here, honestly, Pedro might struggle to like play the game. It does have a Luminous Energy in hand. I wouldn't hate to see Pedro start to set up this Pheasantipity to use Cruel Arrow on turn 3.
Just start loading this thing up in turn 3, Cruel Arrow. Of course, we always talk about Pheasantipity with its Flip the Script ability, drawing 3 cards after your opponent takes a knockout during their turn. But Cruel Arrow is a decent attack, and with Pheasantipity being a Pokemon that can be splashed into so many different decks, it's something that really any deck can utilize, as it is just 3 colorless energy, 100 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. Pedro will search out a Dreepy to kick things off, and he is going to, at minimum, attach the energy to this active Pheasantipity. Maybe give him some pivot moving forward, or power up that turn 3 Cruel Arrow and onto Hunter with lots of to Hunter on the left with lots of different options, thanks to all of those mulligans that Pedro afforded him.
Yep, and gonna get the attachment down. I see a TM Evo in hand, and maybe actually not gonna have that powerful of a turn out of hand. It might just be into the Lily. I see an Artisan, but in these kind of situations where you're about to item lock Pedro, and Pedro did not get that many basics down turn 1, you really don't want to give the Artisan over to the opposition.
And there's an interesting discussion to be had here around the attachment of this TM Evo to the active Frillish. Oceanic Gloom obviously would shut down item cards on Pedro's next turn, not affording him the opportunity to play the powerful Buddy Buddy Poffin off of a potential supporter search on the next turn. But Technical Machine Evolution could nicely set up Hunter's board. What do you think about that debate? Which attack would you expect to see Hunter utilize?
I think it really depends on what are these 8 cards for Hunter, but I would probably like to see the Frillish attack come out from Hunter probably like 75% plus of the time. Your hand should be good enough, hopefully, that you can put something together on the following turns. But we'll see what he opts for here. It's hard to tell exactly what he's got going on, and it looks like he's maybe giving us some debate.
And he is going to go for it. Oceanic Gloom values locking down Pedro's hand more than anything else. Now Pedro, with the draw for turn and 1 Dreepy in play, does find Cloak off the top. Not too bad. And an Iono will send both players' hands to the bottom. Enigma, I do believe, there as the Spanish version of the card, I want to say. And now will draw himself 6 cards in this opening turn of the game. Does have himself a Charmander. Will use his first Recon Directive, offering up a Lily's Determination and another Dracloak.
Honestly, some pretty good pulls there from Pedro. Found his own Badoo, or his own possibility for item lock, maybe I should say, which would slow Hunter down potentially from a Candy Gardevoir play on the next turn. And then also got a Charmander to start to develop towards a Charizard as well. So honestly, pretty good draw. Did not get the energy, so I'm not going to see the push for the potential Cruel Arrow on turn 3. But the Itchy Pollen here from Pedro is going to be about as good as you can get. You would have loved to see that second Dreepy get found as well, but has second Dracloak, or doesn't have a Dreepy, so I guess the Dracloak's not going to matter. Gets the item locked down. Going to be looking for that Charmeleon and maybe some energy for the Dracloak on the following turn.
Immediately, the Curlia comes down for Hunter. Is going to work himself into that Gardevoir in the future turns. So items not able to be played now for Hunter either. Looks like he does have an Iono of his own as his supporter for turn, and that will be the final play.
Yeah, had a Nest Ball in that hand, but of course, Itchy Pollen doing some work there. A Dark Energy would get Hunter out of this item lock, though. Oh, I guess we already touched a Psychic for turn, so I guess we actually are limited to the back and forth here of the Badoo and the Frillish for 1 more turn from Hunter.
Some pretty powerful cards there in Hunter's hand. Unfortunately, unable to play them. There was a secret box found off the Iono, but items unable to be utilized. Now a draw back over to Pedro after Hunter continues up that onslaught, and that is a pretty good find. A one-of in the deck for Pedro, Charmeleon. That could lead to a Charizard EX on the next turn.
Yeah, that is a huge find there. Also found the other Dreepy, of course, doing all this under item lock, and is going to start to develop that Dragapult. It's really important here for Pedro to develop multiple threats, because a single Screamtail attack, if it could remove your only developing threat, you just be kind of locked out of the game from there.
Now, with the attachment of this Darkness Energy to the Monkey Dory, Hunter could get himself a KO on this Badoo if he wanted to. Would that ever be worth it, Azul? In between turn, or in the middle of his turn, and then hit something else with Oceanic Gloom?
Yeah, if we're going to commit to the Oceanic Gloom for another turn, we definitely would want to do it by means of Monkey Dory first, I think. See the prize card. I don't even know if there's a supporter on the hand here for Hunter, so if there's any prize, you'd be hoping for that. Oh, no, there is a Lily. So we probably want to play Lily first. Don't want to draw the prize card beforehand. And then, yeah, just probably hit whatever comes up with the Frillish. With us being item locked, and I think no Psychics in the discard pile, there's no possibility for, like, Gardevoir Screamtail this turn.
I am going to say here, Azul, with the setup of the prizes for Hunter currently, I think his prize, if he took one in the middle of his turn, would be Gardevoir EX. With the location of where the prize cards are, that is the bottom left or bottom right prize card, I should say, based on how it's laid out to where he is sitting. So he would probably take Gardevoir here, which would be pretty nice to find. Let's see if he does it.
Yeah, would get the Gardevoir and could evolve it. But honestly, at that point, you maybe wouldn't want to because a Charizard plus Boss combo from Pedro would be able to take that out of play. And you have to find Guardy Candy on the following turn.
Well, we'll see what he does because that is exactly what has happened here as the Monkey Dory moves that damage over to the Badoo. Down it goes. Hunter does take the Gardevoir EX off the prizes. He's already used his Artisan, so there's no potential for like a Screamtail or anything like that. So he will just keep up with the Oceanic Gloom and not put Gardevoir in play, being reserved.
Yeah. I like that. Boss plus Charizard would be pretty scary from Pedro on that following turn. Pedro is going to struggle to find a Charizard, of course. I think that it might still be trapped on the bottom of the deck at this point. I believe it was in the hand before an Iono previously. So Pedro maybe should have activated Artisan first, as we now see it being used.
Yeah, it did look like there was a Charizard floating around down on the bottom of the deck. Of course, using this Artisan, he'll be able to find himself any basic Pokemon without a rule box and put it directly into play. He's got himself Luminous Energy in hand, so he could get his own Monkey Dory established if he would like to.
And it looks like that is what he is leaning towards. Pretty big deal in the matchup, just to kind of mitigate the spread damage potential from the Gardevoir player more so than anything. Try and prevent the Gardevoir setting up for like big multi-prize turns for like 3 or 4 prize cards.
Down comes a Charmander. He also still has access to Pheasantippides. Flipped the script to draw 3 cards as Hunter did take a KO during the last turn. Perhaps not before playing a supporter out of hand. Does he have one?
I think, I was going to say, I think there's a possibility Pedro forgot about the KO on the Badoo during the turn when he started with the Dracloaks Recon Directive. Usually, especially in this scenario, Pedro would have wanted to sequence that, flip the script first into the Recon Directive, but when he initiated with the Recon Directive, I was like, I think he forgot about the flip the script.
Now it is over to Hunter, who has put that Gardevoir EX into play. He'll use Artisan, and to me, whenever there's a Charmeleon down, it feels like Screamtail is a powerful option. That Roaring Scream attack dealing damage to your opponent's bench for each damage counter on that Pokemon. Of course, fueled by Gardevoir EX's Psychic Embrace. Let's see if that is able to be found.
Yeah, we see lining up the Screamtail, and I think there's some interesting options here for Hunter. I wouldn't actually even hate to see the Pheasantipede be the target here. Now, one of the things you have to be careful with Screamtail when there is multiple Pokemon in play with damage on it, like there is on Pedro's side of the field, is the Monkey Dory can move the damage to get a KO on the Screamtail. So Hunter does have to be careful to not leave too much damage or put too much damage on the Screamtail. But in this board state, especially with the Dreepy and the active with no energy, I kind of like the chase or the KO on the Pheasantipede, which I think Hunter can put together here.
He actually chose not to get anything off of the Artisan, so may have another way to get the Screamtail out of the deck in his hand if he wants to thin out a Nest Ball or something per se. But we'll kick it off with a secret box here. Discarding 3 Psychic Energy, something you love to see as a Gardevoir player. That's exactly where you want the Psychic Energies to be, is down in the discard pile. And Secret Box is one of your few ways to get them down there. Thins out a couple other cards here. Looks like Rocket's Watchtower was found. That's a card that's not useful in this matchup, so it can be some nice fodder for a potential Ultra Ball, maybe a Earthen Vessel. But we'll be Earthen Vessel getting rid of an Ultra Ball actually here. Searching the deck for 2 basic energy, adding them to the hand. Looks like a basic Dark is one of them.
Yeah, it feels like actually Hunter might just maintain the item lock. I think is maybe the route that, as I'm seeing Hunter play this turn out, get that second Monkey Dory set up with a second Dark Energy, and then you could put a Psychic or 2. We did just see this is going to be 3 Psychic Energy in the discard pile from that Secret Box, so you don't think you want to KO this Dreepy, because that gives a little bit too much flexibility over to Pedro, but we might just be maintaining the item lock this turn.
Yeah, and that makes sense because Hunter knows that Pedro didn't do much on the last turn, right? No supporter was played. He used the Recon Directive, and that was about it. If there was a Charizard EX available to Pedro, he would have played it, right? So he's probably got a lot of item cards in his hand that he's not able to fully utilize. We We do see the Mystery Garden come down. Of course, now Hunter could discard an energy from his hand in order to draw a card for each of his Psychic Pokemon in play, or fill his hand up to that number, I should say, and it will be just one Ultra Ball being drawn. He's going to Ultra Ball away now the Rocket's Watchtower and Pheasantipity, it looks like. Yep, locks that in. Can get himself any other Pokemon out of the deck. We'll get that other Ralts evolved up into a Curlia, and Lily's Determination sends the hand into the deck, and he'll draw himself 6 cards.
Yeah, the only thing I'm curious about this one, so it looks like, yeah, gonna establish or maintain the item lock here. The Bravery Charm on the Frillish, maybe trying to keep it out of Dracloak range to be KO'd, I guess. Dracloak can hit for 70, plus the Monkey Dory to 80. The Bravery Charms are pretty important, though, to, like, in the late game for your Diancie, or so Screamtail can hit a little bit harder and stay out of an Adrenaline Brain range. So I'm curious to see how this Bravery Charm ends up playing out for Hunter. But yeah, it looks like he's committed to maintaining the item lock and going to start utilizing those Monkey Dories.
There is an Adrenaline Brain able to be used here. A couple of them should he put more energy into play, and that is what he'll do, is he'll place one on the active and one on the benched Gardevoir EX with Psychic Embrace, so 40 damage that can be moved over, and he'll actually be able to line up a KO on this Dreepy should he want it. And it does indeed look like that will be the case. 40 damage moved over. Oceanic Gloom takes a knockout. Hunter down to just 4 prize cards remaining. And Pedro is going to start to feel the pressure now.
Yeah, and this sets up really well to then maybe next turn go into the Screamtail to KO the Pheasantipity. You could be 4 prize cards up, possibly, on this next turn. I think Hunter...
Pedro is taking a prize card.
Yeah, I think Hunter is expecting Pedro to either get a Dragapult attacking or find a Charizard. You're not hoping to maintain this item lock the whole game. But we'll have to wait and see, because Pedro does not have it yet.
Does find himself with Lily's Determination off of the first Recon Directive. That is not too bad to see. Looks like a basic fire maybe being attached to a Dracloak, at least being debated here at this juncture. Does still have 6 prize cards, so he's got to... This is a really important turn here for Pedro in this game. He needs to make something happen.
Yeah, you can't let this go on for another turn as Pedro, that's for sure. Still has Pheasantipity to work with as well. Once again, the Recon before the Pheasantipity feels a little bit off here, and is committing to the Lily. I was going to say, if we find Charizard, we could look for a boss or a KO on the Gardevoir on the bench, get aggressive, draw some prize cards more aggressively, because attacking into Frillish here with Monkey Dory or with Dragapult or with Charizard does not feel great.
Well, what's the risk of attacking into the Frillish with a Charizard here?
We're only getting 1 prize card, and that, I feel like, just puts Pedro, that gives, like, Hunter effectively +1 turn to play the game. If Pedro can draw 2 prize cards this turn, set up for more board states where Monkey Dory can get a prize card with an Adrenaline Brain, or we can continuously chase Gardevoirs. Right now, Hunter does not have a board state to be able to sustain through a Gardevoir getting KO'd and have a reasonable attack.
He does have Ultra Ball in hand, so Charizard is a guaranteed option for him here. He will use Flip the Script first, drawing himself 3 cards, giving a bit of a shrug here.
Oh, we're still item locked from the Frillish.
Yes, of course. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, cannot use that Ultra Ball, and that's the shrug. He does not find Charizard again.
Yeah, we've seen how effective. And actually, yeah, the Bravery Charm here actually does play around the Mind Bend. Maybe that's what Hunter was trying to avoid, was the Mind Bend KO on the Frillish, and it works out. Wow. Not even the Monkey Dory is going to get the KO, and doesn't even want a Mind Bend to try and break through the item lock with the confusion. I mean, Hunter is, and now the second Gardevoir, securely in the driver's seat, has the Screamtail play lined up to get 2 more prize cards if he wants to. Honestly, maybe we just keep item locking.
He also has Drifloon in his list as well, so that's a way he could reach for a 1-hit KO on something like a Charizard or a Dragapult. So, I mean, if he just uses Screamtail here to deal with the Pheasantipity, Drifloon could close things out. But he will use that last Bravery Charm onto this Screamtail, so not quite going to be an option.
Yeah, not quite. Still has the Mega Diancie, which can hit pretty hard, but that can't 1-hit KO a Charizard unless you have 3 Monkey Dories or some damage built up. But once again, you're going to be so far ahead of here as Hunter. You can go for a 2-for-1 prize trade. From here on out, you KO the Fez for 2, and then you could just like go Screamtail with a couple Night Stretchers in a row and just draw 2 single prize cards, and that will be more than enough. And one more thing worth mentioning is like the amount of resources Pedro has gone through to draw 0 prize cards.
Yeah.
We're going to see the Screamtail attack this turn, and then a Charmander in the active with no mobility. You're going to be down that much more draw power with the lack of Fez. It might be hard for Pedro to have like an impactful play besides KO Screamtail next turn, which is like the worst thing you want to do right now.
Frillish will retreat here. It does have that hefty 3 retreat cost, and up comes Screamtail. Hunter will use Psychic Embrace to load that Pokemon up. And with 20 damage already on that Pheasantipity EX. Hunter needs to move a little bit of damage over with a Monkey Dory or overload this Screamtail a little bit. So, and I guess this works out, right? Because there will be no damage left in play on Pedro's side for him to get a KO on the Screamtail with his own Monkey Dory.
Yeah. Monkey Dory is not a threat. We're cleaning that up. Although I will say that is a lot of energy in play for Hunter.
Does he have a Turo in his list?
He doesn't, and he only plays 7 Psychic. If Pedro bosses the Gardevoir, Pedro maybe just wins on deck out.
Yeah, because there's already 3 energy in play on the bench, right? The 2 Dark and the 1 basic Psychic, and
he does have a second Dark, so we could retreat Gardevoir once.
And then he's got Night Stretcher to bring it back, right? So.
Yeah. What if we brought up maybe bring up the Frillish? Like, is there some play where we could bring up Frillish first?
Frillish has 3 retreat, yeah.
Force the Psychic out of Hunter.
But how can he ever
attack with
make
Frillish?
the read that that's the situation, right?
It is tough. A lot of builds like this that Hunter is playing play the 8 basic Psychics.
Yeah.
So that makes this read really, really tough from Pedro. But I don't see another win condition here for Pedro either. So maybe you just have to go on a Hail Mary, whether it be you're predicting his list or you're hoping prize cards are getting involved in some way. Attacking the active, attacking a Gardevoir here does not seem good enough for Pedro. So I kind of think you have to think out of the box in this moment from Pedro or could just concede.
With the item lock being broken, he's able to finally play these Ultra Balls. He's able to get these powerful Pokemon into play. Down comes a Charizard EX. Looks like Dragapult EX is hitting the hand as well.
Yeah. And
got to give a lot of respect to all the play stamped cards as well that Pedro's got. He's got some International Championships Ultra Balls there. All of his EXs look like they've been play stamped so far. Someone who enjoys going to his local Pokemon League, it seems, opening up those prize packs.
Yeah, yeah. Blinged out for sure.
There is an Iono. We'll send both players' hands to the bottom. Hunter now will only get 2 cards. He does have the Mysterious Garden in play. Could perhaps provide a little bit of draw option for him should he find himself one of those few remaining energy cards. But Pedro here with 6 cards, looking to try to figure out a way to slow Hunter down a little bit.
Yeah, the counter catcher is available if we can find it. Doesn't look like it's in that hand. Once again, thinking about that. Initially bring up the Frillish, into then bring up the Gardevoir line. That's all I can kind of see as an option here for Pedro still, because Hunter has no draw power on board, but Hunter has so much time. The amount of time Hunter has here is going to be like the #1 enemy for Pedro overall, especially if you're just committing to KO Screamtail. KO and Screamtail here feels too slow, but not KO and Screamtail feels like you lose anyways. So I'm struggling to come up with a play for Pedro here now that we don't see the counter catcher in hand.
He did draw his unfair stamp.
Could keep looking.
So he could go look again. And I think he was debating it here for a moment, his ace-spec of choice for the weekend. He is going to retreat Charmander, lock that in. Thinking about it at least.
Honestly, looking at this board site, it would have been, I think, if Pedro's committing to KO Screamtail or leaving that as an option, setting up the Monkey Dory to be the attacker for turn might have been a little bit better. Letting your Charizard take a hit here does not seem great. That opens up way more options for Hunter moving forward. And yeah, we'll see. Maybe we see the dead draw happen here. And it looks like initially, I don't think Hunter has a ton.
Yeah, this is what Pedro's hoping for. Sticking Hunter with a weak hand and hoping that he cannot get out of it. He doesn't have any other real strong attackers established. Got Earthen Vessel. He's actually going to ditch the Drifloon, so
yeah,
he can actually get some draw through the Mystery Garden here. The Earthen Vessel ends up being a really nice find.
Yeah, I forgot about the Mystery Garden. Hunter is more than fine here. Can set up 3rd Monkey Dory if he wants. Once again, he doesn't have to win this turn.
Oh, yeah.
And then Mystery Garden for 6. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Really, really nice spot for Hunter to find himself in. I will say his board's a little devoid of an attacking option, though Gardevoir EX never that bad. Throwing it into a Charizard might feel a little risky, especially since if that Charizard moves to the bench, he won't be able to bring it back up, and he can't target it on the bench, as it is a Terra Pokemon. Screamtail can't target it, so what does he go for here? Perhaps a Mind Bend, perhaps Oceanic Gloom? What do you think?
I think you want to KO the Dracloak off the bench with triple Monkey Dory, probably. But honestly, I don't hate the Oceanic Gloom. You could still achieve that. Put 2 Psychic Energy on one of the bench Gardevoirs. A Mind Bend works. Attacking with Gardevoir works. And this is what I'm saying. Like, a Hunter has so much time. It doesn't matter how many prize cards he gives up. Looks like he's going to go for the Mind Bend. And triple Adrenaline Brain, removing the only draw power from Pedro's side of the field, also sounds pretty good. Or KO a Charmander. Just take out a Charmander. But we see that extra Psychic getting lined up from Hunter. So I think, he's thinking about it.
It needs to put it onto this Monkey Dory in order to move 3 off of it, move 3 twice off the Frillish, right? So this will be able to take out that Dracloak. Takes Hunter a prize card. He goes down to just 1 remaining, and Pedro's left with a Charizard in the active that's going to be confused. He's going to have to flip to even attack here. Flipping that card around now. 60 damage, draws for turn. He needs to find something. Has the unfair stamp, which he can play. So that would be a nice option, perhaps. He's got Rare Candy. Don't know how that helps him here at this point. He's got Poffin. There's no basics really left. Pretty large wall for Pedro to attempt to climb here. 5 prize cards to 1.
Yeah, I think there is a line available for Pedro. Once again, involves playing Iono. You have to get a heads here on the Charizard to get through this and KO this Monkey Dory. But with your own Monkey Dory healing 30 off your Charizard, you wouldn't be able to get KO'd on board. But once again, you're only drawing 1 prize card. And yeah, Hunter could come back up with the Frillish on that turn. Just go back into the item lock. And there's always a risk of just, I mean, there's so many options. There's so many things that Hunter could draw here to get him out of this. And from there, you have to probably get the Charizard off the prize cards, the second Charizard from Pedro to be able to chain Charizards. But we see he just ends up conceding after that. And that's what I was kind of speaking towards, that turn from Pedro where he has to realize how far behind he is, and you just got to start thinking out of the box there and be like, what prize cards could they prize for me to take advantage of? What counts of cards could they have that I could take advantage of? Because if you just attack the active, you're never winning that game. That's what we kind of just saw. It just took a couple extra turns to conclude, but that's where you really, and that's where we see the best players in the game. They get creative or they concede. Those are like the 2 options you have.
Yeah. Need to see a pivot of the game plan whenever everything goes wrong in the early game. And that is really what happened for Pedro in the early game. Everything went wrong all the way from the beginning of the game where Hunter started his Frillish, his one of in the deck, and Oceanic Gloom was able to just lock Pedro out of being able to do anything for the first 5 turns of the game.
Yeah, and Hunter went a little bit further with it than he probably had to, but I think it was the right call there from Hunter, of course. The Bravery Charm getting there, protecting him from the Mind Bend, getting another KO, and then finally getting to the Screamtail to get a 4 prize lead. And this is where it felt like it was basically over from Pedro. And yeah, you needed some kind of miracle play at that point. Went for the Iono for the hand disruption, with the Mystery Garden bailing Hunter out, leading to an insurmountable board state, led to Pedro finally conceding.
Yeah, was unable to get over that hump and gonna send us into a game 2. Pedro has chosen, of course, to go second here, which tracks, makes sense, and will hopefully give himself that option to get off a Buddy Poffin and get some more Pokemon into play. And we're seeing these opening turns play out. Looks like Hunter will be the player going first, starting a Monkey Dory.
Yeah, so isn't going to be able to lock Pedro out of items before Pedro can get a supporter and hopefully find some Poffins. But this does mean you can get the Frillish more consistently online for your second turn and stop like Rare Candy combos and Ultra Balls and stuff like that. So we'll have to see. If it comes into play. Still has that option. But the prize cards for Hunter.
Whoa, look at these prizes. His little 2 Ralts in the prizes. He does, of course, play 3, so he's got 1 still available. Off this opening Earthen Vessel, though, he'll be able to get a couple energy outs. That is a little cause for concern.
Yeah, and unlike the Clefairy we saw Hunter prize in game 1, where Pedro would have to play into it, the information of Hunter prizing double Ralts is going to become very apparent very early in this game. And Pedro has a couple different ways to take advantage of that. If it doesn't become a Curly or Gardevoir very soon, the attack from Dragapult, Phantom Dive with a Hawlucha will be able to clean it up aggressively, or Cruel Arrow from Pheasantipity to KO a Curlia.
You really want to see the Cruel Arrow happen, huh?
A Cruel Arrow in Charizard decks is like a very underestimated attack. It comes up quite a bit, and this is like the perfect opportunity to take advantage of it. Of course, Hunter could just get to Gardevoir, get a prize card, but even at that point, if we find a Ralts, KO Gardevoir could be available to Pedro on the following turn and set Hunter back another turn.
Hunter's going to get as set up as he can here on this opening turn. He does Ultra Ball to get himself down the Frillish, so oh, it actually has that 3rd Ralts in his hand here. Pretty nice. We'll get the attachment to the Monkey Dory and pass it now over to Pedro. Let's see what he's got in his opening. It does at least look like a Buddy Poffin is available. So now he'll be able to search the deck for 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less, put them directly onto the bench. Could see that turn 1 Badoo, Itchy Pollen item lock.
Yeah, that would be pretty good to slow Hunter down and would allow you to get into that potential Pheasantipity to KO the lone Ralts or Curlia, depending where we're at in the game. At that point, I think the rest of the hand there for Pedro is not great. Might be an Ultra Ball for a Dracloak to set up for the next turn, and you do have to play around the item lock here. Hunter is very evidently setting up for the Oceanic Gloom. The attachment, though, of the energy from Hunter means that if Pedro has a boss, Pedro could go boss up the Ralts, and then the Oceanic Gloom wouldn't be available unless there was a Candy Gardevoir involved. So I almost wonder if that Psychic maybe from Hunter maybe should have been put on the Frillish, to be honest.
Yeah, an interesting thing to track there for sure. Way that Pedro could capitalize on that attachment there for Hunter and guarantee himself another turn of item cards.
Yeah.
For now, though, he'll go with a Arven after the Buddy Poffin is utilized. Gets himself another Buddy Poffin, so we'll fill the board here with a bunch of low HP Pokemon that can become some of the most powerful Pokemon in the game, and Charizard and Dragapult, and, I mean, let's be real, Badoo also counts as one of the most powerful Pokemon in the game.
Yeah, so the hand, they're definitely a little bit better for Pedro than I thought. There was an Arven in there, but we are still living off a solo Dracloak going into this next turn.
And he will grab the Dracloak here off this Ultra Ball, playing around, of course, Hunter's ability to use Oceanic Gloom on the next turn, so preemptively playing this Ultra Ball knowing he won't have access to it on the next one.
Yeah, and even if Pedro got Iono'd here, I don't think Pedro would be complaining losing that Dracloak for a fresh 6 cards with the quality of the current hand. There's that Itchy Pollen.
There it is, and now over to Hunter. We'll see if he's got himself anything. Is there a Lily or anything in hand? No Lily, but it is an Iono. Pedro will probably breathe a sigh of relief over that.
Yeah, and that's actually another thing that potentially could come back to bite Hunter. Hunter had a Dark Energy in hand, does draw the basic Psychic, so he got bailed out there, but might have not been able to get into the Oceanic Gloom this turn if we hadn't seen specifically a Psychic Energy.
He is able to find it, though, so the Oceanic Gloom is available for him. He does also find Kirlia. That is a huge piece to find.
Yeah.
Whenever he's item locked, there are only 2 Kirlia in this list, so very fortunate for him to find it off of just 6 cards, and now that'll lead to him potentially being able to get Gardevoir in play on the next turn.
Oh, I think there's some confusion about the location of Pedro's discard pile there. At first, I was wondering what it was doing over there, but yeah, that is his discard pile.
Yeah, he's got it right there, and there's the attachment for Hunter, and there's the Oceanic Gloom. With the damage in play as well, Hunter also has an option to do the same thing he did in Game 1, KO the Badoo next turn should he find another Darkness Energy. So we'll have to track that as an option. But Pedro here with a new hand to work with. See if he can get himself some Dracloaks in play. We do know one was sent to the bottom of the deck, and he doesn't look like he has another one in his hand. It looks like all he really has is Iono.
Yeah, did have a Monkey Dory in the hand as well, I believe. I don't know if he's saving the bench space for maybe another Charmander, but he could have set up the Monkey Dory, and currently there is no Monkey Dory set up on Hunter's side. Of course, he could draw into Dark Energy, but you're limiting the access to the Earthen Vessel, so not sure about the attachment there to the Dracloak, but the important thing for Pedro this turn is to find the stage 1, so we found our first one here in a Dracloak.
Yep, Dracloak comes into play. There is just 1 Charmeleon in the deck, like we mentioned in the first game, so that's something I'm sure he would love to find, and does not find it just yet. He also, worth noting, we didn't really talk about this in the prize cards, he does play Technical Machine Evolution as just a one-of copy, and that is also in the prize cards. That's a way, whenever your opponent is using item lock, that you can get your stage 1s into play. Not an option right now for Pedro.
Yeah, not an option, and did have that Arven on the first turn of the game, but didn't have an energy to go with it, so when I've been able to put it to use. Big card here for Hunter now as the Lily is getting played to initiate the turn. Is finding that Gardevoir before the Kirlia, which is a lot more easy to be picked off through a Phantom Dive or, like I mentioned, the Pheasantipity Cruel Arrow. So Gardevoir's going to be a big find here for Hunter.
He's going to get himself 8 cards still. A lot of dig into the deck in order to try to find one. There's quite a few Darkness Energy. Do we see a Gardevoir, though? Don't notice it yet, Azul. Does not quite look like it, and he can, like we said, bounce the damage counter over to take a prize card right now. There is no Gardevoir prized at the moment, though, for him to capitalize on, and he will do it, though. Does get himself a Ralts, so that'll be nice.
Yeah.
That's that. We'll be able to bench it, so should Pedro take out the lone Kirlia somehow, he will at least have a Ralts to back it up.
Yeah, the Ralts is big there. Although, the board wipe of the Ralts and Kirlia is still available through the Hawlucha plus a Phantom Dive. And we see starting off that Pheasantipity. We'll see if he can put that play together. I think he did have a boss in hand, but we're still short an Energy, a Dragapult, and the Hawlucha, which can be tough to find under the item lock.
There's the Pheasantipity. Flip the script, drawing 3 cards. Pedro kicking off the sequence with it. Love to see it. And then a Recon Directive number 1. Here comes Recon Directive number 2. There is that Charmeleon. Happy to find it now, I'm sure. Though, have to wonder, will Hunter be able to deal with this Pokemon now before it becomes a Charizard, now that item lock is not going to be utilized from Pedro?
Yeah, the lack of item lock or a big play this turn is going to be tough for Pedro for sure. The board state from Hunter isn't, I don't know, overly developed. There's only 2 Psychic Energy left. It's Psychic Energy in the discard pile. Only 1 Monkey Dory set up. But once Hunter gets access to items, second Monkey Dory, Screamtail, and we could kind of see, and honestly the way things are developing, kind of a similar game to what we saw in game number 1. Frillish giving Hunter that early lead, and then Screamtail giving you a insurmountable lead as this one is still developing.
Pedro here will draw up to 8 cards. Does find that third Dracloak, so 1 more Recon Directive on the menu. Gets himself a backup Charmander, not bad at all. Of course, still being item locked, cannot play any of the powerful item cards in his deck. Will bench the Charmander, though.
That is important, so that way if the Charmeleon does get Scream-tailed, you could get into a Candy Charizard. You really don't want to attack with Dragapult in this matchup because of the Clefairy, but no item lock, and we'll see how big of a lead Hunter can build with this turn.
And he will pass things back over, leaving this Dracloak with the Air Balloon, leaving his pivot into the active spot. Now let's see, yeah, what can Hunter do? Does he have Gardevoir? He's got Ultra Ball, so that can get there. He's also got himself Arven. He could piece together quite a few things this turn. Ultra Ball will discard a Psychic Energy and a Rare Candy. Have to imagine Gardevoir EX is going to be the first thing on the menu.
Yeah, and I believe does have another Rare Candy in hand, so you'll be able to Candy into the Gardevoir, leave the Curly on the bench to be able to more quickly establish another Gardevoir. And then, yeah, this is like where we figure out how does Hunter want to attack this. Does he want to get more aggressive? Screamtail might be a possibility. If not, just continue the Frillish, plus Monkey Dory some damage over to the other side. Continue to slow Pedro down, which has been working very well so far. Pedro can't find these big Stage 2 Pokemon. Of course, Rare Candy's limited as well. Going to this turn, that finally won't be a big deal for Pedro to not have access to Rare Candy, but if you can't find the Charizard or the Dragapult, and honestly, if you can only find the Dragapult, that doesn't feel like it's good enough.
So Hunter's lining up the secret box. This, of course, will unlock so many different plays and options for him. Happy to discard Technical Machine Evolution at this point, so that's an easy choice off the secret box. A very costly card to play, but the upside is so strong.
Yeah, and it looks like Hunter won't have a extremely powerful. It looks like something like a Screamtail KO Fez won't be available, so it's gonna probably be that Oceanic Gloom. So the question is just where does he want to build up this Monkey Dory damage? And honestly, I'm kind of eyeing up that Charmander on the bench because it can't evolve next turn, so it'll maintain that 70 HP, and you'll be able to almost guarantee get a kind of like a free prize card on it through the Monkey Dories over time. I think we'll see the second Monkey Dory also get set up this turn for Hunter.
Yeah, 1 Darkness Energy did hit the discard pile there, but he does have another one in hand, so second Monkey Dory is available. Rare Candy into the Gardevoir EX, also lined up. Here comes Artisan searching the deck for any basic Pokemon without a rule box. Not a Curlia, but a Monkey Dory will be found. So can get that second one established here. He doesn't have a ton of Psychic Energy in the discard pile. I think like 4 maybe, 3 or 4, something like that. So.
I think it might still just be 2.
No, I think there is 1 more hiding in there still. Yeah, it looks like
okay.
he does have 3 Psychic Energy in the discard pile.
All right, yeah, so we could see 2 get attached to the active. That'll allow you to move 40 over to the Charmander, putting it 1 Adrenabrain away from getting KO'd. And like I said, there's no way for Pedro to protect that Charmander. Doesn't play Turo, no benches for Monkey Dory, and the Charmeleon has already been utilized. So that's what I want to. That's what I think I want to see here from Hunter. Continue the item lock, prioritize that Charmander, but hold on.
He is changing it up here. He's retreating into his Curlia. I was always going for, I think, a call sign here, perhaps. Searching his deck for 3 Pokemon.
Or is it going to be the... Is he going to go for the Psy Shot?
For 30 damage?
I mean, a couple Monkey Dories KOs the Dracloak, right?
Okay, and Psy Shot as a single prize Pokemon could sneak in a little KO here. Is that what he's going to do? Yeah, he is going to do that. Okay. Psy Shot on the Curlia takes the knockout. Did not see that one coming.
Yeah, I didn't see the Psy Shot. I think he could have done the same thing with the Frillish. You would have just been low on energy in your discard pile. You still would have had 1, though. I don't know how afraid you are of... Oh, maybe not. Maybe you would have been... Yeah, I guess you wouldn't have quite had that. Yeah, okay. We'll see how this plays out. This does give an opportunity to Pedro, I feel like, where we could see an Unfair Stamp plus KO on the Curlia happen, which then could lead to a KO on the Gardevoir. And with that 3rd Ralts prize, Hunter could struggle to set up a Gardevoir from there. So I feel like there's an opportunity here for Pedro.
Yeah, it's a big opening, but can he capitalize on it? Not a bad start, though, finding Charizard EX. He's also got Lily's Determination. He can Rare Candy into Charizard EX, so the Charmeleon is still available to become the next Charizard. This is really nice to find. Search his deck now with the Infernal Rain for up to 3 fire energy, put them into play. He's going to load up Charizard EX. Now, does he have Counter Catcher?
Yeah, Counter Catcher KO. Honestly, Boss Unfair Stamp could be a pretty devastating play. Hunter, once again, has not established any draw power on the board. No Pheasantipity, no Mew EX. So some combination of Disruption plus Gust. Ideally through the Unfair Stamp, to be honest. That can be a pretty devastating card. This is where it's most powerful, and I think we did see the Counter Catcher grab there.
I think we did see it. I actually don't know. I have to imagine he grabbed it. It kind of looked like he may have sent it to the bottom, though. We'll see whenever he picks this hand back up. Counter Catcher feels like the card he definitely wants here. And yeah, okay, it was the grab, so go after Gardevoir, and he, I think, does he have Arven in his hand?
Unfair Stamp is prized, unfortunately. It's still comboing this with an Iono. We know there's a Lily in the hand there, I believe, for Hunter. So even Iono could possibly lead to a break, but actually, no supporter?
No supporter.
Gonna maintain the hand.
Yeah, wants to keep all the tricks he's got available. Must.
Okay, I don't
like
hate
what
that.
He's holding on to, and then now with the Unfair Stamp taken off of his prize cards, perhaps could be an option for the next turn.
Yeah, you want to have Iono Hunter very low there, so the chance that Hunter, I don't know, can't put a play together is not very likely. So I definitely don't hate that. Pedro being like, you're going to be able to probably do what you want next turn anyways. Let me hold my big hand. I know you took a Lily, not an Iono last turn, and then I can go for an even more powerful play on the next turn, knowing he's got like a 33% chance to get that Unfair Stamp off the prize cards there and was able to pull it. So now some kind of Boss Unfair Stamp play could come together.
So for Hunter here, how important is it to get another Ralts down right now?
It depends how big of a threat you can establish. If you can set up like a Mega Diancie, where if the Guardy is KO'd, the Mega Diancie should be able to stay on the board with energy, it would be fine, but it's committing to the Ralts, which makes you think, I think Hunter's probably leaning towards a Mind Bend play this turn.
Okay. Now Hunter actually, he's already down 2 rare candy, and a lot of Guardy lists do only play the 2 rare candy, but he actually has 3 in his list this weekend, so even if Gardevoir goes down, this Ralts could become another Gardevoir.
Yeah. One thing about this play from Hunter, though, is you did just leave Pedro with a massive hand this turn. If there was like an Iono, the Mind Bend feels a little better. We haven't seen Hunter commit to it yet, but I don't see a play besides a Mind Bend coming out of Hunter this turn. I don't think Pedro is going to hate that. I don't think Pedro's going to hate that that's going to be the lineup here from Hunter.
Well, there is Ultra Ball and Rare Candy, so should Gardevoir go down and no disruption, Hunter does have that option, and it does look like Mind Bend has been lined up. Up comes Monkey Dory. A couple energy will be attached to it through the Psychic Embrace. He's still got a couple of Adrenabrains to use. Just stack a bunch of damage onto Charizard. Could maybe set up Pheasantipity to be Scream-tailed. What do you like here with the Adrenabrains as well?
It's a tough one. You probably want to threaten the Charmeleon, I would assume, to force Pedro to evolve it next turn, but that is kind of what Pedro wants to do anyways. So I lean towards threatening, putting the pressure on the Charmeleon, because once again, it can kind of play around the prize cards. If Pedro prize second Charmander, or excuse me, Charizard, then the Charmeleon can be KO'd over 2 turns just through Adrenabrains to kind of generate a free prize card, but looks like already damage committed to the Pheasantipity. Wants to be able to Scream-tail that probably without utilizing a Bravery Charm.
Yeah.
And then into the Mind Bend. But this gives a huge opportunity for Pedro to make a comeback.
Now, what would that look like here for Pedro? And as his Charizard is in the active spot confused, it's a pretty costly Pokemon to retreat. He's already used his Air Balloon here. Does it involve going for a flip, or is he going to have to manually retreat this Pokemon?
Manual retreat isn't too bad if you can find that Super Rod. Manually retreating it, setting up the second Charizard, and then bossing as well. I see the Super Rod. I think we have a boss in there as well. I think Pedro's just missing a Charizard here, and then should be able to hard retreat the Charizard into a Charizard and boss KO the Gardevoir, giving him a big prize lead. And Pedro doesn't know this. Hunter does have Candy Gardevoir in the hand, but it would be a situation where Pedro feels like you might not even be able to find that on your next turn.
Couple Recon Directives used. Is he able to find himself Charizard EX? First comes a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Doesn't look like he's got any fire energy in the deck at the moment, so that Super Rod is going to be very important for the piece of this puzzle.
Does he have the Charizard to go with it is going to be the question.
That is the question. He is going to retreat here, this Charizard. And it looks like Charmeleon is coming up, so...
It's a good sign for Pedro.
It is very much a good sign. It does seem like a Charizard is heading up here very shortly, but not before Super Rod is going to be played. Can shuffle any combination of Pokemon and basic energy cards from the discard pile back into the deck. Have to imagine at least 2 fire energies will come back. Perhaps 3 will be the choice, and that is what he lands on.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Pedro did stop there for a second after retreating. Does he have the Charizard? Now I'm questioning it.
I don't think he has a Charizard in hand, but does he have an Ultra Ball is the question. He doesn't have it just yet, but can he Arven for Ultra Ball? And I think that answer is yes.
Yeah, that is unfortunate to not have an Ultra Ball or Charizard just in the hand ready to go. This still gives Hunter the advantage on the board for the prize exchange. You would have loved to boss KO the Gardevoir here, but this is going to make things keep the ball in Hunter's court.
Yep.
Going into Hunter's turn. If Hunter can put together a 2-prize knockout, I think he's going to be feeling pretty comfortable. But this was a huge opportunity. Pedro did the best he could. Wasn't able to capitalize as far as he would like, though.
Yeah, perhaps this could actually still work out for Pedro. Yeah, probably not going to work out for him to take a 3-prize turn. There's not like something he can KO with Dragapult as a Pokemon in the active spot, plus, target maybe the Frillish on the bench.
Yeah.
With damage on it already, move over some more with a Monkey Dory, something like that. So could make things challenging here. He's going to have to go through 1-prizer. Means he will still need to take 2 more turns to possibly win this game, where Hunter could win in his next 2 turns.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, the one saving grace here for Pedro is I don't think Hunter's going to be able to establish draw support on this bench this turn. Yeah, I don't think he should be able to. He's probably going to go into like a Screamtail, KO Fez, maybe combo that with an Iono. So, Unfair Stamp or Iono would still be a win condition for Pedro. It's not something you want to bet on, but it would still be there. But for Hunter here, you've got a couple different ways to play this, I think. Could go for a Mega Diancie, attack into the active, go for the Screamtail, chase the Fezandipity. That's what I kind of lean towards here. If you can combo that with an Iono, I feel like that puts you in a pretty commanding spot as Hunter. And thinking back on Pedro's last turn, I would not have hated to see him just go boss and go flip through the confusion, to be honest, because I feel like you just put the ball back in Hunter's court, whereas you could bet on that 50-50 to take over the game.
It never feels bad to go for the 50-50, but sometimes that 50-50 is your best chance to get back ahead in the game. The Hunter does go for the Ultra Ball, finds himself Curlia, so can get that Ralts evolved. He was debating the Mega Diancie, it looked like. He's got that nice new Mega Attack rare from Ascended Heroes in his list this weekend. But we'll evolve the Ralts into Curlia for now. And here comes the Screamtail, so does seem like the Fezandipity target will be nice. And when you combo this with an Iono, that always feels really, really good. Leave your opponent with less cards and limit their draw power on the next turn.
And I think you could maybe even go a step further here, Hunter, or just not take a knockout. Depends how familiar he is with Dragapult Charizard builds. They rarely, if ever, play Turo. So Screamtail attacking the Fezandipity, but not KOing it to not allow for like a Super Rod or Night Stretcher recovery of the Fez for more draw power on the next turn. I wouldn't hate to see that, but it's going to be some kind of Screamtail attack Fezandipity almost for sure here. It just depends. Do we take the knockout? Do we not? And with 2 Monkey Dories to work with, we're able to build up some more damage on these Charizards as well to set up for those final 2 prize cards.
3 energy attached to the Frillish from Psychic Embrace. Damages it heavily, but that can be aided through the Monkey Dory Adrenabrains coming up. Retreating the Frillish down to the bench, and Psychic Embrace will now attach some energy cards to this active Screamtail. Hunter perhaps just doing some math here, thinking about what he wants to do, how he'll navigate the situation. He does attach a Bravery Charm to his active Screamtail. He does still have another one hanging around. He could also close out the game on the next turn, perhaps with a Drifloon to KO a 2-prize Pokemon, so that's something to think through should he find his other Bravery Charm.
Yeah, the one thing he has to keep in mind here is the Monkey Dory of Pedro. That could lead to a 3-prize turn unless we get the Clefairy and the Frillish out of range. And with that Bravery Charm attachment and this healing up of the Frillish, Monkey Dory is not going to be the threat that Pedro needs to be able to win the game next turn. Or, hold on, how much HP does Screamtail? No, not quite. I was thinking, is there some like Phantom Dive play? So I don't think there's any way for Pedro to win next turn. The question will just be, honestly, I think, can you find an Unfair Stamp or Iono as we do go for the KO on the Fezandipity?
Down goes Fezandipity. Pedro left with just 3 cards. He does have a couple Recon Directives to use to help him here. He can shuffle the deck with the Artisan. Now, Hunter actually chose not to put Mystery Garden in play. That could have been a pretty decent option, honestly, for him before the Iono. It would do a couple things. One, it wouldn't let Pedro re-randomize his deck here, but also it gives him that Stadium in play as a potential bailout option off of a Disruption card from Pedro. We saw that in the first game where Hunter was left with a low hand size, but Mystery Garden stayed in play, and he was able to draw through that to get out of it.
Yeah, Hunter doesn't have a ton of options for energy remaining. All energy are in play or the discard pile, but still has a Night Stretcher left and the possibility of like Super Rod plus Vessel. And Artisan's value, honestly, besides getting the Drifloon, maybe is pretty low here for sure. So yeah, I would have hate to see the Mystery Garden maybe make its way into play.
Here's a Recon Directive. There's an INO, so that at least gives a guaranteed disruption option for Pedro. He will go for a second Dracloak, draws a Boss and a Arven. Have to imagine INO will likely be the option. Well, I guess Arven could get Unfair Stamp, so that's just kind of the question. What's better, INO or Unfair Stamp? And here in this spot, Unfair Stamp is probably a bit better, as Pedro would get himself 5 cards.
Yeah, I think so. Setting yourself up better for the following turn. It also thins the card out of the deck because Hunter's probably not taking another KO this game.
Whereas the INO can still be used to disrupt later. But no, he will go for the INO. So no Unfair Stamp found. He'll get himself just 3 cards here. He does evolve both of his Dracloaks into Dragapult EX.
Yeah, that is, unless maybe he's planning to bench something else this turn and was trying to avoid, I mean, I'm not sure why we're taking away our Dracloak draw power here as Pedro, but yeah, there's just the KO on the active, which means Hunter can close it out this turn with the Mega Diancie.
Yeah, can close it out with Mega Diancie. Drifloon would also potentially work here. He's got himself 3 cards. After his draw for turn, it does look like he has a...
Also Mew?
Lily's Determination. The Mew is in the discard pile, but Night Stretcher could activate it, right? And that would be a way for him to close things out. So lots of different options here for Hunter to just win this game on this turn.
Yeah, I think the Night Stretcher or a Nest Ball or Ultra Ball would close it out here for Hunter. Doesn't have the Bravery Charm left anymore, even though we do have access to the Drifloon through the Artisan. And... I guess at the very least, as Hunter here, you could just go with the Frillish item lock and hope that Pedro doesn't have a boss. I mean, Pedro didn't leave the Dracloak available as a possibility to get back into boss, and he did Iono himself down to 3, so that would be around there. Like you mentioned, yeah, I think the Unfair Stamp gave Pedro just so much more options going into this turn to be able to close it out if Hunter whiffs, and you are betting on Hunter whiffing here.
Yeah, Hunter has to whiff here for Pedro to have a chance, and it will be for Hunter here on these 6 cards. Should he find himself a Night Stretcher, a Drifloon, and a Bravery Charm, or just the Bravery Charm, right? Artisan has not been utilized, so...
We're out of Bravery Charm. That one is gone.
Okay.
But Nest Ball, Night Stretcher, and the Ultra Ball all live, and there are not that many cards left in the deck here for Hunter.
No.
Definitely favored at this point.
Attacking with Mega Diancie or the Mew EX wins the game here for Hunter. Many ways for him to find those Pokemon 1 card at a time, and yes, there is an Ultra Ball that can guarantee the Mega Diancie here for Hunter, right?
Did it get discarded earlier?
I don't believe the Mega Diancie's in the discard pile. I'm pretty sure it's in
I think he's running some numbers.
Yeah, so 240 is how much he can do with the Mega Diancie, and then moving 6 damage counters over through the Adrenabrain. That's 300, and with the 30 damage already on the Charizard EX, that is going to be enough for Garland Ray to take the knockout and get Hunter Butler a 2-0 victory.
Yep. He's just setting it all up here, just going through the motions at this point. Doesn't want to make any missteps.
Yep. No reason not to just play it carefully and make sure you calculate all the math exactly as you need to. He'll load up the Diancie, he'll move the 6 damage counters over, and there we go. 240 into the active. Down goes Charizard EX, Hunter Butler with the win.
Yep, Hunter takes the victory there. And honestly, both games kind of played out pretty similar. The Frillish, kind of the MVP of this one for Hunter.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the item lock really slowed things down and let him control the pace of the game. And he was the one who was able to be the aggressor. So often we see Gardevoir being the come from behind deck. Iono your opponent to a low hand size, pull off some counter catcher or Scream Tail, target the bench plays. But in this game, Hunter was able to make sure things slowed down, and he was the one who was able to push the advantage.
Yeah, utilizing all the tools, and that's what I was saying about this build specifically. It's got such a wide range of tools, using everything except the Drifloon, to be honest, which is usually, I feel like, one of the heavier hitters
probably
in the Charizard
This is one
matchup.
of the best matchup arguments for it, right? Is
Charizard.
Drifloon, Charizard decks in general, so yeah, really solid win there for Hunter. You know, Pedro's still in a decent spot here in the tournament, 5-2, just needs to get a tie in the next round. He'll still make it into phase 2 and have plenty of more Pokemon to play. But yeah, it was about the item lock in game number 1 for both the players, but Hunter was the one who was able to have the better advantage.
Yeah, Frillish doing so much work there. Hunter making a good call, keeping Frillish around as long as possible and just continuously drawing prize cards. And then in the game 1, the Scream Tail, and in game 2 as well, Scream Tail is what just set him super far ahead and made it almost impossible for a comeback from Pedro. and took over.
Yeah, and here, this was an interesting turn here for Pedro. Yeah, or at the end of game number 1 where this Charizard was confused. And Charizard ended up being confused in both games of this set.
A couple times.
Wonder what would have happened had Pedro gone for that flip. That would have been an interesting spot. It's always hard to want to lock yourself into it. We see players so often play so hard around those confusion flips.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to run the odds and realize that percentage is just better to go ahead and go for the flip. And that was the turn where Pedro went down, only got a 1-prize knockout, and Hunter taking a 2-prize knockout, set himself up beautifully to close it out, and was able to. Pedro did draw the Iono, but it wasn't enough. And the newest addition to Gardevoir, the Mega Diancie, closing it out for Hunter.
There it is, Hunter with the win. So interesting to see the Frillish being included, no Jellicent, always funny to me to see that. And yeah, alongside the Mega Diancie as a big hitter. This build for Hunter just has so many options.
Yeah, so many options. I mean, and that's the thing about Gardevoir. It doesn't even play Jellicent. It doesn't even play Team Devolution. Like, there's more he could be playing as well. But, like, you can only play 60 cards. Gardevoir wishes it could play more for sure. But this is, yeah, such a wider range without even everything.
Gardevoir may be the deck in the format that would most like to have a sideboard available, right, in the tournament.
Let's not even talk about that.
You don't want to go down that path today.
I don't think so. I don't think so. No deck would benefit more, I think, than Gardevoir from a sideboard.
Yeah. Yeah, not something we do here in the Pokemon TCG, and not something necessary here for Hunter as he moves now to a 6-1 record. So he's locked himself up a spot in phase number 2. Yep. You know, Hunter is a former regional champion, so he's tasted the victory before, and he's had plenty of success in the game. But I'm sure he feels really good to have a strong start here this weekend.
Yeah, Hunter is a player I think who is playing for top cut. I don't think he's just trying to get to phase 2 or anything like that. And so he's setting up himself well so far, but definitely is looking for that last win in the last round of phase 1.
Yeah, that last win could just continue to propel yourself forward in the event. Of course, to track the match points across phase 1 and phase 2, they accumulate as we get down into top cuts. Your record through the whole tournament will determine which players are finishing in the highest seeding and which players are going to get into that asymmetrical top cut. Of course, you got to go with a 5-2-1 record, 16 match points to make it from phase 1 into phase 2. You get 3 match points for a win, 1 match point for a tie, so 5-2-1 is the mark to get to, or I guess technically 404, but...
Yeah, you can hit him with the 404. We've seen it before.
We have.
I've had a couple 504s back in my day to get from phase 1 to phase 2, so it's not where you want to be, but... It gets there.
It does get there. Well, I'm excited to hear what Pablo has to say about that last match. Let's get it over to him for a little bit more of an in-depth breakdown.
Thank you so much, Chip and Azul. Great to hear your insight throughout the game. I personally love seeing these top-tier archetypes being played by top-tier players. As you talked about Hunter winning Dallas Regionals back in 2020 in the expanded format. I do believe Pedro was recently in top COD, in the ASIM COD or top 16 at NEIC this past year. So 2 very high caliber players, which always leads to some very interesting gameplay. And now we saw some, well, there's a lot to talk about in this particular match. Of course, with all the Dracloaks action happening and Gardevoir awkward prizes in game 2, a pretty smooth game 1. There's always like different decision trees branching out where you can go one way or the other. But I think it's starting in game 1, Pedro had quite a few options. Obviously, things were not going his way throughout the whole game. However, during game 1, I do believe there were a few options or a few key decisions that were made that gave Hunter such a big lead, and Pedro could have tried to give himself a little bit more help before it was a little too late. So starting off in this particular spot, Hunter had just knocked out a Drippy thanks to the help of the double Monkey Dories, and he was still maintaining the item lock on Pedro. Now that put Pedro in a very awkward spot where he decided to promote the Monkey Dory, and then we see a lot of hesitation, obviously, on your item lock. A lot of your options are very limited. Was able to find a Lily or whatnot. But overall, I think the key moment is this, this energy attachment. We're going to see him like really doubt where it should go, whether to commit to the Dracloak, hoping to find the Dragapult and start attacking that way. He didn't know it, but Hunter did have his Clefairy priced in game 1. and it was still not found at that point. So it would have been safe, but you can't assume, or I mean, sometimes you have to, but at that point it's a little too early to play to such a risk. So instead he decides to attach to Monkey Dory, and usually this would signal some sort of attempt at, okay, you know what? I'm gonna play this Lily, right? I'm gonna draw 8 cards. I could find a Charizard EX and start applying pressure. Or I could go for the Mind Bend. And what does Mind Bend accomplish? It's not going to take down the Frillish, right? It's not going to threaten that knockout. And honestly, all the damage is just coming back because of the double Monkey Dory. However, it does put Hunter in an awkward spot where if he wants to maintain this item lock, which is blocking my Ultra Balls, which is blocking my Rare Candies, blocking even my Buddy Puffins to establish more Dreepies, I force a flip out of him, right? I give myself a 50% chance in order to free myself from the item lock, or forces Hunter into a different plan, right? Forces Hunter to perhaps bench the Screamtail, take down my Charmeleon, sure, but now I get to play items. Now I can candy this backup Charmander, which was very crucially found in the previous turn, and I could be fined, and Hunter will have only taken 1 prize card, will be at 3, and I'll still be able to get ahead, or be able to catch up rather, in this particular game. What we ended up seeing though was a retreat into a giving up a Charmander knockout, right? So I think that was a key moment where Pedro could have given himself a much better chance at getting free from that item lock, but we didn't see the committal. He whiffed majorly off of that, Lily not drawing too much help, and so Hunter was able to continue to get farther and farther ahead. As you can see, this is another key turn where towards the end of the game, right, we see the Iono get played, we see Pedro is still at 6 prize cards, Hunter is 1 big knockout away, or 2 small knockouts away from winning the game with those prize cards. And this is something that Azul and Chip talked about a lot, is that when you're so far behind and you've already committed to playing out the game, you have to think outside the box, right? Even if you start to price raise Hunter at this point, with double Gardevoir, they're not going to whiff an attack. With Monkey Dory, they can buy themselves time with Mind Bend, Confusion, putting you in some very awkward spots. So what you need to do is think outside the box, right? And the key thing in this particular board is there are currently 5 energy right here, a 6th right here, and then 2 dark energy over here. And therefore, that's 8 energy out of the total 10 that Gardevoir decks usually play. Sometimes they play 11, sometimes they play 10. The trend is towards 10. So at this point, I think if Pedro is able to find a counter catcher or a boss's orders to bring up this Frillish, he would get item locked. There is an opportunity to continue attacking, right, for Hunter. However, he wouldn't be able to move it from the active spot. And if you're able to then find either another copy of boss's, well, you need to find another copy of boss's orders because there's going to be item locked, then you bring up this Gardevoir, and all of a sudden, Hunter cannot move that Gardevoir or attack with it, and you could possibly win the game by deck out because Hunter drew so well that they have very few resources left in their deck. So in order to commit to that, you have to make a few assumptions, right? That they play 10 energy, that they do not play Professor's Turo scenario. But at this point in time, being so far behind in the prize cards, you need to come up with an alternate game plan. You need to improvise, because if you just try to go toe-to-toe, even if you force your opponent to have to attack twice with Gardevoir, which they can, right? That's enough to knock out a Charizard. They can go Miracle Force 190, Miracle Force 190, and that's it, because your board is super, super weak. So overall, I think thinking outside the box, this was the perfect moment to do so. Pedro did not find counter catcher, boss's orders or counter catcher. He played the Iono at this point in time, and that caused for his only out to be counter catcher, right? And off of the Iono, he did find the on first stamp, but he chose not to play it, right? He didn't dig deep enough for that play. Maybe that play, the deck out play, wasn't even on his mind, but in general, something to keep in mind. Just like against Golden Go, a lot of players try to keep track of the energy and body lock them out of recovering and not being able to attack. That can happen to Gardevoir players as well. When there's a Serendipity down or when they have too many energy in play, that is something you can try to either use to slow them down or to try to find an alternate win condition that perhaps is not as obvious. And now next, in the next game, we had this particular situation where Pedro benched this Serendipity, right? Serendipity, obviously a good card. Your opponent took a knockout, you get to draw 3 extra cards, you get to help yourself so much. And Pedro did find, crucially, the other Dracloak off of the Serendipity, and off of the next Dracloak, he found Charmeleon. And Charmeleon is a very key piece. When you're under item lock, finding that one-off copy is super, super crucial to threaten Charizard, right? Dragapult can be dealt with Clefairy. Charizard is the real big player in this particular matchup, so you can threaten those big, scary Gardevoirs. But afterwards, that decision to put down the Serendipity opened up this situation where Hunter was a little bit ahead, and he was able to utilize Screamtail in order to snipe the Serendipity in this particular turn to put himself at 2 prize cards, and that led to the final game-winning play where Mega Diancie was able to finish out the last 2 prize cards. So it's very, it's easy to get to this point or say this in terms of hindsight, right? The way the game developed, benching that Serendipity helped Pedro get the Charmeleon to create this double Charizard board. However, it also costs him the game at that point, yeah? That's not to say benching the Serendipity was a mistake. It's just that's the sort of evaluation that you need to make in the middle of the game with the pressure, right? And with everything riding on this game, because you've already lost game 1, on whether it's worth it to draw those 3 extra cards. How much do those 3 extra cards help you? And if they are worth it in terms of the exchange of putting down that liability when you are falling a little bit behind in that particular game. So just a lot of things to consider. I'm sure both of these players always had those things and many other things running through their mind, but that's the sort of thing that just because you can use Serendipity doesn't mean you always have to. I think in this spot, it was definitely the correct way to keep digging, keep finding other resources, but there might be other situations where benching down that Serendipity immediately after your opponent took a knockout might not be the best play possible. So yeah, that's going to be it for me. Now let's hear from Hunter, who just won this round. Let's hear his thoughts from this.
Welcome out to the floor here in Seattle. We just saw our winner on stream, Hunter Butler. You did fantastic. I know it was a bit of a grind. Tell me about this matchup and how it plays out.
Yeah, so Dragzard, definitely a fine matchup. I would prefer to play versus Dragzard than to play versus Dragapult Dusknoir. It's a little bit tougher, and they can kind of do more board wiping, whereas Dragzard, they can only deal with 1 Guardy. So I quite like the matchup. Frillish obviously put in a ton of work. It's definitely the best card of the matchup. I still don't know if I made the right play game 2. I think I maybe should have attacked with Curlia to set up. However, my opponent Iona'd me and it kind of worked out. My hand was very weak, so other than that, I feel good about the game. Still kind of replaying that turn in my head a little bit, whether I should have call signed or item locked. Obviously, it worked out, so we'll see how it goes.
I think that's actually a really good sign, right? Sometimes you look back on a game, there's a little bit of regret there. I maybe didn't play as clean, but it seems like this is coming more from a place of how complex the matchup is. And is that your experience playing Gardevoir in general, the complexity? Are you still feeling that with the deck?
Oh yeah, for sure. I've pretty much Guardy stand up this whole season. I'm a player that normally plays rogue decks and does a lot of deck building. I haven't been able to do that because Gardevoir and Goldengo are so strong. So I'm kind of just locked up with Gardevoir, but yeah, it's a complex deck. It's a lot of math. It's a lot of different routes, especially when you're playing straight Gardevoir. You don't have the shove, Jellicent, and kind of pray. So yeah, definitely a difficult deck. I'm playing okay. Hopefully just keep getting some good luck.
And sometimes that's what you need, especially in a field this large. You don't know what matchups you're going to hit. You're trying to just stay locked in, hope that your practice has gone through. Tell me about your squad. Tell me about how you prepped and learned Gardevoir and have been able to pilot to success here in Seattle.
Yeah, for sure. I have a multinational testing group. I test with some Brazilian players and some Japanese players and some American players. So I have a nice group. For this tournament, I actually didn't prepare too much. I kind of just knew I wanted to play Drifloon because Mega was going up. I kind of wanted an easier matchup into that. So not too much thought into the list. It's kind of the same 55, 56 I've been playing for 3 months. But yeah, I've been prepping a lot for the post rotation. So shout out to all my Japanese testing partners and Carter Barsh who's in Japan testing with our partners right now, so we can have a jump on this next format.
That is a really important point that you bring up, Hunter, where we're in this sort of in-between. This format is kind of coming to a close, kind of winding down, and players are a little bit split around whether they want to focus on ending this format with a bang or getting in a lot of prep for rotation. Is it always your stance to prepare for the next rotation, the next meta game, or is it just because you're looking forward to that particular meta?
Yeah, I'm definitely looking. My debuff is gone. I'm going to be able to deck build with having no good cards. You know, when a format has no consistency, I feel like I really shine in that type of format where I can deck build. However, I would say I don't think it's always correct to worry about the next format, as you might need points now from the certain tournaments. We also have several tournaments with the Ascended Heroes stuff, so you might need to focus on that if you're going to Houston or Orlando. But yeah, I'm just tired of this format. I've played thousands and thousands of games. My students are tired of this format. They're excited to be working on post-rotation, and I think for those of you who are closer to Worlds, it's better to work on post-rotation, and those who are further away and maybe have Houston or Orlando, probably lock in Ascended Heroes testing and kind of focus on that as it comes.
There is the moment where you have to consider your own goals as a player, and I think there are so many players that are looking forward to maybe experiencing a little bit more of that fun, seeing what works, what you can get away with, and take advantage of exactly the rotation, a breath of fresh air. That's perfect. And that certainly was, I think, a little bit of a fresh air to finally see Gardevoir on the Seattle stream, and we're going to see a lot more of it, I imagine, this weekend. Thank you so much for your thoughts. We're going to kick things over to a quick break, but stay tuned because we'll have more Pokemon action soon.
Welcome to the stage here in Seattle, everyone. My name is Adam Watson, and I'm joined by the Zoroark EX Masters. We've got Liam Halliburton and Christian Labella. Now, this deck has sort of been a creation of both of you. Put the deck on the map back in Pittsburgh, and you've stuck with it this whole time, even though it really hasn't seemed to catch on the way other decks in the meta do. So I guess to get things kicked off for our curious audience members, Zoroark EX, what's the pitch? How does this deck work? What makes it good?
Gonna take it? Sure. Yeah, I think the main appeal of Zoroark is, of course, its ability trade, which lets you discard a card and draw 2 more cards. It's one of the strongest engines in the game, and it's also an engine that exists on a stage 1, so it's easily accessed, and a 280 HP Pokemon, which makes it difficult for the opponents to remove, which makes it one of the more stable ways to like establish a good board. So I think in that sense, that's like definitely the main selling point of the deck. I'm sure if you have anything you want to add on.
Yeah, there's of course other benefits to the deck too. You got the actually really cool attacking package, right? You got Reshiram and Darmanitan. Darmanitan has a very cool attack that you saw before with like the Radiant Greninja, right? But really in this format, there's like nothing really like that can pressure like 2 different Pokemon at the same time like that. Then of course Reshiram, you know, 170, and it kind of makes your opponent like a little afraid to hit the Zoroark sometimes, right? Like you can get games like cat and mouse sometimes.
That does make sense.
Reshiram. And of course the other appeal to it, at least for me, is when I'm playing Zoroark, a lot of my opponents most of the time don't know what to like do against it, because like again, it's not like a popular deck like or as popular as Guardia or like Dragon Bolt, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's, you can catch your opponents making a lot of tiny mistakes and capitalize on them.
And I guess that is a strength of the deck. You don't want it to catch on. I mean, this segment might change that now that we're kind of giving away a little bit of the sauce. But I wanted to touch a little bit more on the Darmanitan. I feel like the ratio and reliance on this attacker has sort of shifted over time. Is that still true? Would you say that that's correct with relying on Flame Body Cannon? Is it a mainstay or only something meta dependent?
I'd say definitely very meta dependent. On Zoroark as a whole, how you build it is very meta dependent, right? Right now,
so what are some techs in this current version to point out for this current metagame?
Right. So of course, you got Darmanitan. I'd say Badoo as well, and Black Belt, right? Those are like the obvious choices.
Yeah, the Darmanitan is really effective for countering Goldengo, which is pretty popular right now. You need the Black Belt to bump the damage up. The base damage is 90. When you Black Belt, you can one-hit a Goldengo with Flame Body Cannon.
Very nice.
Paired with the reversal. The Badoo is also, you could also consider it meta dependent. I think a lot of decks like Gardevoir, Dragapult, Charizard, they're running on items for their engine. So you can get a lot of games where you just get into this Badoo really quickly, and then will really limit your opponent's ability to set up.
Okay.
So in that sense, it is a bit meta dependent. We also have the Team Rocket's Watchtower to cover for colorless abilities, which shows itself in the Kangaskhan engine in the Absol deck, as well as the Pidgeot engine in the Charizard deck. So yeah, lots of different techs for lots of different matchups in the deck. Definitely way more than most decks.
And now that you've kind of touched on the matchup spread, this is actually a really great point. Christian, my initial read on this deck is that it's good against Gardevoir, good against Dragapult, kind of mid against more aggressive decks. Is that the general consensus that you agree with?
Yeah, those decks like, say Raging for example, they like a Pokemon that can just one-shot you like right away, like any point during the game. That's definitely very scary for Zoroark, right? Like with Charizard, you can it's like fine, right? You Badoo, you can have Badoo slow it down, and Charizard doesn't one-shot you unless you like take prizes, right? And you don't have to take prizes with this deck. So very cool, very cool. But decks like Raging Bull, like these more aggressive decks, even Goldengo can be scary too, like a lot of times.
And fortunately with the Darmanitan, you seem to have accounted for that. Does the deck need to shift very much for bad matchups, or are you focused primarily on just winning your good matchups with Gardevoir and Dragapult being so prominent in the metagame for so long?
I think it's both. It's a little bit of both. I think if you aren't conscious of the exact ways that your good matchups play out and all of the ways that you're weak, they can very quickly turn into bad matchups if you lose like important cards for those matchups. So yeah, I mean, ideally you always have to make trade-offs, but of course the best case scenario would be you're able to fix your bad matchups and win your good matchups still. Right? So that's definitely like, of course, what we're shooting for, but not always possible. You have to sort of see how the meta works out.
There's certainly a lot of complexity with being able to make the right plays at the right time. Bench management we've seen be very, very important for Zoroark EX, where maybe you have too many in play, you can't squeeze in another Darmanitan. Any quick tips you have or rules of thumb you use to know exactly how many Zoroarks you're going to need for any given situation?
Depends on the matchup. Usually 3/3 is obviously like really good to get out. But against Gardevoir, like that's like Gardevoir, right? 4/4 Zoroark is really good in that matchup too. But of course, there's like a lot of matchups where you can't afford to go 4/4 because you need a spot for like the monkey and like if you say like against Dango, a lot of times you need 2 Darmanitas down and like all these other guys you gotta put in. So it's like 3/3 is usually a safe bet. Some matchups you can go 4/4.
Yeah, I mean, you can imagine for a matchup like Dragapult, like Christian was saying, imagine like Dragapult, matchup like Grimmsnarl, you definitely want the Monkey Dory. You probably want to involve the Reshiram at some point, but then there's also a lot of these like smaller guys that you can pick up with the Darmanitan, and in that sense, you want all 3 of them down at some point in the game. So if you early commit to a 4/4 Zoroark, then it's going to be a little bit more difficult for you to like pull off your game plans, at least in some sense. You get, of course, some compensation with the 4th trade, but trade-off, right? You can definitely feel the drawbacks as well.
Okay, yeah, so you have to, there's a little bit of give, a little bit of take, a little bit of a trade-off when playing Zoroark EX. And between the both of you, was it a true collaboration, or did one player come up with Zoroark, I think this is good in the metagame, and convince the other to play it? How did the origin of this deck really come in back into the metagame in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I'd say I definitely pushed Christian a lot on the deck. I've been playing it since release basically, and definitely like practicing it a lot. So in that sense, I a little bit more committed to the deck, at least at that point in time. So I definitely was like pushing Christian a little bit more to play Zoroark. Come Pittsburgh. I think The meta positioning though was definitely pretty good for that event. I had a pretty insane like matchup run during that event. I hit 9 Gardevoir, which was really good for our
Wonderful
list, right? So yeah.
And it seems like Gardevoir is always going to be a popular deck that you can expect a lot of good matchups to line up for you. And this gives us and our audience at home a lot of great insight about some new ways to consider the deck and its complexity. So thank you both for joining me, breaking down this build of the deck, and hopefully we'll see you perform at this regional and maybe beyond. So stay tuned for some more Pokemon action, everyone.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, here to the Seattle Regional Championships, where we are entering our final round of phase number 1. This is the last round for so many players to try to punch their ticket into phase number 2 to keep that hope and dream alive of becoming the regional champion this weekend. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here in the booth once again for this 8th Swiss round by Azul GG. Looking forward to taking you through this one. We have got an extremely exciting match. Can't wait to get into this one. How you feeling, Azul? We got one more Swiss round for us, then Piper and Ethan are coming in for Swiss round 9. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, big round for a lot of players. Also for these two players as well. They're both into phase 2 already, but these are players who are going to be heavily competing for top cut slots, especially the winner here. So they're both already 6-1, but they would love to be 7-1 at the end of this round.
Yeah, every single match point, extremely important. Getting 3 over 1 and getting anything over 0, very, very important when it comes to pushing for those top cuts. Let's take a quick look at the standings here as we get ready to get down to this next match. These are all of the players who are already locked up here, or some of the players, many more already locked up for phase number 2, but these are the ones leading that charge. 7 undefeated players still. We're gonna probably have a handful of them undefeated heading into phase 2.
Yeah, and we see leading the charge there, Andrew Hedrick and Zach Elliott. We saw Zach the first round of the stream today with the Dragapult, or round number 2, defeating the Slow King. Hedrick, not unfamiliar territory for him, being the #1 seed so late into the tournament, but still a long ways to go for all these players. Just, yeah, even the players who are 7-0, some other familiar names in that record as well. Bodie Robinson, Grant Manley, Callie White. So definitely some noticeable names up there.
Yeah, lots of experienced players, lots of new names as well. Players looking to push forward and make a name for themselves here at the Seattle Regional Championships. I do think our players are getting ready down on the stage, Azul, and this is going to be a fun one. We've got a mirror match here on the stream, and this mirror match is a really, really fun one to go over.
Yeah, this actually might be my favorite matchup in the format. It does have the potential to be a little bit snowbally, but generally I think we see some pretty interesting back and forth in the Mega Absol EX mirror.
That is what we're going to see. Mega Absol EX, Mega Kangaskhan EX. Lucas Zhang on the left, of course, coming off of a top cut finish at the European International Championships. He has only changed 1 card from his EUIC list. That list felt so good to him. He wanted to stick with it. And Noah on the right, Noah Sakajian with Mega Absol of his own. He's someone who's not been afraid to innovate. He got top 128 at the Toronto Regional Championships with a super unique build of the deck. I believe he was the one packing the Moltres and the Brave Bengals, which is really, really cool to see that innovation. You see the prize cards going out. A pretty big one there for Lucas. Precious Trolley unavailable.
That's going to be pretty big potentially. You never know. Sometimes you just draw into just enough basics to get things going into the mid game. But yeah, it could be pretty devastating for Lucas here. They are playing different builds, like you mentioned. Lucas playing that more control style list, the Evital's, Eric's Invitation.
Yeah.
Very notably for this matchup, the Genesect as well, which can be pretty powerful in the mirror match if you're able to establish it before the opponent is able to use their Precious Trolley. So going second going to be a big deal to initially set up here, I think, specifically because of that Genesect.
Does look like Noah will be the player going second, though, as Lucas is kicking off his opening with a Nest Ball, Monkey Dory in his active spot, and I'm sure he'll take a moment to check the prize cards, and he'll get that news. No Precious Trolley available, which puts a lot more pressure on this opening Nest Ball. There are not that many ways to get Pokemon into play in this deck. It is the 1 Precious Trolley and then 2 copies of Nest Ball. That's it. His only other way to put Pokemon down is to naturally draw into them. So with the information of Precious Trolley being prized, you know, how important is this opening Nest Ball?
It's very important, and it's unfortunate that we have to use a Nest Ball to get the Kangaskhan here, but that needs to be your priority to just see enough cards to play the game here as Lucas, because Kangaskhan by itself, anything you could get off this Nest Ball would not be enough. So the Kangaskhan has to do a lot of heavy lifting with the Precious Charlie being prized. With already using a Nest Ball, you have one item card to find Pokemon for the rest of the game as Lucas.
Yeah. The bare minimum, I think, would be for him to be able to use Kangaskhan to juice up a Mega Absol EX. So he'll have a couple of cards off of Run Errand. He can go for Run Errand this turn as well if he would like to attempt to just add even more cards to his hand. And he'll be looking for an Arven on the next turn to find a Technical Machine, Turbo Energize in order to get an Absol powered up. For now, though, he actually already has the TM Turbo Energize, which is pretty strong. And he will go with the early use of Kangaskhan, committing the retreat to the Monkey Dory. Finds himself the energy, and he has the Energize. So should he find himself an Absol, he's got the bare minimum. But it is a really nice start over there for Noah. Lucas with no trolley available, and Noah has his in the opening hand.
Yeah, that is going to be a question. How many trolleys in the opening hand are we going to see in this series? The potential is high for quite a few. Going to only see one in this first game, but later on in the match, who knows? It doesn't get that much better for Noah. Also, one more thing to take a note for Lucas's side of the field. Couldn't find Latias or some kind of Pecharunt, Yveltal combo, so did have to lose an energy there. Energy attachment's very important in this matchup. You want to get into a position where Terminal Period's an option, but you need enough Monkey Dories in play with energy to be able to threaten that. And then, of course, the Mist Energy, also going to be a very important energy to find because it does prevent the Terminal Period from the Mega Absols when they're battling it out against each other.
With this trolley, we do see Mega Kangaskhan, Pecharunt, and a pair of Monkey Dory so far. One more Pokemon, of course, can be found. I actually think he's got Yveltal in the hand, so that can be a nice option in order to get the mobility. Pecharunt can push the Yveltal, retreat into the Kangaskhan, and get the draw going. The only thing that Noah's going to need here to have just the perfect opening will be that Technical Machine Turbo Energize, and he still has the ability to play a supporter here this turn as well.
Yeah, so just as looking for that Turbo Energize. Talking about the differences of the lists a little bit. Lucas still playing that more control-based retreat lock list. Noah going with kind of the go-to for the Mega Absol builds with that Toad Scroll line. Not going to be probably utilizing it in this matchup. It can come up. Night Stretcher, one of the highest value cards in the deck in general. So we could see Noah take advantage of the Toad Scroll at some point. But you see initially here, like you mentioned, no Toad Scroll on the bench.
And Noah's got everything he needs already. He already even had an Arven in the hand before the Run Errand was utilized. So, I mean, he is really just setting up so nicely. He didn't have to get Trolley off this Arven, so he can find himself some other really strong piece. He's actually even going to just get Pokegear 3.0 to dig for a better supporter on the next turn. Really strong setup here from Noah.
Yeah, and both players actually opting for that Cypher Maniac's code breaking. No surprise from Lucas playing such a similar list. And that could be his bailout here to actually find a more powerful turn. I think another thing worth noting, Noah already found the Mist Energy as well on that previous turn. So if there's no Iono here from Lucas, Noah can start swinging aggressively.
He does have a couple Pokegear in his hand, Lucas, on the left. So I have to imagine the search for the Cypher Maniac will be pretty strong. That's what he's going to be looking for. He finds an Arven here off the first Pokegear 3.0. So with already the guarantee of the TM Evo, or TM Turbo Energize, excuse me, in his hand, he's not going to be as powerful as it maybe could be, especially with the prizing of that Precious Trolley. So I think he is going to really be looking for that Cypher Maniac. Let's see. No, actually going to choose not to play the second Pokegear that he had in hand.
Yeah, I think he might be okay with settling for the Nest Ball and the Turbo Energize here.
Okay, sure.
And just going to go with that and try and maximize the odds of finding Pokemon before committing to the Nest Ball, because it's such a limited resource here for Lucas. I mean, this is it, unless you're just going to draw into the cards. It's also worth noting, I guess, the Precious Trolley is in the top 2 prize cards there for Lucas, so it's unlikely he'll draw into that at all throughout this game. So just going to be hoping to draw into those Pokemon besides the Cypher Maniac combo with the Mega Kangaskhan. That could get you there as well. But honestly, not too shabby for Lucas, I think, for the prizing of the trolley.
Yeah, really is going to work out pretty decently here for him, as he will be able to juice up his own Absol to perhaps respond to Noah's. Now, something Lucas does need to be wary of is Noah's Absol's just about ready to go. Just needs one more energy card. So he wants to be mindful of what cards he has in his hand. Is there anything he wants to play right now before Noah has a chance to rip anything out? And it looks like the answer for that is going to be no at the moment. He'll just go with the Turbo Energize and load up a couple energy into play. Have to imagine they're going on Absol.
Yeah, we might see the split here to kind of set yourself up a little bit better to pull off a terminal period if Noah wants to attack with the Absol into the Mega Kangaskhan, but looks like he's just going to protect the energy on the Absol. It's not a terrible lineup, though, for Noah. If Noah can find Boss, we have the mist already. Boss, get the initial hit on the Absol, on Lucas's Absol, would be pretty good still.
Draw for turn on Noah's end leads into a run errand to draw a couple cards. We do see a Pokegear 3.0 used now. Looking at the top 7 here, does find himself Boss's orders. Have to think that that is going to target down the Mega Absol, and this is a huge part of this matchup. Who gets the first hit on a Mega Absol EX?
Yeah, with a Mist Energy, because if you hit into this Absol from Noah here without a Mist Energy,
yes,
Lucas could have a Dark Energy plus an Energy Switch, pull off a double Monkey Dory Adrenabrain, leading to a terminal period, but the Mist protects against this. That's about as good as it gets for Noah, turn 1 into turn 2.
Yeah, really. I mean, if you're wondering how to play the Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol deck, you look at these first 2 turns here from Noah, and this is what you want to do turn after turn. And Noah's going to have an option now to choose a card from Lucas's hand, send it straight to the discard pile. Down goes that penny. Not an option for Lucas to potentially heal this Absol, though it would be painful to take a bunch of energy cards out of play. So now, how does Lucas respond to this? He is already in a really interesting, tough spot. He's going to start it off with a Pokegear 3.0, looking for a supporter.
Yeah, the penny would have been pretty good there, I think, for Lucas, because he did have a follow-up Turbo Energize in the hand. Erica's Invitation, found there off the Pokegear 3.0, not very good. I think he has some other supporter options in the hand, and another big piece that Lucas is missing due to the lack of Pokemon Search is a mobility card. No Latias, no Pecharunt. It's looking tough for Lucas already in this one.
Which is crazy to say, right? We're just 3 turns into it now and already looking tough. You hate to see it, but it's the situation Lucas finds himself in. Lucas is a great player, so he's going to try to find any sort of line. He does have that other Turbo Energize, so giving up on this Absol does feel bad, but it's probably what's going to have to end up happening here. If he wants to attack, he needs to commit his energy attachment to the active, and it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. And that is exactly what he's going to do. He's going to go for another Turbo Energize.
Yeah, wow. This is, not benching the Fezandipity means there's no room for Yveltal or Pecharunt. I think he's just going to load up his Kangaskhan here through the Absol, set himself super far behind, and then fully rely on the Mega Kangaskhan's rapid fire combo. A couple heads, I think, already have to get involved for Lucas to have a chance in this one, but he does still have a line here.
Yeah, and that is what he's going to play super heavy towards. We do see the Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain being used to move some damage from the Mega Absol on his side over to Noah's end. And Turbo Energize now can juice up the Kangaskhan, juice up perhaps another Monkey Dory, but only 1 Darkness Energy remaining in the deck. I think Lucas did draw into one. He also does have one in the prize cards, so not as strong of a turn as he would have liked.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That could actually lead to Lucas whiffing an attack on the next turn with the Mega Kangaskhan. That would be, I mean, that would probably be game, to be honest. But as of right now, he still has outs. We see Noah on the other side getting his own Monkey Dory set up, and we'll probably just end up seeing another Claw of Darkness removing this Absol from play.
Yeah, I actually wonder if Lucas should have even moved the damage over to Noah's Mega Absol, right? I mean, it does, if there's the 30 damage on this Pokemon, if Noah was to whiff a Darkness Energy, it's 1 less heads. Lucas needs to get a knockout with Rapid Fire combo, but now Noah is the one who gets to decide where that 30 damage goes.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas should be able to just ping pong it back to the other side. So that I mean, in this situation,
unless it goes on the active, right?
Yeah, Noah should just put it to the active, but that's where it would be anyway,
okay,
right?
Sure.
So it's about the same thing.
Yeah, if you're going to get the energy on the Monkey Dory, which makes sense to establish, right? And now Noah will have a chance to rip a card from hand. There are 2 energy in Lucas's hand, so he will be able to get off an attack. And now Noah just has to debate which energy he wants to remove, the Darkness Energy or the Mist Energy.
There's also a Cypher Maniac in the hand, which is the only supporter for Lucas, but between Kangaskhan and Fezandipity, it's probably not that big of a deal, and we see does end up on the Mist Energy, which I think makes sense. So you have the start of your own terminal period on the Kangaskhan on the following turn, if your Absol is not KO'd.
So this Absol is juiced up to 330 hit points. I think we can tell where this game is going, Azul. Lucas is going to have to be all in on this Mega Kangaskhan EX. He is going to need to be using Rapid Fire combo to try to reach for a 1-hit knockout on one of these Mega Pokemon. He's going now for Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, searching the deck for any 2 cards, adding them to the top of his deck, and then he'll be able to run errand into that exact combo of cards. What did you see him eye up?
Looks like a mist energy and maybe a counter catcher, although the counter catcher would feel...
I think Bravery Charm maybe.
Oh, Bravery Charm, there we go. And immediately he's just going into
Here
the attack.
it is.
He's not wasting any time.
There's one heads. He needs 3 heads flips here in order to get a knockout.
Oh.
There is 2. He needs 1 more heads as well, and it is just short. 300 damage into the Mega Absol EX. 1 coin flip away from flipping this game on its head. Wow, what a moment that would have been.
Yeah, that almost got crazy. And honestly, I want to say Lucas still isn't out of it quite yet. Noah has some choices to make here. And I think how many Monkey Dory Noah gets access to is going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
Because you don't have a way to knock out the Kangaskhan, of course. Because see some boss's orders get involved to chase down the Monkey Dory on the bench. Noah could try to set up his own Kangaskhan this turn with some energy switches and then start attacking with that himself. So a couple choices for Noah to make for sure.
Yeah, at the moment, with just another Adrenabrain use, well, I guess with 2 Adrenabrains being established here, it's going to be tough. Lucas can actually knock out the Absol with just the uses of Adrenabrain on the next turn, which would be pretty strong if he could do that. He would need to find another Darkness Energy and then an Energy Switch and another Monkey Dory or a Penny. And he's going to have some cards ripped from his hand, but Lucas actually could technically win the game this turn, Azul, if he could find enough cards and find a counter catcher to KO the Mega Kangaskhan. I mean, it might be all in on this turn here for Lucas. That might be his only way to win the game, is to cheese with the Kangaskhan here. He is so far behind with all this damage on the Kangaskhan. Is that what he has to go for?
It does look like that would have been the only out. Now, Lucas only does play the 2 Monkey Dory, so he was severely limited, and yeah, does pack it up there. He would have needed an E-Switch, an Energy, and a Penny.
Yeah, and a counter catcher.
And a counter catcher.
Yeah, wow. That would have been a crazy 3-card combo to, or what, 4 or 5-card combo to see pulled off for Lucas. He doesn't quite have it. He gave us an exciting one there with the flips of the Mega Kangaskhan, but doesn't quite get what he needs. And Noah gets a pretty convincing Game 1 win.
Yeah, definitely a little lopsided to begin with, but Lucas did his best to give himself a chance there. Did need 3 heads, got 2, came up just a little bit short on that, so kept it exciting, and honestly, that did kind of keep it pretty close. Like,
It was his most realistic win.
Yeah.
And this is what makes the difference between a really good Pokemon player and a great Pokemon player. Someone who can recognize, I'm in a terrible spot. If I want to win the game, I've got to get a little lucky, and that's what Lucas went for. It didn't pay off for him here, but over his years of experience and gameplay in the Pokemon TCG, those situations do come up, and if you play to them, they'll come through every once in a while.
Yeah, and here he is going for the Hail Mary with the Kangaskhan. Did not get there, and then from there, Noah was already in a commanding position, but it was almost in takeover mode there. There was almost no potential for a comeback, and we do see Lucas concede on that following turn. Now we get into game number 2. How many Trolley in the hand do you think we'll see this time?
Well, I got a quick little peek, Azul, and oh no, Lucas has his Trolley, but he has no basics. He has to mulligan the hand. Oh, he was probably so excited when he drew it, and then, yeah, no basics. Unfortunately, it goes back in, and now Noah gets another card to work with. Increases the chances for a turn 1 Trolley for him, as Noah will be going first in this game. Lucas, I'm sure, has chosen to go second.
Yeah, most definitely has chosen to go second here, trying to get that turn 1 Trolley established. And like we talked about, it didn't come up in game number 1. Lucas does play that Genesect to potentially shut down Noah's Trolley if he doesn't open it on this first turn. We'll see. Kangaskhan's art also pretty good for Lucas.
Hopefully we see a little bit more back and forth here in this game. This matchup really can be a fun one to see players play out. Unfortunate how game 1 rolled out. It still got a little exciting there, but it was Noah running away with a pretty convincing win. Let's see how this one progresses as Noah leads off with a Monkey Dory. He's got an Ultra Ball in his hand. Petrarunt as well. He does have Arven, so the turn 2 Trolley plus Turbo Energize is lined up for him. He will value getting a Pokemon in play here, though, as Ultra Ball is being utilized.
Yeah, so from here, as Noah, I would like to see him play around the possibility of that Genesect turn 1. My guess would be that Noah is aware of the type of build Lucas is playing, with Lucas just getting, 9th place at EUIC last weekend. So if we're assuming that, this is an interesting discard of the Pecharunt. You know, we're going to go grab the Kangaskhan here, which I do like. Get that in the active, start drawing cards to prepare for the possibility of that turn 1 Genesect. But giving up the Pecharunt here feels a little bad. I guess it does allow you to activate it through Night Stretcher, though, at the very least. So you will have a little bit more access to your basic Pokemon, even if your trolley is taken away.
A similar lineup here for Noah from what we saw on Lucas's end in game number 1. Finding the Kangaskhan, having to manually retreat into that Pokemon and using Run Errand and just hoping to find more Pokemon. Hey, there is still the potential of the turn 1 Precious Trolley, but does not come through. He does at least get himself a Cypher Maniac. That's not too bad to see if the Genesect were to come down here for Lucas. And you mentioned it. That was kind of the big innovation for this build from Lucas and his testing group, was the use of Genesect. Its Ace Nullifier ability makes it so your opponent cannot play any Ace-Spec cards from their hand. Really, really strong option, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, we do see the Arven there from Lucas. So Lucas has 2 choices here. I think he chose to use Kangaskhan before the Arven. Generally, you see the Arven for Trolley first to thin out all of those basic Pokemon from your deck before you commit to do the Run Errand from the Mega Kangaskhan. But Lucas really wants 2 tool cards here. You want the Bravery Charm for the Genesect, and you want the Turbo Energize for the turn 1. So commits to the Run Errand first. I don't think drew into the second tool. So now this is the tough decision as the Genesect side of the field. Do you go for the Turbo Energize, or do you commit to just getting the Genesect established and look for the Turbo Energize on the following turn? Looks like Lucas is going the Genesect route. Unfortunately for Lucas, Noah with that Cypher Maniac, I don't think is going to be too bothered by it.
Yeah. Normally this would be the really strong lineup here, getting the Genesect out, getting the tool card on it so Ace Nullifier is live, and Noah would be unable to get his basic Pokemon into play through the use of the Precious Trolley, the main way this deck has to find its Pokemon. But as you eyed up, the Cypher Maniac already available for Noah will be a nice answer here. Lucas did prize a Turbo Energize, so it was a little bit less likely for him to find the tool cards. Yeah, another Bravery Charm there as well. So wasn't super likely, but you know, of course he had no way of knowing that, having not searched his deck. So Noah here with the top deck actually of Ultra Ball as well. Has energy and the Turbo Energize also Azul. I don't think he's going to be hurting for anything here.
Yeah, I don't think Noah is stressing about this one at all. Maybe wishes the Pecharunt was still in the hand. The Pecharunt EX there did get discarded, but I'm not sure what his other options were. But yeah, with the Cypher Maniac, going to be able to put together some basic Pokemon. We'll probably see the Absol get grabbed, and it looked like he was debating the Night Stretcher grab already. So we might see that Pecharunt EX making its way back to the bench as soon as this turn.
So Cypher will pick 2 cards and put them on top of the deck for Noah to pull out as he sees fit, with the Run Errand ability, of course. Looks like he will go ahead and just use the Run Errand, draw those 2 cards, knows he's going back into the deck as the Mega Absol comes down. The Turbo Energize to the active Kangaskhan, and that will be the use of attack here, searching the deck for 2 basic energy cards and putting them onto his benched Pokemon. However, he would like juicing up that Mega Absol EX.
Yeah, so that advantage from Lucas of the Genesect is quickly diminished as we see Noah sets up the initial Turbo Energize first. So we'll have the option to be the initiator in the attacks here. But not too shabby of a turn here from Lucas with that Cypher Maniac. Going to be able to get the Absol set up with the Mist Energy already.
That is what he will do. Off the Turbo Energize, can search for a couple Darkness Energy. He actually could spread them out here, put 1 onto a Monkey Dory, and that is what he will do. So he's able to threaten the potential of a terminal period next turn should Noah go in with the attack. It makes Noah a bit more cautious to use Claw of Darkness here.
Yeah, the only thing I think Noah would want to Claw of Darkness here would be a Monkey Dory, but already being down a boss's orders, we'd start to run out of Gust effects pretty quickly here as Noah. I wouldn't be surprised to see Noah just settle for a Turbo Energize again to set up those 2 Monkey Dories.
So thinking through his options, he's got the free pivot with the Latias, so he can get into Absol here if he'd like to take out a Monkey Dory, but is it worth giving up a boss here? Actually, yeah, he does have a Dark Energy, so he can pull that off if he wants it. Will he go after the Monkey Dory here? He is debating it, and looks like that is going to be... No, it will be actually Latias. Latias is weak to Dark, so he'll be chasing prize cards here, takes a knockout. Yep. Goes down 2 prizes and leaves no damage in play.
Yeah, I definitely like this a bit better from Noah. We definitely don't want to attack into the Kangaskhan without a Mist Energy. And if we had the Mist Energy there, we probably would feel comfortable using the boss on the Mega Absol from Noah. But instead, going for the prize cards, like we pointed out, this is the second boss's orders gone from Noah, and eventually you could run out of gust effects and have to start to punch into the Absol of Lucas. So getting the extra prize card here, I think, makes a ton of sense.
And we did see an interesting card there in Lucas's hand after the Claw of Darkness. He's got Risky Ruins in his list this weekend, a card different from his EUIC list, a way for him to generate some damage into play to utilize Monkey Dory, something that can definitely come up in this matchup where players will actively go around their opponent's Pokemon trying to avoid putting damage into play.
Yeah, we could see that come up as well as a way to generate that damage in play. The only other way to do it is with the Petron EX, which of course they both have. And we see Lucas getting aggressive with dealing with Noah's Mega Absol here. Playing the Iono, putting Noah down to just a 4-card hand. And then I assume the Claw of Darkness from Lucas here is coming up soon.
Yeah, feeling safe with the Mist Energy attached. He actually also drew into the Team Rocket's Watchtower and his town store. So he could debate putting that Watchtower into play to shut down any use of the Mega Kangaskhan to draw. Won't do it for now, though, and he's going to get a peep at the hand, and it's not a very good one here for Noah. There's no supporter in this hand currently.
Yeah, and opposite discard the Bravery Charm there. I was thinking the Counter Catcher might have been the go-to for Lucas, and Noah does get a top deck of another boss's orders, but that would be the third boss's orders gone here from Noah, and you are maintaining a prize lead right now. I guess your Counter Catcher just, so you struggle to get access to your Counter Catcher, so once again, you're going to have to like go through this Absol of Lucas's eventually, it feels like. Attacking into it right now doesn't feel good, though. I don't know. This feels tough for Noah.
Yeah, this is a interesting spot Noah finds himself in. Thinking through the attack here, what he wants to go with. I mean, of course, if he doesn't use boss's orders here, it will likely be just discarded by Lucas on the next turn. So is it worth just going in with? Lucas doesn't have a mobility Pokemon in play, so that's worth noting. There's no Pecharunt, there's no Latias. The Latias is in the discard pile, so could Noah perhaps be debating a boss on the Kangaskhan here? That would be interesting.
Honestly, I kind of like it. This feels like a pretty tough spot for Noah. Got to think a little bit outside the box here. I don't think another prize card is going to lead to a win condition, but trapping the Kangaskhan in the active could, or maybe trapping the Genesect and just getting some more cards for yourself.
That's what he'll go with. Run Aaron, draws a couple cards. He actually finds Energy Switch. He's going to choose to move the energy off the Kangaskhan and now passes over to Lucas, who draws for turn. Does have himself Penny, so he'll be able to get this Genesect out of here. Not before using a Pokegear, though. Looking at the top 7 for a supporter.
Yeah, I'm curious what Lucas is looking for. I think had boss's orders and the Penny. Maybe Arven for the Counter Catcher to preserve the boss's orders. Could have been it. Is eyeing up that Cypher Maniac. And overall,
has 1 retreat, correct?
Yeah, 1 retreat cost.
So he can move it through just attaching here if he'd like to and get aggressive with boss to go after the Absol, right?
Yeah, could recover the Latias as well if you want the constant mobility, a little bit more reliability as the game progresses, of course. So Lucas has kind of a lot of options here, and I think the number one thing is to remove the Absol from play on Noah's side.
Down comes the Latias, so Genesect able to freely move to the bench should he like it, and Counter Catcher can bring up that Absol. Lucas will be awarded 3 prize cards for this KO, and he'll, of course, be able to rip a card from hand. And now is the time where Team Rocket's Watchtower comes down. Neither player's colorless Pokemon will be able to use any abilities, and that does a couple of things here. 1, shuts down Mega Kangaskhan EX's Run Errand ability, but it's also shutting off the seasoned skill ability of Blood Moon Ursaluna EX.
Yeah, this is a pretty powerful turn here for Lucas. Not just removing the only threat on the board, removing the potential of a secondary threat in the Ursaluna as well, and then the Kangaskhan for Noah won't be able to draw any cards. This is a devastating turn, and it's going to require a top deck from Noah here.
Yeah, he's going to need some help here for sure. He's going to just send up the Mega Kangaskhan EX. Sin does find himself an Iono. Not the worst thing to see. He'll be able to send Lucas's hand to the bottom. Lucas will only get 3 cards from it. As maybe the best card, honestly, for Noah to have drawn, and he does still have access to the Counter Catcher here.
Yeah, I don't even know what you would Counter Catcher up here as Noah. I'm almost wondering if you just want to play the Iono, hope to find an energy in a stadium to attack into the Absol, but it looks like Noah's hoping for the energy in the stadium to attack and KO this Latias with the Ursaluna.
Comes a boss. There's a Pokegear, a Night Stretcher, and a Pheasantipity. Okay, he's not done yet, Azul.
The Night Stretcher would provide the energy. Just needs a stadium now.
Stadium card, and no, he does not find it. So that makes things very tough here. Should Noah have been able to pull off a 2-prize KO here, he could line up a potential knockout next turn, or at least have something to work with. But now he'll just have to attach to this active Mega Kangaskhan, and he's going to retreat and offer up this Monkey Dory and see what Lucas has to work with. Just a pass.
Yeah, and I don't think Lucas would be too mad at just getting a prize card this turn, because you would be able to kill the Pheasantipity or possibly the Ursaluna on the following turn.
He does have boss's orders in hand. Is there any merit to going after the Mega Pokemon, setting up for a 2-hit KO, or is it okay to just go for the 1-prize knockout?
I think that's about the same. If you're going to go for the 1-prize knockout, go for the 2-prize knockout. There would probably be an argument to bring up the Pheasantipity and hit it for 200 damage, but not KO it, and then leave that stranded in the active, limiting Noah's further draw power potentials to the Kangaskhan. You don't even have a stadium yet, but you have to get in the active and out of the active to attack for turn. So once again, a lot of options here for Lucas. But I don't think you mind just KOing the Monkey Dory and saving the boss's orders.
Yeah, and that's what he will do. And should Noah ever hit into this Absol, Lucas can win the game with the boss's orders plus a Monkey Dory's Adrenaline Brain over to the Pheasantipity or Latias, right? Or actually, Latias just being weak to Dark would just go down right away, so it doesn't even need the damage to be in play. It's doing a little bit of a count of the resources on Lucas's end, seeing what Noah is already down. He could get rid of the second Bravery Charm. He could get rid of Night Stretcher to limit the access to darkness energy, but he's actually going to get rid of Pokegear 3.0.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what supporter Lucas is trying to limit there. Maybe just an INO. And I think Noah's in a pretty similar spot to what Lucas was in last turn, where the out to win the game is Kangaskhan and a couple heads.
That may be the case here, as he does find Arven. He can use that to use Energy Switch, get the energy off the Blood Ursaluna. Let's remember, earlier in this game, he did Energy Switch the energy from the Kangaskhan to the Ursaluna. Now he's going to Energy Switch it back up to the active. And with the Night Stretcher, he'll be able to get an energy back, and he's going for it. Rapid fire combo. And that's what Lucas was trying to cut Noah off of by getting rid of the Pokegear. He didn't want him to get the guaranteed Energy Switch. He has found it still. No Bravery Charm on Lucas's Mega Absol here, so could be a interesting one. If Noah gets the same amount of heads that Lucas got in the last game, this Absol's going down.
Yeah, here we go. A Hail Mary from the other side, this time for Noah.
Boy.
You don't win the game, but it gets you pretty close.
And no drama here, as that is going to just be a tails flip. Love to see the players having fun here, and Lucas would win game number 2. We're going to game 3 here. What a fun mirror to see this play out.
Yeah, it's been interesting back and forth. This game, quite a bit different. Both players were able to establish their field. Noah able to overcome the early Genesect there of Lucas was kind of the big standout. Had a solid turn 1, and then had that Cypher Maniac follow-up. And now, going to game number 3, Noah will be going second, which means you can find that trolley. Well, I guess Lucas could draw into trolley plus Bravery Charm on that first turn of the game.
Oh, whoa, whoa. You're putting that out there, Azul, right away here? I mean, we haven't seen Lucas be a player with a opening raw trolley without having to Arven for it. So,
yeah.
You know, maybe he's due. That's how it works.
The odds do say Lucas should open trolley in the hand here going first. So if we believe the odds, there should be a trolley here from Lucas. Whether or not he's got a tool card to go with it and the Genesect available is another question. But
that would be pretty devastating, honestly, for Lucas. I mean, Noah had the response to Lucas's turn 1 Genesect when he was going second. Got plenty of time here for this third and final game here. 20.5 minutes on the clock. Still should certainly see a natural conclusion to this one. One of these players moving to a 7-1 record. Opening hands for our players.
Still a top deck.
No trolley yet for Lucas, but he is going to have a top deck and also a mulligan to work with here, as Noah did not find a basic Pokemon in his opening hand.
Yeah, plenty extra cards to work with to find that trolley. Yeah, plenty of extra cards to find that trolley. Of course, even if you got the trolley, the most devastating part would be, do you have that tool card to go with the Genesect? Both those are pretty unlikely. See if another mulligan comes here. It comes in here from Noah.
However many, does look like Noah is able to get a basic Pokemon, and Lucas rubbing the card on the table, hoping for the trolley find. 1, 2 cards, does not yield him the trolley just yet, but we're going into game 3. It's a pair of Monkey Dory on the left for Lucas Zhang. He's got a supporter in hand to work with, but can't play it this turn, of course. Just has to pass now over to Noah's side of the field. Noah, with the start of the Pecharunt EX, will, should he find trolley, be able to push Eviltal or something like that into the active spot pretty easily to get into whatever Pokemon he wants, and there it is, Arvin for the Precious Trolley, for the Technical Machine Turbo Energize. Should he have a Darkness Energy, he will get fully set up.
And yeah, also opened up that Pecharunt EX for Noah. That can be one of the, not super devastating, but the Mega Absol deck does not like to open up cards it does not want in a matchup. Like, it has like a perfect 6 Pokemon in play it wants for every single matchup. Opening like a Psyduck here would have been pretty detrimental. But with the Pecharunt EX in the active, double Monkey Dory, Yveltal, Absol, Kangaskhan.
Oh, Azul. No, Lucas. Lucas has prized both Mega Absol EX. Are you kidding me?
That is not great.
Oh.
He's going to have to go for that Hail Mary a little bit sooner than he would probably like in this one.
It's going to be Kangaskhan for Lucas, and that's it. He's going to be having to rip some heads and hope that will carry him through this game. Oh my goodness, that is devastating.
Definitely not where you want to be, but he still has a line. He still has an out. It does look bad. Absol's a pretty good attacker to utilize in this matchup, but I think more than solid enough of a line. I think it's like attacking with Kangaskhan, as long as you can get the miss on your Kangaskhan the same way you'd want it on your Absol. It's not as good as Absol, but you have that potential of the pop-off and getting a lot of heads to kind of take over a game that Absol doesn't have.
And Noah didn't have the energy, and he finds it from the run errand. Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh. Not only that, I mean, I guess it won't matter in this game, but I'm sure Noah is stoked to see that missed energy alongside it as well. Little does he know it won't matter in this game.
Pokegear 3.0, looking at the top 7 here. Lucas going to be hoping for an Arvin, and he does indeed find it. And Azul, he's going to get some pretty unfortunate news here as he searches his deck and does not see any Mega Absol EX. He's got Precious Trolley, he's got Turbo Energize, but no Absol in his deck.
Yeah, also in a similar spot to Noah, does not have the energy for the Turbo Energize, so is going to have to hope for a similar scenario. The face he made, it makes it seem like he knows.
That was a quick prize trek if he already knew.
Yeah, it was quick. Maybe he's just like taking it all in. The fact that he's going to have to also find this energy off run errand.
Yeah, I think we're going to see both Mega Kangaskhan hit the board here, probably, Azul. Yeah, he definitely knows now. That is not what you want to do. As a Mega Absol deck, I mean, this is your attacker. This is the deck, is Mega Absol EX, and he doesn't have either of his 2 copies available. He's going to have to really rely on Mega Kangaskhan to carry him.
Yep, all in on the Mega Kangaskhan as both hit the board.
And look at Noah. Noah right away realizes, yep, that's the situation you're in, huh, buddy?
It's not great, but it plays out pretty similar. Like I mentioned, missed energy, going to be the priority on Lucas's side. Noah, I don't think cares about missed energy anymore. On Lucas's side, the priority is missed energy, and the potential from the attack compared to the Claw of Darkness is a lot higher. Of course, you have to get a little bit more fortunate.
Yeah.
So we don't want to write Lucas off just yet. But
he needs an energy here, Azul, first off, right? The run errand has to find him an energy, just like it found one for Noah. Does he get one? No. No earthen vessel, no energy, no way to get anything rolling here. He cannot use his Technical Machine Turbo Energize. He's going to have to just pass. And Noah is off to the races. Run errand, draw a couple cards, attach energy to the Mega Absol, Claw of Darkness, ready to go. Pecharunt pushes the Yveltal, up comes the Mega Absol EX, but not before the Rocket's Watchtower comes down, turning off Lucas's ability to use his own run errand. Oh, this game is steamrolling in Noah's favor.
Yeah, has literally everything here, and even shutting down Lucas further with that Team Rocket's Watchtower. Yeah, Claw of Darkness here, just hoping to pick apart the hand to prevent Lucas from finding a Turbo Energize on the next turn. You know Lucas doesn't have energy in hand because you know there's a Turbo Energize in hand. You could take that away. There might be an Arvin in hand. and even gets the Bravery Charm established. So even if we get to a rapid fire combo, it's going to be that many more heads are needed to KO the Absol.
Looking at the hand, he will just get rid of the INO. Looked like the only draw option here. Lucas needs some help from the top of the deck, and one more card. It was the Earthen Vessel. That would have gotten him the energy in order to juice his board last turn with the TM Turbo Energize. He does have Penny in his hand, so he can go for the Penny and reset all this damage in play. But he is so far behind on the energy attachments, and that is one of the biggest deals in this matchup. Who can get more energy cards into play?
Usually it is. I feel like when you're attacking with Kangaskhan, though, it matters a little bit less. You're kind of relying on, well, the miss probably still needs to be established. You don't want to have to hope to one-hit KO your opponent's Mega Absol. Settling for that two-hit KO is okay. But the Monkey Doors become way less involved on your side of the field if you can't use Terminal Period. It only comes down to your opponent having access to the Terminal Period, which, yeah, Noah's so far ahead at this point, can definitely set that play up. Lucas here just has to decide, do you leave a Kangaskhan on the active to take a hit, or are we going to leave this Yveltal and let that get KO'd?
Yeah, what's better, losing a prize card here and also losing an energy, or letting a Kangaskhan take a hit? And it looks like Lucas thinks the better option is to use the Yveltal here and hope that Noah does not have a boss's orders on his next turn.
Yep, that's going to be the go-to. But as Noah here, I don't think you'd be too mad. Just getting a prize card, removing the energy from play to prevent a follow-up attacker.
And that first card in hand already for Noah, by the way, is boss's orders.
So we'll probably see the boss on the Kangaskhan this turn from Noah as he starts to set up his Monkey Dories. In case some damage sticks, you want to be able to move it back to the other side. Lucas does still have that Hail Mary available, though. This Kangaskhan can attack this turn.
Definitely can. He can potentially get through this Absol, but he is going to need 3 heads to make that happen. He also could find a Darkness Energy plus an Energy Switch, use a Adrenaline Brain, so he would only need 2 heads to get a knockout. So that is something worth tracking. He's prized an Energy Switch, so that makes that play a little bit harder. He's got Arven, though, so he could go that route if he wants to.
Yeah, I think you probably go all in here as Lucas with this Kangaskhan. Maybe if it didn't take this hit, maybe if Noah didn't have boss, you would play it a little bit differently. But I think at this point, commit to the energy switch off the Arven. Like you mentioned, you need one less heads from the rapid fire combo, and hope to hit 2.
Hope to hit 2. But even then, I mean, Noah's got a pretty easy response lined up. Should he just have an Arven or an energy switch, right? And another energy, he'll be able to KO with his own Kangaskhan. And where would Lucas go from there?
It would get pretty tough. You wouldn't have anything to follow up with. Lucas only plays a 1 energy switch, so even attacking with like an Ursaluna wouldn't be available.
Worth noting here real quick as Lucas is searching the deck, he does not play the Jumbo Ice Cream. That's a difference from his EUIC list. He had the Jumbo Ice Cream. He cut it for the Risky Ruins this weekend. So without the Jumbo Ice Cream here, I think with the use of a Monkey Dory plus a Bravery Charm plus a Jumbo Ice Cream, he actually could have made it so this Kangaskhan wouldn't go down this turn. But no, that's not going to be able to be an option for him.
Yeah, and we see the energy just getting committed to the Pecharunt. No E-switch found, just finding sensitivity, and here's the first flip.
Going for it. There's a heads. He needs 2 more here. There is another heads. 1 more flip, and he will KO this Pokemon. And no, he does not. So close. 2 times for Lucas, he found himself in this situation where he has to rely on Kangaskhan, and 2 times he is 1 flip away from taking down a Mega Absol. So close as well, yet so far.
Yeah, that is pretty unfortunate for Lucas. He wouldn't even be in that good of a spot, even if he had gotten this KO. Like you mentioned, the return KO very much available for Noah.
Yeah.
But this is about as bad as it gets. I think the possibility to remove this Absol from play is still there for Lucas through an energy switch plus Pecharunt attack, assuming that Noah actually attacks with the Absol once again. But we could see Noah make a pivot here into a Kangaskhan, possibly.
Yeah, for Noah here being so far ahead, he just wants to make sure he's got everything shored up, all the options lined up for him to be able to close out the game on his side. Lucas isn't going to give him another 3 prize Pokemon, so Noah will have to go through a single prize Pokemon and then perhaps the Pecharunt with the Bravery Charm on it.
I would definitely like to see Noah get into the Kangaskhan if possible. Try and preserve the Absol for now. Because if Lucas can put together an Iono plus Pecharunt attack next turn, which is possible, because of the Watchtower in play and the lack of Fez on Noah's bench, we could see a comeback start to mount.
And that's the type of things you have to think about in these situations as Noah. You know, he's got a really, really strong lead, but the game is not over. And Lucas is a great player. We've seen him already play to low percentage outs. So he'll be able to identify that that's his chance to come back in, and he'll go for it. So Noah needs to set himself up nicely. And Cypher Maniac's code breaking is not a bad way to try to prepare against INO.
Yeah, the Cypher Maniac here is perfect for Noah. Exactly what he needs to prepare for the next turn. Attacking with Kangaskhan is great, but making sure you can attack with Kangaskhan next turn is about as good. And we'll be able to play around any possible Iono play from Lucas.
There's the hit, the Claw of Darkness. What card does Noah want to get rid of? Looks like it will be the Cypher Maniac's code breaking. Lucas left to just send up this Eviltal and hope for a miracle, really, on the top deck. And I don't even know if that would help Lucas at this point.
Gonna be tough. I don't. Oh, we got Fezandipity. We're not done yet.
Draw a couple cards. There is the town store. So could bump the Watchtower. He's got another Kangaskhan still.
Another Kangaskhan. If we retreat to the Kangaskhan, we're out of mobility at that point. Would not be able to get back into an attacker for turn. So I'd have to sit that there.
If he has Turbo Energize, could he try to juice Kangaskhan and hope Noah whiffs the boss next turn? Is that reasonable to think?
Keep the Watchtower in play.
Yeah.
Then follow up with an Iono.
Yeah, and then start swinging with Kangaskhan once again.
Yeah, that might be the line Lucas has to look for. It getting bossed and attacked once again would be pretty bad, and Noah's only down one boss's order, so the chances are reasonable. The Arven was grabbed off that Pokegear 3.0 for Lucas, so he's piecing together what he wants to do here.
Yeah,
it's definitely a tough spot.
If Lucas were to put down Kangaskhan as well, I mean, it does give Noah the potential to just win the game on the spot with a terminal period as well, right?
Yeah, that's true. And only a Dark Energy away. Maybe that's a little bit too much to play into.
But what other comeback potential is there here for Lucas? It may be what he has to go with.
That's tough.
Yeah, he doesn't have mist. If he had mist energy in his hand, this would feel a lot safer. But, I mean, maybe honestly, if the Kangaskhan gets bossed and hit anyway, even if Noah doesn't have the play to terminal period it.
The boss is too much to overcome.
The boss is too much to overcome anyway. So maybe he just has to go this route and say, I hope you don't have it.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable for sure. And we see that's the way Lucas is leaning with the grabbing of the Turbo Energize. You could possibly, no, I guess it has to probably just be through the Evital, just give up a one prize KO. Oh.
He's going for the Kangaskhan here. Run air and draw a couple. He's already retreated, so he's gonna. Oh, he can do this, right? He can just push he can Eviltal or he can patch the Eviltal back to the active spot, right? So, and I think Lucas just asked, "Do you have boss energy?" And sure enough, Lucas sees that Noah's got it in the hand. Lucas recognizing the situation, and Noah has the combo.
Yeah.
To,
the E-switch was also prized for Lucas. That wasn't even a play, man. That's tough. That always feels the worst. You prize your main attacker as Lucas there, and then you have a hope left, and your hope is also prized alongside your two Absols as we see Noah get the 2-1 victory.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta have a hope and a prayer, and sometimes the hope and the prayer are both prized. Yeah. And that was the situation for Lucas. Unfortunate to see it play out like that, but congratulations, of course, to Noah. I mean, hey, 7-1, an excellent start here against a player who just finished in the top cut of the European International Championships. I'm sure he's going to be feeling great about his position here in this tournament. Really interesting setup here with this mirror match, but it was really kind of a steamroll in game number one. Noah just able to plow through what Lucas was able to set up, and there was a chance for a cool comeback here from Lucas with the rapid fire combo, and he is just one flip short of making it happen.
Yeah, almost gets the Hail Mary there in game number one. Wasn't able to, and then Noah was able to pretty easily close that one out. And then game number two, we saw the Genesect early from Lucas, but Noah had a pretty good setup through the Cypher Maniac and was able to stabilize and get rolling.
Able to get rolling through, and Noah was just left with very, very little in this game, and it was kind of Lucas being the driver of this one. And Noah the one with few options and few pieces to come back in. It was Noah now hoping for a fortunate run on the rapid fire combo and didn't get there. Lucas was able to force a game 3.
And the game 3, we saw it again. The rapid fire combo from Lucas. 2 heads again, and then the third one was tails.
It would have been so crazy to see how that game finishes if he gets the triple heads.
It would have made things quite a bit more interesting. Yeah, both players relying on that rapid fire combo when falling behind in the match. Definitely your panic button should things go poorly.
Yeah. And Lucas just asks him, do you have it? Noah says yes. Boss's orders energy guarantees Noah the win, and he moves on to 7-1. Lucas far from out of it, right? 6-2. Still a solid record. Heading into phase 2 with the 6 wins. Still got that first round of Swiss phase 2 to play tonight, so still has very much a real chance to make top cut, of course.
Yeah, would not be surprised at all to see Lucas in the asymmetrical cut, top cut in phase 2. Is 1 loss away from being eliminated from that, but yeah, would not be a shock. Definitely could expect a run from him. Noah, though, in a pretty comfortable spot headed into phase 2 with that win.
Yeah, got to be feeling really nice. 7-1, just about as good as you could be in the tournament. He's going to be in the top, well into the top half of the day 2, phase 2 player field. And should he get one more win here moving into day 2 at 8-1 after a night's rest, got to be feeling nice to have a good shot to make top cut.
Yeah, one more round tonight, so the players will have a little bit better of an idea how they're standing going into day 2, that first round of phase 1. It's going to be a big one for Lucas specifically. Noah able to create a cushion between himself and the rest of the competition possibly, so still a lot on the line for both players tonight.
Yeah. I feel like that mirror match is normally a little bit more interesting than what we saw play out in that game, but I don't know, maybe at some point that mirror match always just devolves into someone having to hit some heads on Kangaskhan to come back, right?
Yeah, I guess maybe the thing that was missing was both players didn't get to establish mist energy, which is what usually leads to a more interesting back and forth, I feel like. And both players are playing the Cypher Maniacs, which gives you a lot more higher odds of finding the mist energies, but it was a kind of one-sided affair for the mist energies, leading to the rapid fire combo on the other side. And unfortunately, neither side got to make the rapid fire combo work.
Yeah. Well, I do believe we've got an interview lined up with our winner from the last round. Skarzik standing by with Noah Sakajian. Skarzik, how's he feeling?
Welcome to the lounge, everyone. Skarzik here, of course, with our winner you just saw on stream, Noah Sakajian. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I was really stressed when he almost flipped triple heads. But
oh my god, those were some nail-biting clips. Does the mirror match always come down to maybe just relying on Mega Kangaskhan, or are you trying to just do Absol as much as possible?
There's always a point in the game, it feels like, where you just gotta flip some coins. But yeah, I was very fortunate in my draws in that game. I basically drew everything I wanted. I was able to slam Watchtower in game 3. But yeah, so it didn't have to come to that for me in game 3 at least.
Yeah, this mirror match seemed like it could have gone either way, but at the same time, there was a lot of back and forth. Is there a specific strategy that maybe you adopt for the mirror match, or you just have to play it by ear depending on where the trolley is, where the Turbo Energize lands? Tell me about that.
Yeah, for sure. Lucas was playing Genesect, which was really strong, just because you're able to turn off your opponent's trolley. Which really griefs their setup. So that's if you're really worried about that matchup, you definitely tech in the Genesect. The main thing is who gets to punch the other Absol first.
Okay.
So for example, if my Absol doesn't have a miss and I go punch into his Absol for 200, right? They're able to go double Monkey Dory terminal period, and now all my energies are gone.
Okay.
But rather, if I'm able to draw my miss, which I was in the games, you're able to punch into the Absol safely and basically get really ahead because you get their energies off the board.
Okay, so yeah, just trying to come up with the proper tempo, finding the angle to get in there, take the hit. Because if you get hit first, you're resetting with Penny. You kind of have to regroup from there. And getting away from just the mirror match, right? We know that this Mega Absol box is very disruptive, very controlling a lot of times with the threat of Clutch, with Claw of Darkness, taking away from the opponent's hand. That aspect of the deck, has that really come into play so far for your other matchups in the tournament?
Yes, totally. The deck just has like a very high power level in general. You have a lot of tricks. So like I played against decks that I hadn't practiced against, like Hydreigon or Mega Venusaur.
Got some cooks out there.
For sure, for sure. So like being able to like have like the clutch option, or being able to like take cards out of your opponent's hand and leave them with a bad hand, are just really powerful effects, and it's just a really good deck.
Yeah, I do like the concept, right? Because typically, especially in the Pokemon TCG, when we talk about a toolbox deck, this is a deck that just has a very wide variety of attackers. But this feels like a toolbox deck where it's about specific powerful options that you're leaning into and learning those options, picking up the deck. Tell me about your journey with getting into Absol box. Were you like a beginner right from the start with Tord picking it up, or are you sort of getting into it now that it seems to be a bit better positioned in the metagame overall?
Yeah. So a lot of people know me as a Poltnor bot. I play a lot of Poltnor. But recently I've been kind of getting bored of the deck just because we've been in a similar format for so long. And so I kind of wanted to diversify, and I really enjoy like these like tank decks where you're able to make like very like passive plays.
Okay.
That like kind of outmaneuver your opponent. So that deck really, I really fell in love with it for Toronto. I played some questionable tech cards to that one. I was playing a Moltres. But for this one, I kind of kept it like a very vanilla list, just with what works, and the deck has been running great.
And, you know, it is that sort of deck where you have a lot of options, you have a lot of raw power, as you were talking about, with still some flexibility to shift for the metagame. Sometimes those reads don't always go through. Moltres, tell me again, what was that supposed to target?
It was, oh god, it was...
For Golden Go? I think there's a lot of different options for there.
It wasn't just Moltres, though. It was 3 damage mods. So you played two of the Bangle and then 1 Defiance Man. So, like, I definitely caught my Goldengo opponents off guard, but it wasn't the best tech option space-wise, for sure.
I can't pretend I'm not guilty of swinging the tech pendulum too far in the other direction and going like, this matchup is great now, and then you're starting Moltres against other stuff and completely collapsing. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to that helped you practice the deck, or maybe put it on your radar once you were starting to waver on your loyalty to Poltnoir?
Yeah, for sure. I want to give a shout out to Julian, who is Kangaskhan guy through and through. Of course, got to shout out Piper Lapine, who gives me all my decks.
Okay.
She's pretty good. And of course, all of my friends and everyone who makes this game worth playing for me.
That's really great to hear. I know that so many players are always talking shop behind the scenes, sharing deck lists. Even though they don't necessarily agree on the metagame, they still want to help their friends optimize whatever pile they happen to come up with. Yes. But I'm trying to think of just one other question that I was curious about. For Mega Absol, it seems to be the sort of deck, as you said, where you're able to outmaneuver, outplay the opponent. And do you consider the matchups to be pretty even across the board in that respect, or is it just Golden Go bad, good against everything else?
Yeah, I think that you have, this format is really an amalgamation of a lot of 50-50s. When you boil it down. But this deck in specific, your good matchups are probably not better than 60-40, and your bad matchups are probably not worse than 40-60. So you have, I don't think that there's any deck, maybe other than Golden Go, that I'm super sad to see. And I think like generally those are the decks I gravitate towards, because I always like to feel like I have some agency over how I do in tournaments.
Okay, and let's hope that with a tournament of this size, certainly Golden Go is here in massive presence, as always it seems in the modern era, that maybe they don't convert as well into Top Cut, etc. And we're going to be rooting for you as well. Any final thoughts you have for the people at home? Maybe people curious about this Mega Absol deck, maybe going forward into future formats too?
Yeah, I think going forward in future formats, the Zekrom is probably pretty bad for you in the end Zoroark, because they actually have a very strong way to break through your like 2-prizers. But overall, I think that the deck is still really good. It's just a ton of fun to play, and that's kind of just why I'm playing it.
Yeah, if you find a deck you enjoy, definitely hop on it early and have a blast with it while you can, folks. That's going to be it from us in the lounge. We're going to kick things over to Pablo for some deeper analysis on this match we just saw on stream.
Thank you so much, Adam and Noah. I mean, I honestly wish I had a deeper analysis than the coin flips that we saw. Very well described by Noah. I mean, a lot of the times this match does come down to this, the early draws, the missed energy, but this time around, I mean, so I want to talk a little bit beyond the coin flips, right? what happens when two top-tier players clash, right? When they have a very, very, very similar deck, yeah? Sometimes you have a natural advantage, right? Noah was just talking about how they probably don't want to face GO. GO has a natural advantage against Mega Absol. That doesn't mean you're out of it immediately, especially with specific tech cards like Cornerstone Ogre Pawn or Frillish or Toadscroll. There's ways to adapt, right? But when we face off in these situations where there's no natural advantage between both decks, and clearly both players are 6-1 on the day, they have a lot of experience playing at the highest level. We've seen Lucas win regionals, we've seen Noah get a lot of really good placements as well. So what is the deciding factor when two top-tier players clash against each other? Well, usually it's either the natural deck advantage, or if that's not into it, or if that's not a factor, then it comes down to luck, right? Luck of the draw, luck of the starting hand, or in this case, luck of the coin flip. So Noah in game one definitely had a huge advantage in terms of setup. He had the energy advantage. Lucas didn't have too much, and Absol is definitely a superior attacker to Mega Kangaskhan most of the time. However, we did see Lucas realizing that he's at a disadvantage. He goes in with his best possible, highest possibility play, flips 2 heads, but fails to convert that third one and is 30 damage shy from getting the knockout. And I mean, Noah just told us he was very nervous at that point when Lucas got those 2 heads. If he had been able to get those 2 heads, all of a sudden there's no Mega Absol and there's no real attacker. And the big thing in that spot is that because Lucas takes 3 prizes but still needs 3 more to go, Blood Moon Ursa Luna with a single attachment is not an option. You have to rely on Energy Switch, or you have to basically play the same game, Energy Switch onto the Mega Kangaskhan, and therefore try to go for your own coin flips. And so Noah had an advantage in game one. Lucas had to play towards the coin flips probability. It didn't work out. And in game two, we saw the exact opposite. Lucas was in a super dominating position, and Noah had to go for the coin flips. Didn't flip a single head, immediately realizes he's out of options. And so we head into a game 3, where this is what I was talking about in the beginning, right? We have the prizes right here. 2 extremely good players, 2 playing the exact same deck, the exact same archetype. No real tech cards between each player, which really can give a natural advantage between them. So what is the determining factor? Usually the little things that either go wrong or go right in terms of setup, in terms of starting hand, or in terms of prizes. And that's exactly what happened to Lucas in this case. Having double Absol immediately means you have a worse version of the deck. Right now, Noah has a natural advantage because he does have access to Absol, whereas Lucas does not. And what happens then? We are forced once again into the next situation where it comes down to coin flips, right? So perhaps on the surface, right, it looks like, oh no, if Lucas flips another head in either of these situations, then this could have determined the whole game, right? But there's a lot more happening, and the situations and the decisions that led to this point is what brings us down to these 2 top-tier players who are so evenly matched that sometimes it comes down to a single coin flip that is necessary to determine the winner. And we've seen this multiple times in the past. We saw NAIC of the 2024 season, right? Gardevoir against Lost Box, it came down to a confusion flip. We've seen Mindbend play a huge factor. The confusion coin flip play a huge factor in many situations. Of course, the card pool currently available leads to a lot of coin flips as well. But sometimes if a matchup is 50-50, that coin flip can be the way you end up winning or losing a match. So I thought that was very interesting to highlight. Overall, both players played to their out, to the cards that they were drawing. In each game, one player drew overwhelmingly better than the other one. This game 3 would have been a lot more interesting to to see play out if Lucas had one of those Absols available, but that ended up affecting him quite a bit. And now I love this this still that we ended up at, where you can see how much Noah is having fun. Lucas was also smiling a lot despite the grievances that he was going throughout the game. And so that's what Pokemon is all about, right? But that's gonna be it for phase 1 here today. We still have the first round of phase 2 that is going to begin. The field is getting narrower and narrower as we head into Sunday and our top cut. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the first round of phase 2.
It's illegal for you to energize here.
Can we get the thing from the judges on the legality of energization?
I'll give you a hint why I think I went for it this time. I prized my trolley. So definitely want to see a Cypher first. Oh my god, are we going to play an Ultra Ball?
Dude, this Ultra Ball card is terrible. Why is
play an Ultra Ball? Oh my god. Oh, you copied me.
Dude, it's so lit. It's actually, you're so right. Yo, like, anyone playing Lilies is in the past, bro.
When I wrote my guide, I was like, if you're playing Lily, this is like, you're making the biggest mistake of your life.
You're asking to lose.
This card is 10 times better.
So good. Lucas, where are your Absols? Lucas, where did they go?
No, okay, wait. I was actually thinking about doing this.
Tech?
I was like, actually thinking, I was like, yo, is this good? Like, can I double Kang this game? And then it made it a lot easier to make my decision.
Yo, yeah.
Whether you're a long-time fan or just getting started, there's never been a better time to jump into the Pokemon trading card game. With thousands of cards, endless deck possibilities, and an evolving competitive meta, there's always something new to experience. If you're new, following the action is easier than ever. Here's what you need to know. Each game starts with a coin flip to decide who plays first. Both players shuffle their decks, draw 7 cards, and must begin with at least one basic Pokemon. If not, they reshuffle and draw again until they find one. Each player also sets aside 6 prize cards, which are drawn when knocking out an opponent's Pokemon. The active spot is where battles happen. A Pokemon stays there until it retreats, gets switched out, or is knocked out. Damage is tracked using dice, usually in multiples of 10. Special conditions, such as poisoned, burned, or asleep, can be lingering effects that last longer than a single turn. On the bench, Pokemon can't attack, but they're still in play. There are 4 kinds of trainer cards: Item, Supporter, Stadium, and Pokemon Tool. Each one brings unique effects to the game, adding new twists and strategies to every match. To win, a player must draw all 6 prize cards by knocking out opposing Pokemon, but that's not the only way to win. With so many strategies and surprises, anything can happen in the Pokemon TCG. If you're ever unsure, just listen to our expert casters. They'll break it all down.
Cards, no ancient card yet. There's
There's 2.
The pair will be discarded now.
Here we go. This is the comeback, taking 4 prize cards in one turn.
Just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel.
Plus, our on-screen graphics are there to help you follow the action every step of the way. Stick around and dive deeper into the world of Pokemon TCG.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the kitchen. Skarzig here with head chef Piper. She's going to teach us how to cook a delicious deck for any metagame, a satisfying dish for any discerning player that might want to get into the Pokemon trading card game. So, Chef Piper, what do you have for us today?
Today we're going to be making a terrestrialized Charizard with some Noctowl and Pidgeot.
Oh, that sounds delicious. Let's get down to business.
Yep, so we're going to throw the pan on the stove. And here's the star of the dish, the Charizard EX. With the Burning Darkness attack doing a ton of damage and accelerating itself with the Infernal Rain ability. And to go with that, we have Noctowl to find all the cards we need. And obviously with the Noctowl, you need a basic Terra Pokemon like Trapagos. And from there, to smooth everything out and thicken up the sauce, we have Pidgeot. It finds all our pieces that we need at any point in time.
Yeah, so you need your main ingredient and your supporting ingredients are going to really deepen that flavor. The Pidgeot to smooth things out, make sure that your opponent can taste exactly what you're cooking. But how can we deepen the flavor of this dish, Chef Piper?
Absolutely. We have those classic seasonings, those salt and peppers, the Ultra Balls, Nest Balls, some Recovery and Night Stretcher. And since we're playing all these Stage 2 Pokemon like Pidgeot and Charizard, we need Rare Candy, Dawn, and Buddy Buddy Poppin to get all those basics out and get into our evolution Pokemon.
That sounds absolutely delicious. I can really smell this deck coming together, but I think it needs a little something, maybe a little bit of punch, a little bit of heat. What do you think we can add to this dish, Chef Piper?
Yep, we have some very powerful cards here. The Briar, Dusknoir, and Boss's Orders really just bringing up the power level of the deck and giving it that spice.
I love it. And now we can crank up this heat even further with some fire energy. Go and throw those in, Chef. Oh, and it's really sizzling now. Terastallized Charizard. Now, I know that every chef has their own proclivities, their own biases maybe, their own tastes. And I can't really build a deck without some classic poultry in Pheasantipity EX. And there is one thing also I think this deck is missing. What can we put in this dish?
Yeah, we need that ace spec card, really complement the dish. I personally like Sparkling Crystal, especially with a bit of Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX, but we don't have that here today.
But that is okay. We have a lot of ace spec to choose from. Unfair Stamp seeing a lot of play now, but sticking with the heat that we're bringing to this dish, I like the Prime Catcher, something for playmaking potential, something aggressive, something that's going to leave a little bit of burn in your opponent's mouth. And once we get this all mixed together, it seems like this could be a delicious dish. But fortunately, we did prepare something a little earlier so we can show you the finished product. All right, and this is the finished dish that we prepared a little bit ahead of time for you. Look at that beautiful brew, that beautiful deck, that beautiful cook. It's amazing, Chef Piper.
Yeah, the finished Terastallized Charizard deck, it's consistent, powerful, has everything a deck would want.
And with this recipe, you at home are able to finally serve your opponent their just desserts.
Well, I think we're missing a key ingredient here.
But with that key ingredient, I guess this dish is finally complete. Thank you so much for joining us in the kitchen, and we'll see you next time.
Phase number 1 completed. We are on to the second phase of competition here at the Seattle Regional Championships. Only one player will emerge victorious at the end, but we start here at the beginning of Phase 2. Plenty more Pokemon TCG action to come. For Ethan Heggie, Piper Lapine is with me, and what can we say? Players have gotten to the first check mark. They're up to the first climb on their journey towards the top of Mount Silver. They've got a little bit more work to do, though.
Yeah, we have 3 players at 8-0, which means there could be 2 9-0s, which doesn't happen all the time. It's always interesting to see so many people at that high record, really just aiming for that top 8 at this point.
Yeah, there's plenty of matches going on out in the field, so we'll take a look at some of our featured matches so far for the Pokemon TCG. What is happening out in the field right now? Of course, we've got, those 8-0 players like you talked about. That's one of the big matches we have here. Of course, the Swiss rankings as well. Before we get into that, as we mentioned, 3 players at 8-0, 3 names that we know very well if you've been following the Pokemon TCG the last few seasons. Multiple-time regional champion Andrew Hedrick at the first seed right here at 8-0. Bodie Robinson, one of the younger players from the Masters division, now at 24 match points, 8-0. And then Callie White, second place at the Toronto Regional Championships last season, at 8-0 as well. And plenty of other talented competitors at the 7-1 record and below.
Yeah, Grant Manley, who Bodie just beat in the last round to get to 8-0. Hassan, who we saw on stream earlier today. And Stephen Wong playing Zorark. Always excited to see that up there.
Yeah, and you know, plenty of players still in the hunt, in the fray. It's looking like it's probably going to be closer to X2-1 has been the, you know, status quo so far. By X, that's the amount of rounds won minus however many exist. So for this tournament, if there were 15 rounds, so to say, or let's just call it 14 in this case, since that's essentially what we have today for this tournament, it would be 11, 2, and 1, right? 11 wins, 2 losses, and 1 tie. That's the goal these players would like to get to, especially at the top echelon of competition. And this is where they want to be right now, at X and O, or X and 1 for a lot of these players, working their way up. Isaiah Chevelle up against Grant Manley. Grant's looking to get some revenge from that previous match. Zach Pitcher up against Zach Cohen. And it's interesting here, we talked about Fraud Watch a little bit. That is sort of, you know, the concept to think about a lot. Both Isaiah and Zach are both playing Grimsnarl, a deck that a lot of people have counted out coming into this weekend.
Yeah, I feel like Grimsnarl has its events where it's really well positioned and does well. I mean, at EUIC when it first came out, then it kind of fell off a bit, and then it kind of came back with the release of Lily's Determination, really just giving a consistency boost to the deck, having a couple cuts here and there, and then it won the Merida Regional Championships. But at EUIC, it really just fell out of favor for Zoroark and Mega Absol to be the prime dark decks.
And you see our featured match right here. Bodie Robinson up against Callie White, and the stage is set for Swiss Phase 2, round number 1. Round 9, technically. We'll kind of break things down into the faces. Both these players 8-0, looking to end the day strong at 9-0. And this is one of the most important matches of the entire tournament because it's the end of the day. You've played a lot of Pokemon, and it's really that mental fortitude battle. Whoever is more locked in is really at a huge advantage in a close matchup like this.
Absolutely, and going from 8-0 to 9-0, then going into day 2, you're kind of just snowballing the momentum, building on that, and really going for a great finish. You mentioned earlier, people are aiming for that 11-2-1 to make ASIM, but if you do better than that, you may be able to skip the asymmetrical round and get into top 8 immediately, and that's a big advantage.
I do have to say, it's probably the coolest notebook I have seen to take prize cards, the information with. I believe some of the fossil Pokemon on top of there. Very, very cool. I'd like to see that being sported. As it looks like some mulligan cards are being grabbed right now here for Bodhi, so it's going to be a little bit more of an advantage. Of course, this is Gardevoir versus Dragapult. What more can we say about this matchup? Tried and true throughout the history of both of these cards being legal in the standard format. We'll talk a little bit more about this matchup as we get into the details. Of course, these early turns super important as the prize cards are as well. 2 Dracloak in the prize cards, as well as a Badoo for Callie. And over on Bodhi's side does have that 1 copy of Frillish in the prizes, as well as that Pheasantipity EX.
Yeah, as we saw a lot at the Toronto Regional Championships in this matchup, the Frillish is a really big tool when you're not playing Jellicent to be able to kind of equalize that item lock, as when Poltnor item locks the Gardevoir, you're really relying on finding your 2 Kirlia, 2 Gardevoir, but Poltnor at the same time wants to find those Dracloaks, those Dusclopses, so the Frillish really equalizes that, and then you can take knockouts with the Monkey Dory. So as we get into the game, Bodhi's going first. Starting the Lily's Clefairy is an interesting starter because in most matchups you don't want to start it, but against Dragapult, attaching to it aggressively can actually work in your favor a lot of times.
Yeah, and look at this. Ralts in hand and opens with that 1 copy of Secret Box. This is the dream scenario for Gardevoir, especially in this matchup where item cards are going to be shut off as soon as the first turn of the game for Dragapult going second.
Yeah, using the Secret Box, getting this Technical Machine Evolution and Artisan really puts pressure on Callie to Iono immediately. And using Iono, you're seeing 2 less cards than something like Lily's Determination, and that could really hinder your setup. Maybe not being able to get something like an extra Dreepy or an extra Duskull.
So 2 easy choices, the Technical Machine Evolution and Artisan, immediately be put down into play as 2 of the selections. The Secret Box essentially acts as like a beautiful searching card and not even going to grab a supporter card, so really just showing the strength of the hand, and more importantly, trying to play around that aforementioned Iono, because those cards, if they are grabbed, are just going to go to the bottom of the deck later on.
Yeah, Bodhi discarding an Iono already, I believe has a Lilies as one of the last few cards in that hand. Having 2 supporters additionally prized, if Bodhi were to get a supporter off the Secret Box, it would go to the bottom, and he'd have really low odds of finding another one.
An interesting choice to get another Ralts down, instead of maybe grabbing something like Earthen Vessel here to discard more Psychic Energy. That was, you know, the initial thought I had starting through this turn, because it's going to be a lot harder to get those in. But with that Lily's Clefairy active, like you said, not having access to Frillish, starting to swing with that Full Moon Rondo is a good way to try and ease those prize cards into your favor, and then when the time comes, really try and just close out with an attack or 2. So Kelly will start things off with a Buddy Buddy Poffin, Badoo immediately coming down into play, except that it will most likely be knocked out on the following turn, but just really just that disruptive pressure, preventing things like Rare Candy from being played. Earthen Vessel just really comes into effect as the game progresses longer and longer.
Yeah, and Callie getting this Badoo here, it's important to note that the second one is prized, which means Callie's going to have to bench Latios this turn, or if the Badoo gets knocked out, she's going to have to discard an energy retreating this turn and next turn to get back into that Badoo, because you really just need to keep this Itchy Pawn up. But here, the Jamming Tower into Iono puts an Artisan and Technical Machine Evolution to the bottom of Bodhi's deck, so it's going to be really hard for Bodhi to be able to use a Technical Machine Evolution this turn, but you are also putting him closer to the Curlias, as there were none in the hand in the first place.
See if there is an Energy or a Latios. One of those cards definitely needed here to be able to allow this Dreepy to retreat out of the active spot and put Badoo up to use that. We'll see a little bit of a rearranging of the bench. Want to make sure everything is nice and organized, and there is that Energy for turn. I do have to wonder, you know, assuming that you're going to want to use Badoo this turn and the next turn, there is an Ultra Ball in the hand. Is it just worth using that? And it's going to be a bit of a costly one, getting rid of that Lily and the one copy of Pheasantipity EX, a card that, you know, could see some use, but with the bench being filled up, may not be available to be utilized till later on.
Yeah, having the bench full this early is pretty good for Bodhi, as it means there's only room for one Dusclops or Dusknoir to be used on a turn, which really limits the ability of the Dusknoir to wipe your board and get rid of all the threats. Like, when you have 2 Ralts and a Clefairy with an Energy, with only 1 Curse Blast available, it's pretty much impossible to deal with all of those.
It was interesting to see if Bodhi decided to just commit this energy here. You never want to risk missing energy off of a Lily's Determination, and of course the Psychic Energy would be better to put into play and attach, but that colorless effect of the attack cost, thanks to Full Moon Rondo, will be more than enough for that Dark Energy to fulfill it. So attaching the energy card, seeing 8 cards thanks to Lily's Determination, the last piece here for Bodhi, can he find a Curlia to evolve this turn?
Yeah, the Dark Energies are not that bad to use on something like Clefairy, as Monkey Dories aren't super important in this matchup, as you don't have too much damage on your board at any time, but Bodhi not finding a Curly here, it puts him in a bit of an awkward spot, but I mean, Callie with 2 Dracloaks prized isn't going to have the highest potential this turn to have like anything super threatening.
Yeah, just drawing a card for turn, promoting that Latios. Of course, it can pivot in and out of the active spot thanks to that Skyliner ability and playing that Lily's Determination. So shuffling the hand in, going to draw those 8 cards thanks to Callie having yet to take a prize card. And it really is going to depend on how strong these 8 cards are. Can we see multiple Dracloak come into play? Do we see the ability to find one of those 2 Night Stretcher that are in the deck? These are really big key pieces here for Callie. So we'll see what they can find. Does find Dusclops and a Dracloak. Can see that out of the corner of my eye, at least from the booth. We'll see some recon directives and see how this turn progresses.
Yeah, I think I also saw an Ultra Ball, so Callie will be able to get another Dracloak out. But it could be a little costly. Playing this Nest Ball already, I think maybe looking for that Badoo, not noticing it was prized. Now that Ultra Ball is going to be even more costly because we could have saved it and discarded it off the Ultra Ball.
So here is Recon Directive number 1. Really looking for that Night Stretcher. It is an Ultra Ball and a Dusk Skull. So like you mentioned, yeah, the hand could definitely get a little bit awkward. There is another Jamming Tower that maybe could see some discard here. You do want to keep that around to play around the Bravery Charm later on. And this is now the discussion here for Callie. Maybe thinking through, if I'm unable to get a knockout this turn, or rather, if I'm unable to use Badoo, what do I want the rest of my board to potentially look like to better rally back to something like Candy Gardevoir over on Bodhi's side?
For sure. I mean, the Dusclops is a great start to that, but Bodhi does have no energies in the discard, but I believe with 8 or 9 cards right now, could potentially reach for the Screamtail to knock out that Dusclops, as typically when you're faced with a board of multiple Dracloaks and Dusclops, it's usually best to go for that Dusclops, as it opens up the most plays to the Dragapult Dusknoir player, being able to knock out multiple Ralts, the Ralts and Lily's Clefairy in a turn. So that's usually the biggest threat to go for. And Callie here does not find a Night Stretcher off the second Dracloak. And I think I saw one of those Harkletal Silver rare candies in Bodhi's hand. And
wow.
And a Gardevoir already, so...
Yeah, the Gardevoir was drawn off the prize cards, actually, for Bodhi. So that would be an incredible combination if it is in the hand, like you mentioned. So the energies be split up, and yeah, it's just going to be the Dream be promoted and a pass over of the turn, and Bodhi is immediately going to capitalize off this opportunity if he has that rare candy and even has an Earthen Vessel as well. This is going to be a big pop-off turn for Bodhi if he chooses to do it, even already with the Psychic Energy in hand, finding exactly what he's looking for. Now has to figure out how to best take advantage of this opportunity that's been presented to him.
Absolutely. Earthen Vessel, Ultra Ball already in hand, Candy Guardia already in hand. Bodhi has basically whatever he wants to do this turn at his fingertips. We'll see if he's able to put together what he wants or if he's forced to go for knocking out the active if the Screamtail's in deck, right? Yeah.
Interesting choice, opting to potentially grab Dark Energy from this Earthen Vessel. So we kind of wonder, there's an Ultra Ball in the hand, so we'll see the Psychic Energy hit the discard pile, as well as we're going to see an Ultra Ball too. Does this maybe signal Monkey Dory plus Screamtail? You've got to think, if you've got the ability to KO any Pokemon here, that Duskull is looking like the most appealing target for sure.
Yeah, I think the big thing of setting up the Monkey Dory is it threatens plays like EUIC genome hacking to knock out the Dragapult and a Dracloak, and then also it means you only have to use 2 energies on the Screamtail since there's the 1 damage on the Lily's Clefairy, and then you only have 2 energies on the Screamtail, which means you have enough energies in discard if Callie were to go for like a Countercatcher, Gardevoir, Itchy Pollen, and try to trap it for an extra turn.
So it will be the Screamtail off the Artisan, signaling what was aforementioned. There's the Dark Energy, Candy, Gardevoir. Is there anything else in the hand to follow it up? And there is an Iono. So all of those cards Callie selected the previous turn with the Recon Directives are going to go to the bottom of the deck. Bodhi still going to find 5 cards off the top, and with there being 2 Psychic Energy in the discard pile, plus the 1 retreated off this Lily's Clefairy, this Screamtail can safely attack, and importantly, Piper leaving a Psychic Energy in the discard pile to make sure Gardevoir EX is not stranded for future turns.
Yeah, and Callie with that 1 Budu in the deck now being in the discard, with the other being prized, and the Pheasantipity in the discard is going to kind of have an interesting choice of if she draws into one of those 2 Night Stretchers to, what do you get? Do you go for this Itchy Palm play? Or do you, because the board is just too weak to start attacking. There's this Lily's Clefairy and no Duskulls, and getting the Fez is 3 cards, but I mean, maybe you just need to try an Itchy Paw on this Gardevoir and hope Bodhi doesn't find a Psychic Energy to retreat.
Yeah, it could take 3 prize cards if you have something like Countercatcher or Boss's Orders this turn. Take a KO on the Clefairy, put some damage on the Screamtail, and pretty much put Bodhi on a 1-turn clock to find the EUIC combination plus the Night Stretcher. If that isn't found and you're able to put a Duskull into play, then you do threaten game on the following turn with something like a Cursed Blast from Dusclops and a Boss's Orders, so that is always something to think about. It really just feels like if you're going for anything less than that, you are just kind of getting blown out of the water in terms of how Bodhi will be able to pace the following turn. So I've got to wonder if that is a consideration here for Callie.
Yeah, and Callie going down another Ultra Ball, or just thinking about it, is something to keep note of. I mean, there's a lot of Pokemon that become important in the late game, like Blood Moon, Ursaluna, so running out of those Ultra Balls quickly can kind of affect that. And also finding Dragapult at certain times can also be a bit trickier when you're down those Ultra Balls.
So filling the bench back up with Monkey Dory. Gotta wonder if this last spot is going to be for Duskull, or if that ship has essentially sailed at this point. We'll be getting rid of the Hilda, as well as what appears to be... I'm really good at telling supporter cards, but that one I actually can't. Oh,
Professor's Research.
It's the Professor's Research that was just released.
Yeah.
It was like released aforementioned. I haven't seen the Magnolia one until... it's been a while, you know, the Sword and Shield era, essentially. So seeing all kinds of artworks hit the board here over on both of these players' sides. Looks like finding the Dragapult EX. There is an Iono in the hand, as well as a Neo Upper Energy, plus the Luminous. Sure, we'll see the Luminous Energy get attached to this Dragapult. It would fulfill the attack cost. But how else does Callie want to go about the turn?
Yeah, you mentioned going for that Duskull, but the scary thing about going for the Duskull is Bodhi already has 1 Monkey Dory established, so that's just 1 more Monkey Dory away from 2 Adrenabrains knocking it out. And then a Lily's Clefairy could knock out that Dragapult, and Bodhi's just at 1 prize. And Callie has not much on the board, but attaching that Neo Upper makes a lot of sense, you know, saves that Luminous Energy. You don't really need the Neo Upper at this point where both your Dracloaks have an energy. So saving that Luminous for potentially Monkey Dory or Blood Moon or Ursaluna. I guess Neo Upper would also work, but mainly for that Monkey Dory potential.
See the Buddy Poffin fail. And with no Countercatcher played yet, you know, obviously the potential to be found off of this Iono, and there was one found, so now the questions start to emerge as Callie, what do you target down, since you really will not want to be attacking into the Screamtail whatsoever?
Yeah, I mean, it already has damage on it. It's kind of similar to those situations we see where someone's using Itchy Paw and you don't want to attack into that Budu. It's just like, it's such a low value Pokemon that you can take off the bench, and Callie going for the Lilius Clefairy makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's the biggest threat on the board. It can just easily knock out the Dragapult EX.
Yeah, and we'll have to wonder if this is the line to just go after the Screamtail. You would free those energies up is the biggest thing. See what the rest of the situation is for Callie. But at minimum, this is kind of where I think players would tend to disagree. My gut feeling is to just take a KO on Screamtail here and force your opponent to, off of Iono without Pheasantipity, have the Mew EX and the Night Stretcher. And even if they have that, you know, you can still win the game with another Iono plus, you know, Blood Moon. You're not out of the game, so to say. And that is going to be the choice here for Callie. It's just going to go after the 3 prize cards and put themselves in an absolutely stellar advantage if these cards are missed for Bodhi. And look, Gardevoir hits a lot of check marks and milestones, but me and you both know there are times where you just look at 4 cards off Iono and you just have absolutely nothing.
Absolutely. One of the flaws of Gardevoir ever since the last rotation is without refinement, you don't really have that onboard draw except for Pheasantipity, but Bodhi drew Pheasantipity off the prizes last turn and Callie Iono'd it to the bottom of the deck. Bodhi here using Earthen Vessel, probably going to Artisan, maybe looking for another Monkey Dory. I don't think there's really any other targets in the deck. I mean, the Frilicious Prize, the third Ralts might be in there, but you're not getting a third Ralts at this point.
Yeah, lots of bench space still, which is a huge advantage, right? There's space for Pheasantipity, and there's space for, oh, this is interesting here. I was wondering if Bodhi was actually going to bench Monkey, since having those 3 spots open means that there is technically room for both Fez, Lilius Clefairy, and Mew, but with that Monkey coming down, that's not an option anymore.
Yeah, I think Bodhi may not have anything else in his hand with how he's playing, but
wow.
Couldn't really see.
He's got a Dark Energy, so
yeah, Countercatcher, Evo, Ralts.
Wow. So it looks like it ended up working in this spot. Can still take 2 prize cards, though, with this Miracle Force, and with there being no Dusclops in play, this Gardevoir is technically safe as things stand. So, you know, Bodhi will still hit a checkmark. He'll take a KO, but now Callie has information here that Bodhi's really going to be relying off of these prize cards if he wants to put something together next turn.
Yeah, there was kind of an interesting question for Callie. It's like, do you give Bodhi access to Countercatcher, or do you leave that Screamtail in play? And I think giving Countercatcher was the correct option, because while Bodhi gets 2 prizes, the Latias leaving the board isn't a huge impact, whereas if Bodhi had the Screamtail, he'd probably be knocking out that Dracloak with the Luminous Energy, which gets sort of draw and an energy. So I think that was overall the correct decision here. And yeah, Bodhi, just with not much in his hand, gets 2 prize cards. We'll see. The 2 supporters he prized are still at the top, though.
Yeah, and as it stands, Gardevoir EX is safe. Cannot be knocked out. The same cannot be said about the benched Pokemon, however. We will see flip the script thanks to that Night Stretcher, drawing cards for Callie. And we are, interestingly, in a very weird endgame between these decks. We usually don't see Gardevoir EX come in and attack, especially into a Pokemon like Latias EX. This is new for me, especially.
Yeah, and Callie, while the bench Pokemon are really fragile, it's kind of hard to piece together those knockouts, because you may knock out like a Monkey Dory, but how are you getting those last 2 prizes? You can put 6 damage on that Gardevoir, but 3 damage is going to get moved off, and Blood Moon Ursaluna isn't going to be able to knock it out from there, so...
Yeah, it feels almost as if not taking a prize may be the best approach, since activating Pheasantipity really just swings the door wide open.
For sure, and Bodhi has the 3rd Monkey Dory and 3rd Dark in the discard pile, so you're not really scared of the triple Monkey being set up, it feels, especially when Clefairy's in the discard. There's kind of other things you'd want to prioritize.
So now this is the question here. Does find Jamming Tower. That could be an annoying card to not let Bodhi search out certain pieces with the help of something like Super Rod, right? That would technically give the game with something like Screamtail, so can definitely be an annoying piece. And we are just going to see Phantom Dive. The damage is not necessarily as relevant on the bench since there is double Monkey Dory. But as things stand, Callie threatening game on the following turn, especially with access to Countercatcher. So 2-2-2, splitting the damage up. What does Bodhi have off the prize cards and from the deck? I believe I see a Nest Ball in the hand, so that could grab something like Mew EX if Bodhi's able to thin down the hand a little bit. Has Ultra Ball as well.
Yeah, this Ultra Ball is really big, because you could just get a Gardevoir here and not move any damage to Callie's board, and Callie can't take 3 prizes next turn. If it's 2 Gardevoirs in play and there's 20 damage on each of these Monkey Dories, I mean, you could just try to 2-shot this Dragapult EX with Miracle Forces.
You could try to 2-shot it, or the question is, do you get greedy in a spot like this? With Nest Ball for Mew EX, you would be able to dig through the deck, and this actually works out because Bodhi could actually abstain from attacking this turn if he misses.
Yep, absolutely. And having he's drawing 3 cards at this point. I think has all the Night Stretchers, maybe 1 or 2 Arvins left. Just so many cards that can be found here that just
So
give Bodhi
here
the
we
game.
go, big restart. If Bodhi can find Night Stretcher, this game is all over, and finds the Arvin plus Super Rod. It's just going to count to make sure there's enough Pokemon in the deck, or rather enough recovery cards. But yeah, with no Night Stretcher being played, Arvin's just going to guarantee the game here. Arvin finds Night Stretcher, Lily's Clefairy comes back into play, and after a weird endgame, Bodhi Robinson's going to emerge victorious in game number 1.
Yeah, Bodhi was able to get such a strong board at the beginning because Callie whiffed that second Budu, but she was able to claw back really well with just Bodhi not finding anything off that Iono. I mean, you kind of see the issue of when Guardy can't get that Pheasantipity down aggressively, it doesn't draw cards off the Iono, but when it does get the Pheasantipity, then Dragapult can try to trap it and only hit it for 200. So kind of an interesting dynamic there.
Yeah, the Latias EX really presenting itself as a 2-prize opportunity did end up mattering in that spot. It's really those small things you've got to think about in this matchup, and why time after time it feels like we're always treated to interesting matchups between these 2 dynamic decks.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of games do kind of come down to those item lock early games ending it quickly, but this game didn't have that, and we got to see a lot of interesting points. I mean, Screamtailing, you had that choice of knocking out the Energy and Draw Engine or that really big threat in the Dusclops, Bodhi going with the Dusclops. And here, Callie knocks out the Screamtail and the Liz Clefairy, taking away all the options from Bodhi, leaving him with not a ton of great cards. He was able to find the countercatcher on the Latias, taking 2, though.
Yeah, and it really was this turn for Bodhi, being able to just dig through the deck, have the Ultra Ball for the Gardevoir to protect it, as well as the Mew EX really just gave himself the opportunity to close the game out, as we will go into game number 2. Callie will be going second yet again. So in this spot, big advantage with the Budu threat on the first turn, and now Callie will be the one getting some mulligan cards to better assist them in setting up on this first turn.
For sure, and yeah, I mean, Bodhi just looking to get those basic Pokemon into play, find those evolution Pokemon as Callie tries to item lock over and over again. Bodhi starting that Mew. We saw it at the end game, draw him all the cards he needed. We'll see if it can provide some more bounteous fortunes.
And what was an excellent start going first for Bodhi in game 1 is really not going to be matched here. We've got the Ralts and an Earthen Vessel, but I'm not sure there's much else going on in this hand.
Yeah, may just be thinning down to use Mew EX this turn, restart. Could also get a Dark Energy and Psychic Energy here and play for a Frillish to knock out the Budu next turn, which is really scary. I mean, looking at the prize cards, nothing crazy for Bodhi, just a couple of supporters, which doesn't feel great against Poltnor. I mean, you want to see those as you're getting Ichipon to get closer to those Curlias, but at the end of the day, I mean, you have Mew and Lily Clefairy in the deck. You can't really complain with that.
I would say I say this, but I don't. At the end of the day, you have to have 6 cards prized.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's important to realize that in the Pokemon TCG, that you just have to accept that some cards are going to be unavailable. It's much better than the Liz Clefairy being prized or double Gardevoir EX being prized. There are worse combos. These players know how to adapt from the good and from the bad. So Frillish comes down. There's the restart for 1 card. See if it is anything useful. It's not. It's just going to be an energy. And Bodhi maybe considering if there's anything else to do. I mean, you could play, it sounds really niche, but you could play the Super Rod to give yourself an extra card next turn, but you really just want to keep those energies in the discard pile. So definitely understand this here. There's the Lily's Determination in the hand. You feel like after seeing a, sort of a slow start from your opponent, you're not really incentivized to play Iono, but at the same time, you would shuffle a lot of these cards that aren't super useful this turn to the bottom of the deck. Callie will instead go for the for the Lily's Determination. So it's going to need to still find a couple pieces here if they want to get this Itchy Pollen off.
Yeah, I think seeing your opponent start the Mew and then eventually restart on the turn is a really big tell. I mean, the Mew is a great pivot, but having it on the board can be a little awkward as your opponent's getting Itchy Pollen and then prepping for the Phantom Dive. And Callie benching that Pheasantipity, really planning for the Dark Energy from Bodhi, which, I mean, he could only attach 1 energy per turn. May not want to present that he has a Dark Energy already, so the Fez is just a draw 3 next turn. But Callie here kind of doesn't seem like much.
It's a weird spot. I mean, if your opponent has a Dark Energy, it is kind of the worst case scenario. You do have Fez in play, plus Latias if you do want to bench that as well. You could also abstain from benching it for now, just attach the energy to the Dreepy and manually retreat it off. It's going to be the Budu, and there is another one in the prizes as well as a Night Stretcher here, Piper. That being the case really makes you think, after this Budu falls, what is the game plan? Is it going to just have to be similar again to what happened in game number 1?
Yeah, you're going to have to do some shenanigans. Like, it's just so hard to find this one of Night Stretcher in the deck with only a couple of recons. You'll have Pheasantipity, but the odds aren't great, and the item lock's going to be broken. I think you just have to hope that Bodhi doesn't have the Dark Energy. I mean, he didn't Earthen Vessel for it. Maybe he just needed to draw one off Mew, right? And couldn't get it off that. And
so we're going to see this bench kind of get a bit clogged. There's only one space left for Dracloak. Energy comes down. Itchy Pollen being used, and there is absolutely nothing in this hand for Bodhi. It's just going to retreat and fire off an item locking attack of his own using that Oceanic Gloom. Cali White cannot play item cards this turn. Is there anything else that can be done? It's going to be a research and a well-timed one at that, discarding the Iono, knowing Bodhi's hand is not good, and getting her a fresh hand of 7 cards.
Yeah, but still being item locked, only having 4 Dracloaks, finds one on, I think, the last card there.
Last card magic there for Cali. Is there a Dreepy in the hand to bench as well? And there is. Found a Dracloak off the Recon Directive with the Jamming Tower already being in play. That's a pretty easy decision here for Cali. We'll go ahead and bench this Dreepy. I'm almost certain. And even with that Dusclops being evolved as well, you are threatening an easy wipe on all Ralts in play in the following turn as well.
Absolutely. Bodhi draws another energy, so I guess he can have 2 energies on the Mew, which is a little scary. But, I mean, with nothing else. Oh, attaching to the Monkey Dory, maybe looking for a Mind Bend.
It's tough because if your opponent just has or has Boss's Orders, they're already going to want to just wipe out your Mew and your Ralts anyways. So it becomes a bit of a tricky spot. Now with this Oceanic Gloom, though, Cali could pretty easily just decide to target down both the Ralts and the Mew EX if there's a Boss's Orders, and already has that Dragapult EX in hand, plus the Cursed Blast. So Cali pretty much getting a free roll here and finds the Boss's Orders. An absolutely huge card, can now choose to maybe finagle around these Pokemon a little bit and even take 3 prize cards if she so chooses to this turn.
Yeah, I think the one thing to consider is that Frillish could bring a lot of comeback potential with like Countercatcher plus Frillish on that Dracloak with no energies. But Cali finds an energy to attach to it, so yeah, knocking out the Mew gets rid of some draw, knocking out the Ralts prevents kind of everything Bodhi can do. So if Cali knows for sure that this isn't Jellicent Guardy, you're kind of fine with this Frillish getting knocked out. But that is something that's interesting. I feel like Bodhi didn't reveal a lot of his deck last game.
Yeah, it's interesting as well. With the Boss's Orders in hand, you could even just evolve into Dusknoir and not use it this turn. Just target down the Ralts, know your opponent is capped, essentially, in terms of what they can attack with on the following turn, and then assess based off how their board looks. And I have to wonder if that's maybe the option that Cali is thinking about in this spot. But no, it seems like just going to use the Curse Blast, take the KO onto this Ralts, and see what this prize card gives her.
Yeah, I think the idea is it doesn't lock your supporter into Boss's Orders, kind of lets you decide what you want to do from there. Maybe Iono, but Bodhi still hasn't been doing anything. Now bossing the Mew.
Yeah, using this Boss's Orders, bringing up the Mew, so Cali's going to take 3 prize cards this turn, and we'll have to see where she would like to put these 6 damage counters. Could even make it so that this Frillish is in threat of being KO'd back due to a Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain ability.
Yeah, and having this Duskull on the bench means that even if Bodhi can Mind Bend, Cali can retreat into the Duskull, evolve into Dusclops, use Curse Blast, and reset that confusion with another energy.
So completely opposite narrative here in this second game. Cali absolutely in the driver's seat, 3 prize cards away from winning, and Bodhi now having item cards isn't even left with that great of a response. Top deck Iono for the turn will definitely help, but now you're only drawing 4 cards thanks to that Curse Blast ability, giving you a prize card, which on the surface seems good, but down the line in this spot, only getting 4 cards from your supporter card is really going to start to hurt, and we see how those 2 Lilies being in the prizes have really affected Bodhi in terms of his setup in the second game.
Yeah, and Bodhi grabbing Pheasantipity here, you kind of see him hesitate there. It really doesn't feel good to bench, but you're only getting 4 cards off this Iono. You need those extra 3 cards to just find the pieces to set up and get yourself back into this game where your board is just so weak.
Does have a Night Stretcher in the hand as well, and maybe considering if Mew EX can find its way onto the bench, you would leave yourself 2 spots left for those for those Ralts, which you have to feel like are going to be those last 2 spots, almost certainly if they are found. So here we go. We're actually going to see the restart for 2. Does find the Team Rocket's Watchtower. Okay, so just getting rid of that Jamming Tower and playing the Iono. Has not used Flip the Script just yet. We'll have to see if this is played out.
Yeah, I mean, this Watchtower here could have been an Artisan, which doesn't feel amazing to see that. But, I mean, at the same time, you have to have this Watchtower to kind of collateral a lot of decks. And it's even good against Poltnor sometimes. You can shut down their Blood Moon. But here, Bodhi Ultra Balling, double Psychic Energy. usually feels great early, but here it might just be too little too late.
Yeah, it needs to have 2 Ralts down. If there's not 2 Ralts down, it's going to be way too easy to get a KO. If you item lock, your opponent's just guaranteed allowing this to happen, and essentially he's just going to take the risk at this point. But it just feels like no matter how you approach this turn, you are just in a world of hurt. It will be the Technical Machine evolution, thanks to that jamming tower being bumped, but if Callie can find another Dusclops, this game will be all but over.
Yeah, another Dusclops, a Night Stretcher, a Boss's Order. There's so many cards. There's a Boss's Orders.
Off the 1 recon directive, absolutely rips it. And that will be game. You can just take 3 prize cards this turn, thanks to the Phantom Dive on EUIC and the Frillish. Absolutely well played here from Callie. And with plenty of time on the clock, we are going to a game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, Bodhi there bricked, but it didn't even feel like it was because of the Budu. I feel like his hand just wasn't great, and then it was kind of a bunch of cards that he couldn't play, so he couldn't restart at all. And Callie just got too far ahead, kind of just drawing all those Pokemon to be able to recon and find more pieces. And that's kind of the difference between the decks. Like, they're item locking each other, but Dragapult with the recon directive is able to keep drawing more cards, finding more pieces, and kind of snowballing their setup, whereas Gardevoir just kind of has to draw the pieces.
Big advantage here for Bodhi in this 3rd game. Will finally get to go 2nd. We haven't seen that advantage for Gardevoir quite yet in this set. That will be something to definitely put onto display. You can maybe pop off with an Arven for Secret Box, can use a lot of those Earthen Vessel before the dew comes down and uses Itchy Pollen. These are all things to think about going into this last match.
Yeah, especially we haven't seen Technical Machine Evolution yet this game, so maybe he can finally use one of those. I think starts the Lily's Clefairy again, which, as we mentioned, attaching to it's really strong, and you can attach, use Technical Machine Evolution. Yep, there it is.
Clefairy start, Treaty on the opposite side for Callie. Here we go. Game number 3. Both of these players looking to end the day out and go into tomorrow at a 9-0 perfect record.
Yeah, Callie opening with the Buddy Buddy Poffin. Really strong start. I mean, always want to see that going first with Dragapult. Get all these basics, look for Dracloaks on the next turn. And I think I saw a Budu in the hand, so going to bench that most likely, having the Buddy Buddy Poffin, getting those extra basics, and kind of just going from there.
That Pheasantipity isn't the prize card. It's always something to keep note of. A 1-1 Dracloak line, but does seem fairly manageable for Callie this game. Gonna hopefully have a little bit more easy access to stringing together some Itchy Pollen attacks if it does come down to that.
For sure. No energy attachment, it looks like, which feels bad, but you are going first, so supporter can't expect too much. Bodhi here with an Arven and a ton of Psychic Energies in hand, but I don't know if I saw another supporter already eyeing up that Secret Box. Secret Box lets you get all the whatever item and tool you want off Arven, as well as a supporter for next turn, so that's why the sequence goes like this. Potentially looking at that Lux Cape. I don't know if that's to attach to maybe make your Ralts a bit stronger to not get knocked out by the Phantom Dive damage, or maybe as a discard fodder for that Secret Box.
Just going to check through the deck, make sure everything is in place. It will be the Secret Box as the item of choice. And now just thinking about which tool card to grab. There is 2 copies of Technical Machine Evolution in the deck. You could grab 1 to then discard off of the Secret Box or the Luxurious Cape. So Woody's really going to think about if there's ever, I think, an instance where the second Evo matters. If not, it's probably a little bit more optimal to discard than the Cape, since there are always weird opportunities where the Cape can come up with something like Screamtail. So I like this play here from Bodhi. Going to grab that. We'll see one of these Psychic Energy probably be kept in the hand.
Yeah.
As well as the Evolution Technical Machine actually kept as well. So just wants to make sure more of these tool cards can be thinned from the deck.
Yeah, well, part of it is by using 1 Technical Machine this turn and then keeping another one in the hand, that shows Callie that Bodhi's going to be able to go from 2 Ralts to 2 Kirlia to 2 Gardevoir immediately, which is really scary. And that kind of goes to that thing where Callie's then forced to play Iono to disrupt that, try to play Jamming Tower, but at the same time, Callie didn't play support the first turn, really wants to Lily, see those extra cards, get your Cloaks into play. So it's kind of that thing where the Gardevoir tries to just make the Dragapult's life a little bit more awkward.
Bodhi really popping off this turn, has double Ralts, Technical Machine Evolution. There's no Kirlia or Gardevoir pieces prized, so immediately going to pretty much say, if I can find Gardevoir next turn, you cannot wipe my board, and I'm going to be able to play this game at the advantage of having that Fairy Zone in play.
Yeah, and having a Psychic Energy already in discard and 1 on this Clefairy means a lot of options are going to be available. If Callie uses Itchy Pollen, a Monkey Dory and Dark Energy means that Screamtail could knock out those 90 HP stage 1s. Because one of those issues with under Itchy Pollen is it's very hard to discard those Psychic Energy. So it's really important to get those done in the discard as quickly as possible. And here we see the double Kirlia. Bodhi presenting a double Gardevoir threat next turn with a Lilies in hand too, where if you draw the Guardies off Lilies, you can play them immediately, and if you don't, you can just Evo into them.
Action back on Callie. The gift of Artisan given to her, thanks to Bodhi having to use that to find the Ralts on the previous turn. So we'll get the opportunity to relook at the deck and figure out what this last Pokemon is going to be. Feels like Dreepy most of the time, pretty standard in this spot. Even considering grabbing a second Duskull, and it will be the other Duskull. So always something to, think about when, one of these Dreepies could be KO'd thanks to a Screamtail on the following turn, as we will see an Ultra Ball to grab this first Dracloak, evolve onto the bench, and it looks like Lily's Determination is really the only option here. So Bodhi's going to be able to keep that powerful hand for next turn.
For sure, yeah. Benching the second Duskull is kind of a response to the threat of the double Guardie, because one Curse Blast just isn't a big enough threat, I feel, against those Guardies. And as a note, Callie here evolving the bench Dreepy and attaching to the active one, kind of leaving the option for Latias to be able to move into that Budew and keep the energy in play, especially because this is Callie's second turn, and she was unable to attach an energy on the first one.
See what these cards present. A lot of supporter cards. No more Dracloak. It's going to use this first Recon Directive. See what it does find. Is it an energy card? Does already have the Psychic Energy in the hand. So we'll be content with that to grab the boss's orders. But yeah, no Dusclops. Does have a second Dracloak, excuse me, and there is an Ultra Ball. Does find the Jamming Tower too, and just Snap takes that to try and shut off the evolution as an option for the following turn for Bodhi.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels bad discarding that energy attached. Puts you on finding the Neo Upper if you want to attack with Phantom Dive next turn. But Bodhi is not able to use the Technical Machine Evolution immediately, so may not find Gardevoir, and Callie may be fine using another Itchy Pollen.
So another choice here for Bodhi. Are you content attaching this to the active Clefairy? There isn't anything, I guess there is the one Bravery Charm. Sometimes would be a little bit more optimal to put onto the Clefairy just to protect it a bit more if you do find that Stadium. But depending on how Bodhi is able to draw this turn, if he can just find Gardevoir EX off Lily, he may be more content just starting to swing and maybe take some prizes on this Budew to really force Callie to have that Neo Upper Energy and still be able to respond even if that is the case.
Yeah, I think because of the Jamming Tower being in play and the Evolution not being discarded, and Callie's kind of presenting another Itchy Paw next turn, attaching it early is really good. But I don't think Bodhi drew a Guardie. I feel like he would have slammed the Gardevoir immediately.
Yeah, no Gardevoir and no Stadium, notably.
Yeah.
So that Technical Machine Evolution cannot be used. Did find a Dark Energy, so can take a knockout onto this Budew. You would give your opponent access to flip the script to draw some more cards, so that is always something to keep note of. We'll draw into another item, which, pending the attack choice for Callie, may not be able to be used on the following turn. And now an opportunity presenting itself for Callie with double Duskull in play, and more importantly, having access to one. Callie, with the right combination of cards, could take a knockout on both Kirlia.
Yeah, but the big piece is that Neo Upper Energy, and to find it, you probably need to use Hilda. You may be able to draw it on its own, but it is just that one of. And if you're using Hilda, you're not using Lilies, Boss, Iono, all these super powerful supporters, and that's just going to weaken the overall power of the turn. So we'll see what Callie does go to do, but using Itchy Paw on this turn means you're retreating another energy, and then you're in the same spot next turn where you have to find that Neo Upper. And if Bodhi's able to find the Gardevoir and knock out Dragapult at any point, now you're down your Neo Upper, you have no energies in play, and it's just going to be really hard to close out the game from there.
It feels like almost committing to wanting to attack with Dragapult by promoting this Dracloak, not giving yourself access to that Latias EX's Skyliner ability. So big Recon Directive here. What is this able to find? Finds Iono and the Night Stretcher. Stretcher's really not going to have a great recovery target here. It would be able to bring back the Budew potentially. It will be the Iono instead taken. Does have the Budew in hand. Has yet to play a supporter card yet, so there is always, of course, the potential high roll risk if you hold off on attaching the energy, but Callie's really just going to play it safe in this spot. Play this Lily's Determination again, shuffle in, draw 8 cards, and this energy hitting the discard pile yet again is going to rely even more emphasis on that Neo Upper Energy the following turn.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, Callie had the option to Iono as well, and all these Recon Directives have been going to the bottom of the deck, and maybe using that Iono gives you, maybe you don't find like the Neo Upper this turn, but it gets you that reach for next turn. So while you're seeing 2 less cards, you're kind of getting your deck in a more favorable order where you're going to be able to find it at some point in the future. But draws a Hilda here for next turn and a Dusclops to really pressure Bodhi's board. But still having that issue of just no energies in play gives Bodhi another turn to find a Stadium, a Gardevoir, just so many pieces. And even though he has these 2 Curlies and Ralts in play, I mean, he's just a Gardevoir away from having a really strong board.
Big opportunity, but big, risk here. If Callie can, get an extra turn, essentially, there is still the potential to wipe out both of these Gardevoir, or rather the Kirlia. That Ralts in play does kind of act as a third safeguard just in case there is a double KO onto the Ralts, or onto the Kirlia, rather. So we'll have to see how this progresses. Bodhi still yet to find a Gardevoir EX, can still be unable to play Ultra Ball. Now just considering where to attach this energy card. Would hit the discard pile either way if this Ralts, or Kirlia rather, would be KO'd. So this is going to be holding off, playing the Iono. Do we see Gardevoir EX off of 5 cards? And does find it a huge find here for Bodhi.
Yeah, off the last card there, I did see Bodhi have Pheasantipity in hand before the Iono. Chose not to bench it, kind of saying to Callie that you're not going to find the Neo Upper Energy, but we know that Callie has the Hilda, so we'll see what she opts to do on her turn, but just another knockout, putting Bodhi to 4 prizes.
Yeah, got Iona to the bottom of the deck now, so no longer has access to Hilda. So Bodhi taking a 2-prize lead, and Callie still unable to find Neo Upper Energy. The clock is starting to tick. Time is money, Piper. We'll have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I mean, Bodhi at 4 prizes already. That means each of these Curse Blasts are really going to put you so far behind. I mean, Bodhi goes to 3 with 1, 2 with 2 Curse Blasts, and that's how you're going to get rid of the Curly and Gardevoir, by using 2 Curse Blasts. But then this Clefairy's in play. Like, Bodhi's board just has so many different threats to deal with.
See if this Neo Upper Energy can be found off of this Recon Directive. It's the Blood Moon. That's not going to do much. Finds the Professor's Research. But are we really going to have to try and hope that we can just cycle into the Neo Upper Energy off of our supporter for turn? It seems like we've got no other option. If we're not attacking with Phantom Dive this turn, it feels like we're just falling too far behind.
Yeah, that Pheasantipity being prized is really big this game. I mean, Callie's down 6 cards if she could have found it on the last turn. So really feeling the loss of that Pheasantipity, and has another Dracloak and the Dusknoir. I mean, really, and the Dragapult already. So just needs the Neo Upper. That's the one missing piece. And there's an Iono, sees 8 more cards to try and find that Neo Upper.
And choosing to not use the Dusknoir before playing Iono. And does find the Neo Upper Energy off of those first 2 cards drawn. So Callie will be able to launch a Phantom Dive this turn, but it will mean that Bodhi has access to items, and more importantly, Callie not having another energy on her cloak means this may be the only Phantom Dive that she's able to fire off in this third game.
Yeah, and I just saw a peek at Bodhi's hand. I saw Arven, Ultra Ball, I think Mew EX. I mean, he just has so many options available here to deal with whatever Callie decides to take a knockout with.
So Callie is finally caught up in terms of pace. Phantom Dive available. We'll just check the discard pile to see how many energy there are. There is only 1 Psychic Energy in the discard pile as it stands. So would need to, find another energy if there was going to be something like a Mew EX attack to copy. Now has a Dusknoir and a Dusclops powered up. Is there a world where you want to use one of those this turn? Potentially. It's just so risky. If you use one, then the Mew EX just becomes the potential to win the game. So it's just going to be Phantom Dive, 1 damage counter on the Ralts, 5 on the Monkey Dory, and like you mentioned, Piper, this is the big turn here for Bodhi. If he can find a way to reestablish the Lily's Clefairy and take a KO on this Dragapult, whether it be with the Clefairy itself, a Mew EX, Gardevoir, you name it, this will be a big advantage in his court.
Absolutely. I mean, Callie just has really been struggling to have energies stick on the board, and now this Neo Upper being committed means if this Dragapult gets knocked out, Callie's not using Phantom Dive next turn. Her best bet is going to be using that Blood Moon Ursaluna to knock out whatever 2 prizers Bodhi has in play.
Bodhi benching the Mew EX, so leaving this last spot open for the potential Lily's Clefairy, and this is where things get interesting. We're actually going to see Arven could have guaranteed grabbed it with a Night Stretcher, but Bodhi's going to kind of roll the dice here a little bit and try and take this risk. If he's not able to find a Night Stretcher, it really will limit his options for attacking this turn.
Yeah, and Bodhi also had an Ultra Ball. He could have Ultra Balled for that second Gardevoir EX, and then he's restart for a few cards.
If he had triple Psychic in the discard pile, he could have guaranteed a KO here, assuming there was a Night Stretcher in his deck.
Yeah, and draws Night Stretcher, Psychic Energy, Ultra Ball.
Wow.
Some of the most perfect cards you could ask for on this Lily's.
Just as we drew it up here, Bodhi finding what he's looking for. And yeah, it looks like there's actually only 2 Psychic Energy in the discard pile, so would have been unable to take the KO, but now with Ultra Ball to discard this Psychic Energy, we could see this Mew EX copy. However, there's no Dark Energy. If there was a Dark Energy as well, there could be the potential, but actually with the Super Rod and the Night Stretcher, we could get there thanks to that Ultra Ball.
Actually, just some of the most perfect sequence of cards he could have asked for.
Wow.
there were a lot of things that were good for Bodhi, but he drew a perfect hand, it feels.
Yeah, has absolutely everything. Can shut off this Cursed Blast ability completely by going to 1 prize card, leaving Callie with no energy on Dracloaks and not a single attacking threat outside of that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, and getting her that second Dracloak means Callie's going to be reliant on this 1 Recon Directive with that Fezandipity still at the top of the prize cards.
Yeah, the only risk to all of this is you would leave yourself with 0 psychic energy in your discard pile, meaning Gardevoir EX could be a potential scary threat, but it's not as much thanks to there being just so many damage counters on the board for Bodhi, meaning something like Itchy Pollen just isn't a threat.
For sure, and having that Mew EX in play, if Bodhi gets Iona to 1, just gets to restart, see a few extra cards, and potentially get there anyway. And again, Callie, just with no draw, it feels, has to find all of these pieces still.
Not going to be out of it just yet. We've got to remember Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Absolutely.
An extremely powerful piece. But here we go. Phantom Dive copied thanks to the genome hacking and the weakness thanks to that Fairy Zone. Bodhi Robinson goes down to just 1 prize card remaining, and it's on Callie to put some sort of disruptive effort together, and there's no Iono, no Blood Moon, is going to have to hopefully find something like a Iono off of this Recon Directive. Otherwise, Bodhi just has access to so many cards in the hand. Here we go, big 2 cards, and just is unable to find it. That Fezandipity EX is still in the prize cards, meaning Ultra Ball can only find the Blood Moon and nothing more.
Yeah, has the Ultra Ball for the Blood Moon and an energy to retreat, but retreating that energy, you're not threatening Phantom Dive on the next turn, so this Blood Moon just gets stuck for a turn, even if you attack with it.
Yeah, and since there's only 1 prize card left for Bodhi, Screamtail would just guarantee the game if Callie is taking a KO on this. And if you're not KOing the Monkey Dory, then Blood Moon can just be copied thanks to that Mew EX. So it feels like Bodhi has just given himself every angle no matter what Callie does if she's unable to play an Iona this turn, which it just looks like is not feasible.
Yeah, like maybe you can countercatch his Gardevoir and just hit it for 240, and maybe Bodhi doesn't have the pieces in hand, but...
It's so tough, though, because there's no way to retreat this Pokemon for free.
Yeah.
You would lose your energy in the process and not even be able to threaten a Phantom Dive on the following turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of the issue that Dragapult Dusknoir runs into sometimes. You don't have that early Latios, and you just don't have energies in play for the end game, especially against a deck like Gardevoir that can one-shot your Dragapult so easily.
So here we go. Blood Moon Ursaluna coming down. Callie's still going to play to their outs. Means even with the energy retreating, with that 1 prize card remaining, it is essentially attacking for 0 energy in this spot. So there's the attachment for turn. Callie just going to check the discard pile, make sure there's an understanding of what resources are available, and is now just debating between the supporter for choice. I believe there's a Lily and a Research in the hand. Maybe just a Research. Yeah, just a Research is... So Research is going to be played. 7 cards for Callie. As it stands, Bodhi will be able to keep that full hand. And importantly, with there being no way to preserve the energy off this Dracloak, we can attack with Blood Moon this turn, but we're not even threatening game on the following turn if there's nothing else to pivot out. Even Latios wouldn't be able to string together another attack for 2 prize cards.
Yeah, and benching this Monkey Dory does mean that Lily's Clefairy with 2 Monkey Dories in play will be doing 200 damage with 2 Adrenabrains. That's 260 to knock out that Blood Moon Ursaluna. So I wonder if that Monkey Dory was really necessary.
We'll see how things play out here. Bodhi did have to burn 2 recovery cards that last turn, so Mew EX is the game. There's plenty of ways for him to win. The hand is actually not super strong here, but I believe with the benches there, it's actually going to be enough, right? With that Monkey Dory and the Dark Energy, we'll have to see if Bodhi can find the line here. 200 at damage, 220 thanks to that Blood Moon being benched, or 200 thanks to that Blood Moon. If Bodhi has Monkey Dory and a Dark Energy, that's going to be the game here, Piper.
Yeah, it looks like he has Rare Candy, Fezandipity, Dark Energy in hand, so I don't think he has the game this turn. But as we mentioned, Callie with no energies on the board can't reuse this Blood Moon. Just doesn't have a route to win, it feels, this next turn. And that just gives Bodhi so much time. He has the Fezandipity. He may just be able to do a ton of damage to this Blood Moon Ursaluna with a Miracle Force or Full Moon Rondo.
Yeah, even just hitting with a Full Moon Rondo, putting it to 230 means that next turn, there's the potential to KO it. I mean, you are shut off of Countercatcher, and with this Fezandipity, you have bench-locked yourself in this spot. So I'll have to see how the trade-off really does work. Drawing those extra cards, it didn't warrant much for Bodhi, and now that bench space is no longer available. This is becoming an interesting endgame in this game number 3.
Yeah, the one issue is Callie has to bench Latios to retreat this Blood Moon, but then what can she even retreat into? Everything's just going to get knocked out by Clefairy.
True.
And maybe has to gust the Gardevoir and hope Bodhi doesn't find an energy, and maybe get an attachment on the Dracloak.
Yeah, from Bodhi's perspective, the one thing to be considering is if your opponent has something like Professor Turo's scenario, they could Turo the Blood Moon, and that's maybe why it could just be better to retreat into Gardevoir EX and attack with that this turn.
For sure. Turo has been on a bit of decline in Poltner for the last while, but with Mega Absol seeing a big resurgence at UIC, I think a lot of lists are bringing it back. But
are we getting spicy here? It looks
looking
like
to maybe call sign here.
Yeah, maybe just thinning the deck out a little bit. Yeah, but this is risky because now you open your opponent back up to winning the game on the following turn.
Yeah, I mean, if I think Bodhi is trying to put 30 on this Blood Moon and then do 230 next turn, but if Callie has a Luminous for Monkey Dory.
Oh, we're Psy-shotting in this turn. Okay, so this way we're just promoting a one-prize Pokemon, still putting it in range for the following turn. And now the question comes back to being, is there anything Callie can promote at the end of this turn that does not get knocked out to a full Moon Rondo? That's going to be the most damage that Bodhi can put into play. With a full bench, it's 220. Dragapult is weak to Psychic thanks to that Fairy Zone, and it feels like anything else is trapped out. There's still plenty of Psychic energy in the discard pile. Looking like, are there two? If there is two in the discard pile, which there surely is, thanks to that EUIC attacking the previous turn, then no matter what Callie is able to bring up, it's not going to matter. Anything is going to be KO'd, and it looks like the doors are slowly shutting on Callie in this third game.
Yeah, I mean, Bodhi playing around everything, including that Professor Turo scenario you mentioned, setting up perfect damage on this Blood Moon Saloon for next turn. I mean, we thought he was going to call sign, but found the Psy shot. Really interesting endgame here, just being super careful of everything that Poltner deck can do. We said it earlier, Poltner just always has a line back into the game, it feels. So just trying to be careful of everything. I know Bodhi's played a lot of Poltner in the past, so kind of just understanding the deck from both sides.
When you understand how to play a deck, you understand how to best do a matchup as well. It's like just confirming exactly what's happening in this spot in terms of time, it seems like. We'll just make sure everything is clarified, essentially. Looks like we're just having a little bit of a discussion. Will be the nest ball played. But yeah, it really just feels like no matter what Callie is able to bench, there's just no playing around the fact that Lily's Clefairy is just going to take a KO in this spot.
Oh, I think Callie's going for a sudden death game, putting 10 damage on this Clefairy, moving 30 with the Monkey Dory, and then Dusknoring it.
Are we going to see a sudden death push? Wow, okay, so Callie's actually going to accept that there's no way to win this game and says, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Dusknoir taking them to the underdepths, and we are going to a sudden death game 3.
Yeah, I wonder if Bodhi could have played around that, maybe put an extra energy on that Clefairy, or not even Psychic Embracing to it at all and attaching to it instead of Pheasantipity, and just prevent that Hawlucha, Monkey Dory, Dusknoir pop to get to the sudden death.
Yeah, it's hard to see that route, though, in the moment.
For sure.
Wow, so look at that, an opportunity arised, and we are going to a sudden death game. This is getting exciting, ladies and gentlemen. We do not see this very often, especially when these players are both undefeated so far in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely an exciting way to end the day. We'll see if the game gets cut short by something like Buddy or Frillish, but I mean, the Screamtail slap could just knock out a quick Buddy from Callie, so there's kind of a lot of weird things. We saw Bodhi get super aggressive with the Clefairy in games 1 and 3, so the Buddy may not be enough to shut him down. And starts the Clefairy again. I think I saw an energy too.
And it's a clarification as well. This is a sudden death game. Or tiebreaker, excuse me. Not a sudden death game. So the first player to take a prize card in this game will be victorious, since this is the third game in the set that just entered a tiebreaker game. So this is going to be big, and we'll have to see who is going first and who is going second. Starts the Lily's Clefairy, and Callie will be going first in this matchup. Pheasantipity started. Is there any way to find Pokemon, put it onto the bench? There is a couple of Dreepy. You've always got to be thinking about what liabilities lay ahead.
Yeah, and Callie with an energy in hand might attach it to the Pheasantipity, could potentially play for a Cruel Arrow, but time is ticking. There's only a couple seconds left on the clock. We'll see how that plays into how these players play the game.
Yeah, so time has officially been called, it seems. The Jamming Tower coming down into play is big on that first turn, would shut down the Technical Machine Evolution. We are in an absolutely wacky endgame here in this final round. Yeah. And the Arvid in hand does have the secret box, though.
I saw Arvin, Earthen Vessel, Artisan, so many great cards. A Ralts already. Lots of options for Bodhi here to get energies in the discard, Technical Machine Evolution into that Curlia, and really threaten taking a prize on his last turn of the game on turn 3 time.
There is a Curlia and a Gardevoir prized, so will mean less outs to find Gardevoir on the following turn is something to always consider. And you also threaten an attack on this turn with the Lily's Clefairy if you are able to use that.
Yeah, it feels like you force Callie into leaving this Pheasantipity active because everything else is just going to get knocked out by the Clefairy.
Yeah, and I wonder if you're only supposed to just grab a single Curlia here.
Yeah.
Can also keep this Luxurious Cape, which is actually a super solid card to have thanks to that extra prizes being given up, not mattering in this tiebreaker game.
Yeah, I think Callie doesn't have enough time to get to the Cruel Arrow, though, if she was turn 0, as turn 3, or her turn 2, last turn of the game, will just have the second energy attached. So Bodhi eyeing up discarding that Luxurious Cape instead.
Okay.
And the 2 Psychic Energies, I think has a Dark Energy to use that Technical Machine Evolution.
So the time really mattering in this spot. And with that being the case, Callie, it seems like, does not have a way to win. And the operation now becomes, how do I not lose?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that one match point is really big. You mentioned that getting into top cut, you want that X2-1 record. Right now, neither of these players have a tie, so a tie still puts them in a solid spot. But obviously, they're chasing that win.
And now with those Dreepies being down, even Screamtail is a potential option. And you have to wonder if Callie was maybe a little bit more aware of the time. Is the most optimal strategy being to not even use or not even bench Dreepy in this spot? Because it feels like if you bench Dreepies, you make it even easier for your opponent to take a KO rather than at least forcing them to have something like a Monkey Dory Dark Energy on the following turn.
For sure, yeah. And the other thing with leaving this Pheasantipity active is Bodhi could even find Mew EX and copy that Cruel Arrow.
Wow.
But with Artisan in play, you can always get that Screamtail.
Yeah.
Potentially looking to pre-bench the Screamtail off this Artisan, which makes a lot of sense.
Not a bad idea, right? Just understanding there's only going to be one Ralts available for this game. So here we go. We are getting down to the wire. It's going to come down to the exact turns in a tiebreaker game. There's the evolution, evolving this Ralts into Curlia, and it feels like Bodhi is just so likely to be able to win this game just because Callie cannot afford to put Badoo into play and use that Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, and I got a sneak peek at Bodhi's hand. I saw that one Gardevoir EX in the deck, the other one being prized, in his hand. So Callie has to Iono here. Otherwise, Bodhi just has all the energies to be able to Screamtail and take a knockout to end this tiebreaker game.
And there's just absolutely nothing for Callie off of this Recon Directive. Can't find anything useful off of the Nest Ball. It feels like you may just have to accept that if your opponent's got it, they've got it. It feels like you give your opponent just more options to win the game if you're attacking with Badoo.
Yeah.
There's the pass of the turn, and if Bodhi has Gardevoir EX, the game is all over. Double Psychic Embrace, KOs Dreepy, and Bodhi Robinson in a tiebreaker. Game 3 situation wins and goes to 9-0 to end out day number 1.
An amazing way to end the day in such one of the most important matchups of this format, Gardevoir versus Dragapult. We kind of saw all the ways that game plays. I mean, Gardevoir kind of taking it game 1, more of that Badoo Itchy Paw in game 2, and then a really close, or a really weird endgame in game 3, which got to that sudden death play that Callie had to make because Bodhi basically had checkmate on board.
Yeah, both players playing to their outs, fighting valiantly, but it was Bodhi at the end of the day, emerging victorious and advancing to 9-0. We'll still see Callie tomorrow, of course, 8-1, nothing to scoff at, and still in an excellent spot to try and make it into a top cut and pick up that first regional championship win.
Absolutely, and Callie, a great player playing Poltnor, a super skill-intensive deck, all works together, giving her great odds to have a great finish tomorrow.
And what a set this was. Really showcased how this matchup can kind of spiral out of the rails when things do not go well. Game 1, of course, all Bodhi just had the perfect setup. Gardevoir got into play. Dusknoir was never a problem, never even a threat. And that Lily's Clefairy not even needed to close this game out until the very end.
Yeah, Callie missed that second Badoo turn, which just opened the floodgates for Bodhi, and he just had such a dominant board. But heading into game 2, that Badoo was able to shut down Bodhi's board, and while he had Frillish, he just wasn't evolving that one Ralts into Gardevoir, and then it got knocked out, and just had nothing after that.
Yeah, while the second game was all Callie, it was a truly back-and-forth game number 3. We saw that Boss's orders close things out. Going into this final match, Bodhi finally had the opportunity to go second, and we saw how much that paid off in these early turns. Being able to swing early on, take a 2 prize card lead, while also having Gardevoirs in play, and that EUIC copying Phantom Dive, just a huge juggernaut in this matchup.
Yeah, took all the energies off Callie's board, and with the Neo upper energy already committed, it forced Callie to have to go for that Blood Moon Ursaluna, and with Bodhi at 1 prize, couldn't reset it, so Callie had to go for this awesome sudden death play, finding it and hoping that Bodhi doesn't have a great hand, but Bodhi was such a good start in having the TM Evo, finds the Gardevoir, uses that Screamtail to just take the first prize in the tiebreaker game.
That was an awesome way to close out day number 1. Glad we had an excellent match to showcase a little sneak peek preview of what tomorrow has to hold in store. You're going to want to make sure you tune in tomorrow to check out more of those Pokemon and TCG action, where we'll be crowning our first Seattle Regional Champion in almost 10 years. That is crazy to think about.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I remember the last Seattle Regionals, Garbodor won, and that was such an awesome card. I mean, we'll see what's going to win this weekend. I'm hoping Gardevoir or Zoroark, but no bias here.
Yeah, we are probably the most biased behind the desk. Surely we are, right? We'll just have to see how everything plays out. As of right now, Gardevoir, the 9-0 and counting. There was another 8-0 that did get down paired, so we'll have to see how Andrew does in that matchup. You know, he is playing Dragapult Dusknoir to no one's surprise. You know, that is a deck he has felt pretty comfortable with. So, you know, tried and true. We are in the mature stages of this format, and Dragapult and Gardevoir seem to be the 2 winners coming out of day number 1.
Yeah, and Bodhi, if Andrew wins his round, is going to have to play against another Dragapult Dusknoir. We'll see. That matchup does kind of come down to Badu a lot of times, but we did see a lot of interesting endgames in that set, so we'll see what happens tomorrow and who's going to be able to take it.
What an excellent day 1 this was. We saw lots of different decks, some new, some old, and all, of course, great surprises put on from our talented competitors so far. As we sort of wrap things up here for the first day behind the desk, you said your predictions in terms of decks. I can definitely get on board with that and see where you're coming from. Any predictions in terms of players going into tomorrow, now that we know sort of where the top echelon stands right now?
Yeah, I mean, Bodhi's been playing Gardevoir for a while, and now he's 9-0. I have high hopes that he's going to get a nice top cut finish, maybe finally win an asymmetrical game. He's had some bad luck in those in the past, and yeah, I think Andrew's also going to have a great day tomorrow. I mean, he's just been playing Poltnor for so long, and the deck really rewards just playing it over and over again. You just know all the sequences. I mean, we saw with Callie finding that sudden death line, I mean, or the tiebreaker line, it's something that's a little niche. I mean, you're giving up on a game, trying to win. These Poltnor players are great, and they find these lines all the time, so excited to see how they do.
And what interesting lines that game broke down to show us, and of course you at home. I want to hear from Bodhi and see what he thought about how that game broke down. He's standing with Pablo, so let's throw it to them.
Thank you so much, Ethan and Piper. I'm here with Bodhi, our round 9 winner. Congratulations, Bodhi. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you. I made a couple pretty bad mistakes, which is pretty embarrassing, so I should improve upon that tomorrow.
All right, I mean, 9-0 start, I'm sure, like, even if you made some mistakes right now, probably played pretty good throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with my play up until that point. I mean, that was really horrible. There was like 2 mistakes. There was a time where I chose to like greed off of a Lilies instead of just Arvening for Clefairy, and then the game would have pretty much just been over because they were down Nupper, the new upper energy. And then also, obviously, the play that sent me to sudden death, I left 20 damage on the Clefairy. I should have just attached an extra Psychic to it and just healed it 30, and then I would have been fine, but, you know, it's whatever.
I mean, we'll definitely get to that because obviously a tiebreaker game is not very common that we get to see. So yeah, let's jump into some of the situations that I thought were pretty interesting. If you have any others, of course, let us know. But here to start off, like, I want you to tell us a little bit, like, more for the audience, right, that's watching to learn. Like, in this spot, you ended up going for a knockout on the Dusclops. Yeah, you used Screamtail, you knocked out this guy instead of either of these 2 Pokemon, right? Which obviously you're up against a Dragapult deck. You can take down one of their draw power, you can take down one of their energy as well. So talk us through a little bit, like, why the decision to go after a Dusclops as opposed to the more obvious, if you will, Dracloak knockout here?
I mean, pretty much the only way, I mean, if they don't play Dusknoir, you win. So if you remove the Dusknoirs, they can't win. There's a bit of an argument maybe to go after a Dracloak here, because, like, if they would pop a Dusclops in the situation, I could, like, threaten game next turn with Mew and Clefairy. But I think it's correct to just play safe here. I think an important thing to note is it's really important to leave a Psych Energy, at least 1, in your discard when you do this, or else they'll just get a free turn by bringing up your Gardevoir and then using Ichiban, and unless you draw Turo, you just lose a turn, and then that would be really bad.
Yeah, so limiting your opponent's options, of course, always very important. That way you know exactly what to expect, right? It's a Dragapult KO or attack incoming possibly, but no shenanigans with the damage counter placement. And then afterwards, we had the next play where Kali was trying to, of course, make a comeback, right? She went for a huge counter catcher play onto the Clefairy, was able to take that down, take out your Screamtail, alongside the Iono that was played at the very beginning of the game. So how do you like navigate these sort of situations where were you expecting this play? Like, how do you get ready for these sort of counter plays that put you really in a lot of pressure?
I mean, in this situation, like sometimes you try to hope to get Clefairy and Mew down. Obviously, that's like the dream. Sometimes you just gotta hope off the Iono, you draw some cards. I would say, like, if I drew some, like, you can see in this turn, I went to counter catcher the Latias because I didn't draw much else, which is sufficient. That's like all I need to do for a turn. I just take 2 prize cards. And then their spot, like from that position, there's no good easy targets to take any prize cards on because my board is so clean. It's like at the end of this turn, it's like double Monkey with 2 Darks and then a Gardevoir and a Kirlia, and there's just no good targets. And I don't even think there's a way for them to win in even the next turn after this one.
Exactly, that's perfect. That's exactly what I grabbed here. I believe, like in this spot where you get to evolve into the Gardevoir, right? Because they're at 3 prizes, they don't actually have an option. So you ended up winning this turn anyways, but what would you have done if you whiffed, right? If you go Nestball for Mew and all of a sudden you don't get the cards you need, like what would have been your game plan in this hypothetical situation?
The main play I was thinking, which would make it so that they have no way to at least win the game this turn, is I have Mew at least. So I would end up using Genome Hacking even if I whiff Clefairy, because I would move the 2 damage off both monkeys so they can't get KO'd through Adrenaline Brain. And then I would probably, I would take a knockout on the Dracloak with the Genome Hacking for Phantom Drive, and then the Dragapult would be damaged, and they pretty much have no good plays that have to attack with Blood Moon and then hope I whiff again. So yeah.
Yeah, so pretty safe, playing it safe, right? I think that's what you were mentioning earlier. You're ahead, you want to keep that lead, and therefore as long as you play it safe and not too risky, and not overbench in this case, then you're guaranteed to get there. But in the end, it didn't matter. You drew pretty well off the Iono. And then heading into game 2, you were very far behind, right? Kali just was in a dominating position. So did you contemplate conceding at any point? Or how do you balance between continuing to play out this game? Someone who is experienced as yourself, I've been like following your trajectory since the juniors division. So like, how do you navigate this situation and how do you balance conceding, the time management, which ended up being pretty important towards the end?
Yeah, I mean, we almost ran out of time if I didn't. Yeah. We were literally 1 turn off.
Yeah.
I don't think there was much harm in me playing out that last turn, because if they whiff the play where they killed, or they took a knockout on 3 Pokemon, sorry, I could actually win that turn with like Mew and Clefairy and stuff like that. So I was like, I think we have a good enough amount of time. I don't think 1 turn will hurt that much. They ended up drawing it. I think it was fine.
Okay, yeah. I mean, sometimes you just play it out. If it happens, great. If they don't have it, then you're in a great spot anyways, right? Okay, and then in this spot, I think this is like towards the end game of game 3, sorry, the key moment where you ended up using Psyshot, I do believe. Obviously, this led to the eventual tiebreaker game, but oh no, wait, no, I think this is the turn where you mentioned you went for Lily instead of Armin.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So talk us through that. Why do you think this was the first thing you wanted to talk about? Talk to us why this was so key.
I really wanted to go for the Mew Clefairy combo, obviously, because if I get it with the Adrenaline Brain, their board is completely like debilitated, and they're stuck with these Dusclops and Dusknors that did end up mattering due to my own error. It was definitely greedy. I should have just Arvined for Stretcher, and just bench Clefairy. I wouldn't have gotten the big play, but it would have put them in a spot, in pretty much the same spot, where they have these Dusclops and Dusknors, but they can only pop 1. And it's not enough to win the game that turn. And they can't attack with Dragapult the following turn. For some reason in my mind, I was scared of that. But they had no energies left, and they had the Neo Upper Energy on the active. So that was definitely a mistake. I got a bit too greedy. I got rewarded because I'm just so lucky. But definitely a mistake, I think, on my end.
Okay, I mean, you talk about getting lucky. I mean, like I said, with all your trajectory, in order to do really well at these events, you need to be very good, you need to play very good on the day, you need to pick a good deck, but you also need to get lucky in some situations, right? Especially when you're up against another top player. And so, Bodhi, this will be all the time that we have, but any shout outs or anything you want to say to people in the crowd, to who are out there supporting you, I'm sure, who will be rooting for you tomorrow?
Before anything, I want to give an anti-shout out to Noah. He didn't shout me out, and I feel completely hurt. Anyways, ignore him. Shout out Piper. She helped me build my deck. As always, she's my coach. And then shout out my parents. They let me do everything. And shout out my testing group. They helped me a lot.
Sounds like you have a great supporting cast behind you and your success, Bodhi. So yeah, thanks so much for sharing your thoughts. Really enjoyed it, and I think we have the whole crew in the lounge ready to close out this show. Let's go ahead with them.
And welcome into the lounge, everyone. That was a great segment to hear the, really deep dive into how intricate the Gardevoir Dragapult matchup can be, and we even heard it on the casting desk how Dragapult Dusknoir seems to have angles into pretty much every matchup. But regarding the first phase of the tournament, any big moments, decks, matchups really stuck out to both any of you?
Yeah, we saw a lot of great action today. I did really enjoy that Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol mirror, even though the games maybe weren't of the highest quality. There was exciting moments and a lot of exciting potential in that one.
Yeah, some interesting back and forth. The Kangaskhan's got involved more than I think we're used to, but got to see some of the other top decks outside of Gardevoir and Dragapult, but I think it's fitting.
Yeah.
Capped it off with a Dragapult Guardy matchup.
Yeah, we've been showing off a lot of Zoroark as well. This deck's been picking up a lot of steam, and we'll see if it continues to convert and continue to surprise. And even though we're here in Seattle, I do want to remind the folks at home, of course, of our regional 2026 schedule, so you can take a look at some upcoming events beyond just this weekend. Houston coming up, Orlando, LA, amazing. Heading all the way to Worlds in San Francisco.
Yeah, those regionals, last couple of the year, last opportunities for players to try to earn those points to get to the World Championships, and that is what it is all about.
But now, to come all the way back to Seattle, of course, I want to take a look now at the standings for the end of day one, the end of phase one. A lot of players fighting tooth and nail. Bodhi just going undefeated, as we just saw on stream. But what other players are going to be joining him in the next phase of the tournament?
Yeah, I think we also have Andrew Hedrick up there at 9-0, so they'll be pairing against each other round one tomorrow. That'll be an interesting matchup for sure. Neither player really is unfamiliar with this territory, and both are setting themselves up pretty well for a potential top cut.
Yeah, and Andrew actually had a super sick game in that last Swiss round up against David Andrews, I believe. Really, really back and forth in that first game where Andrew was actually down a 6-1 deficit and was able to fight back and make a full 6-1 comeback. It was really sick to watch in that Dragapult versus Raging Bolt matchup.
Yeah, another notch in his belt. I think he's really, really dialed in those multi-prize turns that Dragapult's known for, and so that's certainly no surprise. We'll definitely have to catch up with him for phase two, and make sure you tune in as well. 10:45, we're going to be here bright and early tomorrow, so you can jump in and join us on the stream. And don't forget as well, we do have our broadcast hub. You can watch the Pokemon TCG stream, but make sure you bounce around to all the different streams or maybe have them all open at the same time using Pokemon.com/broadcasts. And of course, folks, we can't leave Unite out in the lurch. I know that maybe one day in the future we could feature them in a regional, but for now, they kind of have their own events going on. So tune in tomorrow morning before our broadcast even begins over here. You'll be able to catch that Unite League. And I'm so happy to see, that sport come up, and they're always doing great things over on the broadcast. So definitely shout out to our Unite casters. We always link up with them around the ICs, and they're always off making their own community proud. And so tune in tomorrow. Definitely show them some love from all of the other games. The cross-pollination is what we live for. And let me see, what else do I have here on my list? So, yes, that's right, NAIC is coming up. And so if you're still thinking about attending, scan this QR code. Pokemon has kind of worked to have a block of hotel rooms set aside that you can potentially get at a discounted rate. So scan this QR code for more information, and maybe if you're on the fence about going to NAIC, this might be the little bit of a push that you need. It's going to be a great time. It's in New Orleans. once more. A great town, great food, and I can't wait for it. But let me see, what else do we got? That is everything? Okay. Well, I was just checking my shopping list. There's a lot of bullet points that I got to cover to make sure that our audience is well informed. And that's going to be it from us. We're going to see you bright and early here again in Seattle to finish out this tournament. Peace out, y'all. Cannot wait to get this regional underway. Let's go.
Oh, he's not going to use the Cypher.
Oh, he draws the E-switch.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh.
Things are heating up, and we'll see how these players continue to traverse through the tournament. Zach Elliott is going to advance to 5-0 with Dragapult.
Oh, you copied me. Dude, it's so lit. It's actually, you're so right. Yeah, like anyone playing Lilies is in the past, bro.
When I wrote my guide, I was like, you're playing Lily, it's like, you're making the biggest mistake of your life.
You're asking to lose.
This card is 10 times better.
So good.